of sacrifice, it was just that he knew very well that if everyone advised Su Qingyi to give up on it and just make a new one, his son would definitely nod and agree in front of everyone. Then, he would wait until everyone wasn't paying attention and climb up by himself to retrieve the paper airplane. That tree was really tall, falling down would be no joke, and his head could be cracked open. So, it was better to let his old man handle such dangerous business. When Su Zilong had climbed halfway up, his legs were already trembling, and he didn't dare look down at all. But there was no help for it, only a father could understand this feeling. His son was watching him, and if he acted like a coward now, what kind of man would he be? Gritting his teeth and hardening his heart, he climbed up. When he got the paper airplane, the sense of achievement was just like reaching the summit of Mount Everest. Looking at him, he practically wanted to plant a flag to commemorate it. Su Qingyi thought that if he brought this up with Su Zilong now, he would definitely be able to brag about it for another 1,000 words. Chen Jinji weighed the paper airplane in her hand and praised it with curved eyes. It's really impressive. Su Qingyi felt as if his childhood self had been praised, and for a moment, he felt a sense of unseasonable pride. This cardboard box is a bit like a time machine. Chen Jinji's gaze was gentle. Seeing these items is like meeting you when you were little. I'm very happy that you were willing to bring me here. Sometimes I feel very regretful that I met you too late, and I also wish I could have grown up with you. Su Qingyi looked into her eyes and suddenly felt very grateful that Yang Lu had kept this pile of things that looked like trash. These items made him realize at this moment that he was far less of an outsider than he remembered. Like all boys of this age, he would have unrealistic dreams of being a hero, would be unhappy when his toys were taken, and would cherish hard-won certificates. And there was someone looking forward to meeting such a version of him. The childhood paper airplane had finally flown back into her hands. 345, Chapter 340 Happy New Year. Chapter 340 Happy New Year. In the old house where water and electricity had been cut off, the stove was still intact, and the pile of firewood next to it was neatly stacked. Su Qingyi handed his phone to Chen Jinji and reached for the firewood, but it felt damp to the touch. It made sense, who knew how long that firewood had been there? Tangan had been so humid lately that it had long since become damp. Su Qingyi had no choice but to throw the wood back onto the pile, brushing off the splinters that stuck to his hands. As the night deepened and the dew grew heavy, it was still quite cold. They needed to build a fire. Looking at Chen Jinji's thin frame, Su Qingyi turned and left the kitchen. When he returned, he was holding an old, small wooden stool. He had scavenged it from a dusty corner of the storage room. What are you planning to do? Chen Jinji asked, somewhat surprised. Su Qingyi didn't say a word. In the next second, he smashed the poor little stool into pieces. Chen Jinji didn't even have time to stop him. Logically, shouldn't he cherish every blade of grass and every tree here? Why was he so ruthless in his destruction? It's just making the best use of things. Su Qingyi nonchalantly propped up the stool legs. He had learned this from a wilderness survival show. According to Bear Grylls, a fire built like this could burn even in the ice and snow. Do you have any paper? Chen Jinji handed him the tissues from her pocket. Kindling is very important, it's difficult to light wood directly. Su Qingyi didn't smoke, so he didn't have a lighter on him. The matches by the stove were also a bit damp. He had to strike them repeatedly for quite a while before a small flame finally flickered to life. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They had almost thought they were going to have to perform a real-life wilderness survival act in the middle of the city, rubbing sticks together to make fire. The flame ignited the tissue, which was then tossed into the prepared woodpile, and soon it was burning brightly. Su Qingyi pulled over a long bench from the side and sat down with Chen Jinji to warm themselves by the fire. With a heat source, their whole bodies felt warm and cozy. The orange firelight reflected on their faces, flickering gently. With such a good fire, it would be a waste not to roast something to eat. Fortunately, he had brought along the New Year's goods Auntie Zhu had given them. Su Qingyi skewered a sausage with a bamboo stick and held it over the fire to roast slowly. According to the New Year customs in Tangan, every household would smoke a large amount of sausages and cured meats. The materials used had to be fresh pine and cypress branches, as the cured meat smoked this way would be more fragrant. At this time in previous years, one could often see iron cylinders along the road with large strings of cured meat and sausages hanging inside. Once they were ready, it was customary to give a portion to friends and relatives. Because every household's flavor was different, customs varied even within a short distance. The sausages, which had cooled down earlier, were now being roasted by the flames. The fat sizzled, and the aroma filled the air. Afraid of burning them, Su Qingyi only heated them for a short while before handing one to Chen Jinji. It's really delicious. Chen Jinji lowered her head and took a gentle bite, her tone filled with surprise. She usually wasn't very accustomed to eating smoked products, but this sausage was unexpectedly tasty. You try some. She only ate a little bit and fed the rest to Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi bit off the remaining half in one go. The ratio of fat to lean was just right, and it was spicy, fresh, and fragrant in his mouth. Su Qingyi had always known that Auntie Zhu was a great cook. In the past, when Yang Lu's cooking was poor, she often asked for her help. Auntie Zhu and her husband were both people who placed great importance on eating and loved food. Naturally, they couldn't stand seeing Yang Lu waste food every day by creating dark cuisine. Perhaps chocolate's gluttonous nature was entirely due to genetics. The fire was burning brightly, and Su Qingyi used bamboo skewers to roast the meat one by one. He handed every skewer to Chen Jinji for a bite first, then finished the rest himself. With this kind of feeding method, Chen Jinji was soon full and refused to eat more, using thirst as an excuse. Su Qingyi rustled around in his pocket and pulled out a small bottle of baijiu. When did you buy that? On the way home. Su Qingyi smiled and unscrewed the cap of the baijiu. He flipped the cap over to take a look, and as expected, it said, "Thank you for your patronage." Originally, he had prepared it so that if Chen Jinji couldn't make it back for some reason, he would drink alone and go straight to sleep afterward. Chen Jinji absolutely hated drinking for many reasons. The biggest reason was that Chen Wendi would go crazy whenever he drank. In addition, when that previous management company was trying to pimp her out, they also used a drinking party as an excuse. Although she had promptly thrown that glass of red wine, glass and all, into that person's face. But thinking about it now still made her feel disgusted. However, looking at the firelight in front of her, Chen Jinji suddenly felt that alcohol wasn't so terrifying anymore. Outside, the cold wind was biting and the snow was falling heavily. But inside, there was green ant new brewed wine and a small red clay stove. The two of them sat very close, wrapped in the same scarf. It was exactly as the poem said, "Snow is coming in the evening, care for a cup of wine." Su Qingyi thought Chen Jinji probably couldn't drink, so he deliberately wobbled the bottle in front of her eyes. Childish. Chen Jinji leaned on his shoulder, took the bottle cap, and signaled that he could pour a little. Just a tiny taste. You got it. Su Qingyi tilted the bottle and really only poured enough to cover the bottom of the cap. His technique was like doing a chemistry experiment, with the bottle mouth pressed close to the cap. Because he wanted the effect of falling asleep immediately, the alcohol content of this bottle was very high. For someone like Chen Jinji, who usually didn't touch a drop of alcohol, it would certainly be hard to swallow. So Su Qingyi was very merciful. Chen Jinji picked up the cap, looked it over, tilted her head back, and downed it in one go. Heh. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow. A true heroine with a great capacity for wine. Cough, cough. Chen Jinji was soon choking and coughing repeatedly. It tasted terrible. It was spicy and harsh, feeling as if there were a fire burning in her throat. Su Qingyi let out a laugh and reached out to gently pat her back to help her catch her breath. Why drink so fast? You have to take baijiu slowly. Okay. Chen Jinji steadied her breathing and handed the cap over again. Good heavens, she was getting into the spirit of it. Su Qingyi didn't stop her and formally filled a cap for her. Take smaller sips. He reminded her again. Chen Jinji nodded and took a tiny sip. It didn't seem as harsh this time, but it still tasted bad, like the sorghum wine mash she had smelled as a child. Watching Chen Jinji take sip after sip, Su Qingyi was somewhat shocked by her adaptability. Usually, people who can't drink would flee immediately after tasting such a high-proof spirit. She really is an all-rounder ACE, Su Qingyi couldn't help but think. However, after only 10 minutes, he began to regret his decision to let Chen Jinji drink. Hot. That's because you're sitting by the fire. Su Qingyi helplessly rewrapped the scarf that Chen Jinji had tossed aside. The firelight made her face flush slightly, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were hazy. She was clearly no longer sober. Don't want the fire. You'll catch a cold then. Su Qingyi tried to think of something for her to do to distract her. We didn't get to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Can the big star sing a song for me? Chen Jinji gave an and without looking up, she leaned into his embrace and softly began to sing. I have a story of love, to sing for all you gentlemen to hear. Qinhuai Scenery, a very famous Jiangnan Pingtan piece. Su Qingyi had heard it before. But he had never expected that Chen Jinji would even know how to sing this. The Qinhuai River flows slowly, from the time of Penghu until now. The beautiful scenery of Jiangnan, the elegant romance of Jinling. Inside Jianyuan Garden, the halls are wide and the buildings are deep. Bailuzu's waters ripple, a paradise beyond the world. The melody was graceful and elegant, as gentle as water. With a beautiful woman in his arms and the soft Wu accents in his ears. It could be considered a rare and wonderful moment in this world. Looking at Chen Jinji, whose eyes were full of emotion, Su Qingyi felt she was just like those kingdom-toppling concubines from legends who had stepped out of a storybook. King Yu of Zhou lighting the beacon fires just to make Bao Si smile, and King Zhou of Shang turning his back on the world for the sake of the disastrous beauty Su Daji, all of it seemed perfectly reasonable at this moment. Look at you, just revolving around Chen Jinji. Stop studying, stop working, stop contacting everyone in your social circle, and give up everything you love to do. Once a person gets involved with Chen Jinji, their life is over, and their future is set. A bunch of internet memes floated through his mind. At the moment her eyelashes fluttered, Su Qingyi reached out and covered her eyes. Don't look. Underneath his palm, her eyelashes brushed against him, bringing a slight itch. Why? No reason. Su Qingyi looked down and saw the slight pout of her lips, and for a moment, he wanted to laugh. The intimate kiss carried the scent of alcohol. The scarf slipped to the ground, and for a long time, no one moved to pick it up. Chen Jinji was clearly even more drunk than she appeared on the surface, she was already dazed and lightheaded. Because of this, her appearance had a rare touch of obedience. Her usual cleverness and calculated thoughts had been successfully eroded by the alcohol, leaving only a childlike innocence and cuteness. Su Qingyi pinched her face and asked on purpose, "Who are you?" "I'm Jinji." "Who is Jinji?" "Your wife." Was this girl drunk, or was he the one who was drunk? Su Qingyi covered his face, taking a long time to process this somewhat premature title. Chen Jinji's eyes were bright, as if she were completely unaware that there was anything wrong with what she had said. He felt like he was being teased. Su Qingyi put away his thoughts of teasing her. As expected, taking advantage of someone's vulnerability wasn't a good thing. He cleared his throat and was about to say something else to change the subject when suddenly, there was a whoosh from outside, like the sound of a rocket taking off. Su Qingyi reacted quickly and covered Chen Jinji's ears. Bang! Crackle, crackle. Midnight had arrived. Punctual fireworks were a privilege only the suburbs could have, and the night was instantly as bright as day. Su Qingyi took Chen Jinji's hand and went to the doorway. The low buildings around them didn't obstruct the brilliant fireworks blooming across the sky at all, everywhere was the best viewing spot. A sleepless night of fiery trees and silver flowers. Chen Jinji tilted her face up and watched intently. Su Qingyi continued to cover her ears. In her world, the sound of the fireworks exploding was muffled, like torpedoes going off underwater. When the fireworks subsided slightly, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Chen Jinji, Happy New Year." Since moments ago, both of their phones had been dinging and clanging in their pockets, receiving many New Year's blessing messages. Su Qingyi gave the first blessing to Chen Jinji, who was right beside him, before taking out his phone. The blessings from Yang Lu and Su Zilong were extremely simple and unadorned. Su Zilong hereby wishes you a happy family, good health, abundant wealth, and good fortune in the new year. May wealth roll in and everything be auspicious. The new year is here, I'm sending you 30 million flowers. Make sure, Qianwan, to be happy, son, make sure to be healthy, heart, and make sure to be blessed, hug. They were obviously mass-sent messages, completely lacking in sincerity. Su Qingyi chose to skip over them. Su Yang's blessing, much like himself, revealed an air of being unreliable, it was a long voice message. Boss Su, Happy New Year. I congratulate you on your wealth, I congratulate you on your brilliance, let the best things come, let the bad things leave, one can't have too much courtesy, it sounded terrible. If it weren't for the fact that this song was so common, probably no one in the world would be able to understand what he was singing. Miss Chu's message was a video. From the cover, it was clear that it was filmed in front of a floor-to-ceiling window in some skyscraper. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and chose to open it on mute. It turned out to be that landmark building in the Magic City. The LED body of the tall building showed a flickering and changing countdown in Arabic numerals. 10, 9, 8, the camera panned, sweeping over the dense crowd below. Just like on New Year's Eve, many people had come to participate in the countdown ceremony. And this angle from Miss Chu's prime viewing spot was, of course, a rare opportunity. 3, 2, 1, the suburbs had real fireworks, and the city center also had electronic fireworks to create an atmosphere. The words on the building changed to Happy New Year, and the subsequent dazzling light show was so bright that Miss Chu's camera even tilted. Even with the sound off, Su Qingyi could imagine that her side must be filled with deafening cries of Happy New Year. At that moment, the video suddenly flipped. Su Qingyi inconspicuously raised his phone higher to avoid being seen by Chen Jinji beside him. Chu Qingmian switched to the front camera. The moment her face appeared on the screen, Su Qingyi felt as if the light had brightened. The young lady was all smiles, her hands forming a heart in front of her chest. Her mouth movements were easy to read. Su Qingyi, Happy New Year. In an instant, he suddenly understood what it meant for a sweet girl to save the world. He Wu Fei's New Year's blessing was very simple, a single Happy New Year plus a photo of him raising a wine glass. For this guy, the sense of ritual for the new year was probably just adding an extra egg to his instant noodles. Lin Jiwan actually managed to find time to send a text message while at Yang Lu's gathering, while Lin Tong clearly hadn't found the time. Happy New Year, may you be safe year after year. Zhou Lian's New Year's blessing arrived with very little sincerity at 002, and it was even a shortened version. HNY. Come to think of it, typing out a complete blessing on time would probably make him so embarrassed he'd want to run into a wall. By the time Su Qingyi had cleared all the red notification dots for the unread messages, a new round of fireworks began to ascend. Compared to the previous round, these fireworks clearly prioritized aesthetic beauty over sheer noise. 1,000 petals of red clouds glow brightly, 100 branches of crimson lights shine brilliantly. Su Qingyi's sleeve was suddenly pulled gently. He looked down. Chen Jinji's pupils reflected the sky full of fireworks, shimmering and magnificent. She blinked. Su Qingyi thought she was going to say something and cooperated by leaning down slightly. Instead, she pulled out a red envelope from somewhere. New Year's. Money? Su Qingyi was taken aback. Through the thin red paper, Chen Jinji left a kiss. Under the moon and the misty night, her smile was gentle. Happy New Year. 346, Chapter 341. The prospective daughter-in-law is going home to pay New Year's visits. The first day of the Lunar New Year. When Su Qingyi woke up, it was 7 in the morning. This time, the kids in the alley were very quiet, no one was setting off firecrackers. It seemed the red envelopes he had distributed had been effective. He woke up so early simply because he had things on his mind. The warm yellow light in the bathroom was on, but the sound of water was barely audible. Chen Jinji was likely afraid of disturbing him. Suddenly, Su Qingyi's not yet fully awake brain thought of a question. Isn't it said that you're not supposed to bathe on the first day of the Lunar New Year? Unsure if he remembered correctly, Su Qingyi got up to check his phone. The bathroom door opened at that moment, and Chen Jinji walked out wrapped in a bathrobe, water still dripping from her wet hair. You're awake. Su Qingyi nodded. Did I wake you? Chen Jinji walked over and tucked in the corner of the quilt he had lifted. No. Su Qingyi denied it. Why are you showering so early in the morning? He showed her the Baidu search interface on his phone. I felt like I smelled a bit like alcohol. Chen Jinji tucked her stray bangs behind her ear. Su Qingyi sniffed the air, but only smelled the same body wash scent on Chen Jinji as his own. After returning last night, seeing Chen Jinji's dazed state, he had helped her with a simple wash-up before letting her sleep first. By the time he finished his own shower and returned, Chen Jinji had woken up again at some point, clutching the corner of the quilt with her eyes open, lost in thought. When Su Qingyi asked her, she didn't speak, only burrowing deeper into his arms. People really do get strange after getting drunk, Su Qingyi thought, but then he realized another problem. It was well past midnight then, so he had technically showered on the first day of the Lunar New Year as well. Chen Jinji looked at the words on the screen and read them out slowly. Can you shower on the first day of the Lunar New Year? It is not advisable to shower on the first day of the Lunar New Year, nor should you wash your hair, sweep the floor, take out the trash, splash water, or do laundry. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Su Qingyi asked somewhat nervously. Wealth will be lost and leaked out. Chen Jinji said with a smile. Pa, I thought it was something serious. Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand dismissively. If you've showered, you've showered. How generous of you, Boss Su. Chen Jinji acted like a straight man in a crosstalk comedy duo. Let's see what else there is, just as a precaution. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and said, trying to cover his tracks, mainly as a precaution for you. You've already committed one violation. Is that so? The corners of Chen Jinji's mouth curled up. Teacher Su, what time was it when we got back last night? Exposed instantly, Su Qingyi laughed and leaned forward, pinching her soft, fair cheek. You remember so clearly, were you even drunk last night? Chen Jinji knew what he was going to do the moment he reached out, and she knew what it would lead to, but she didn't stop him. I was truly drunk, but only drunk, not in a coma. Su Qingyi thought about it and realized she had a point. When he withdrew his fingers, a red mark immediately appeared on Chen Jinji's fair skin. Su Qingyi was startled. He didn't think he had used much force. Because he usually pinched Miss Chu like this. If it hurt, that girl would definitely bare her teeth and protest. It just looks scary, it doesn't hurt. Chen Jinji shook her head. She didn't understand her own constitution either. But she had discovered it as a child and put it to good use, to ask for leave from teachers. The operation was simple: scratch a few red marks on her arm and wait for them to look gruesome and terrifying. Then she could go to the office, pretend to be scared, and tell the teacher she was having an allergic reaction and needed to go home for medicine. Teachers would almost always grant leave in such a situation. Then Chen Jinji would get an afternoon to deal with the trouble her mother had caused. Although Su Qingyi had been informed about her special constitution long ago, he was still uneasy until the red marks on her face almost disappeared. If he had time in the future, should he consult a doctor about it? Alright, let me blow dry your hair for you. In the dead of winter, letting it air dry would easily lead to a cold. Su Qingyi brought the hair dryer over, displaying one of the few gentle and patient moments in his life. Chen Jinji stood before the bathroom mirror. Their height difference was very comfortable. There was no need for one to stand on tiptoe or the other to bend down to accommodate. It felt as if they were naturally meant to stand together like this. The black hair beneath his fingertips was soft and smooth, like silk, like a work of art. Chen Jinji truly lived up to being a self-disciplined female star. She made sure every strand of her hair was perfect. However, it might not just be talent. While thinking this, Su Qingyi lowered his head and asked in her ear, "Is it too hot?" "The temperature is just right." Chen Jinji quickly shook her head. Though she said so, Su Qingyi was somewhat skeptical. He felt that even if it were too hot, she would just endure it. So, the inquisitive Su Qingyi turned the dryer toward his own face and gave it a blow. "Good grief, it's so hot." Chen Jinji was amused by his actions, covering her face and laughing happily. Su Qingyi turned off the hair dryer, put his hands around her waist, and lifted her onto the sink counter. He looked up at her in an interrogative posture. "Why didn't you say it was so hot?" "I didn't think it was hot." Chen Jinji looked down, her smile gentle and graceful. After a moment, she reached out to tidy Su Qingyi's bangs, which had just been blown messy, her fingertips moving gently. As their eyes met, there was a sense of peaceful beauty, a moment of fleeting brilliance. Looking at her, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered that unexpected, "your wife," from last night and couldn't help but ask, "Do you remember what you said last night?" "What did I say?" Chen Jinji patiently styled his hair into a look currently popular among male celebrities. Su Qingyi was indeed handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes. Most importantly, he had a cynical yet casual aura that was hard to find in those greasy, ambitious male stars. Looking at his long, straight eyelashes, Chen Jinji thought that her liking for him had nothing to do with looks. At most, it was just the icing on the cake. But seeing such a handsome oriental face was still very pleasing to the eye. Seeing her indifferent expression, Su Qingyi guessed she had likely forgotten. True, it was just mindless drunk talk, it was normal to forget, and strange to remember. So Su Qingyi asked blatantly, "Who is Chen Jinji?" "Your wife." Chen Jinji's eyes curved into crescents, carrying a successful mischievous smile. This time it wasn't a vague answer like last night, but one given in a sober state, her tone even carrying a hint of certainty. Though it still felt like she was teasing him. Su Qingyi instantly felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. This description was very accurate. Because the feeling right now was like he was at an archery range, drawing the bowstring, the arrow left the string, cutting through the air at 200 meters per second, and after a dull thud, it hit the bullseye steadily. How did he get played again? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, one must avoid speaking carelessly. Su Qingyi calmed his heart, then looked up and spoke with feigned seriousness. "I'm not speaking carelessly." Chen Jinji lowered her head slightly and pecked his upturned chin. "When it comes to marriage, my impression is very bad. To describe it, it's like a dark cage, a gloomy and damp corner, with countless lies and violence after emotional outbursts." Her eyelashes drooped, and her tone was calm as she spoke those descriptions. Su Qingyi naturally knew why. This was what her parents had taught her, this was what marriage was like. And in Su Qingyi's eyes, the description of marriage was about the same. A beautiful beginning with a bitter end, feelings gradually rusting, day after day of arguments, and irreconcilable conflicts. Just as Su Qingyi was reflecting on whether his joke was a bit too inappropriate, Chen Jinji suddenly smiled gently again. But, if getting married is replaced with marrying Su Qingyi, then it can be described as warm, passionate, and safe. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned, successfully touched by the word safe. Yes, for someone like Chen Jinji, safe should be the highest level of description. Because letting down her guard and taking off her mask was almost impossible for her. Chen Jinji's eyes were shimmering now, looking as elusive as usual, but her tone was rare in its seriousness. Whether it's a pull tab from a soda can or a ring folded from a 1 yuan bill, Teacher Su, you have to have some kind of ring, right? Her tone was quite intimidating. Su Qingyi almost immediately wanted to nod and apologize, saying, yes, it's my oversight, I'll go get one right away. It took a moment to realize they were just chatting, and they hadn't even reached the proposal stage. Su Qingyi coughed, determined to win back a point, so he looked up and asked her, well said. Then today, you have one more procedure to go through. What procedure? Chen Jinji raised an eyebrow slightly. Her 1,000-year-old fox instinct told her something was wrong. It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. As the future daughter-in-law, shouldn't you come home with me for New Year greetings? Chen Jinji thought of the last unexpected meeting the parents incident and immediately wanted to refuse. I have to go back to the company later. Your flight is at 11:30, there's time. I'll take you to the airport in a bit. I'm a bit hungry. My mom will make breakfast. Seeing that struggle was futile, Chen Jinji could only sigh softly. I'm nervous. Don't be nervous, I'm with you. Su Qingyi laughed and kissed her forehead. This plan was actually a spur-of-the-moment idea. To refuse the invitation to spend New Year's Eve at his parents' house, Su Qingyi had promised to go give them New Year greetings. But he had requirements for this. Mainly, no one else could be present, he was only going to give the two of them greetings. Meaning, please clear out any miscellaneous people in advance. Su Zilong and Yang Lu naturally expressed their understanding. It was good enough that their son was willing to come. Even if he requested an 8-man litter to pick him up, the two of them would have arranged it, let alone such a simple request. Thinking carefully, they couldn't even remember the last time they spent New Year with Su Qingyi. One thing led to another, and Su Qingyi truly decided to take Chen Jinji to Yang Lu's house. They had met last time, anyway. So despite Chen Jinji's many concerns, Su Qingyi still wrapped her up tightly and took her out the door. Chen Jinji wore a bear-shaped hooded scarf, showing only her eyes. Su Qingyi walked a few steps and still felt she was a bit too recognizable, so he pulled a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and framed them on her face. Chen Jinji had a small face, and this ordinary pair of sunglasses almost covered half of it. Alright, let's go. Su Qingyi was satisfied. He tucked her hand into his coat pocket and hailed a taxi. When Chen Jinji said she was nervous, it wasn't an excuse. She was truly very nervous. She had always been quite confident in interpersonal relationships. Because most people were too easy to understand. People's desires and cravings were written on their faces, as long as she gave them a little push, she would receive grateful and appreciative returns. So she handled any relationship with ease, staying out of trouble while always receiving perfect evaluations from others. But this was different. Once again, she felt the shadow her broken original family had cast on her. It turned out it wasn't that easy to shake off. Su Qingyi naturally noticed the nervousness of the person beside him. Since they were in a taxi, he didn't speak, only soothingly rubbing her fingers. He didn't yet understand where the deeper part of Chen Jinji's current emotions came from, thinking it was just shyness. The wedding candles were extinguished last night, waiting for dawn to greet the in-laws in the hall. After finishing her makeup, she softly asks her husband if her eyebrows are drawn in the current fashion. Su Qingyi recited the poem in his mind and couldn't help but sigh, the ancients truly did not deceive me. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of Yang Lu's residential complex that Chen Jinji suddenly reacted as if she'd been struck by lightning. Are we going for New Year greetings empty-handed? Ah, I forgot. Su Qingyi stopped, realizing late, but then shrugged indifferently. It's fine. It's family, anyway, no need for those formalities. Before he could finish, he wisely shut his mouth. This was because Chen Jinji had already shot him a sharp look, even through the sunglasses. Su Qingyi felt like he'd been severely cut. But this is a traditional New Year custom. As good youths of the new era, we must of course inherit the fine traditions of the Chinese nation. In that case, let's go through the motions a bit. Su Qingyi quickly changed his tune. The two of them turned back. Fortunately, there was a shopping mall right at the entrance of the complex. Yang Lu must have considered this when she bought the house. The way the big star Chen Jinji shopped was almost like she was shooting a cover for some fashion business magazine. Su Qingyi walked beside her with his hands in his pockets, occasionally checking to see if there were any paparazzi lying in wait. The tradition for New Year greetings should be to buy things like cigarettes, alcohol, or tea, but Su Qingyi said he was only giving greetings to Yang Lu, so buying things she needed would be enough. Only after hearing this did Chen Jinji finally put down the 2 bottles of mutai she was holding. Instead, she went to the luxury goods counter on the first floor. Su Qingyi couldn't talk her out of it, so he had to let her be. Anyway, the big star Chen Jinji didn't lack this bit of money now. Virtual was still hanging at number 1 on the song trending list. Chen Jinji picked out jewelry and then went to buy several sets of cosmetics and skincare products. Su Qingyi saw that she looked like she was ready to clear out the counter and had to speak up to stop her again. Alright, big star. Is it possible you're just giving New Year greetings, not preparing a dowry? He raised his arms to show that he couldn't hang any more on them. Only then did Chen Jinji stop. Carrying the items, the 2 of them returned to the complex. Knowing that Su Qingyi was coming for New Year greetings today, Yang Lu had opened her front door wide early on, waiting expectantly. To show her sincerity, she had even personally gone into the kitchen to wrap dumplings. Although the filling was mixed by Lin Jiwan and the wrappers were rolled by Lin Jiwan, the step of putting the filling into the wrapper and pinching it shut was, after all, completed by her own hands. The shape of the dumplings turned out a bit like buns, but it wasn't a big deal. Yang Lu comforted herself, isn't eating just eating, no matter the shape. At that moment, the elevator door opened with a ding. She patted the flour off her hands and rushed to the door to welcome them. Xiao Yi, you're finally here. Mom's dumplings are ready to be boiled. Su Qingyi, who stepped out of the elevator first, nodded and stepped slightly to the side. Considering politeness, Chen Jinji had removed her disguise during the elevator ride up. The way she stepped out of the elevator now seemed to Yang Lu like she had stepped right off a movie screen. How should she put it? There was a sense of unreal beauty that seemed to tear through dimensions. Chen Jinji, carrying things in both hands, took a slightly nervous breath before flashing her a smile. Auntie, I wish you a happy new year. 347, Chapter 342. Even New Year's greetings require some deceptive tactics. Chapter 342, New Year greetings need some slick moves too. Yang Lu froze for 3 seconds, spatula still held aloft. Just as Su Qingyi was about to count to the 4th second in his head, she finally snapped out of it, slapped her own cheeks, and raised her voice to the absolute limit of human hearing. Note, at this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. To read Taiwan novels, visit anytime. Oh my goodness. Jinji. Come in quickly. Yang Lu tried to rush out in her slippers to pull her in, but then realized her hands were still covered in flour. She looked around and instinctively wiped them off on Su Qingyi's black overcoat. Su Qingyi. Is it possible that this overcoat of his was actually quite expensive? Come in. Please, come in. Honestly, little E, why didn't you say a word about bringing Jinji over? Mom hasn't prepared anything. After ushering the 2 into the house, Yang Lu suddenly felt that her home, which usually looked fine, was wrong in every way. This potted flower looks like it's dying. Why is the Fu character sticker crooked? Oh dear, the sunflower seed shells on the table haven't been cleared yet. The most infuriating thing was that bowl of objects suspected to be dumplings. How was she supposed to serve those to Chen Jinji? Guessing what Yang Lu was thinking, Su Qingyi said nonchalantly, it's fine. Sister Lin prepared the filling and the skins. No matter how bad they taste, they can't be that bad. At most, they're just a bit ugly. Yang Lu glared at him and irritably tossed the spatula back into the pot. We're not eating this. Let's go. Jinji, dear, Auntie will take you out to eat. It's alright, Auntie. Let's just eat the dumplings you made. I love dumplings. Chen Jinji gave a faint smile and handed her the bags in her hand. Auntie, I came in such a hurry this time that I really didn't know what to prepare. Please see if you like these. Only then did Yang Lu notice the bags the 2 of them were carrying, and she slapped her thigh. Why did you bring so many things? You're being too polite. Don't do this next time. During the new year, elders should be giving children lucky money instead. The jewelry Chen Jinji had chosen was a gold necklace shaped like a willow branch. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the veins on every leaf were exceptionally clear. When I set out, the willows were fresh and green. Auntie, as soon as I saw this jewelry, I felt it would suit you perfectly. It's very beautiful. Yang Lu's eyes crinkled into slits as she smiled. Clearly, this gift was very much to her liking. She had received quite a bit of gold jewelry before, but it was always the usual gold rings or gold beads. This was the first time she had received something with such poetic meaning. Chen Jinji then took out the other cosmetics she had bought and explained them one by one. Auntie, you have fair skin, so I chose this lipstick shade. When you're too lazy to do a full face of makeup, just a swipe of this will brighten your complexion. And this hydrating toner is one I use myself, it's scentless and works quite well. Yang Lu nodded repeatedly, listening very intently. Meanwhile, Su Chingy felt like he was listening to a foreign language, he didn't understand a single word. This situation rarely occurred in his life, considering he was someone who could discuss biochemistry and astrophysics with clarity. He walked over to the coffee table and started peeling a mandarin orange for himself. By the time Chen Jinji finally finished introducing the gifts and was urged by Yang Lu to sit on the sofa, she saw a row of orange segments, meticulously stripped of their pith, laid out neatly on a clean tissue. "Are you practicing anatomy?" Chen Jinji couldn't help but ask. Su Qingyi chuckled and fed an orange segment to her lips. "Since I was a kid, I never liked eating the white pith in oranges, I felt it was bitter. I only found out later that it can actually be used as medicine. It's bitter in taste, neutral in nature, and acts on the lung and spleen meridians. It has the effects of clearing the meridians, relieving coughs, and resolving phlegm." Yang Lu walked out carrying a vinegar dish and small bowls, and couldn't help but chime in with a complaint. "Oh, Jinji, you have no idea how difficult this fellow was to raise when he was little. He'd eat fish but not the skin, eat cabbage but not the stems, eat eggs but not the yolks. But fortunately, he didn't want others to help him. He'd just pull up a small stool and sit there picking through it slowly himself. Look at how he's treated that mandarin orange. If he asked me to do that for him, I'd be driven to death by frustration." Chen Jinji listened to these childhood anecdotes very seriously, her eyes curving into crescents. From time to time, she gave responses like, "Oh, is that so?" or "I really didn't expect that," which only served to fuel the speaker's desire to share. Seeing that Yang Lu was about to start peeling sunflower seeds and settle in for a long chat, Su Qingyi quickly spoke up to stop her. "Mom, watch those dumplings of yours. Don't let them boil apart. They weren't wrapped very well to begin with." Su Qingyi swallowed that last sentence back down. However, it was effective. To maintain her image in front of her prospective daughter-in-law, Yang Lu indeed scurried back to the kitchen nervously. When the dumplings were served, their appearance was actually much better than Su Qingyi had imagined. At least it wasn't a pot of dough skin and meat-filling soup. Instead, they were proper objects shaped like dumplings floating in the broth. Worried that Chen Jinji might prefer stronger flavors, Yang Lu specifically scooped out a bowl of chili oil and placed it to the side. After all the bustling, the three finally sat down and began to eat breakfast. Su Qingyi used a spoon to scoop up a dumpling and examined it. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a rather thick-skinned wonton. He took a bite, and suddenly forgave its appearance. Perhaps this is what they call, a ragged exterior hiding a heart of gold. The meat filling was delicious, containing whole shrimp, the thickness of the skin was just right, being both supple and chewy. As expected of Sister Lin's handiwork. While Su Qingyi marveled, he poured some chili oil and vinegar into his bowl. With the addition of these two condiments, the appearance looked much better too. The first dumpling meal of the year was a very good experience. Chen Jinji's feelings were similar to Su Qingyi's, though she was a bit more shocked because she wasn't familiar with Sister Lin's skills. So she hadn't expected that something in this world could taste so good despite looking so unappetizing. She had already prepared herself mentally to force it down even if it tasted bad, but it turned out to be much easier than she had imagined. "After we finish eating, Auntie will take you for a massage, okay? Oh, it's so comfortable. You must get sore from practicing your dancing so hard, right? A massage will make you feel much better." Yang Lu was already planning her private itinerary. With Chen Jinji, completely forgetting about her own son. Su Qingyi finished the dumplings in his bowl and glanced sideways at Chen Jinji, just in time to catch her pleading gaze. Su Qingyi instantly read the meaning behind it. "I can't eat anymore, I really can't eat another bite." It was actually quite funny. There's a kind of love called, your mother thinks you're hungry. The amount of dumplings in Chen Jinji's bowl was normally about 2 days' worth of food for her. But she had already tried very hard and eaten more than half the bowl. Su Qingyi chuckled, leaned over to shield her, and replied as if nothing was wrong, "No can do. She has a flight back to Shanghai in a bit. She has things to do tonight." "Ah. It's only the beginning of the year, and she's already this busy." Yang Lu's expression was full of regret, but she soon came to terms with it. She's a big star, how could she be as free as an ordinary person? Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, missing this one time didn't matter. While Yang Lu was comforting herself, there was a rustling behind Su Qingyi's back, the two had already swapped bowls. After his back was poked twice, knowing it was the signal that the mission was accomplished, Su Qingyi slowly sat upright again. "I'll be taking her to the airport right after giving you my New Year greetings." He scooped up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Chen Jinji was meticulous. Before the swap, she had even added chili oil to her own bowl in advance. Now that you mention it. Little E, did you get your driver's license? Yang Lu suddenly remembered this. I got it. Su Qingyi nodded. After all, with the experience from his previous life, getting a driver's license was a piece of cake. Then don't take a taxi later. It's too dangerous. What if you run into someone with sharp eyes and she gets recognized? You drive Mom's car to take her there. Yang Lu stood up, took the keys from her bag, and pressed them into his hand. I'm not driving that car of yours. Su Qingyi stuffed the keys back into her bag. Is it appropriate for a 1.8-meter tall man to drive a Mini Cooper? Little E, let me tell you, you have to take this seriously. For an idol like Jinji, nothing else matters as much as avoiding the biggest scandal, exposure of a relationship. You know who Mom's idol is, right? Yang Lu's tone was serious and full of conviction. Many of her idols instantly flashed through Su Qingyi's mind. Andy Lau, Tony Leung, Leon Lai, Jackie Chung, Aaron Kwok, excuse me, which one are you talking about? But Chen Jinji, who had been listening from the side for a while, suddenly spoke up, does Auntie like Takuya Kimura? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, back then he was a true top star. I don't know what he was thinking, actually announcing his relationship, no, his marriage, at a concert. After that, both his and the woman's careers suffered a devastating blow. It was truly self-sabotage, TSK. Yang Lu was evaluating it from a fan's perspective, so naturally, she felt Takuya Kimura's actions were impulsive and brainless. But in the eyes of a pure bystander like Su Qingyi, his actions seemed quite manly. Chen Jinji lowered her eyes and listened, her smile appearing somewhat inscrutable. Su Qingyi poked her cheek and proactively stood up to clear the bowls from the table. Seeing this, Chen Jinji immediately tried to help, but was stopped by Yang Lu, who brought over a plate of cherries and told her to sit on the sofa and eat. According to etiquette, this was how it should be. How could one let their girlfriend do chores when bringing her home for the first time? Just as Su Qingyi put the pots and pans into the sink and before he could adjust the hot water, Yang Lu sneakily slipped into the kitchen. Xiao Yi. Su Qingyi tested the water temperature and glanced at her sideways. Yang Lu was wearing loungewear, but for some reason, she was carrying a small Gucci bag, which looked very awkward. Quite the fashionista. Su Qingyi replied casually. What are you saying? Yang Lu took a red envelope out of her bag and then began to count banknotes. Since you two came for New Year's greetings, I definitely have to give red envelopes. You must tell Jinji to accept it, it's the custom. Su Qingyi turned up the faucet slightly. With the splashing sound, people outside definitely wouldn't be able to hear the conversation in the kitchen. Just give it to her. I don't need money. New Year's money is New Year's money, it's different. But I have to pack a bigger one for our Jinji. At the thought of Chen Jinji being her son's girlfriend, the corners of Yang Lu's mouth stretched into a wide grin. No, I have to restrain myself. Yang Lu tried hard to keep a straight face. I just had a beauty treatment to remove eye wrinkles the day before yesterday, I can't let it go to waste. However, she broke character again the next second. Su Qingyi rolled up his sleeves, and the dish soap created a sink full of bubbles. Mom, you must keep the matter between Chen Jinji and me a secret. Don't mention it to anyone, including Dad. You know the consequences of idols dating. The public opinion in the entertainment industry now might be even scarier than back then. It hasn't been easy for Jinji to get this far. The reason I told you first is that I trust you, and also because I need my family's support. He rarely spoke so much at once, and with his serious and firm tone, there was no way Yang Lu would disagree. She was even somewhat moved because of the trust and support he mentioned. Xiao Yi, don't you worry. Mom understands. I definitely won't cause trouble for you too. As long as you both are doing well, Mom will be at peace. Su Qingyi nodded, rinsed the foam off the bottom of a bowl, and stacked them one by one. As for the reason for keeping it a secret, well, there was definitely more than just that layer. But for now, mentioning that layer was enough. When the two came out of the kitchen, Chen Jinji was sitting quietly on the sofa. Yang Lu had told her to eat cherries, so she had eaten one symbolically. Seeing the two walk out, she quickly stood up again. She's really nervous, Su Qingyi thought. The 1,000-year-old fox spirit was about to regress into an unevolved, timid, and cautious little fox. If they stayed a bit longer, she would probably suffer a system overload and shut down. Then we'll be leaving now. We have a flight to catch in a bit. So Su Qingyi simply tilted his chin to signal. All right. Come here, Jinji. Yang Lu took out the red envelope she had just prepared and handed it to her. A small token from your auntie, you must accept it. Chen Jinji hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No need, auntie, really no need. Su Qingyi watched the scene with interest, his hands tucked in his pockets. The annual red envelope drama had begun. He didn't expect Chen Jinji to be unable to escape this ritual either. Auntie, you shouldn't. Opens pocket.jpg, Jinji, listen to auntie. This is the custom here in Tangan. When bringing a partner home for the first time, it's only right to give a red envelope. It's not much money, just a small token. You must accept it, it's for passing on good fortune. Seeing Chen Jinji's firm attitude, Yang Lu had to resort to gentle persuasion while constantly winking at Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi had to stop his spectator stance and nodded, saying, that's how it is. Just take it. Chen Jinji really couldn't hold out any longer and had to accept it. With the red envelope in hand, the two went downstairs to the underground garage. Yang Lu insisted that always taking taxis would definitely lead to being recognized, so she ordered Su Qingyi to drive Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi adjusted the seat for a long time but still felt uncomfortable all over. Oh, just make do this time. Mom will take you to look at cars another day. Yang Lu said with a beaming smile as she leaned against the car window. That actually made some sense. Su Qingyi thought he indeed needed to get a car for daily commuting. He actually already had a car under his name, but he couldn't drive it out. The extremely flashy Bugatti Veyron gifted by Miss Chu, if he dared to drive it out to show off today, the gossip-hungry public would dig up his identity and post it on the local forums tomorrow. Yang Lu was originally a bit worried about Su Qingyi's skills since he had just gotten his driver's license, but his reversing posture was very practiced, looking like an experienced driver, so she felt relieved. Not bad, Xiao Yi. Goodbye, auntie. Chen Jinji leaned out of the car window and waved. Yang Lu immediately and sneakily pushed her back in. Be careful, Jinji, watch out for the paparazzi. Auntie, I'm not that famous yet. Chen Jinji lowered her head and chuckled. Oh, you're too modest. You have no idea how much we'll talk next time, or we'll miss the flight. Su Qingyi checked his watch and directly closed the car window. As the vehicle moved forward, Chen Jinji gave him a reproachful look. Auntie hadn't finished talking yet. By the time she finishes, your plane would have already reached Shanghai. Su Qingyi steered the wheel with one hand and replied nonchalantly. Can you think of a way to return Auntie's red envelope to her? Chen Jinji felt the heavy weight in her hand and sighed softly. If you return it to her, she'll probably think you have a problem with her. Su Qingyi shook his head. The red envelope Yang Lu gave him was 2,000 yuan, but the one for Chen Jinji was 18,888. This was almost the highest standard for a first meeting gift. It was normal for Chen Jinji to feel the gift was a bit too heavy. Yang Lu liked this prospective daughter-in-law too much, so she inevitably overdid it a bit. Has teacher Su talked to auntie about my family matters? Chen Jinji lowered her head, her fingers twirling the tasseled edge of her scarf. There was a red light ahead. Su Qingyi stopped the car and turned to look at her. We haven't talked about it. Good. It won't have any impact. Chen Jinji replied. Su Qingyi loosened his seatbelt and leaned over to kiss her. Don't overthink things. Chen Jinji sensed him approaching and lifted her face to cooperate. 3 seconds until the green light. She said indistinctly. Seeing that this person still had no intention of stopping, she had to hold his shoulders and push him away. Su Qingyi returned to his position, started the car as if nothing had happened, then looked in the rearview mirror and wiped the lipstick from the corner of his mouth. For the rest of the drive, the two didn't mention meeting the parents again, but instead chatted casually about other topics based on their mood. What color car to buy, whether to try a long straight black hair look for the new stage after the new year, and most importantly, what date to set for the next meeting. The scenery outside the car changed, while the car speakers played Teresa Teng, whom Yang Lu liked to listen to. To the ends of the earth, seeking a soulmate, the little sister sings while the lad plays the lute. Lad, the two of us are of one heart. Chen Jinji softly hummed along to the song, The Wandering Songstress, and the atmosphere was relaxed and beautiful. Su Qingyi thought that even including his past life, Chen Jinji seemed to be the first girl to sit in his passenger seat. For the first time in his life, he couldn't help but have the thought of wanting this journey to be a bit longer. Unfortunately, the more he thought so, the more relativity played its part, and the speed of arriving at the destination seemed even faster. I'm going now. Chen Jinji unbuckled her seatbelt and opened her arms. Su Qingyi reached out to embrace her, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Chen Jinji stroked the back of his head, a gentle movement like comforting a puppy. Remember to miss me. Watching Chen Jinji's departing figure, Su Qingyi closed the car window. After a while, he took out his phone and dialed. Hello. Happy gongs and drums beat out the annual joy, beautiful dances bring daily jubilation, It's Su Qingyi, what's up? Su Qingyi listened to Chu Qingmian's cheerful singing on the other end of the phone and asked, are you free this afternoon? 348, Chapter 343. A delicate balance. When she received this call from Su Qingyi, Chu Qingmian was at home singing karaoke. Taiwan Novel Network provides a solution for book shortages. twcan.com is super convenient. Yes, she had a private dance hall in her home. The sound system and screens were of the highest standards, but normally, this equipment just gathered dust. Today, while Chu Qingmian was chasing furry around the house, she happened to remember its existence and decided to come and dust it off. Singing KTV alone is quite boring, so she called upon the household cleaning ladies to join in. Strangely, the ladies, who usually humored her various odd requests, were unwilling to sing with her this time no matter what she said. So Miss Chu had to enjoy herself alone, clutching the microphone. If you don't love me, then give me back my heart. You traded youth for love. What do I have left? Tell me exactly why. It's all my fault. We thought love was too beautiful, but reality is too tempting. The Wuming Mountains connect to mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over the Shangshui shoals. Can anyone tell me? Is heaven calling out to you? These were songs the cleaning ladies knew by heart, some were even their phone ringtones. Yet, aside from nodding in approval, clapping, cheering, and waving in support, not one of them dared to make a sound and sing along. Miss Chu was very confused but couldn't guess the reason behind it. The ladies had smiles on their faces, but they were all secretly lingering with fear. Those who voluntarily stayed at the Chu residence during the Spring Festival were all veteran employees who had worked here for many years. The pay and benefits were generous, and there were red envelopes and bonuses during the new year. The big boss, Chu Yuanjiang, was rarely home, and the young miss was well-behaved, sensible, and very easy to talk to. Butler Han, who was in charge of daily affairs, was also very cultured and treated people with kindness. Logically speaking, they didn't need to be so cautious. The reason, then, had to be traced back to a similar incident several years ago. Back then, Chu Qingmian was still small and liked to pester the household ladies to play various house-playing games with her. It just so happened that once, in this very dance hall, Chu Qingmian pulled the ladies in to sing and dance together. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Chu Qingmian even successfully learned a popular square dance hit. At that moment, the madam suddenly returned. On the surface, she just gave a faint smile and said nothing. But as soon as she turned around, she had Butler Han gather the ladies for a meeting. She gave them a sarcastic and indirect lecture, essentially telling them to remember their place. A job as relaxed and high-paying as the one at the Chu residence was hard to find even with a lantern. Most of the people working here bore the heavy burden of supporting a family, their whole families relied on them to eat. So, under Wei Peilan's pressure, the ladies were all so terrified they held their breath, not even daring to breathe loudly. With such a psychological shadow, even after several years had passed, they absolutely did not dare to play around with the young miss anymore. To put it seriously, they didn't even want to enter this dance hall, fearing the madam would walk out from some corner with a smiling face. Fortunately, Chu Qingmian was not the type to oppress others. Since no one would join her, she played by herself. Just as she was singing, "Today is a good day," she received Su Qingyi's call. What? Go to your uncle's house for New Year greetings. Chu Qingmian's shocked voice was transmitted through the microphone to the speakers, and then delivered to everyone present in lossless surround sound quality. Ah! Why didn't you say so earlier? I haven't even changed out of my clothes since I got up. Chu Qingmian dropped the microphone and rushed out in a hurry, leaving the row of ladies staring at each other in bewilderment. After a while, they finally realized, it was a call from that young Master Su, so they quickly chased after her. Miss! Your cloakroom has been moved to the 4th floor. Su Qingyi first returned Yang Lu's car. Otherwise, if he drove her car to give Su Zilong New Year greetings, with Su Zilong's train of thought, he might very well interpret it as a provocation from Yang Lu. He might even drive his Lincoln Navigator over to occupy her parking space as retaliation. He then hailed a taxi to the entrance of the Chu residence. Just as Su Qingyi pulled open the car door, Butler Han, who was waiting at the entrance, came forward to greet him. Young Master Su. Su Qingyi nodded and hopped out of the car. Every time he came to the Chu residence, the attitude of these people gave him the illusion that he really was some wealthy young master. In reality, he was just basking in Miss Chu's reflected glory. I heard from the miss that you are taking her to give New Year greetings. Butler Han's tone held a hint of probing. Su Qingyi understood perfectly, this was a subtle reminder. After all, if one were to count, he hadn't even given New Year greetings to Chu Yuanjiang yet. Not exactly. Su Qingyi shook his head, speaking in a way that left no room for error. If it were to be called New Year greetings, of course, I would have to consider Mr. Chu's side first. But I asked beforehand, and Mr. Chu isn't in Tangon City these few days, so, Su Qingyi glanced sideways at Butler Han with a faint, knowing smile. You can understand it as meeting the parents, or a date. Butler Han was momentarily speechless. Realizing he couldn't out-talk this young master, he could only take a few quick steps to walk ahead and help open the door. Su Qingyi walked into the living room and saw Chu Qingyan leaning over the second-floor railing, waving at him. Su Qingyi, behind her were 2 rows of rolling garment racks packed to the brim. Help me choose what I should wear. Just the third one on the left. Su Qingyi looked up and answered with a serious face. The third one on the left. Oh. It's a duffel coat. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such good taste. Chu Qingyan turned the coat around to display it, becoming more satisfied the more she looked at it. Hee, how did you choose it? I like this one too. Chu Qingyan was all smiles. I just said it randomly. Su Qingyi suppressed a laugh, heartlessly exposing the truth. Butler Han, standing beside him, was also stifling a laugh because he knew that from the angle downstairs, one couldn't possibly see the complicated array of clothes on the rack clearly. I hate you. Chu Qingyan glared at him in annoyance and banished Furry from the second floor to downstairs. Furry, I command you to go and bite his socks until they tear. Furry let out a woof as if saying, understood, and rushed down the stairs aggressively, scrambling as he went. Once he saw clearly that the enemy was the notoriously difficult to deal with little human Su Qingyi, Furry immediately lost his momentum. He rolled over and showed his snowy white belly. This gesture meant, I've already shown my belly, so you can't hit me now. Su Qingyi chuckled and crouched down to ruffle his fluffy head. During this spring festival, this fellow had really grown impressively. Every ounce of meat on him was solid, he was truly a dense little fatty. He felt very warm and sturdy to the touch. Humph, little traitor. Miss Chu, watching the battle from the second floor, stomped her foot. In the end, she still chose the orange duffel coat. It looked very festive and warm. Su Qingyi went upstairs holding Furry and helped her fasten the last button at her collar. She paired it with a milky white pleated skirt and camel-colored short boots. The plush ball decorations behind her swayed back and forth. Standing there, she looked like a little orange-flavored cake. She was truly beautiful and well-behaved. With just this face, she could completely win over 99% of male parents in the world. After all, who could refuse a sweet girl? Su Qingyi pinched her cheek and asked patiently, can we go now? Mississippi. Wait a second. Do you think I should wear a hat? My bangs have grown long, it won't look good if the wind blows them messy in a bit. Chu Qingyan adjusted her appearance in front of the mirror as if she were about to attend a board meeting. It's not that strict. Just be natural. Su Qingyi laughed and casually ruffled the hair on top of her head until it was messy, saving the wind the trouble. Yeah. Chu Qingyan nervously began to comb her hair with her fingers. Let's go. Su Qingyi didn't care and just pulled her along as they headed down. Butler Han deliberately ignored their interlaced fingers and indicated with a kind smile that Uncle Gao was already waiting for them in the underground garage. Su Qingyi, am I pretty today? Pretty. You perfunctory ghost, speak with your conscience. Pretty. Really? The suspicious Chu Qingyan was half doubting, so she turned to ask the others. Auntie Wang, am I pretty today? Auntie Zhang, am I pretty? Butler Han, was I prettier yesterday or today? The household staff were all amused by her and nodded repeatedly, the miss is the prettiest. There is no girl in the world prettier than our Mississippi. Prettier today than yesterday, and prettier tomorrow than today. Butler Han even contributed the standard answer to this fatal question. Su Qingyi walked ahead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Usually, the massive Chu estate was cold and quiet, but now with such a happy pill around, life must be much more relaxed and pleasant. This was Su Qingyi's first time in the Chu family's garage. Although he had long anticipated the level of the Chu family's wealth, seeing this dazzling array of luxury cars in person was still inevitably jaw-dropping. Pick any car in here, and it would be something an ordinary person could struggle their whole life and still never even reach the taillights of. No wonder Miss Chu didn't think there was anything special about getting a Bugatti Veyron as a birthday gift. Perhaps it was because her family's garage already had 7 or 8 of the same model. Did Chu Yuanjiang have some kind of collecting obsession? This level was a bit excessive. He probably rarely got to use these flashy sports cars in his daily life. As a low-profile business tycoon, he was best suited to that black Maybach. The maintenance costs alone for these big toys in the garage must be a significant expenditure. Su Qingyi crossed his arms, finding it a bit hard to understand. But Chu Qingyan was clearly accustomed to this scene. She walked past without a sideways glance, her heart full of joy for the upcoming trip. Uncle Gao stood in front of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far away and waved to them. Fortunately, they chose this one, which wasn't too high-profile. Su Qingyi felt slightly relieved, pulled open the car door, and let Chu Qingyan get in first. Chu Qingyan climbed into the car and immediately grabbed the back of the seat to ask, "Uncle Gao, have you prepared the things?" "Yes, Butler Han had someone arrange it." Uncle Gao nodded while putting on his gloves, pushing up his sunglasses very reliably. Su Qingyi looked back with some confusion and saw several large boxes filling the trunk. They were clearly very expensive white spirits, tea leaves, and the like. "What is this for?" Su Qingyi asked. "New Year greetings. I can't exactly show up empty-handed, can I?" Miss Chu was perfectly righteous. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue. Why were these two like this? It was just a New Year visit, yet the scale of preparing things was almost like preparing a dowry. But, thinking about it, he just let her be. The common New Year goods that could be bought in shopping malls and supermarkets clearly wouldn't meet the Chu family's standards. Chu Qingyan had simply prepared according to the usual specifications for gift-giving, it shouldn't be much. So Su Qingyi thought. Until they got out of the car. Su Qingyi, who had been pestered by Miss Chu to help adjust her makeup, only then realized that several black cars had been following behind them, looking like a motorcade. Dozens of men in black suits lined up to get out of the cars and began unloading goods. Su Qingyi was silent. Uncle Gao directed several people to transport the boxes into the house. It was orderly, like excellent employees on a factory assembly line. Su Zilong, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, clearly hadn't expected such a spectacle and was completely dumbfounded. To be honest, when he saw this group of cold-faced men in black, he thought he had offended some big boss in society and was about to be taken away to be encased in cement. "Happy New Year, Uncle Su," Chu Qingyan, completely out of place with the current atmosphere, skipped out with a beaming smile. Su Zilong instantly felt that today's weather had brightened up considerably. "Oh. It's little Chu. Happy New Year, Happy New Year." Seeing Chu Qingyan's smiling face, Su Zilong only felt his paternal heart burning fiercely, but he still had to ask what needed to be asked. "These are..." I'm here to give you New Year greetings today. These are all New Year gifts. Just a small token of my appreciation, not worth mentioning." Chu Qingyan cupped her hands and bobbed her head, as cute as a little fortune baby on a New Year painting. Su Zilong also nodded solemnly and cupped his hands in imitation of her. Thank you, thank you. These two are actually quite suitable to be father and daughter," Su Qingyi couldn't help but complain in his heart. After the round of pleasantries ended, the assembly line employees finally finished their task and stood in a perfectly straight row, waiting for further instructions. Su Zilong felt uncomfortable being stared at by them and rubbed his hands with a look of difficulty. Chu Qingyan understood and turned around, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Unexpectedly, the men in black bowed in unison and said in one voice, "At the Mrs. Service." "It's not hard for us." For a moment, Chu Qingyan was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl into the ground. Who on earth taught them to speak like that? How humiliating. It must be Dad. All right, you all go back first." Chu Qingyan held her forehead, unable to bear looking at them. After sending off the group of men in black, Su Zilong finally welcomed the two visitors into the house. "Son, you really are something. Why didn't you say anything beforehand about bringing little Chu over? Look at how your old man broke out in a cold sweat from the scare." Su Zilong wiped his forehead and stood with hands on hips, looking at the mountain of gifts piled at the door. "It's the New Year. If you haven't done anything wrong, why fear a ghost knocking at the door?" Su Qingyi ruthlessly shot back a line. Su Zilong paused, decided not to look for trouble with this prickly son, and instead turned to chat with Chu Qingyan next to him with a smile. "Little Chu, are you hungry? Uncle was planning to have a barbecue at home today. Do you like it? If not, we can go out to eat. I love it." Chu Qingyan's words didn't sound like high-EQ social fluff, she seemed to love everything. Compared to Chen Jinji's nervous and restrained appearance at Yang Lu's house, the class monitor was much more at ease. She wasn't shy and spoke up frankly about what she liked to eat. "Uncle, I want a skewer of grilled wings." "Uncle, this bone and meat connected looks so delicious. Su Chingy, do you like rice cakes? If not, help me grill 2 skewers. Looking at the 2 people in front of the barbecue grill who were getting along incredibly harmoniously despite it being their first private interaction, Su Chingy felt more and more that his decision was correct. Introducing Chen Jinji to Yang Lu, and introducing Chu Qingyan to Su Zilong, only then could this delicate balance be maintained. 349, Chapter 344. The hanging heart finally died. Chu Qingyan grew up surrounded by anticipation and love, which was why she developed such a pure and kind personality. To put it simply, she was a bit of a naive sweetheart. Although she had a mother who wasn't quite mentally healthy, fortunately, she hadn't been affected much herself. Aside from her looks, she hadn't inherited much else. But at the same time, the pressure of an entire family was placed upon her. Su Qingyi always felt that expectation was just oppression from a different perspective. Su Zilong's parenting style, on the other hand, focused primarily on spoiling his children. One only had to look at Su Xiaoxue to see that, she was a complete wild child. However, he had said the same thing to Su Qingyi when he was little, as his son, being happy and healthy was the most important thing. He wasn't the type of person who pushed his child to be a high achiever. As long as their character didn't turn out warped, he didn't care at all about their grades. Unfortunately, Su Qingyi's growth path was the complete opposite of what he had imagined. His grades were top tier, and as for his personality, it was warped beyond measure. So, it made sense that Su Zilong could get along with Chu Qingyan now. He dreamed of having such a well-behaved, sweet-talking, and capable beautiful daughter, but alas, he had a son and a daughter. One was a world-weary, gloomy poker face, and the other was a brat that even dogs avoided. Chu Qingyan also really liked elders like Su Zilong. Although Chu Yuanjiang also acted humble and subservient in front of her, he rarely had time to accompany her. Su Zilong looked kind and had a good temper, always cheerful. With such a personality, how did that king of grumpy faces over there not inherit a single bit of it? Su Qingyi was seemingly oblivious to the young Mrs. resentment. He flipped the rice cake in his hand, lost in his own thoughts. As for Chen Jinji's side, it actually required more careful consideration. Because her upbringing could be described as being on hell mode. She had to take care of her mentally ill mother from a young age, and later lost her only relative in a tragic end. She had to leave her hometown for a foreign country to live under someone else's roof, facing a completely unfamiliar language and environment all by herself. If she weren't so intelligent, she would have fallen into an abyss long ago on this path. Yet, she had managed to walk through it all, step by step. Breaking free from the shadows of one's family of origin is a lifelong task for many people. Chen Jinji's nervousness and helplessness all stemmed from this. In Chinese marriages, the most emphasis is placed on being well-matched in social status. Although the younger generation rarely cares about these things, some elders still value them to some extent. Su Qingyi decided to introduce Chen Jinji to Yang Lu because Yang Lu was gentle and kind to others, and her ideas were relatively open-minded. After all, she herself had gone against her family's wishes back then, resolutely marrying Su Zilong when he had nothing. To put it nicely, he was the lead singer of a trendy, avant-garde rock band. To put it bluntly, he was an unemployed hoodlum. This showed that Yang Lu was a thorough romantic at heart, deeply influenced by Auntie Qiu Miao's novels, and she yearned most for a love that disregarded everything. If he told Yang Lu about Chen Jinji's past experiences, she wouldn't even think about the issue of being well-matched. She would only feel that her Jinji had such a hard life and that she must treat her 1,000 times better in the future to make up for it. So, the current choice was absolutely correct. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, masking his thoughts. Su Qingyi, the rice cake is going to burn. Chu Qingyan poked him in the small of his back. This is exactly the effect I want. Su Qingyi didn't bat an eye as he showed her the golden brown crust. It tastes better this way. It looks really good. Let me try. Chu Qingyan stood on her tiptoes and took a bite right from his hand. She was so hot she was huffing and puffing, but her eyes were sparkling, and she didn't forget to give a thumbs up in praise. Su Zilong, like a true barbecue master, nimbly placed the grilled chicken wings and meat skewers onto a plate. The aroma of meat mixed with the scent of cumin and chili was mouth-watering. The sunlight was beautiful, and the lawn in the courtyard had just been mowed, looking neat and pretty. Su Zilong brought out a picnic blanket, and after spreading it out, the 3 of them sat down in a circle. Cheers, cheers. Happy New Year to our young man and young lady. Su Zilong raised his beer can, and the 2 of them raised their cola cans. The metal cans clinked with a crisp sound. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Uncle. I wish you smooth sailing and prosperity in the new year. May you grow younger and more handsome as you live. Chu Qingyan rattled off a string of toasts. Su Qingyi took a sip of ice-cold cola and squinted his eyes in the sunlight. It was a good thing he brought Chu Qingyan over today. Otherwise, it would have been just him and Su Zilong, a chatterbox facing off against a mute. Su Zilong would have definitely gone from cheerful drinking to drinking in gloom, eventually turning it into a grievance session, performing the fixed program of hugging him and saying how hard these years had been. The atmosphere now was very good, someone was there to engage in awkward small talk with him, and someone appreciated his barbecue skills. After Su Qingyi had eaten his fill, he simply lay back. The deep blue sky was very clean, the sunlight was gentle, and the clouds rolled and unrolled. "Doesn't your neck hurt like that?" Chu Qingyan's voice sounded from above his head. Then, the back of his head was supported by a pair of hands. With a slight force, something soft was placed underneath. Their eyes met. Chu Qingyan pursed her lips, appearing a bit shy. "What are you looking at?" "I'm just afraid you'll wake up with a stiff neck later." Su Qingyi blinked and didn't argue. If he made a teasing remark now, his neck would truly be in danger. However, although Chu Qingyan looked thin, her lap was quite comfortable to rest on. When Su Zilong came out carrying the newly grilled skewers, this was the scene he saw. Oh my, the younger generation is truly to be feared, truly to be feared. When they were dating back then, it was never like this. In those days, even holding hands could make one excited for a long time. When taking photos, they didn't even dare to put an arm around a shoulder. Su Zilong clicked his tongue in wonder, yet he also felt the scene was truly beautiful. Youth, it was so full of youth. Time has passed and will never return, the past can only be reminisced. The lead singer's DNA suddenly started acting up. He sang loudly, his raspy voice echoing in the courtyard. Su Qingyi had long since gotten used to his old man's erratic thinking and closed his eyes, unwilling to look. But Chu Qingyan very cooperatively picked up the next line, remembering childhood days of green plums and bamboo horses, innocent playmates together day and night. Good, good, good. Su Zilong beamed and placed the plate next to her. Oh. Speaking of which, Mian, you and Qingyi are pretty much childhood sweethearts, aren't you? At the mention of this, Chu Qingyan remembered the incident of the little thief in the tiger head hat eating her rice cake, and she couldn't help but look down and glare at the culprit. The latter didn't feel ashamed but instead laughed proudly, saying righteously, "So what if I took a bite of yours? Didn't I just give you 2 skewers back?" It was the first time Su Zilong learned that his WeChat profile picture, the limited edition childhood Su Qingyi in a tiger head hat, could involve such a past story, and he immediately burst into laughter. "The spring breeze has blown the flower buds red again. You have also added another year to your age." Su Zilong hummed a couple of lines casually, then suddenly thought of something and quickly shut his mouth. Chu Qingyan was listening intently and asked curiously, "Uncle, why did you stop singing? What's the next line?" Su Qingyi opened his eyes. He knew why Su Zilong didn't sing it. Because the last line of the lyrics was, "You are about to change your heart like time that cannot return, I can only lean on you in my dreams." Ahem, it's the new year, we should sing something happy. Su Zilong pointed toward the house, very stiffly changing the subject. "There's a karaoke set inside. Do you want to go play for a bit?" "Wow, that's great." Chu Qingyan very supportively agreed. Even though she had a top-tier music hall in her own home, it had been out of use for a long time, and Su Zilong spent ages fiddling with the equipment before finally getting it ready. Chu Qingyan leaned in front of the TV and said with curved eyes, "Uncle, I saw your last music festival. You truly are the lead singer of a rock band. You've got so much style." Being praised like this, Su Zilong felt his youthful ambitions burning fiercely once again. He gripped the microphone and selected the song Under a Vast Sky, determined to show off his skills. Gang Tai Gua. As soon as he opened his mouth, 2 out of the first 3 words were off key. Ha! Su Qingyi's cold laugh was transmitted directly through the microphone to every corner of the room. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Su Zilong instantly lost his steam and skipped to the next song. By sheer coincidence, it was a song Yang Lu liked. He looked at the lyrics scrolling on the screen, and for a moment, his throat felt blocked, unable to speak. Su Qingyi glanced at him and took the microphone. "In that distant place, meeting by chance or design, who wouldn't have fantasies upon our first encounter? Sunset clouds like a poem, a setting sun like wine, it seems the old man under the moon left an impression for you and me." His voice was low and deep, making it very suitable for singing such Cantonese love songs. Chu Qingyan was mesmerized and couldn't help but tap a non-existent light in front of her. "This student, I'm turning around for you." She was acting like she was on The Voice. Su Qingyi tapped her on the head. "But seriously, you sing really well, Su Qingyi. Do you want to sign with my company?" Chu Qingmian leaned in with a smile. I'll just feed all the resources directly to you, how about that? If all the resources of Xingxing Entertainment were fed to one person, even if that person were a literal waste, they could be forcibly raised into a top star. But Su Qingyi wasn't interested in that at all. Do you want me to sing in front of so many cameras on TV? What are you thinking? He pinched Chu Qingmian's cheek. Hey, don't say that, you really shouldn't say that. Chu Qingmian grabbed his wrist and started talking about the show that was going to start filming after the new year. It was the project she had been busy with lately. The show is called I Am the Masked Singer. If you participate, you won't even have to face the cameras, just wear a mask and sing. I'm telling you, this show will definitely be a hit. A lot of money has been invested in it. I might even be dragged in to record a few episodes later as an investor, sitting on the commentary panel. Chu Qingmian sighed and complained with a face full of reluctance, why can't the judges wear masks? I protest. Why did this show's name sound so familiar, like a mashup of several famous music variety shows? But since they had gone to this extent, it seemed like becoming a massive hit was inevitable. Who did you invite? Can you give any spoilers? Su Qingyi asked with some curiosity. Well, although I signed a confidentiality agreement, it doesn't really matter. The main thing is that I really don't know what the situation is with other companies right now either. Chu Qingmian spread her hands. This pie was too big and too fragrant, everyone from all sides wanted a bite, which was why the candidates hadn't been finalized yet. Our company is sending Justin. Considering his overall popularity and strength, he's quite suitable. Su Qingyi nodded. He knew this Justin, he was an artist who had returned from overseas to develop his career, and he was a good producer himself, known as a musical talent. This mashup show seemed like it was firing the first shot in the changing landscape of the entertainment industry. Come on, stop chatting. Let's get hype. Su Zilong had studied the song selection system for a long time and finally found a track he liked. Chu Qingmian, who had been caught in the vortex of work matters, also scrambled up from the sofa as soon as she heard the intro. The two of them each held a microphone, swaying their heads as they started singing, Wu Meng Mountain is connected to the mountain outside the mountain. Su Qingyi covered his ears and sighed helplessly. Chu Qingmian, on the other hand, felt very happy. She had moved her spot and finally found someone to accompany her in singing. When the next song started, Su Zilong found an excuse and took Su Qingyi aside. Son, this is a red envelope for Mianmian. You must make sure she accepts it later. She won't refuse it. Su Qingyi shook his head, his tone very certain. Ah. Su Zilong asked, somewhat surprised. How much money can a red envelope hold at most? Even if you stuffed a house deed in there for her, in her eyes, it would be a trivial amount of money. So, would you be hesitant to accept 2 yuan from an elder to buy a lollipop? That's one way to put it, but it's a bit too direct and hurtful. Su Zilong clutched his chest, looking like he had been wounded by capitalism. The red envelope he had prepared also contained 18,888 yuan. Su Qingyi couldn't help but secretly complain, Su Zilong and Yang Lu always had a strange tacit understanding in these matters. By the way, Dad. His tone became serious. Regarding the matter between me and Chu Qingmian, keep your mouth shut. Don't tell anyone else, including my mom. You should be clear about the Chu family situation. If we're not careful, rumors will fly everywhere. Everyone will be affected then, and it won't be a pretty sight. Hearing him say this, Su Zilong quickly nodded, indicating he understood everything. Isn't it just those wealthy family issues? Got it, loud and clear. I chose to bring her to see you because I trust you, and also because I need my family's support. Don't let me down. Su Qingyi repeated the same speech he had given to Yang Lu like a broken record. Su Zilong was incredibly moved by his trust and patted his chest, swearing to the heavens that he would keep the secret. After the two of them walked out, just as Su Qingyi expected, Chu Qingmian didn't notice the unusual thickness of the red envelope at all. After cheerfully bowing and offering New Year's greetings, she accepted it. After all, she was someone who had no concept of money. Mianmian, come to Uncle's house to play whenever you're free, just treat it like your own home. When they were about to leave, only Uncle Gao was still waiting outside. Su Zilong handed him a soft Chunghua cigarette. Uncle Gao nodded politely and accepted it, tucking it into his suit pocket. Okay, goodbye Uncle. Chu Qingmian leaned against the car window and waved. Su Qingyi didn't get in the car, saying he still had some things to do. He had just noticed a missed call from Chen Jinji on his phone, if he were in the car, he wouldn't be able to call her back. Bye bye Su Qingyi, I'll message you later. Okay. Su Qingyi nodded. The greenery in Su Zilong's neighborhood was well maintained. He walked for a bit and chose a bench to sit down. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the orange beams of light reflected on the lake's surface, casting a warm, hazy glow. After the phone rang a few times, Chen Jinji's voice sounded. Hello. I was just at my dad's house. Su Qingyi went straight to the point, explaining why he hadn't picked up the call. I see. Chen Jinji responded with a laugh. I called to tell you some good news. What good news? The company has arranged a solo variety show for me. That really was good news, but since when was 101 Company so kind-hearted? After a moment of happiness, Su Qingyi felt that things probably weren't that simple. It wouldn't be some kind of grueling wilderness survival show, would it? As if guessing what he was thinking, Chen Jinji explained with a smile, it's not that kind of variety show. To put it another way, it's the follow-up effect of the Lai Yuza incident. Although it hasn't been explicitly stated, he's basically been shelved now. Others have programs currently being recorded and don't have openings in their schedules, so the company really had no other suitable candidate and could only let me go. Damn, that reason really is. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue. 101 Company really didn't know how to use the prime resources in their hands, they were incredibly stupid. Once the popularity from Chen Jinji's participation in the show came out, they would realize how brain-dead they had been. When that time came. By the way, this is a music variety show with investments from multiple parties, Chen Jinji said slowly. Su Qingyi's train of thought came to a screeching halt. With a ding sound, his brain momentarily stalled. It's a competition show between singers, with anonymous voting by the audience. And to ensure the fairness of the competition, the singers' identities are hidden. The name of the variety show is I Am the Masked Singer. As her words fell, Su Qingyi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. 350, Chapter 345 The lightning bolt that will strike you is on its way. Chapter 345, The lightning that will strike you is on its way. This was truly terrible news. Su Qingyi slapped his own face to force himself to calm down. The current situation was this. Chen Jinji was about to appear on a variety show invested in by Chu Qingyan, and Chu Qingyan might even go to the scene as a judge. The program crew might even ask her to give a few comments on Chen Jinji's performance. Damn it. Just thinking about that scene made his scalp tingle. What's wrong? Chen Jinji, on the other end of the line, quickly noticed his unusual silence. Su Qingyi closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. He couldn't show any signs of distress now, only by staying calm could he break this deadlock. Nothing. So, roughly when does recording start? After the Lantern Festival. Most of the staff are still on break right now, so there are still a few days before we officially start work. Good, there was still enough time. Next, he needed to understand the rules of the show. Can you only do covers? Or is original music allowed? Since the singers are required to be masked, the rule is that you can't sing your own old songs, otherwise it would be too obvious. You can do covers, or you can sing unreleased original songs. Okay, then I'll come find you in a few days to discuss the song for the first recording. Su Qingyi looked down at the tree shadows cast by the setting sun and spoke slowly. Sure. It's fine if you're busy, though, the company will handle the copyright issues. Chen Jinji thought for a moment before replying. That bunch of losers at 101 Company, at a glance, they looked too stingy to spend money on preparing good songs. Su Qingyi's mood was complicated, and his tone became harsh. He wished he could drive an excavator and level the entire 101 Company building. It's fine, don't worry. I'll definitely come over then. Originals or covers are both fine, we'll see which one works better when the time comes. Thanks for the hard work. Moi. After hanging up, Su Qingyi fell into deep thought. The best and safest method was, of course, to have the two of them avoid this meeting entirely. Either Chen Jinji gives up the chance to participate in this variety show, or Chu Qingyan withdraws her status as an investor. However, both options were highly unreasonable. This variety show was being produced with a massive budget. Just the casting and the early promotional preparations had cost an astronomical amount. Every contestant slot was something that minor celebrities in the entertainment industry dreamed of. Chen Jinji's spot definitely wasn't as easy to get as she made it sound, saying that since Lai Yuza couldn't go, there was no one else in the company, so she was just filling in. Impossible. There were so many people in the 101 girl group alone waiting to be fed. Chen Jinji just didn't want him to worry about her, so she made it sound like a stroke of luck. In reality, it must have been won through competition and long-term practice, combined with the recent issues where she had been mistreated, that she finally secured this opportunity. If he made her give it up for this reason, he would be less than human. Su Qingyi immediately dismissed the thought. Although, if he did speak up, Chen Jinji might agree without even asking why. It was equally difficult on Chu Qingyan's side. She had just taken over Xingxing Entertainment, and I Am the Masked Singer was the first decent major project she had handled. She had been busy lately, running around and holding large meetings all for this project. Asking her to withdraw her investment now would be no different from asking her to personally knock down the building blocks she had painstakingly stacked up. Moreover, it involved the issue of business integrity. If such a thing happened, her reputation in the industry would take a nosedive. No, that wouldn't do. Su Qingyi shook his head again. This path was also a dead end. The logic was similar. If he were thick-skinned enough to ask, even if it caused a huge mess, Chu Qingyan would agree to his request regardless of the cost. But his conscience was still intact. He couldn't do something so unscrupulous. Then what should he do? Su Qingyi ran his hand through his hair in frustration. This news was like a time bomb. He knew when it would explode and where it was buried, so no matter where he went, he could hear the tick-tick-tick of the countdown. The problem was that even if he opened the bomb and held the scissors with 2 wires in front of him, the outcome was that cutting the red wire would cause an explosion, and cutting the green wire would still cause an explosion. Damn it. By the time the streetlights in the residential area lit up one by one, Su Qingyi realized he had been sitting on the bench for a long time. He stretched his stiff neck and shoulders and stood up. He had no real lead. The 100% safe methods would hurt both of them, so he couldn't choose them. That left only the methods that carried some risk. Su Qingyi looked up. The night sky was thick with dark clouds, like a precursor to a rainstorm. Regardless, he had to try his best first. In a show like this, would an investor attending as a judge have private contact with artists who aren't from their own company? Su Qingyi sat in his study without turning on the lights. Lightning flashed before his eyes from time to time, followed by the rumbling of thunder. Normally speaking, rarely. First of all, as an artist, one should consciously avoid contact with the big shots behind the scenes. After all, rumors can start if you're not careful. Second, as far as I know, this show is a competition type. Unless they're fixing the matches, there's even less reason to have contact with a rival company. Third, according to your description, that investor isn't an industry insider and has a powerful background. There's only one reason for such a person to privately contact an artist: they've taken a liking to them. Xiao Zhang's tone was as certain as Detective Conan's. Su Qingyi listened in silence for a long while. If Chu Qingyan took a liking to Chen Jinji, that would be a disaster. However, setting that point aside, Xiao Zhang's words did make some sense. Actually, as long as Chu Qingyan didn't have private contact with Chen Jinji, professional interactions seemed acceptable. After all, Chen Jinji was now a top star, a red-hot female celebrity. Even if Chu Qingyan didn't follow entertainment news before, she must have seen her commercials, magazines, and so on to some extent. Furthermore, Virtual and Until You Arrive were still hanging on the music charts. Even if she didn't pay attention to the person, she must have heard the songs, right? Now that both of them were in the entertainment industry, the number of times they would meet for work in the future would surely only increase. Could it be that every time they happened to meet, he would have to be this jumpy? The more Su Qingyi thought about it, the more sense it made. The key point wasn't to prevent the two from meeting, but to prevent them from having private, one-on-one interactions. The rhetoric he used to fool Yang Lu and Su Zilong during the New Year's greetings today wasn't entirely nonsense. As a female star whose career was on the rise, the exposure of a relationship would deal a devastating blow to Chen Jinji's future. As the eldest daughter of the Jinhai Group, every move Chu Qingyan made affected the landscape of the business world. Her relationship status must be something countless people were closely watching. Some people wanted to see who this golden son-in-law was who had saved the world in his past life, while others dreamed of becoming that golden son-in-law themselves, or having their sons become him. Before her own career achieved significant results, Miss Chu herself probably wouldn't want relationship exposure to draw public attention to her. This way, in public settings or when a third party was present, neither of them would ever mention anything about their boyfriend. After all, they weren't love brains who knew nothing but how to be in a relationship. The Mars colliding with Earth scenarios that Su Qingyi had initially imagined basically wouldn't happen. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi breathed a small sigh of relief. But according to Murphy's Law, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it is to happen. So even if the situation wasn't as serious as imagined, he still couldn't let his guard down. After his brain worked at high speed, Su Qingyi decided to start from the following aspects. First, Chu Qingyan said she might be invited to be a judge as an investor, and she herself was unwilling to go. In that case, he could drop hints to reinforce her reluctance to participate in the recording. If that didn't work, he could also calculate the recording time and invite her to do something else that would be hard to refuse. Second, for Chen Jinji's first time recording a variety show, she would surely need a reliable and capable assistant by her side. Xiao Zheng, follow Chen Jinji throughout the entire recording process. I'm not worried otherwise. #Yuan at Yuan, #. Fine, since you're the boss. Although Xiao Zheng was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree. During that period, keep me updated on everything. The main point is to prevent her from meeting anyone else privately. Su Qingyi instructed seriously. I know you want to ask why, but don't ask for now. You'll find out later. Spy planted. With a reliable bloodhound like Xiao Zheng leading the way, things became a bit more stable. Third, being there in person. This was different from the luring the tiger away from the mountain tactic in the first step. This was about on-site supervision. As soon as the recording ended, he would immediately take one of the two away from the scene, eliminating any chance of them bumping into each other. This move was a bit risky, as there was a chance of being discovered by the other one. It should only be used when things got urgent. Everything was ready. A brilliant golden branch-like pattern flashed over the distant mountains, turning the night into day for an instant. Su Qingyi finally saw the blurry characters on the billboard across the street. A thunderous roar followed immediately after. Boom! His eardrums felt like they were going to burst. Su Qingyi stood up and went to the window to close the curtains. He happened to see Auntie Zhu, who lived in the opposite building, rushing upstairs while cursing to retrieve a bedsheet that had been blown into a flower pot. God damn it, with thunder like this, which scumbag is out there courting death again? Su Qingyi couldn't help but sneeze as he pulled the curtains shut. The blackout curtains made the room dark again. Even when lightning flashed, only a faint sliver of light peeked through the gaps. Chen Jinji said the first recording was after the Lantern Festival, which was roughly the same time as returning to school. Su Qingyi checked the calendar to confirm, there were only a few days left. The crematorium scene was imminent, and the risk of being caught had never been so vivid. No matter how you looked at it, this was the most critical moment. Su Qingyi rolled over onto his bed. When facing difficulties, just go to sleep. Su Qingyi was woken up by the vibration of his phone next to his pillow. With things on his mind, he didn't sleep well and kept having groggy dreams. One moment, he dreamed that the secret was out. Chen Jinji and Chu Qingyan were sitting across from him, demanding to know who he would choose. He said he chose Chen Jinji, and Chu Qingyan, in a fit of rage, tried to shock him with a taser. He looked closely and saw it was high-voltage electricity, the kind that could painlessly turn a person to ash. He said he chose Chu Qingyan, and Chen Jinji smilingly pulled out a chainsaw like the one from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from under the table. It made a vroom vroom sound, scaring him half to death. Either choice meant death, so Su Qingyi closed his eyes and gave up. I'm not choosing anyone. Kill me or do whatever you want. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from the other side. Curious, he opened his eyes. The two of them seemed to be waiting for those words. Like a pair of inseparable sisters, they linked arms and went shopping happily. The next moment, he dreamed he had traveled 10 years into the future. Neon lights outside the window, heavy traffic. Su Qingyi sat alone in an empty room. Just as he was feeling sentimental about time passing like a fleeting shadow, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Hello, welcome back to the real world from the game instance, socially anxious and not interested in romance. Next, we will charge you a total experience fee of 100 million yuan. Would you like to use WeChat or Alipay? What? How many zeros was that? My eyes are a bit blurry. The massive bill hitting his face quickly startled Su Qingyi out of his dream. It seemed that debt was even more terrifying than a crematorium scene. Su Qingyi sat up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The weather outside was terrifying. The howling gale swept through, carrying a deluge of rain. The old wooden window made a creak sound, as if the glass and the wooden frame would be swept away in the next second. Such a huge storm. Su Qingyi hadn't completely come to his senses yet. Given the scene, he almost thought it was another absurd and bizarre dream. Fortunately, the phone by his pillow was still vibrating, slowly pulling his consciousness back. The caller ID showed Lin Tong. As soon as he pressed answer, Su Qingyi was startled by the sound of the torrential rain on the other end. Hello? Wood? The person who never spoke first when answering the phone actually spoke first. Hello, Boss Su. Lin Tong's voice sounded as if it were coming through a curtain of rain, blurry and unclear. What's wrong? Where are you? Su Qingyi frowned, instinctively feeling that something had happened. The rain is too heavy. My house is flooded. Lin Tong's voice sounded a bit anxious. From time to time, the voices of others shouting, over here, and, go first, could be heard on his end. Su Qingyi took a few seconds to digest the meaning of those words. House flooded because of heavy rain. That shouldn't be the case. Su Qingyi rolled out of bed and looked outside. Although the rain was indeed heavy to a frightening degree, the water on the streets was still just in puddles, it hadn't merged into an ocean. But after a moment's thought, he understood. Such a rainstorm wasn't distributed fairly to everyone in the city. Only the low-lying slums would suffer from internal flooding in a heavy rain. Fragile cardboard houses couldn't withstand such a storm, they weren't built with that capability in the first place. The reason everyone had forgotten this was simply because it had been a long time since Tiangong City had seen such heavy rain. 351, Chapter 346. Those moments when the rain falls in the past in Su Qingyi's memory, the last time there was heavy rain like this was when he was in junior high school. He vaguely remembered that the situation back then already showed signs of becoming a minor disaster. The sound of rain drumming against the window panes helped him piece together a fragment of memory. At the time, everyone thought it was just ordinary heavy rain, but to their surprise, the downpour didn't weaken as time passed, instead, it grew more and more intense. When the school announced classes were cancelled and students should go home to rest, Su Qingyi was in the middle of writing the answer to the problem of the day on the blackboard. All the students were cheering, the teacher's scolding could no longer hold back these little kids who were hell-bent on starting their vacation. Su Qingyi acted as if he hadn't heard the broadcast announcement, quietly continuing to write out the equations. The rainy weather was humid, making the chalk damp, so every stroke became quite difficult. He finished writing the last digit and lightly clapped the dust off his hands. Only he and a somewhat familiar-looking female classmate remained in the classroom. Su Qingyi ignored her, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and left. The female classmate hesitated for a long while before finally speaking up to ask if he wanted a ride. She said she could have the driver drop him off first. Su Qingyi refused without a second thought. The smell of rust from the old railings and the damp, earthy scent after the rain mixed and spread through the hallways. The sound of their footsteps, one after the other, echoed in the empty school building. School regulations forbade driving into the campus, but that black Mercedes-Benz was parked blatantly at the entrance of the teaching building. A man holding a black umbrella was already waiting in front of the car, his expression deeply respectful. Su Qingyi, walking ahead, naturally knew this scene had nothing to do with him. He turned his steps and detoured around it. Hey! Su Qingyi, wait! The female classmate behind him was persistent, catching up at a light jog. Su Qingyi originally didn't want to stop, but by then, she had already grabbed his elbow. It's raining so hard. If you won't take a ride, at least take the umbrella, okay? Hearing her say this, the man in the suit waiting nearby tactfully handed over the black umbrella. Su Qingyi looked down at the black umbrella before him. It was clearly expensive, with an exquisite gold-plated lion's head on the handle. Troublesome. If I borrow it, I'll have to return it. After the break, you still have to participate in the math competition. If you catch a cold and take a leave of absence, I'll have to take your place, and I don't want to go. The female classmate turned her face away, muttering softly in a clear attempt to cover up her true feelings. The next second, Su Qingyi put his backpack over his head and plunged headlong into the curtain of rain. Hey! The shout from the female classmate behind him was quickly cut off by the wall of rain. Puddles of varying depths had already accumulated on the tiled ground of the school plaza, splashing into transparent blossoms of water with every step he took. Once Su Qingyi ran out of the school gates, he stopped running. Because running was only to get away from that kind and enthusiastic female classmate. Of course, the present Su Qingyi, reminiscing about the past, realized that this, somewhat familiar-looking female classmate, was actually Miss Chu. In rain this heavy, unless he was the Flash or Quicksilver, he was going to end up soaked like a drowned rat anyway. So whether he ran or not made no difference, he might as well walk slowly. Torrential rain, deserted streets, and the hazy glow of emergency lights in the distance. Just like now, it had quite the apocalyptic feel to it. Su Qingyi stood by the window, his mind wandering slightly. In truth, it wasn't just Chen Jinji who hated rainy days, he didn't like them either. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary rainstorm. Only I knew. At this moment, on the other side of the city, Chu Qingyan gazed at the curtain of rain and, just like Su Qingyi, remembered that past incident of the failed umbrella delivery. When she was little, she only thought this guy was ungrateful and utterly loathsome. Thinking about it now, however, she felt a bit sad. All the students in the school had been picked up by their parents, everyone was happy about the sudden holiday, and no one paid any more attention to that math problem that had stumped the vast majority of people. Yet Su Qingyi had finished writing it all by himself, quietly. Was he using the excuse of solving the problem to wait for someone to pick him up, or was it the calmness of someone who already knew the outcome? They were only in junior high back then, at such a fragile and sensitive age. Chu Qingyan curled up a bit more on the sofa, suddenly wishing she could go back in time and accompany him through that heavy rain. Okay, take Sister Lin and find a place to shelter from the rain and wait. I'll be there right away. After getting a handle on the situation, Su Qingyi hung up the phone, grabbed an umbrella, and headed out the door. Although Lin Tong had put it as tactfully and calmly as possible, the fact that he chose to call for help meant the matter wasn't that simple. Those cardboard houses in the Olive District were likely leaning and collapsing under the devastation of such a storm, making them completely uninhabitable. It was currently still the Lunar New Year holiday, and many nearby ghost houses and hotels were closed. Even if some were open, vacant rooms would likely be hard to come by. In this kind of weather, it would probably be impossible to call a taxi. Lin Tong wouldn't trouble him unless it was absolutely necessary. As soon as Su Qingyi went downstairs, he was chilled to the bone by the wind and rain whistling through the gaps in the iron gate railings. Good grief, it's like a log flume right out here. Driving there would be the best option, but the key issue was that he hadn't had time to go pick up his car yet. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment, then reached out to turn the door lock. The massive force of the wind instantly helped him open the door, the iron gate slammed against the wall with a resonant boom. Su Qingyi slipped out during this opening. He didn't use an umbrella but instead sprinted directly to the building opposite. He vaguely remembered that Uncle Nyo had a car. There was no other way at this point, he could only ask to borrow it. Auntie Zhu soon opened the door, her head covered in shampoo suds. Her impatient expression vanished the moment she saw it was Su Qingyi. Who the hell is it at this, Qingyi? Oh my! What happened? Look at how soaked you are, come in, come in. Auntie Zhu reached out to grab his arm and pulled him into the house, then shouted at the top of her lungs, Niu Xian Wang. Bring out a new towel. Su Qingyi waved his hand to decline her kindness, cleared his throat, and said, Auntie, I have some urgent business and need to go out. Given this weather, I really can't get a taxi. Could I borrow your family's car? Uncle Nyo, walking out from the inner room, heard this and first draped a towel over Su Qingyi's head before replying, that won't do. Su Qingyi was taken aback, but Auntie Zhu's loud palm had already smacked Uncle Nyo's head. What the hell are you saying? Won't do. Why won't it do? Give me the car keys. Uncle Nyo's head was ringing from the slap, and he retorted exasperatedly, what's your hurry? You crazy woman. He sighed, pulled a ring of keys from his pocket, and jingled them. Do you have a driver's license? Besides, in such heavy rain, can you drive safely, kid? Wait a second, I'll put on a coat and drive you myself. Su Qingyi took out his brand new driver's license from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it to him. I have one, uncle. Uncle Nyo choked on his words and scratched his head. Wait, didn't you have a couple of ounces of white liquor tonight? At this point, Auntie Zhu also remembered an important matter. You want to drink and drive? Bah, what can 2 ounces do? Look, do I still smell like alcohol? Ha, your granddad. Seeing that the two were about to start fighting, Su Qingyi quickly spoke up to stop them, Auntie, Uncle, I'll just go by myself. I've been practicing driving these past few days, there won't be any problems. It's getting late, you two should rest early as well. Don't wake Chocolate up with your arguing. Seeing him say this, Auntie Zhu and Uncle Nyo exchanged a look and had no choice but to agree. Auntie Zhu put a large raincoat over Su Qingyi. It was very well made, supposedly issued to her back when she worked in the factory. Uncle Nyo held an umbrella and led Su Qingyi through the strong winds to a small white sedan. There's nothing majorly wrong with the car, it's just a bit old. Heh, I'm afraid it's not much younger than you, kid. Uncle Nyo gave a few instructions on how to operate it and repeatedly urged him to drive slowly and stay safe. Su Qingyi nodded and agreed to everything before finally completing the task and obtaining a vehicle. However, this was likely the level 1 gear of a free-to-play player. Su Qingyi had a feeling the engine might stall halfway through. But there was no better way at the moment, he'd just have to make do. It was better than walking. Moreover, although the car was old, the owner clearly cherished it, the seats and steering wheel were wiped very clean. A photo of the family of 3 was placed in the car, and the hanging, swaying sachet had the word peace written on it. In fact, it didn't necessarily take a flashy big toy to be appealing. Thinking this way, Su Qingyi floored the gas and charged into the curtain of rain. There were no pedestrians on the streets in such harsh weather, so no matter how high the water splashed from the cars drifting, no one would curse him for being uncivilized. The windshield wipers worked diligently, but visibility remained very low, making the drive as nerve-wracking as traveling through a thick fog. Su Qingyi felt a strange surge of excitement, a peculiar sensation that reminded him of an old acquaintance he should have long forgotten. In his previous life, he used to book a psychological consultation every month. Though it was called a consultation, it was actually just paying someone to talk to him. Su Qingyi prided himself on having no psychological issues, he simply used the opportunity to practice his language skills to prevent functional regression. Most counselors understood this and were happy to take it easy, only asking him the same old cookie-cutter questions. But later, a newcomer arrived at the counseling center. She was clearly not as sensible as her predecessors. She took every question seriously and her notes were more detailed than those taken during a lecture. Su Qingyi closed his eyes, feeling very impatient with this session. The aromatherapy in the room had also been changed, from the usual lavender to a strange bergamot scent. After answering a bunch of imaginative questions, such as, imagine a horse and tell me if it's white, black, or a zebra, the young female counselor made a summary. Mr. Su, based on your tests, I'm afraid you have a rather serious self-destructive tendency. Self-destructive tendency? Yes. You place too little value on life. Tell me, have you ever dropped a freshly bought ice cream on the ground and thought, damn it, I might as well just end it all? Do I look that pathetic? Ha ha ha, that's just an analogy. Although the counselor's face had blurred in Su Qingyi's memory, for some reason, he remembered her eyes curving into crescents when she laughed while saying that. I didn't make this judgment to condemn you, it's just that I happen to be very interested in this. There was a psychologist, well, it was Freud actually, a rambling old man. You should know him, right, Mr. Su? I've seen your past interview materials, you've practically recited the interpretation of dreams in its entirety. Isn't it great for bluffing people? Isn't it? Isn't it? I often use it to trick laymen like that. Isn't it a bit of a breach of professional ethics for you counselors to be like this? By the way, what's the number for the reporting hotline? Oh, I accidentally got sidetracked. Let's get back to the point. The female counselor's eerie smile and overly bright eyes made Su Qingyi feel like she was a doctor in a horror movie who randomly picked a lucky patient for some perverted research. He immediately swallowed the words, refund my money. Freud once said that all humans are born with a strong impulse, the death drive. Its essence is self-destruction. Those who choose self-destruction might be chatting and laughing with you one moment, and the next, they go bang and explode like a firework. Death, to them, is as commonplace as drinking water when one is thirsty. And, if you live longer and go further, you'll hear those firework bangs more and more frequently, louder and louder. Severed limbs everywhere after the fireworks go off, it's scary, right? But it also seems quite beautiful. In a pitch-black world, only at the moment these fireworks explode can you see clearly what life is really like. The female counselor grew more excited as she spoke, her words coming out like rapid fire at the end. But what she was saying sounded exactly like a deranged lunatic. Just as Su Qingyi felt suffocated listening to her, his heart racing, she suddenly shut her mouth and returned to her smiling self, as if her battery had run out. The session time was up. In short, Mr. Su, I look forward to our next meeting. Before we meet again, you can freely choose some healing methods. For example, Su Qingyi only realized his throat was parched when he spoke. Play some Genshin Impact to regulate yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, Mr. Su. Goodbye. The crazy female counselor stuffed an orange fruit candy into his hand and left, greeting the cleaning lady cheerfully as she walked away. Su Qingyi had never felt 2 hours in the consultation room feel so long. He vaguely formed the idea that he must skip the next session, considering the fee as money down the drain. Unfortunately, he never got the chance to implement that plan. Because before that, on the day before the scheduled consultation, he was reborn. At that time, Su Qingyi just thought he had met a rambling woman and didn't take her words to heart. The reason was simple, if he really had some self-destructive tendency, could he have lived to this age? He would have been severely depressed back in his teens. But now, before Su Qingyi's eyes was a heavy curtain of rain, the wipers working repeatedly and mechanically, while the dull sound of raindrops hitting the glass echoed in his ears. For no reason at all, he suddenly felt a strong urge to slam on the gas and disappear into this rainstorm. This was irrational. He was no longer the solitary, socially anxious loser youth of his previous life. He had money, a girlfriend, and was successful in both his career and his studies. If he died now, many people would grieve for him at his funeral. Yet the thought emerged just like that, and it coiled around his heart like a fast-growing vine, refusing to leave. His last shred of reason led Su Qingyi to slam on the brakes and stop by the roadside, the tires skidding with a piercing screech. He leaned over the steering wheel, his violent heartbeat almost drowning out everything around him. It sounded like fireworks exploding. At that moment, there was a tap on the car window. Su Qingyi snapped out of his chaotic consciousness and saw a traffic policeman in uniform standing by the car, warning him with a serious expression, "Hello, you can't park here." "Sorry, I'll leave right away." Su Qingyi belatedly felt his back was soaking wet, he wasn't sure if it was from the rain earlier or cold sweat. "Wait, let me see your ID." The policeman sensed something was wrong with the young man's state and suspiciously held down the door that was about to be closed. Su Qingyi nodded and cooperatively took his driver's license and ID card out of his coat pocket. Although negative emotions were roaring and churning in his heart at this moment, his expression was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. No one noticed that the veins on his arm gripping the steering wheel were bulging. After carefully comparing the information and confirming there were no issues, the policeman closed the door for him and gave a salute. "The road is slippery in the rain, stay safe." "Thank you." Su Qingyi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Was that counselor actually right? The phone rang at that moment. He had thought it was Lin Tong calling impatiently to ask where he was, but to his surprise, it was a call from Qin Jinji. "Hello." Not wanting her to hear that something was wrong, Su Qingyi covered the receiver and coughed a few times to clear his throat before giving a nonchalant, "Ahm. The weather forecast says it's raining heavily in Tangan City." Qin Jinji said, looking at the clear night sky outside her window. "Yes, it's raining very hard outside." Su Qingyi said this intentionally to avoid letting her know he was out. "Teacher Su doesn't like rainy days either, right?" "Huh?" Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment, not understanding how she had figured it out. "Just a random guess." Qin Jinji's tone carried a hint of amusement. "Severe weather, citizens are advised to minimize travel. If you must go out, please bring rain gear, you'll catch a cold if you get wet." Listening to her broadcast with perfect pronunciation like a weather program announcer, Su Qingyi felt like laughing for a moment. Without realizing it, his mood relaxed quite a bit. "Of course, if you're already out, that's fine too." Qin Jinji's tone shifted, her voice becoming gentle. "You know. If holding an umbrella isn't sincere enough, then I'll love you in the rain." Su Qingyi was a bit confused, how did Qin Jinji sense his emotional abnormality? Telepathy? But he had to admit, Qin Jinji's words were very effective. The rain didn't let up, but he had calmed down significantly. Su Qingyi connected to the car's Bluetooth and restarted the engine, preparing to continue toward his destination. If it were his previous life, so be it. But since he was reborn, whether it was psychological issues or childhood shadows, at worst he'd just have to detect them early and treat them early. "Hello, why haven't you left yet?" The car window was tapped again, and the same policeman from before was asking with a frown. "Leaving right now." Having adjusted his mindset, Su Qingyi even gave him a slight smile before attempting to start the engine. Pfft. It seemed to have stalled. Su Qingyi and the suspicious-looking policeman stared at each other. "Damn it, I might as well just end it all." 352, Chapter 347, Let's put on a show of double-crossing. Fortunately, the problem wasn't as serious as Su Qingyi had imagined. When he called Uncle Nyo for help, the other man was incredibly calm, showing no concern at all that his beloved car had broken down. "It's an old problem, don't panic." Auntie Zhu chimed in from the side. "That's right, Qingyi. That thing of his is just like that. A little tinkering and it'll be fine. Don't worry." Then, Uncle Nyo recited a series of mysterious operational instructions as if he were chanting a magic spell. Although Su Qingyi didn't understand it, he showed respect. After all, it was the man's car, and there was no other way right now. He might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Thump the steering wheel, tap the hood, and press the accelerator and brake for 3 seconds each. Unexpectedly, under a series of operations that seemed completely unrelated and devoid of scientific logic, the car actually restarted. Su Qingyi and the traffic policeman monitoring nearby were both surprised and delighted, as if they had completed a feat like a rocket launch, nearly embracing and weeping. After all, the car breaking down here was a big trouble for both of them. Lin Tong and Sister Lin were still waiting for him somewhere in a puddle, looking forward to his arrival. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi delayed no longer and stepped on the gas to speed up. When he finally arrived at Olive District, the situation before him was even worse than he had imagined. As a slum known for being dirty, chaotic, and poor, the drainage system here was clearly substandard. So while the water accumulation in the city area was still acceptable, this place was almost a vast ocean. Pedestrians rolled up their pant legs and waded through the streets. At first glance, the water depth had already surpassed their ankles. This area still had concrete houses, but further in, near Lin Tong's home, the situation was even worse. The large patches of cardboard houses that usually stood closely together seemed to have vanished on the spot, with only various crude pieces of furniture exposed. It was as if a tornado had passed through. The houses, pieced together, had all been uprooted and carried away by the wind. Su Qingyi suspected that these cardboard houses might have relied on each other to exist, so if one was damaged, they all suffered. As long as one section fell, the rest would also topple. The people living here were in an even more wretched state than those in the concrete houses because while their place of residence no longer existed, they also had to salvage the few belongings they had in their homes. The smell of overflowing sewers floated in the air, mixed with the scent of rust and mud, which was truly unpleasant. But many people ignored this, their expressions numb as they continuously reached into the water to fish things out. In times like this, to be honest, it didn't matter whose stuff it was, whoever caught it, kept it. Su Qingyi took a deep breath as he looked at the hectic, noisy, and completely disorderly situation before him. Because they had spoken on the phone beforehand, he quickly found Lin Tong and Lin Jiwan in the crowd. Both were huddled under a bus stop sign. In such heavy rain, the eaves of the platform could do very little, and both had been soaked like drowned rats. The only plaid umbrella was not over their heads, but over a woven bag at their feet. Su Qingyi hesitated no longer, pulled out an umbrella, and got out of the car. As soon as the car door opened, pea-sized raindrops pelted his face, making his head spin. Su Qingyi couldn't help but shiver, and the voice of Hua Zai suddenly rang in his ears. Cold icy rain beats haphazardly against my face, my heart feels as if it's being cruelly butchered by a bayonet. Boss Su. Lin Tong saw him and breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had finally seen a savior. Su Qingyi quickened his pace toward the bus stop sign. Wading through the water was not easy, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Compared to him, who was fully equipped, the siblings looked like refugees fleeing a disaster, incredibly disheveled. But the looks they gave him were full of joy, faintly shining with trust and gratitude. Only at a time like this would one realize how much the Lin siblings truly resembled each other. Su Qingyi felt a bit uncomfortable being looked at with such pure and kind eyes, so he handed the umbrella in his hand to Lin Tong. Take it. Seeing that he was wearing a raincoat, Lin Tong nodded and took it, preparing to give it to Sister Lin beside him. In the next second, Su Qingyi unbuttoned his collar and casually draped the raincoat over Lin Jiwan's head. Lin Jiwan shook her head in panic, wanting to give the raincoat back to him. Su Qingyi ignored her resistance, walked forward 2 steps, and picked up the plaid umbrella propped on the ground. Only then did he realize that 2 of the umbrella's ribs were actually broken, bent at a limp angle. Su Qingyi paused slightly, then picked up the umbrella as if he hadn't noticed, using his other hand to lift the huge woven bag. Lin Jiwan was very worried that he wouldn't be able to carry it. There were many miscellaneous things stuffed inside. For as long as this rain had been brewing, she had been worrying. In fact, every time the sky turned gloomy, she would be filled with anxiety, fearing that their fragile shelter would be destroyed in an instant. Now, those fears had finally come true. Fortunately, her pessimistic mindset had made her prepared, and she had packed away the slightly valuable things in the house in advance, so she didn't have to slowly salvage them from the water like the people around her. That difficulty was no less than finding a needle in a haystack. To Lin Jiwan's surprise, Su Qingyi's action of picking up the woven bag was as light as lifting a bag of air. He tilted his chin without changing his expression to signal them. The car is over there, let's go. Okay. Lin Tong, whose backpack was stuffed to the brim, took the lead. Boss Su, be careful. There might be sharp things in the water. Try stepping lightly first when you walk. Su Qingyi held the broken little umbrella. Its effect in blocking the rain could only be described as better than nothing. The raincoat was wide and thick, Lin Jiwan was very thin and was easily covered tightly, but her heart was not light at all. The raindrops falling on Su Qingyi felt like a dull pain hitting her heart. But he was very stubborn, no matter how she said she wanted to give it back to him, he wouldn't listen. In fact, this woven bag, which carried all of the Lin siblings' belongings, was not light. Su Qingyi weighed it in his hand and became even more certain of his conclusion. It was just that he had been spending every day in the archery range lately. Drawing a bow and string consumes a lot of physical strength, so at the same time, he had also been training his arm strength with high intensity. After practicing for this period, although he still looked as thin as before, his physical fitness had actually increased a lot. Besides that, there was another reason. It was that Lin Juan's gaze was too direct, filled with blatant worry. Her gentle eyes clearly wrote, "It's too heavy, you can't carry it, let me do it." Good grief, even the most fragile man would have to activate his backup hidden energy and strive for a second wind if stared at by her like that. Su Qingyi put the woven bag in the trunk, and Lin Tong hurriedly held the umbrella over his head, escorting him into the driver's seat. The sealed car cabin shut out the storm, but the damp, cold feeling spread through him belatedly. Su Qingyi shuddered and quickly raised his hand to turn on the air conditioner's warm air. As the warm air blew over them, the three of them finally felt as if they had come back to life. Unlike the scene of a potential traffic jam he had expected, his car was the only one parked on the entire street. True, a driver willing to take an order to come here in this situation was either a great philanthropist or a big fool. As it turned out, both types of people were very rare. And cases like Lin Tong's, where there were still friends to call for help, were also not common. After all, most of the people living here were migrants, and their only interpersonal relationships in the entire city were with employers or neighbors. At this time, neighbors were all too busy looking after themselves, and employers were even less to be relied upon. When a worker encounters difficulties, would they really ask their boss for help? After recovering slightly, Lin Tong immediately leaned over his seat to thank him. "Boss Su, thank you so much. I really had no other way and didn't know who else to turn to." Su Qingyi brushed his wet hair back and shook his head nonchalantly. "There's no need to talk about that between us. If something happens to you, I will definitely come." With his bangs brushed up, Su Qingyi's features gained a bit more sharpness, making him look quite a bit more mature. When he said such things, it made people feel inexplicably reassured. Lin Tong was slightly stunned, feeling that after becoming a college student, Boss Su seemed to fit the title Boss Su even better. Lin Juan awkwardly clutched the corner of her clothes, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes full of apology for disturbing and troubling him. Su Qingyi couldn't stand her looking like that, it made him feel quite uncomfortable. He coughed and unnaturally changed the subject. "How are Brother De Fei and Little Fei? No big problems, I hope." Seeing this, Lin Tong quickly replied, "Brother De Fei's side is okay. Isn't it Chinese New Year these few days? The food stall happens to be closed. It's Little Fei's side that's in trouble. More than half of the new stock for the convenience store was ruined. I just went to help salvage some, but the loss is still quite large." Thanks to Little Fei being clever and running to the next street to borrow a tricycle, he was able to protect the most expensive cigarettes. Su Qingyi listened, remained silent for a while, and nodded slightly. It really was true, doing business in a place like this, a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. After the rain stops, he should contact Little Fei to ask about the situation. As for the specifics of how to handle it, he would have to wait until he understood more. Having made a decision in his mind, Su Qingyi started the car to leave. Unexpectedly, seeing their car parked here without moving, in just a short while, someone actually surrounded them and tapped on the car window. "Open up. Help us haul some goods." Su Qingyi certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to actually open the car door. The man outside had a face full of flesh and clearly didn't look like someone friendly. Moreover, he had noticed this group of sneaky people as soon as he arrived. Everyone else was busy, but they had been wandering around here the whole time, obviously with ill intentions. Sure enough, after he just watched coldly for a while, the man began to curse and changed from tapping the window to pounding on it. Bang! 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 Open the door. The movements became larger and larger, even causing the car body to vibrate and hum. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue. Lin Tong, in the back row, looked troubled and spoke hesitantly. "Boss Su, should I get out and talk to them? You don't even know them. Are you getting out to perform a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth?" Su Qingyi rejected the suggestion without a second thought. Olive District was already a mixed bag with all kinds of people. Now that it happened to be a storm and everywhere was chaotic, those who were usually arrogant became even more so. Honest and decent people were thinking about how to reduce losses, while people like this were only thinking about how to profit from it. Truly social pests. Seeing that the people in the car had no intention of cooperating, the man barked an order, and the people around him formed an encirclement, surrounding the car tightly. He himself stood boldly in front of the car, with an attitude of not giving up until his goal was met. Helping to haul goods was clearly an excuse, the fundamental goal was extortion. Su Qingyi looked him in the eye calmly, calculating a countermeasure in his mind. Calling the police would be effective, but it would be a waste of time. And for these old hands, even the police probably wouldn't have much of a solution. Just give money and leave. It was a shortcut and very simple. However, Su Qingyi tapped his knuckles on the steering wheel. "Fasten your seatbelts. He turned his head and said to the nervous siblings in the back row. Seeing their tense expressions, he even had the mood to curl his lips into a smile. Relax, it'll be quick. Lin Tong and Lin Jiwan obediently buckled their seatbelts. Su Qingyi turned back and gave a nonchalant smile to the man blocking the car. In the next second, he stepped on the accelerator. No one expected him to actually drive toward a person. The people who had just been surrounding the car instantly scattered like birds and beasts. The leader was hit by the huge impact and fell hard into the deep water. He rolled on the ground, shouting a loud "ouch" in pain. The wheels were well controlled by the driver, coming within a centimeter of running over him before the car braked again without haste. For heaven's sake, he almost had to say goodbye to his sturdy right thigh. He hit someone. He hit someone. After reacting, his cohorts quickly ran forward. Some checked his condition, while others continued to surround the car to prevent it from leaving. Of course, none of the latter group dared to block the wheels so arrogantly anymore. Who knew if this lunatic would hit them again? Lin Tong and Lin Jiwan were also greatly shocked. They hadn't expected that there would be someone in the world who could be smiling and comforting them one second, and then knocking down the person blocking the way without hesitation the next. The leader clutched his waist in pain, feeling certain that some bone in his body must have shattered. The perpetrator, Su Qingyi, opened the car door and stepped out. His tone held a hint of surprise. "Oh, why are you lying on the ground?" The leader. "Bullshit. You damn well know you're the one who hit me, didn't you? Otherwise, would I be lying here sunbathing in such heavy rain in the middle of winter? I'm sorry, I just got my driver's license, my operation is a bit unpracticed." Su Qingyi said he was sorry, but the expression on his face didn't have the slightest hint of apology. The corners of his eyes were slightly upturned, carrying a sense of playfulness. The leader suddenly realized this kid had a very good-looking face. After all, if an ordinary person made such a punchable expression, they would have been beaten to death with sticks long ago. You hit someone, you have to take responsibility, don't even think about running. A lackey nearby couldn't help but shout. I didn't think about running, that's called a hit and run. Su Qingyi laughed and tilted his head to observe the painful expression of the man on the ground. Then, he pulled a stack of red bills from his pocket. Even though the man was in unbearable pain, his gaze was attracted by the money at this moment. For a time, he felt as if being hit once wasn't such a big deal. Su Qingyi waved the bills in front of him. The leader immediately gritted his teeth and spoke, "Give it to me, and I won't pursue it." Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he tossed the stack of bills into the air. This move left the surrounding people dumbfounded. The 100 yuan bills fluttering in the rain soon spiraled down into the murky floodwater. "Quick, pick them up." In an instant, the important task of salvaging the bills fell onto the shoulders of everyone present. No one cared anymore whether the guy lying on the ground was dead or alive. Medical expenses. Su Qingyi laughed, patted him on the forehead, and stood up leisurely. This pat practically knocked away the last of the man's stubbornness. He clutched his waist and took a heavy breath, his mind groggy with only one sentence remaining. Was I just out-thugged today? The lane became clear and unobstructed. Everyone was busy fishing for the bills in the water, fighting, shoving, and even coming to blows over them. It was the complete opposite of the loyal and united gangster act from just moments ago. Su Qingyi opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and slowly backed up to leave. During the process, he didn't look back at that group of people again. The two in the back row, however, couldn't help but keep looking back, feeling complicated about this absurd yet realistic scene. Strange, clearly they were the ones who lived here. Yet Su Qingyi acted as if he understood the rules of survival here even better than they did. 353, Chapter 348. You've messed with her, you've kicked a hornet's nest. By the time they returned to the Qinghe district, it was already 4 in the morning. Su Qingyi didn't rush to return the car at this time, he just sent a WeChat message to Auntie Zhu to let her know they were safe. The other party didn't reply, likely having finally succumbed to exhaustion and gone to sleep. If the rain stopped by tomorrow morning, he planned to drive out to fill up the tank and then get the car washed. This car could be considered to have accompanied him through a difficult time. Su Qingyi casually twirled the keys, putting the task of getting a car on his schedule. He hadn't decided on a specific car yet, his only requirement was that it shouldn't be too flashy. It would be best if it were a bit more practical. With a basic goal in mind, Su Qingyi began silently filtering through options as he headed upstairs. First, he excluded flashy sports cars. Actually, Su Zilong's Lincoln Navigator was pretty good, it was just a bit too big. If all else fails, he could take a look around the Chu family garage and pick one he liked to buy. The voice-activated lights in the hallway flickered, not because of the three people's deliberately light footsteps, but because of the muffled thunder that exploded from time to time. Both Lin Tong and Lin Juan had been to Su Qingyi's home before, but they still felt a bit apologetic for disturbing the peace. Su Qingyi didn't mind at all, he had long since grown used to it. During vacations, Su Yang would come over every few days and refuse to leave. If he got scolded for being lazy at home, he'd come over. If he was in a bad mood because he was stuck on a game level, he'd also come over. Even if nothing happened and he was just bored, he'd still run over. After entering the house, Su Qingyi first turned on the air conditioner's warm air. After their long journey, the three of them looked like refugees fleeing a disaster. The warm air brushed over them, allowing their tense nerves and muscles to relax. "Sister Lin, go take a shower first." Su Qingyi pointed toward the bathroom. Having been caught in the rain, taking an early shower and resting was the priority. The two boys were fine, as they both had short hair. Sister Lin's hair was waist-length and draped over her body all wet, which looked very uncomfortable. Lin Jiwan habitually wanted to defer the turn, but with a quick glance from Su Qingyi, she obediently took her change of clothes into the bathroom like a child who had done something wrong. Su Qingyi felt like laughing for a moment. Lin Jiwan sometimes really didn't act like someone 3 years older than him. After some rustling, the sound of water in the bathroom finally began to ring out. Lin Tong looked at his own condition and then at the wooden floor that Su Qingyi kept clean. "Boss Su, I'll wait until I've washed up and changed before I go inside." He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Su Qingyi glanced at him and didn't force the issue, simply pulling a dry towel from the cabinet and tossing it to him. "Did you guys eat anything tonight? Do you want to eat something after your shower?" "We ate around 4 in the afternoon." After Lin Tong spoke, he realized that 12 hours had already passed since then. Having been busy the whole time, even if he had been hungry, the feeling had passed, he didn't feel much now. But Su Qingyi only asked because he himself was hungry. He leaned against the wall with Lin Tong and began searching for takeout on his phone. Unfortunately, at this hour, there were very few options available, and after scrolling through, nothing appealed to him. "It looks like you can't live in the Olive District for now. What are your plans?" Su Qingyi asked while debating between fried skewers with pancakes and malatang. I don't know, I haven't had a chance to discuss it with my sister yet. But I guess she wants to go back to our hometown for a few days." "Back to your hometown?" Su Qingyi frowned. His impression of Zhuanxiao village wasn't bad, provided the villagers there vanished on the spot. Lin Tong nodded and explained, "The spring festival is almost over, and my sister has been planning to hire someone to fix up our mother's grave. She finally has some extra money this year." If that was the case, it was understandable. However, given Lin Zhuan's personality, she would likely be bullied by her neighbors every time she returned to the village. Yet, back when times were difficult, she had received no small amount of help from the villagers. Now, even if she knew she was being fleeced, she wouldn't mind. Instead, she would see it as a way of repaying them. It was truly strange. Su Qingyi thought, why were the people around him all so kind-natured? Chu Qingyan was originally the one most capable of becoming a spoiled, ill-tempered heiress, yet she was so well-behaved it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little angel. Chen Jinji had grown up in such an environment, yet not only did she not turn dark, she could maintain her clarity and gentleness after seeing through everything. And if those two were merely kind but definitely not to be trifled with, then provoking Lin Juan was equivalent to not provoking anyone at all. If you provoke Sister Lin, you've really kicked cotton. In contrast to this was probably Liang Nina. She was a rare case of a bad temper. Whether you provoked her or not, she might attack indiscriminately and go crazy anytime, anywhere. But perhaps that was better than being a soft persimmon, at least she wouldn't suffer losses herself. Better to attack others than to consume oneself with internal stress. This was likely the junior's life motto. The classmate Yi Ju next door seemed quite obedient on the surface, but she definitely had a vengeful, eye-for-an-eye personality, which was actually a bit similar to Su Qingyi himself. Though he didn't really hold grudges, since he usually settled them on the spot. Another one who looked very difficult to provoke was Jian Xiao. She looked like the type who would smash someone's forehead with a high heel at any moment. Su Qingyi ran through them in his mind and finally concluded that someone like the eldest miss or the big star was better. They weren't overly aggressive, but they wouldn't get bullied for no reason either. Lin Zhuan only showered for 20 minutes before hurriedly leaving the bathroom. The pajamas she was wearing looked very familiar, likely the same silk socialite style that Yang Lu had bought for her. Lin Zhuan already had an elegant temperament and a face like a hibiscus emerging from water. Set against such a deep emerald green, she really did look like some kind of socialite. Out of appreciation, Su Qingyi couldn't help but look a few extra times. Unexpectedly, Sister Lin's face quickly turned red. She had only wanted to finish quickly so he could shower, not expecting such an embarrassing scene. Lin Tong obviously didn't notice his sister's emotional change and thought it was just the heat from the bathroom. Boss Su, you go ahead. You go first. Su Qingyi gestured with his chin. No, I'll go later. Hurry up. Su Qingyi patted the back of his neck. He was as thin as a bamboo pole and looked like he'd blow over in the wind. If he didn't take care of himself, he might have a fever of 40 degrees by tomorrow. Knowing he couldn't win the argument, Lin Tong had no choice but to agree. Only then did Su Qingyi sit down by the sofa. He didn't care about minor things like getting the floor wet. He had only been standing with Lin Tong for a while. Lin Juan sat in the furthest corner of the sofa with a towel over her shoulders, her eyes darting around somewhat unnaturally. Su Qingyi propped up his chin and watched her leisurely for quite a while. Lin Juan felt even more nervous under his gaze, practically sitting on pins and needles. Yet the person opposite her was incredibly indifferent, calm as a pool of deep black water. The atmosphere became scorched and agonizing between their extreme differences. Lin Juan endured it for a while, wringing her hands, until she finally couldn't sit still and stood up. She stared at the water prints on the floor that Su Qingyi had just stepped on, deciding to do some of the chores she was best at to distract herself. But she didn't know where the mop was, so she could only cast a pleading look towards Su Qingyi. However, this person acted as if he didn't understand her meaning, merely smiling without any reaction. But he clearly understood. Su Qingyi felt like laughing. He hadn't done anything, he had just looked at her for a while longer. Lin Juan was pacing around the room as anxiously as a wounded lamb, trying her best to appear calm, but the word, nervous, was practically written all over her face. Sister Lin. Lin Juan had put on her hearing aid after her shower, so as soon as he spoke, she quickly turned her head. The mop is in the cabinet right by your hand. Su Qingyi curled his lips into a smile. He really did see through everything. For the first time, Lin Juan connected the black-bellied great demon king, Su Qingyi that others spoke of with the clean and gentle Su Qingyi in her own heart. Lin Juan sighed, took out the mop, and began to clean seriously. Su Qingyi stood up and leaned over the back of the sofa, watching the water stains on the floor being absorbed by the cloth strips. Are you planning to go back to Zhuanqiao village? Lin Juan's movements paused, she raised her eyes to look at him and nodded. Because the house collapsed. Lin Juan thought for a moment, shook her head, and gestured, no. Every year during the spring festival, I have to go sweep the grave. This year I want to hire someone to help fix it up. Then where do you plan to live after you come back? Su Qingyi thought that if Yang Lu knew, she would definitely suggest that she upgrade directly to a live-in maid. But in that case, Lin Tong would have to live under someone else's roof when he came home for vacations, which Lin Juan would likely be unwilling to do. I'll rent a new place nearby. Lin Juan smiled gently, she seemed much more easygoing about this than Su Qingyi had imagined. Perhaps it was because she never had much confidence in that cardboard house, so she had long anticipated this day. Su Qingyi nodded, thought for a moment, and asked again, are you hungry? Lin Juan was stunned and habitually glanced toward the kitchen. Are you hungry? Wait a moment, I'll cook once I've mopped this. Are there ingredients in the house? Su Qingyi was truly hungry, and there was nothing good to order for takeout. He stood up and took the mop from her hand. I'll mop. Don't cook yet, I have something I want to discuss with you. At some point, he had already set aside his initial casual manner, both his tone and expression had returned to the Su Qingyi that Lin Juan knew. She couldn't help but become serious as well, standing nearby somewhat nervously, waiting for him to continue. Su Qingyi's mopping posture was clearly very practiced. Lin Juan was a bit surprised, but she understood after thinking about it for a moment. After all, he had lived alone since he was very young. Thinking of this, she felt a bit heartbroken for him. However, such emotions were quickly dispelled by Su Qingyi's next sentence. Do you mind being filmed while you're cooking? Lin Juan's silence was deafening. Just filming your cooking process and then uploading it to the internet. There are quite a few food bloggers like that on the internet now, and the income is decent. Su Qingyi explained patiently, but Lin Juan grew more panicked the more she heard. What internet, what bloggers? It was a field she had absolutely no contact with. No need to show your face. You can just treat it as recording your daily life and posting it along the way. Just give it a try, it won't necessarily become popular. Su Qingyi said unhurriedly, resting his head on his arm. In fact, that wasn't the case, since he had said it, he intended to make her popular. First, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Lin Juan's skills, the finished products were perfect in color, aroma, and taste. Second, he had watched her entire cooking process, it was clean and efficient, without any wasted movement, which was very comfortable to watch. Third, just looking at her figure, Sister Lin was a genuine beauty, even without showing her face, watching her cook was a feast for the eyes. There was no reason for such a food blogger not to become popular. If there was one, it would be insufficient promotion and marketing. But for Su Qingyi, that wasn't an issue. At worst, he'd just send a few more carnivals. So everything was ready. Next, he just had to convince the person involved. If he tried to persuade her based on profit, Lin Zhuan would definitely be unwilling. But if... Actually, the essence of a food blogger is still mainly teaching. Su Qingyi said slowly. Lin Zhuan's panicked expression softened slightly. This made him feel like a rather calculating orator. Look. Su Qingyi opened the kitchen cabinet, where a box of instant noodles was neatly arranged. He then opened the refrigerator. Except for a dozen eggs, it was just beer and cola, completely empty. I don't know how to cook. In the past, I either ate at the cafeteria or had instant noodles. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes at just the right moment, his thick eyelashes half covering his pupils. The more Lin Zhuan heard, the sadder she felt. Sometimes. After Yang Lu had a few drinks, she would pull her aside to chat. When mentioning things about Su Qingyi, she would sometimes cry, saying she hadn't taken good care of him and had failed him. Lin Zhuan naturally understood why Yang Lu chose to divorce, but thinking of the suffering Su Qingyi had endured since childhood, she felt very pained. So, if there were someone like you willing to record their cooking routine and share recipes, maybe I could learn. Seeing that the emotional buildup was sufficient, Su Qingyi threw out his final lethal weapon. Lin Zhuan originally found it hard to refuse him, and now the last bit of resistance was like shredded paper, gradually becoming soaked and sinking to the bottom of the water. She answered hesitantly, I'm afraid I won't do it well. You won't. Su Qingyi smiled and gestured for her to look at the camera placed on the coffee table. I'm very professional. However, the professional photographer Su Qingyi had clearly overlooked one key point. That was, there were far too few ingredients in the house. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Sister Lin stood in the kitchen and thought for a long while before asking tentatively, how about, let's forget it for today. I'll just make something simple for you to eat. Are you hungry? Su Qingyi, however, was unwilling. Striking while the iron is hot was the way to go. Having finally convinced her, he had to finish recording the first piece of material today. So after pacing for a bit, he decided on the first day dish. Gold and jade filling the hall. Which was actually the legendary egg fried rice. Lin Zhuan was worried about this proposal because she felt that there was probably no one in the world who didn't know how to make egg fried rice. But Su Qingyi felt that being able to make egg fried rice both delicious and visually appealing was also a skill. 354, Chapter 349 I treated you like a brother, and you actually wanted to. Chapter 349, I treat you like a brother, but you actually want. As it turns out, while egg fried rice is simple, there is still a difference depending on who is holding the ladle. Su Qingyi recalled that the egg fried rice he cooked was always either mushy or burnt to the bottom of the pan. But Lin Zhuan's bowl was full of distinct, golden, and brilliant grains. It could fully live up to the elegant name gold and jade filling the hall. It shouldn't be called egg fried rice, but broken gold rice. Su Qingyi and Lin Tong each took charge of a camera angle and very professionally recorded the entire cooking process. Then, like hungry Taotais, the two of them couldn't wait to start devouring the rice. Taiwan Novel Network has a large collection of books, super convenient. Taking on the responsibility of filming food when hungry is truly a test of one's character. He almost said something shameless like, let me take a spoonful to taste the saltiness. The egg fried rice tasted as good as it looked, and Su Qingyi lowered his head to finish every last grain at the bottom of the bowl. At this point, he received a reply to the message he had sent out. Million-follower blogger, I have some questions I'd like to ask. This was what Su Qingyi had sent to Han Bing 10 minutes ago, at 5:30 a.m. When they went to the amusement park last time, he accidentally learned that she was a lifestyle blogger with 1 million followers, so Su Qingyi had been thinking about asking her about it. In the realm of the internet, Han Bing was a senior to all of them, and if one wanted to enter the industry, having someone to lead the way was clearly a shortcut. He originally thought she wouldn't see it until she woke up, but he didn't expect her to reply now. Question mark. Su Qingyi, was your account hacked? Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, no, I really have something. You haven't slept yet? What kind of American time zone schedule is this? Yeah, pulled an all-nighter watching dramas. But I'm getting ready to sleep, tell me quickly what it is. Han Bing sent a sleepy emoji. After a while, she suddenly realized something and added another sentence warily, it's not that you had a fight with Mian Mian, right? I don't answer any relationship questions. God damn it, every time you upset her, she comes to me crying and complaining. I spend half the night painstakingly trying to persuade her, only for you two to be all smiles and reconciled the next morning. Am I some kind of sucker? Huh. Besides, why aren't you harassing Su Yang with this kind of thing instead of asking me? I'm already exhausted enough managing your girlfriend. God damn little couple, I'm going to call the police and have you arrested. What is all this nonsense? Does he look like the kind of person who wouldn't sleep in the middle of the night just to ask someone about relationship problems? Wait, it seems he is. After the Shura field on Christmas last time, he did run off to harass He Wufei. But that was a special case. And obviously, his relationship problems would only stem from the Shura field. He wouldn't dare tell Han Bing about that. Han Bing would definitely concoct a poison overnight and kill him off in no time. The more he thought about it, the scarier it became. In that case, he'd keep it short. Su Qingyi lowered his head and typed away. By now, Lin Tong had also finished eating. He stood up and silently cleared the bowls from the table. Aren't you an internet blogger? Have you looked into the food niche? I recorded some cooking footage for Sister Lin and want to try creating an account to post it. Han Bing quickly replied with a shocked emoji, and her status changed to typing. My God, how did you think of that? I've been watching food bloggers cook every day lately, it's so stress relieving. The popularity is very high, and the platform has support policies. Have you created the account yet? Have you processed the footage? She sent back a string of questions, looking very enthusiastic. Su Qingyi had to reply one by one, I've had this idea for a while. Isn't there a rainstorm today? Wood's house was flooded, so he's staying at my place for now. It was just the right opportunity to give it a try. Not created yet. Any suggestions? Just finished filming. Besides editing, do I need to add filters or anything? Han Bing was clearly shocked again. What? The house was flooded? Is it that exaggerated? Is everyone okay? People are fine. I drove over to pick them up. Su Qingyi replied. That's good. Han Bing breathed a sigh of relief before starting to answer his later questions. You should think of an account nickname from the start, it costs money to change it later. It's best if it's simple and easy to remember. Try to choose the footage with the best camera angles and clarity. Add subtitles to keyframes, and add filters depending on the situation. Forget it, you might not understand since you haven't done it. Send me the footage, I'll make a finished product for you. Perhaps thinking that this might be too difficult for Su Qingyi, Han Bing thought about it and took on the post-production task herself. This was exactly what Su Qingyi had hoped for. He hadn't watched many videos in the food section and knew nothing about the styles the audience preferred. If Han Bing was willing to step in and set an example, that was naturally for the best. That would be great. But is it too late now? How about tomorrow? Yeah, send it to me first. I'll do it tomorrow. Han Bing agreed. Su Qingyi also felt relieved. In the kitchen, Lin Tong and Lin Jiwan, who had already finished cleaning the dishes, didn't stop. They were still scrubbing in every corner. If Su Qingyi hadn't noticed in time, even the bottom of the pot would have been scrubbed until it was gleaming. Is your OCD even worse than mine? Su Qingyi clicked off the kitchen light. Clean up and go to sleep. It's almost dawn. He turned back to the bedroom, grabbed a blanket and a quilt, and threw them on the sofa. There was originally a master bedroom, but I turned it into a storage room, so no one can sleep there. Sister Lin, you take the bed. Wood and I will sleep on the sofa. His tone left no room for negotiation because he knew that if he left even a little leeway, these two would go back and forth endlessly. Su Qingyi led Lin Jiwan into the bedroom and pointed out the location of the bedside lamp. If you need anything, just come out and tell me. Wood and I are right in the living room. It was Lin Jiwan's first time staying in a stranger's room, and she was quite nervous. She nodded hesitantly. Su Qingyi glanced at her once more, then backed out and closed the door. Lin Jiwan stood in place for a while before carefully moving to sit on the corner of the bed. After a long time, she raised her eyes to take in the room. Her first impression was that it was very clean, and the few items were arranged very neatly. There were two posters on the wall, one red and one blue, featuring two foreigners Lin Jiwan didn't recognize. But looking at the green field in the background, they were probably some kind of athletes. The computer on the desk was still on, its power light faintly glowing with a weak red light. A small toy sat next to the mouse, a blue puppy. It was baring its teeth and wasn't particularly cute. It clearly didn't match his personality, it was probably a gift from someone else. Thinking of this, Lin Jiwan sighed softly. Lately, she would occasionally go to the temple with Yang Lu to pray and burn incense. The master said that once a thought of the heart arises, everything becomes an obsession. If a person's obsession is too deep, it will breed karmic obstacles. Lin Juan listened intently, yet she felt she had no obsessions. She had stumbled through the first half of her life, with almost no mind to consider anything else, just surviving had left her exhausted. When she was a child, she had seen villagers taking beehives, there were people in the market who bought them. Such a large hive, built bit by those bees, who knows how long it took. But for it to be completely destroyed by humans took only a minute. Lin Juan had hidden nearby and watched the whole process. She couldn't hear the buzzing sound, so she wasn't as nervous as the others. Later, when passing by, she would often see bees returning from foraging gathering there, flying around in the air as if they couldn't accept reality. Lin Juan often felt that her fate was like those bees, no matter how hard she worked, it would all be for nothing. There was a more precise description. When Lin Tong was studying at home and reciting, Lin Juan had listened in. She hadn't had much schooling, but she was willing to listen. A mayfly between heaven and earth, a grain of millet in the vast sea. Like a mayfly in the vast world, as small as a single grain of millet in the ocean. She remembered this sentence for a long time. Since she was a child, she had felt that her life was hopeless, that she could see the end of it at a glance. But Lin Tong was different, he should have the ability to go further. Lin Juan actually rarely showed any negative emotions in front of Lin Tong, she was always positive, optimistic, and capable of anything. But who is actually born like that? During countless difficult nights after tedious physical labor, Lin Juan would apply cheap, low-quality safflower oil to her body while comforting herself, just hold on a little longer, it's almost over. When Lin Tong gets into university, when he graduates and has the ability to support himself, then she could be free. Contrary to what most people thought, Lin Juan didn't work so hard so that Lin Tong could be successful so she could then enjoy a life of ease. She could persist until now only because of her sense of responsibility as an older sister and her deceased mother's final instructions. Lin Juan had no life of her own, no desires or needs of her own, and no place she wanted to go. Being like this, it could almost be said she was living towards death. There was no such thing as bitter first, sweet later, in life. Suffering had already left too many lingering effects on her, and she had no energy to enjoy the hard-won sweetness. Fortunately, fate finally showed a moment of mercy. Lin Juan met Su Qingyi. She felt her life suddenly become vivid. It turned out that she still had the consciousness of self. It turned out she still had expectations for tomorrow. It turned out she could also fall in love with someone. Lin Juan felt incredibly fortunate and happy about this, even though she knew it was ultimately an unknown, silent affection. So she never mentioned it, conscientiously guarding this secret that only she and the whole world knew. Only when kneeling before the Buddha would she piously tell her heart's voice to the heavens. That Buddha statue was famous far and wide, many people from other provinces would cross mountains and seas to come and worship. Lin Juan had been in Tangon for so many years, yet it was the first time she saw it under Yang Lu's guidance. The Buddha statue was massive, it had many signs of wear from the passage of time, but it remained majestic and sacred. Lin Juan summoned a great deal of courage before she dared to look into the eyes of the Buddha statue. With its back against the mountains and its eyes slightly closed, it carried the compassion of saving all living beings. The line for incense was very long, and by the time it was her and Yang Lu's turn, it was already evening. The Buddha statue was shrouded in the sunset glow, adding a few more points of divinity. Usually at such times, the wishes she made were unrelated to herself, only hoping for Lin Tong's academic success, health, and the like. But this time was different, besides those, she finally left a bit of room for her own private desire. When kneeling before the Buddha, everyone is equal, because of the belief that a wish won't come true if spoken aloud, one can only pray with the voice of the heart. Lin Juan took off her hearing aid, put her hands together, and piously closed her eyes. The world became incredibly quiet, but she could hear her heart saying, "Thank you for the Buddha's protection, thank you for allowing me to meet Su Qingyi. Please bless him to be safe and smooth, happy and joyful in the future. Please, bless him to achieve fulfillment and get what he desires." Su Qingyi lay on the sofa, unable to fall asleep for a long time. First, he wasn't used to the change of environment. After all, the sofa wasn't as comfortable as a bed, and it wasn't long enough, so he had to sleep with his legs tucked in. Second, the rain was still falling outside, and the pitter-patter was quite annoying. As he turned over for the third time to adjust his posture, Lin Tong, lying on the other sofa, suddenly spoke. "Boss Su, aren't you asleep yet?" Su Qingyi gave a hum of affirmation, somewhat surprised. He thought Lin Tong had fallen asleep long ago, since he had been lying there motionless like a zombie. "Why aren't you sleeping either?" I feel like I've passed the point of being sleepy. Lin Tong smiled and readjusted his pillow. I heard it's easier to have nightmares on rainy days, Boss Su. No wonder. Su Qingyi thought of the incredibly terrifying dream he had last night about the Shura field falling apart, and the zerzer sound of the electric drill seemed to ring in his ears again. Lately, nothing's happened, right? Seeing his reaction, Lin Tong shuddered and asked tremulously. No. Su Qingyi answered. Just as Lin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, he continued, but something might be about to happen. Cough, cough. The breath Lin Tong had just let out got stuck, making him cough. Su Qingyi thought about it and briefly explained the situation of Chen Jinji and Chu Qingyan participating in the same program. Just listening to it made Lin Tong feel terrified and a bit overwhelmed. He really couldn't understand how the person involved next to him could remain so calm. Boss Su, your psychological resilience is too strong. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. Su Qingyi let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. Although it was still raining, the sky outside was already starting to brighten. Things have developed to this point. Regardless of whether I can bear it, I have to face it and consider countermeasures. True. Lin Tong nodded. Besides, I can't keep it hidden forever, can I? There will come a day when I need to lay my cards on the table. Thinking about that, I'm not so nervous anymore. Su Qingyi wrapped the blanket tighter around himself and continued, it's like when you know you'll eventually have to fight the final boss, the Buddha, would you still care about the wild boars along the way? Lin Tong felt something was slightly off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After thinking for a bit, he asked a question he had been curious about for a long time. Boss Su, if the conflict really becomes irreconcilable and you have to choose one of the two, who would you choose? An outsider could never choose the answer to this question, only the person involved would know. Because whether it was Chen Jinji or Chu Qingyan, either one alone was an earthly ideal, something one could only hope for but rarely find. It wasn't that Su Qingyi hadn't thought about this question, but what he knew more clearly was something else. From the moment I took this step, the possibility of choosing one over the other no longer existed. They both loved him very much, but at the same time, they were proud and would not compromise. The moment they knew he was attempting to divide his heart between two people, both of them would choose to let go with absolute resolve. Su Qingyi knew this better than anyone. He sighed softly, turned over, and suddenly lost interest in chatting. Sleeping. Lin Tong heard the low mood in his voice and sighed as well. As a friend, he couldn't help much. Seeing him so exhausted by this matter, he only felt he couldn't offer any assistance. Such behavior could be called shocking, despicable, or worthy of universal condemnation, those were all outside judgments. But from his perspective, Su Qingyi was his best friend and the benefactor who had pulled him out of the mire. So regardless of how others viewed Su Qingyi's love affairs, regardless of right or wrong, Lin Tong stood firmly on his side. Good night, Boss Su. With such matters on his mind, Lin Tong couldn't sleep soundly. In his daze, he felt a figure walk by. Lin Tong opened his eyes halfway and took a look, it was his sister. She walked lightly, helping them draw the curtains that had a gap. Lin Tong quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. If his sister found out he wasn't sleeping, she would definitely worry if he wasn't resting well. Unexpectedly, after a while, he still didn't hear the sound of her footsteps returning to the room, so Lin Tong opened his eyes again in confusion. This time, he saw Lin Jiwan picking up the blanket that had slipped onto the floor for Su Qingyi on the other side and carefully tucking in the corners. If such behavior wasn't yet considered crossing the line, her gaze was certainly not right. It was 12 out of 10 points of not right. Too gentle, full of affection, like a pool of spring water. And that was absolutely not the kind of emotion an older sister would show when looking at a younger brother. Could it be? Lin Tong suddenly felt a headache. Good heavens. Let him go blind. What is going on with all this? 355, Chapter 350. Many definitions of power. Su Qingyi was completely unaware of the undercurrents that had been surging the previous night. He had a comfortable, sound sleep, and it was already afternoon by the time he opened his eyes. The rain hadn't stopped, but fortunately, it had weakened significantly. Listening closely, only a gentle pitter-patter remained. Su Qingyi yawned and sat up. He was the only one left in the living room. The blanket on the sofa where Lin Tong had slept last night was folded neatly, without a single wrinkle. It was the same in his room, even the corners of the quilt were tucked in perfectly flat. It made one wonder if he had actually hosted the siblings last night, or if it had just been another dream. Su Qingyi leaned against the doorframe in silence for a while before turning back out. He finally found evidence of reality on the dining table. Inside a porcelain bowl was a portion of hot porridge, still warm to the touch. Beside it was a note with Lin Tong's signature, orderly regular script, which was very easy to recognize. Boss Sue, the rain is letting up, so we've decided to hurry and catch a bus back to our hometown. My sister and I woke up early, and since we saw you were sleeping well, we didn't wake you. Sorry for the intrusion, and thank you for taking care of us. Rest well. The handwriting in the section below changed abruptly. Each stroke was written with great force, resembling the handwriting of an elementary school student. Vegetable porridge, it's cold, remember to heat it up before eating. Su Qingyi chuckled, seeing that the character for porridge had been written in separate pieces. However, it was still lukewarm. Su Qingyi went to the kitchen to wash a spoon and finish the porridge while it still held its last bit of warmth. The vegetable porridge was refreshing and light, making it very pleasant to eat. After finishing, Su Qingyi surprisingly felt a bit sleepy again. He wasn't sure if yesterday's events had been too taxing, but his body felt weary and his spirit lacked energy. First, there were the bizarre dreams, then the heavy rain brought out inexplicable self-destructive negative emotions, and before bed, he had discussed the Shura field with Lin Tong. Just recalling it made his head feel dizzy again. Unfortunately, reality wouldn't allow him to crawl back into bed for a nap. There were still many things to do. Su Qingyi sighed, got up, and went back to his room to change clothes. Although it was a rainy day, it wasn't cold, the humid, sticky air even brought a hint of sweltering heat. Su Qingyi hesitated in front of the closet for a moment before pulling on a loose gray hoodie. First, he had to return the car keys. When he knocked on Auntie Zhu's door, it was opened by the little tubby, Chocolate. The fellow looked bleary-eyed, with ballpoint pen marks on his face. He had likely been dozing off while doing homework. Brother Xiaoyi. Only after seeing who it was did he rub his eyes and react. Where are your parents? Su Qingyi patted his round head. Dad is taking a nap, and Mom went to Auntie Wang's house to play mahjong. They really aren't worried about their precious car at all. Then again, when he returned, he had specifically parked the car nearby downstairs. The two of them must have seen it already, which explained their peace of mind. Su Qingyi jiggled the car keys in his hand and placed them on the shoe cabinet. I'm leaving the keys here. Let your parents know later. Okay. Chocolate nodded vigorously but didn't seem to intend to close the door, just staring at him expectantly. He looked quite pitiful, like a chubby little puppy. Su Qingyi's steps to leave were forced to a halt. Want to go out and play? Hum. Chocolate's eyes, which had lost their luster from the torment of homework, immediately reignited with hope. Are elementary school students nowadays really being pushed to this extent? Su Qingyi couldn't help but complain inwardly. Then let's go. But it's a rainy day, so we don't have many places to go. He issued a warning in advance. But Chocolate couldn't care less. As long as he could go out and not stay home to do homework, he would go anywhere. The innocent elementary schooler followed him. Downstairs, overjoyed. Su Qingyi messaged Auntie Zhu as he walked. Hello, Auntie. I've left the car keys on the shoe cabinet by the door. I'm taking Chocolate out to play for a bit and will bring him home before dinner. Don't worry. Unexpectedly, Auntie Zhu, who was currently battling at the mahjong table, replied very quickly. All right. Thanks for the hard work, Qingyi. Feel free to take my Beiji away, no need to ask. Flower, thumbs up, truly his biological mother. Su Qingyi opened his black umbrella with one hand, and Chocolate consciously took out his small Ultraman umbrella. The two walked slowly along the dark red square bricks of the sidewalk. Brother Xiaoyi, where are we going? With a child's temperament, Chocolate couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Do you have any good places in mind? Su Qingyi thought about it and realized he really didn't know where to go. Although he had grown up in Qinghe district, his life had basically always been a straight line between school and home. If you asked if there were any places worth visiting nearby, he was completely clueless. There are so many. When it came to playing, Chocolate excitedly threw a punch in the air. Go straight for 3 kilometers, and there's a game center. The claw machines inside are very fair, the claws are sturdy. Turn left at the intersection, and there's People's Park. After school, I usually go there with my classmates because the playground inside is newly built. It's a pity it's raining today. Oh. And there's a dessert shop near the park. The strawberry ice cream there is especially delicious. Brother Xiaoyi, let me treat you. I still have some of my New Year's money left this year. He spoke with such animation that it seemed he might start drooling at any second. Su Qingyi was amused and decided to bring up a sore subject to dampen the happy elementary schooler's spirits. Chocolate, what were your final exam scores last semester? As soon as this was mentioned, Chocolate's happiness vanished instantly, and he immediately became dejected. Brother Xiaoyi, were your grades always this good when you were in elementary school? He hadn't expected the kid to ask a counter-question. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, I've forgotten a bit. But I probably never ranked second in the whole school. He had been first too many times in his life, so being first wasn't unusual. What would have been unusual was being second. If it had ever happened, he would certainly have remembered it. Su Qingyi had attended the number 1 middle school's affiliated primary school as a child. By the 5th grade, he had already been confirmed for direct admission into the main campus's rocket class for middle school. So for the remaining 2 years, he no longer studied elementary school subjects. Instead, while previewing middle school textbooks, he specialized in various knowledge competitions. Final exam scores held no meaning for someone like him. But for Chocolate, the meaning was far too significant. It determined whether his bottom remained intact, his living environment for the entire winter break, and most importantly, the ownership of his New Year's money. So he had worked very hard for these final exams. He got a 95 in math, a 93 in Chinese, an 89 in English, and a 98 in science. Actually, at first glance, it was quite good. Chocolate and Auntie Zhu had been nervous, but the moment they saw the scores, they were both pleasantly surprised. This was partly due to the pile of Huanggang test papers Su Qingyi had given him before the start of the university semester. However, although he attended the foreign language school, the level of academic competition among his peers was not at all inferior to those at public elementary schools. With these scores, he actually ranked second to last in his class. And the throne for the absolute last place still belonged to Su Xiaoxue. Auntie Zhu's smile vanished completely the moment she saw the ranking. Chocolate knew instantly that his happy winter break was gone. Goodbye, Ultraman eggs, goodbye, Digimon, goodbye, meat dishes, chips, chocolate, and ice cream. And starting next semester, what awaited him would be an even more ruthless purgatory. Thinking of this, Chocolate couldn't help but sigh. If only I could be as smart as you, Brother Xiaoyi. Never mind, if I were even half as smart as you, I could walk with my head held high in class. Oh. How do you know? Su Qingyi reached out and grabbed his back collar. The light ahead was red, and this dejected fellow was walking forward without even noticing. Mom said so. Chocolate had actually sugar-coated her wording. Her original words were, if you had even 1% of your brother Xiaoyi's brain, you wouldn't be second to last. Su Qingyi looked at the countdown on the red light across the street and said casually, I'm not that smart. Oh my gosh, you're not smart. Chocolate shook his head like a rattle. When I was a kid, I studied all those miscellaneous things just to pass the time. Su Qingyi tilted his head, thinking seriously. When he was little, people's forms of entertainment weren't as flashy as they are now. Besides watching TV, kids would go out and play naive games with friends, like hide-and-seek or eagle-catching chicks. Su Qingyi wasn't interested in that, and besides, he had no friends. The TV at home was either occupied by Su Zilong's ball games or Yang Lu's soap operas. So his only form of entertainment was studying and reading. When he first finished reading the entire The Count of Monte Cristo, there were many characters he didn't even know yet, and naturally, many plot points he couldn't understand. But he didn't find it boring. Sentences that left a deep impression after the first reading can still be recited by him today. If you long for something, you must set it free. If it returns to you, it belongs to you, if it does not, you never truly possessed it. Unlike most children who subconsciously view learning and entertainment as opposites, he didn't see any difference between them. In that era, there were no short videos to kill time, so days always passed very slowly. Children accustomed to early rising and early sleeping had an entire, long day to themselves. In these 60 seconds of the red light, Su Qingyi briefly recalled his childhood. How exactly did he spend those many long, slow, solitary days? The green light turned on, and he stopped his thoughts, instead taking Chocolate's hand to cross the street. I know where we're going to play today. Where? Chocolate's heart, which had been dampened by his grades, became lively again. The library. Chocolate's suspended heart finally died. Completely dead. Actually, Su Qingyi had overlooked that his range of activities in Qinghe district wasn't a 2-point line, but a 3-point line. The other point was the library. Although there was a bookshelf of books at home, with his intensity and speed of reading, it was clearly not enough. So Yang Lu had taken him to the library. Su Qingyi only needed one trip to memorize the route, and from then on, he went alone. He was serious when reading and would often only be asked to leave by the administrator when the library closed. However, after starting middle school, he rarely came anymore. Because number 1 middle school also had a library, which was much more convenient than coming all the way here. Standing at the entrance, Su Qingyi felt momentarily dazed. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Chocolate looked at the obviously old library in front of him and scratched his head. Actually, there was a newly built one on the other side of the city district, in a minimalist, modern European style, very high-end. He didn't know why Brother Xiaoyi would come to this one. Su Qingyi's footsteps paused for a second, and after steadying himself slightly, he walked inside. Chocolate followed closely behind. For some reason, looking at Su Qingyi's expression, he suddenly felt that coming to the library to play wasn't so bad. Hadn't he always wanted to become smart? Now was the perfect opportunity. The two entered the building. Although the decor was old, it was quite clean and tidy. However, it was empty, with almost no one there. The administrator was an elderly man who was dozing in a rocking chair. Hearing the sound of the two entering, he only lazily lifted an eyelid. After all these years, the arrangement of the bookshelves had changed. The natural science category that Su Qingyi liked most as a child had been moved to the other side. As he walked past, it was like walking through sealed time, with pages of the past fluttering like withered yellow leaves. Chocolate quickly found the book he was most interested in among the vast sea of books. Asterisk 100,000 Whys of Gourmet Food Star. Su Qingyi felt both helpless and amused. When he came here back then, he usually read things like A Brief History of the Universe or Laws of the Stars. This was also one of the reasons Yang Lu didn't want to accompany him. She'd get a headache just looking at those things. Chocolate hugged his comic book and found a corner seat to sit down. Su Qingyi followed him and casually pulled out a copy of Kant and the Problem of Metaphysics. This library was already sparsely visited, and with it being a rainy day, there were only a few scattered people in sight. Just as Chocolate sat down, he became curious about the book in Su Qingyi's hand and peeked over. Imagination, through schemata, allows both sensibility and concepts to obtain representation, thus becoming a bridge between sensibility and understanding, constituting the essential basis of ontological knowledge. They were clearly all Chinese characters, so why couldn't he understand it at all? Chocolate immediately felt lightheaded, but Su Qingyi's eyes were slightly lowered, clearly in a very serious state. Chocolate sighed softly, feeling more and more that the prospect of becoming smart was somewhat hopeless. What's wrong? Su Qingyi noticed the elementary schooler's low spirits and turned to ask. Brother Xiaoyi, I feel like I might never be as amazing as you. Chocolate lay on the table, feeling discouraged. Getting emo at such a young age. Su Qingyi thought he'd take him to McDonald's for some therapy later. What do you think it means to be amazing? He asked. Just like you, knowing everything and being able to do everything. Having such good grades, as if there are no difficult problems in the world you can't solve. Chocolate replied, counting on his fingers. But Su Qingyi shook his head. I'm not as amazing as you imagine. You'll understand when you grow up. Besides, it's not only people with good grades who are amazing. He put down the book in his hand, being careful not to let the pages crease. I think someone who can make perfect soft-serve ice cream is also amazing. Someone who can tell where razor clams are with just one look while beachcombing is also amazing. Someone who can make delicious egg-fried rice is also amazing. Speaking of which, he smiled slightly, as if thinking of something. If everyone goes after academic success and careers, who will operate the merry-go-round? Time isn't only meaningful when spent on studying. If you like it, then spacing out, watching the sunset, or counting the stars, these things all have meaning. As Chocolate listened, he suddenly asked thoughtfully, Brother Xiaoyi, can I be a candied hawthorn vendor in the future? If your candied hawthorns are big and sweet, then of course you'll be amazing too. Su Qingyi chuckled again, his expression rarely gentle. Yeah. Chocolate nodded heavily, momentarily so happy he wanted to dance. Actually, he wasn't that silly. He knew that if he asked his mom this question, he would definitely get a scolding and be criticized for having no ambition. But he also knew his mom meant. Well, no parent doesn't want their child to be successful. However, Chocolate hadn't expected Su Qingyi to answer like this. The hardships and tribulations of the entire winter break vanished instantly after receiving encouragement from the person he admired most. 356, Chapter 351 The cat saw catnip. A drizzly, rainy day is actually very suitable for reading. In his previous life, when Su Qingyi spent time in the library, he basically never took off his over-ear headphones. On one hand, it was to avoid others striking up a conversation with him, on the other hand, it was also because he liked playing white noise of rainy days while reading. The pitter-patter of raindrops had quite a calming effect on him, making it very suitable for reading documents that he would usually find obscure and difficult to understand. Through this method, Su Qingyi successfully finished writing several review papers, which were posted by his supervisor in the group chat with high praise and commendation. He was so embarrassed that he almost left the group and ran away. Thinking of this past that he couldn't bear to look back on, even though he had been reborn, Su Qingyi still got goosebumps from the embarrassment. With that, his train of thought for reading was also interrupted, and Su Qingyi re-examined his conclusion about this book. The author of this book differs from Kant in their view of the thing in itself. Kant discarded the thing in itself as a remnant of knowledge, while the author believes that the thing in itself is precisely the keeping open of the existential horizon. It wasn't completely without gains. Su Qingyi closed the book and stretched his cervical spine, which had become somewhat stiff from looking down at the book for a long time. Today, the white noise of the rain was mixed with another bonus sound effect. That was the snoring of the little Beiji beside him. This guy had been sleeping on the table for half an hour. Worried that his drool would drip onto the book, Su Qingyi had no choice but to wake him up. Is it time to eat? Chocolate suddenly lifted his head, saying half asleep. Su Qingyi pulled out the book that was pressed under his elbow. Only then did Chocolate remember that they were reading in the library, but he was so sleepy that he had fallen asleep after reading only the second page. Even for a Beiji, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Chocolate scratched his head and chuckled. Nickname brother, have you finished reading the book? Su Qingyi casually flipped through the book in his hand, 100,000 Whys of Gourmet Food. It was all common knowledge, such as, why does stinky tofu taste good, and, why is drinking carbonated drinks refreshing? It was actually quite good as a popular science book for children. For Su Qingyi, it was meaningless, because he had already learned these things in similar popular science books when he was a child. By the way, I remembered something. After a nap, it was as if Chocolate's Ren and Du meridians had been opened, and he suddenly remembered an important matter. Nickname brother, when do you start school? In a few days. Why? Su Qingyi replied. Then are you going to school with Miss Chu? Perhaps. Why not go together? I didn't say we weren't going together. Then are you going together or not? Chocolate became a bit anxious, changing from his obedient sitting posture to kneeling on the chair, gripping the back of the chair and looking directly at him. Do you have something to ask her? Su Qingyi felt like laughing, crossing his arms with composure, looking forward to what kind of incredible, earth-shattering reason this guy could come up with. Miss Chu bought me a lot of snacks before, so for this year's New Year sweets, I saved one of each kind and put them in a box to give to her. Miss Chu is pretty and very friendly to me, so I want to give her a New Year's gift. Chocolate scratched his head and answered. Honestly. Oh, he's a kid who knows how to reciprocate. Su Qingyi looked at his round head and couldn't help but reach out and ruffle his hair. So you want to ask me to help you bring it to her? Yes. Chocolate nodded and continued, anyway, you guys are classmates and can see each other often. College classmates are different from your current classmates, she and I are not in the same class anymore. Su Qingyi intended to tease him, deliberately making the matter sound very difficult. Why aren't you in the same class? This was clearly beyond Chocolate's scope of understanding, small eyes filled with big confusion. You got first place, she got second, and you both went to Beijing University, why aren't you in the same class? Because we want to study different things. Su Qingyi thought for a moment before continuing, Miss Chu is studying knowledge that will be needed to be a boss in the future, while what I am studying. He suddenly got stuck, not knowing how to define law. Judging bad people? Or pursuing justice? Anyway, it has nothing to do with being a boss. Is that so? Chocolate sighed softly, it seemed his box of candy couldn't be given away. Su Qingyi changed his tone and smiled again. But since you have this heart, I will help you ask first. Su Qingyi took out his phone, ready to send a message to Chu Qingmian to inform her that a little fan was preparing to give her a gift. He knew without guessing that she would be very happy about it. However, Miss Chu is very busy, so she might not have time. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Chocolate on the chair next to him widened his eyes. Isn't that the older sister? Could it really be a case of, speak of the devil, encountering Miss Chu here? That shouldn't be. Su Qingyi was a little stunned and looked over in the direction of Chocolate's gaze. Damn, why is it her? Liang Nina, whom he hadn't seen for a while, was standing next to the bookshelf, tiptoeing to reach for Ziji Tongjian. On this drizzly late winter day, she was still wearing the autumn uniform of No. 1 high school. Her fluffy, slightly curled chestnut hair draped over her shoulders, her profile as exquisite as a doll's, and beneath the blue and white plaid skirt were a pair of slender, fair legs. The youthful aura that only belongs to a high school girl rushed towards him. It's that very fierce older sister. Chocolate said with wide, surprised eyes. How is your memory so good at a time like this? Su Qingyi held his forehead and sighed softly. Senior, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. It's such a surprise. In the brief moment he closed his eyes, Liang Nina, who had just been standing by the bookshelf, had moved at the speed of light and sat on the chair next to him, greeting him with a smile. Su Qingyi looked at her cat-like eyes that were slightly narrowed from smiling, and said calmly, a surprise? Liang Nina's cat-like eyes winked playfully. It seemed she had no intention of making excuses. What is so special about this old library that it could attract you to travel across half the city to read? Su Qingyi looked at her chestnut-colored curls and asked slowly. Of course there is, aren't you here, senior? Liang Nina looked completely righteous. Su Qingyi then remembered that one cannot use normal logic when communicating with this person. He sighed again, feeling somewhat helpless. Is number 1 high school still on break? This didn't make sense. The legally mandated spring festival was already over, and in 2 days it would be the Lantern Festival on the 15th of the first lunar month. In Su Qingyi's memory, the winter break at number 1 high school was never this long. It could even be said that since middle school, there had never been a complete holiday. As a provincial key school, the Education Bureau turned a blind eye to this behavior. As long as students signed a consent form saying something like, I am voluntarily coming to school for self-study, they could get away with it most of the time. When other students complained about this and threatened to call and file complaints, Su Qingyi actually supported them in his heart. Although a holiday for him just meant changing the place to study, for the former him, naturally, staying at home without going out to see people was best. If the school required makeup classes, the possibility of him being forced to interact with people would be greater, which was not good news. Not really, makeup classes have already started. But, there was a heavy rainstorm yesterday, so we have a day off today. Liang Nina seemed to be in a great mood, smiling the whole time. Very fierce older sister, when did you come to the library? Chocolate asked curiously while shrinking behind Su Qingyi. Although this pretty older sister seemed like a different person, not as fierce as when they last met. He still had lingering fears. After all, children are easily left with psychological shadows. Sure enough, seeing Chocolate being so bold as to strike up a conversation with her, Liang Nina's expression changed instantly. Huh? What business is it of yours, you gossiping little fatty? Her face was written with the word disgust, and her features were almost scrunched up. Su Qingyi felt like laughing for a moment, but with him backing Chocolate up, the boy boldly retorted, very fierce older sister, you won't be able to find a boyfriend looking like this. Do you think you, a cube-shaped little fatty, can find a girlfriend? Liang Nina glared with her cat-like eyes. I haven't even started puberty yet. You'll only be fatter once you hit puberty. You're talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Su Qingyi. Save him, how many elementary school students are there here? After a round of sparring, Chocolate, having been hit by Cube, Fatty, and Dead Little Fatty, in turn, declared in exasperation, I'm going to call you stalker older sister from now on. Damn. Liang Nina rolled up her sleeves without saying a word. If I don't kick you like a football to Old Trafford today, I'm not surnamed Liang. Nickname brother, help me. Seeing that she wasn't bluffing, Chocolate was so scared that he kept trying to burrow into Su Qingyi's arms. Holy crap, you dead fatty, get down. That's a lap I haven't even sat on, you dare to sit on it? Do you believe I'll skin you alive? Unexpectedly, Liang Nina was even more triggered. She grabbed Chocolate by the back of the collar, preparing for a shoulder throw. Fortunately, Su Qingyi reacted quickly and rescued him. Otherwise, he would have really been thrown until his butt blossomed. If you two want to fight, go outside, this is a library. Su Qingyi said helplessly. Unfortunately, it was too late, the librarian old man's peaceful dream had already been awakened by the 2 elementary school students. He kicked them all out with a dark face. The rain hadn't stopped. The 3 of them stood at the library entrance like homeless people who had been kicked out. Liang Nina looked up at the fine water droplets under the eaves and said pitifully, Senior, I didn't bring an umbrella. Then how did you get here just now? Su Qingyi shook off the remaining raindrops on his umbrella. He knew this person was deliberately acting miserable and pitiful, but he didn't intend to buy it. The driver brought me. Liang Nina continued acting. Then I'll give you my umbrella. Chocolate heroically handed out his small Ultraman umbrella. Get lost. Liang Nina suppressed the urge to kick this football away. How unlucky. It was hard to seize a heaven-sent opportunity to meet Senior, and she had thought it would be a sweet date for 2, but she didn't expect a follower to be clinging on behind. What is this? And a chubby, silly blockhead at that. Liang Nina hated children the most. She had a younger brother and a younger sister at home, and the words she said most to them since she was little were, "Get lost," and "Get out." She followed Senior's footsteps into the library and originally couldn't help but want to go up and say hello. But seeing the gentle look in Senior's eyes while chatting with the little fatty, she wanted to watch a little longer. After all, when Senior faced her, he always looked helpless, as if he couldn't do anything about her. Although he was very charming like that, she wanted to see more and more different versions of Senior. Later, it was Senior reading seriously, in a trance. He looked a bit like the lonely and gloomy Senior from before, and Liang Nina felt her heart beating so violently she was about to faint. So, as long as he watched, Liang Nina stared at him from not far away with eyes full of obsession. Of course, she also took hundreds of photos, from different angles, in different light, with different filters. It wasn't until he closed the book that Liang Nina went around to the other side and appeared in front of him in a perfect pose. Yes, a perfect pose. In those Japanese-style fresh and youth-painful movies she watched, the heroine would always have such a shot. Seemingly casual, but in fact, the light and angle were carefully designed. It was the perfect shot, the easiest to fall in love with at first sight. Unexpectedly, the one who saw her first was this small Beiji. Holy crap. All the careful planning was wasted. Now, he even wanted to interfere with the perfect opportunity for her and Senior to share the same umbrella. Liang Nina couldn't help but get angrier the more she thought about it. Her chestnut curls fluttered in the wind, like a puppy with its fur standing on end. Su Qingyi felt like laughing and deliberately asked, "Otherwise, I'll hold the Ultraman umbrella, and you two share mine." "No, nickname brother." "Senior, I don't want that." "Cube, what did you say? By what right do you say no? I don't want to share an umbrella with stalker older sister." "You don't deserve it, kid." Listening to them gave him a headache, so Su Qingyi handed the Ultraman umbrella to Liang Nina. "Let's go." Chocolate specifically walked to the side further away from Liang Nina and asked, "Where to?" "Back, I told your mom I'd bring you back before dinner." Su Qingyi opened his black umbrella and stepped into the rain. To keep up with his pace, Liang Nina had no choice but to open the Ultraman umbrella unwillingly. The three of them walked like this, which could barely be considered harmonious. Although Liang Nina didn't get to share the same umbrella, her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with undisguised affection. Su Qingyi, of course, felt very uncomfortable. The way Qin Jinji looked at him wasn't like this. It was gentle as water, like a beam of bright moonlight held in the hands. The way Chu Qingyan looked at him wasn't like this either. It was clear and warm, like a ray of bright, warm sunshine after spring rain. But the high school girl beside him now looked at him as if a cat had seen catnip. Obsession, focus, attachment, desire. In short, it was definitely not normal. 357, Chapter 352. Her worries evaporated into clouds. The trio walked together. One was devoted, one was absent-minded. The last one, of course, was using his not-so-clever brain to plot his own little schemes. Chocolate was certain that this fierce older sister definitely had feelings for Brother Qingyi. Although with his current understanding, he didn't actually know the definition of having feelings. Su Xiaoxue chased him around every day, so his classmates all said she had feelings for him. Therefore, perhaps having feelings meant wanting to be with that person and wanting to play with them all the time. And then, not letting others play with him. Every time another female classmate tried to talk to him, Su Xiaoxue would rush over to stop it. Chocolate was very distressed by this, because his type was absolutely not like Su Xiaoxue. With a temper so bad and not cute at all, who in the world would like a girl like that? But Su Xiaoxue was also quite good to him, always thinking of sharing half of her snacks and toys with him. Moreover, if he didn't play with Su Xiaoxue, she wouldn't have a single friend in class. How pitiful that would be. Thinking of this, Chocolate couldn't help but sigh. He was just an elementary school student, yet he had to bear such emotional entanglements. It was truly tragic. Because of this, he felt a shared sense of empathy for Su Qingyi's current situation. Even though this fierce sister's temper seemed even worse than Su Xiaoxue's, she was indeed very beautiful. But anyway, she wasn't as beautiful as Sister Chu. I hope Brother Qingyi can hold out. Chocolate shouted in his heart. He was on Sister Chu's side. Su Qingyi naturally didn't know what the little pigsy beside him was thinking. He was just a bit troubled. Why was Liang Nina following them instead of going home? This young lady's family was very wealthy. She clearly wouldn't live in an old, dilapidated district like Qinghe. Seeing that they were about to turn the corner into the alleyway near his home, Su Qingyi paused and stopped in front of a milk tea shop. Want something to drink? It would be best to disperse here after finishing the drinks. Otherwise, this dinner hour was when the alley was most lively. If gossipy neighbors saw him bringing a beautiful high school girl home, who knows what they would discuss. Though that might be exactly the effect Liang Nina wanted. I want a brulee crunchy milk foam, no ice, with double cheese foam. Before Liang Nina could speak, Chocolate beat her to it. The former glared at him crossly, then instantly switched to a well-behaved smile. What does Senior want to drink? Jasmine green milk tea, sugar-free. Su Qingyi glanced at the menu and replied. He had no desire for sweets like milk tea, so he simply chose the most foolproof option. Then I'll have the same as Senior. Liang Nina placed the order with a beaming smile. When this girl put on a normal act, she really looked like a well-behaved and sweet high school girl. Just as the auntie shaking the milk tea seemed about to overflow with motherly love from her smile, Liang Nina's expression suddenly changed without warning. Hey, you, fatty. Her tone carried an unquestionable dominance. Chocolate was focused on waiting for his cheese foam and looked up in bewilderment with a, huh? Who else could the fatty here be but you? Liang Nina clicked her tongue impatiently and pointed to a single table in the corner. Go drink over there later. I want to talk to Senior. Are you two going to whisper secrets? Chocolate frowned. As a firm supporter of the Chu faction, a sense of crisis was stirring. Yes, so get over there, or I'll beat you. Liang Nina's cold expression looked like she was about to eat someone, her whole body radiating a dark aura of resentment. This was the last chance to be alone today. If he kept interfering, she really would have to find a way to take this kid out. Chocolate swallowed hard. His already small courage deflated rapidly like a punctured balloon. So he had no choice but to take his brulee crunchy milk foam to the corner. Fortunately, with food, it wasn't boring. He concentrated on eating the double cheese foam in his cup. Su Qingyi carried his jasmine green milk tea and sat at the long table by the window. Perhaps because of the rain, there weren't many people in the milk tea shop. It was also peak commuting hour, and pedestrians on the street were walking hurriedly, rushing home. Liang Nina actually had a sweet tooth. She usually drank her milk tea with full sugar. Sometimes she wouldn't eat all day, and 1 cup of milk tea was enough. The jasmine green milk tea in her hand was not only unsweetened but also slightly bitter, though it carried a faint scent of jasmine. Liang Nina took a few sips and declared her unconditional love for any of Senior's preferences. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand, watching the raindrops splash against the ground, his mind going blank for a moment. He felt that this rain had come somewhat strangely, to the point that it severely affected his mood. Many memory fragments originally left in his past life fell rustlingly along with this time-traveling rain, determined to pull him into such a vortex. For example, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that his first meeting with Liang Nina was not in the cafeteria after the oath-taking ceremony, but on a rainy day just like this. But under what circumstances was that meeting? He couldn't remember clearly. Could Liang Nina's obsession with him have originated from there? Since the person involved was right here, Su Qingyi thought about it and chose to ask directly. Do you still remember when you first saw me? Of course I remember. Liang Nina smiled, a hint of nostalgia appearing in her eyes. Senior, it's okay if you don't remember. I will remember it for a lifetime. It was a rainy day somewhat similar to today. At that time, Liang Nina was still a silent, withdrawn, and taciturn ordinary student. Her appearance was also very ordinary, heavy bangs, large black-rimmed glasses, and ear-length short hair. In short, she was the type who would disappear if thrown into a crowd. However, her bad personality was already traceable. Precisely because of that, for a reason as simple as refusing to swap duty shifts, she easily offended the most popular class beauty. For high schoolers, the behavior of, if you play with her, you can't play with me, was still very common. Liang Nina naturally didn't care about such behavior, and she didn't deign to explain. In other words, what was the point of explaining to this group of hopelessly stupid people? They would only believe what they wanted to believe anyway. Liang Nina continued to live her life her own way, only slightly more lonely than before. Though isolated and without help, she was not cowardly, she was never the type to swallow her anger. Finally, after becoming a school-renowned problem student through repeated counterattacks, the principal had no choice but to call her parents. And Chairman Liang, who was busy with a myriad of affairs and often wasn't seen for months, for some reason today actually came to the school. Liang Nina wasn't afraid of him, she was just disgusted by the sanctimonious front he put on in public. Chairman Liang felt that Liang Nina was somewhat embarrassing the Liang family, while Liang Nina said that being born into the Liang family was her worst luck in 8 lifetimes. The two were in a complete state of mutual dislike. As this farce was about to end with the father's words, "Stop causing me trouble in the future," the class beauty and her group, who had been waiting nearby, blocked the two with sweet smiles. They said that young Nina had signed up to be a student host for the school's knowledge competition, and everyone was waiting for her to go participate in the selection. Young Nina sneered in her heart. How could she have signed up for such a thing? It was nothing more than a new way to isolate and mock her. Unexpectedly, Chairman Liang smiled kindly and nodded in agreement. This was exactly what the class beauty wanted, to make young Nina lose face in front of her family, classmates, teachers, and everyone. This student host selection was actually meaningless. Everyone had already tacitly agreed that the position belonged to the class beauty. Young Nina stood on the left side of the stage, and the class beauty stood on the right. Behind them were ballot boxes. The vote count was public throughout, and everyone could see this crushing vote that could be called an insult. And the situation went as the class beauty wished. Not a single person would vote for this withdrawn and gloomy girl. Young Nina stood silently to one side, watching the smile on her father's face gradually stiffen. TCH, such a face-conscious person must feel like his own face is being slapped, right? As she expected, when the process was only halfway through, her father got up and left. Young Nina could have flipped the table and walked away, but she suddenly felt a bit tired and wanted to lean against the wall to rest for a while. Voters passed by her one after another, and the class beauty beside her kept saying, "Thank you," in a sugary sweet voice. Young Nina felt somewhat numb in her heart. She turned her head to look out the window. Another rainy day. How annoying. At this time, the last person walked onto the stage. Everyone expected his final vote to fall into the class beauty's box, to announce the perfect end of this ceremony. Everyone would celebrate for the class beauty while harshly mocking the weed next to her that served to highlight the flower. Young Nina naturally had no hope either. She raised her eyes and looked fiercely at the newcomer. Like a wounded, dying small animal showing its fangs to the enemy one last time. But that person had no expression on his face. There was a hint of gloom between his brows, and his ink-black eyes were completely calm. This meaningless eye contact would appear in countless dreams of young Nina's in the future. As if unaware of her aggression, under the gaze of everyone, he dropped the vote in his hand into the ballot box behind her. Everyone present was stunned. And he, as if nothing had happened, turned and walked off the stage. He seemed to have no interest in this farce at all and was just passing by. Young Nina watched him leave, unable to regain her senses for a long time. She only felt that his back looked very good, tall and lean, like a passage of medieval poetry walking into the morning mist. Cold, and very distant. From then on, she didn't know how many times she had looked at that back. His name was Su Qingyi. He was one grade above her. He was the perpetual number one in the grade. And like her, he was often alone. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a floating board, young Nina's life suddenly had a clear goal. Because of this encounter, she came to like every rainy day. After listening to her filtered narration, Su Qingyi recalled this incident. But he really didn't do it out of some sense of sympathy. That day he was very sleepy and had napped in a chair in the corner for a while. It wasn't until he was reminded that it was his turn to vote that he got up and went on stage. Then he casually voted for the one who was closer, to avoid having to walk a few more steps on stage. Su Qingyi was the champion of the previous school knowledge competition, but the vote in his hand had the same weight as everyone else's. He couldn't save such a large vote gap. At most, he just made young Nina's loss look a little less ugly. He hadn't expected that an unintentional act would lead to such a big misunderstanding, causing an ignorant young girl to give her heart in vain. However, after hearing his explanation, young Nina smiled nonchalantly. "Senior, I don't care about your reason for doing it. No matter what, you appeared, and that's enough." This girl was starting to not listen to reason again. Su Qingyi sighed. Since talking from the perspective of the past didn't work, why not change perspectives and talk about the future? The world is very big, and your life is still very long. There's no need to be trapped by such a misunderstanding. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and said slowly. You should be very clear, right? I have someone I like. And my capacity is limited, I really don't have any extra feelings to give to others. Yes, I'm clear. Young Nina lowered her eyelashes and nodded. If you know there's no result, persisting is meaningless. It's better to look forward. Su Qingyi's tone was flat. After hearing this past story, he wasn't actually unmoved, but he knew there would be no result, so he simply put on a heartless act. After all, a quick pain is better than a long one. If only it could have been earlier, perhaps, early enough that no one else had appeared yet. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about that. Senior. Young Nina looked up and stared at him intently. What if I say? I don't ask for a result. Su Qingyi was stunned by her question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Did Senior catch that gossip that was viral online before? The thing with girl group member Jian Yuyu and Lai Yuza. She finally chose to expose him, making him fall into the same situation as her. The reasons she gave were so high-sounding, saying it was to prevent more girls from being deceived. Psycho, she just still likes Lai Yuza. Doing all that was just to make him come back to her side. The corners of Liang Nina's mouth curled up, a hint of mockery appearing in her cat-like eyes. Su Qingyi was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that only Liang Nina would guess that the reason Jian Yuyu did that was because of Chen Jinji's devilish whisper. Now it's fine. Both of them have become unemployed, and both are scum with ruined character. A scumbag and a tramp, they're actually a perfect match. Senior. This call made Su Qingyi's heart skip a beat. If he remembered correctly, Liang Nina knew about his situation. If she turned dark and went to blow up his Shura field, everything would be finished. Senior, don't worry, I'm not Jian Yuyu. Liang Nina laughed, the way she tilted her head looking a bit like a little witch. I wouldn't have the heart to let Senior fall into the mud. I've always believed that no one in the world is worthy of Senior. But as long as Senior is happy, it doesn't matter who it is. I just want to say, if one day things reach an irreversible point, as long as Senior knows I'm still waiting for you, that's enough. He completely didn't expect her to go to this extent. Now Su Qingyi's originally prepared words were all stuck. Liang Nina didn't seem to expect his reply either. She just cupped her face and looked out the window at the hazy light rain, her expression somewhat obscure. Your gaze evaporates into clouds, then falls as rain before I can get close. Thankful that I cannot live in your eyes, so I can embrace your back. The background music in the milk tea shop was very quiet, almost merging into the pitter-patter of the rain. All the warm air in my arms, even if it turns into wind, I wouldn't dare to meet you. My worries evaporate into clouds, then fall as rain, yet I can't bear to let you get wet. The two people sitting by the window chose silence in unison. The sky was getting dark, and the auntie shaking the milk tea had also become idle, sitting behind the counter watching the news on her phone. According to the meteorological station, this rainfall is expected to stop later tonight. Starting tomorrow, there will be a week of continuous sunny weather. If citizens have travel plans. After Chocolate, sitting in the corner, finished both the cheese foam and the brulee crunchy milk foam, he trotted over and said happily, the sun is coming out tomorrow. I can go to the park to play. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Because he suddenly felt that the fierce sister seemed a bit off, she looked like she was in a daze. But she also seemed a bit sad. Chocolate rubbed his eyes, not quite believing his own judgment. How could such a fierce sister be sad? Senior, let's go. Liang Nina stood up, her expression normal. Su Qingyi nodded and took the umbrella hanging by the table. Chocolate peeked at her several times, wanting to confirm his discovery, but as expected, he was glared at fiercely by her. Although he was scared, he also breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it, this is normal. Liang Nina watched Su Qingyi's back as he pushed the door open and left, her fingers hidden under her sleeves tightening slightly. Thankful that I cannot live in your eyes, so I can only become your shadow. Hiding in a quiet corner, if you look back. Don't mind me. 358, Chapter 353. The jealous person's warning. The sky was overcast, and night had already fallen. Chocolate was dressed very warmly, looking like a round ball, so he wasn't cold at all. Su Qingyi glanced at the hem of Liang Nina's short skirt and stood still. Let me call a taxi for you. He naturally wouldn't do something like a warm guy and offer her his coat. No need, Senior, I'll walk with you for a bit. The curve of Liang Nina's smile was just right, as if she didn't feel the cold in the slightest. Seeming to anticipate that Su Qingyi wouldn't agree, she raised a finger and pointed at the white Bentley parked across the street. The driver is following me. I'll head back after seeing Senior off. Since she had put it that way, Su Qingyi had no way to refuse and could only nod in agreement. The driver was truly hardworking and uncomplaining, following them closely as instructed, driving the Bentley at the speed of an electric wheelchair. Anyway, home was just around the corner, Su Qingyi thought. At this hour, everyone should be eating at home, so there shouldn't be any risk. However, what greeted him after the corner was a very familiar Maybach. By the time Su Qingyi finally realized something was wrong, he was already standing next to the car. Tangon City might have other Maybachs, but only this one had the license plate number 88888. This was a license plate worth as much as a car. The black car window slowly rolled down, and the profile of Miss Chu, wearing sunglasses, was ice cold. In this situation, Su Qingyi had an impulse to manually slide the car window back up. This was bad. Why did Miss Chu come over? She must have seen the entire process of him walking over with Liang Nina through the rearview mirror. Based on his understanding of this jealous jar, although she could still maintain a cool, expressionless face, her heart was already baring its fangs and claws in anger. And Liang Nina was clearly someone who enjoyed watching the chaos unfold. Although she said she wouldn't prematurely burst the Shura field, she certainly wouldn't easily pass up this opportunity to fan the flames. After all, if she could defeat them one by one before the Shura field even happened, she wouldn't have to wait until then. So the most important thing right now was to avoid a direct conflict first. After Su Qingyi's brain worked at high speed, he turned around, grabbed the back of the little tubby's collar, and lifted him up so that he was level with the car window. Chocolate quickly recognized that the person in the car was his beloved sister Chu. He danced with joy, tossing aside his cherished Ultraman umbrella. Sister Chu. Only then did Chu Qingyan notice the little tubby who had been in her blind spot. Even though she was holding back a fire in her heart, she couldn't help but smile. Oh, it's Chocolate. Miss Chu had an excellent character and was definitely not the type to vent her anger on others. She quickly took off her sunglasses and opened the car door. Uncle Gao, please open the trunk. She picked out several boxes of New Year's goods from the trunk and signaled Uncle Gao to bring them out. This box is Italian chocolates, this box is beauty supplements, and this box is white liquor. Chocolate, why don't you lead the way and let this uncle help you carry these things to your home, okay? Chu Qingyan leaned over slightly and said with a beaming smile. Sister Chu, I don't want gifts. I want to give you a gift. Chocolate shook his head solemnly. How impressive, but I also want to give you all gifts. Alright, go get your gift and bring it down to show me, okay? Chu Qingyan gently patted his head. Whoa, she seemed very good at coaxing children. Hum. Chocolate nodded and turned to run into the building. Uncle, this way, follow me. At this moment, Su Qingyi really wanted to stop Beiji, because if he were stuck here, the situation would be much safer. It would be good to distract Miss Chu's anger. Unfortunately, this kid seemed to have smelled the gunpowder and ran faster than a rabbit. Traitor. Su Qingyi had no choice but to clear his throat and inconspicuously observe the current situation. Liang Nina indeed looked like she was enjoying the show, her gaze as she sized up Chu Qingyan was completely undisguised. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyan had returned to her cold face from before. In response to Liang Nina's scrutiny, she simply looked back expressionlessly. Their gazes locked, and a faint scent of gunpowder began to fill the air. Su Qingyi carefully observed the two people in front of him, feeling a bit strange for a moment about why he used to think they looked alike. Now they looked completely different. Chu Qingyan was unhappy right now, and her entire being exuded a cold aura that kept people at a distance. Liang Nina, having successfully disrupted things, was in a good mood, and a smile remained on her exquisite face. The three-person scene was truly a bit awkward. Su Qingyi had no choice but to speak up first. I'm home now, you should head back. Okay. Liang Nina replied with a smile. Just as Su Qingyi was feeling surprised by her cooperative response, she quickly added another sentence, I had a great time this afternoon. I hope I can go to the library to study with Senior again next time. Indeed, he knew it. Su Qingyi couldn't help but groan in his heart, while Chu Qingyan's face beside him darkened even further. Liang Nina's cat-like eyes narrowed slightly, full of a cunning meaning. She turned to walk away for a couple of steps, then suddenly turned back. By the way, thanks for the milk tea you treated me to, Senior, damn. Su Qingyi held his forehead, unable to bear watching any longer. Liang Nina's goal was fully achieved, and she sat in the back seat of the Bentley with satisfaction. Only Su Qingyi was left to face Miss Chu, whose anger level was already at its maximum. Before speaking, Su Qingyi first reflected on whether he had done anything out of line while walking over. It seemed there was nothing. That's good, an explanation should clear things up. Wait, there was nothing wrong in the first place. Chu Qingyan just happened to run into him and Liang Nina, not him and Qin Jinji. He was open and aboveboard with a clear conscience, so what was there to worry about? Thus, Su Qingyi cleared his throat, but when his gaze fell on her shoulders, the first sentence out of his mouth took a detour, are you cold? It wasn't to change the subject, he just suddenly realized that Chu Qingyan was dressed very thinly. Although she wasn't like the superwoman Liang Nina who wore a skirt in the middle of winter. But the pink plaid coat she was wearing was obviously a custom piece from some luxury brand, reeking of money, but clearly lacking in warmth. Chu Qingyan pursed her lips and refused to answer. Su Qingyi moved a bit closer to try and see her eyes, but she immediately turned her head away, resolutely refusing to make eye contact. This reaction speed, so different from her usual self, suddenly made Su Qingyi want to laugh. No wonder they say an angry girlfriend comes with a 100% evasion plus berserk plus sprint buff. Seeing the night wind picking up, he simply took off his sweatshirt and draped it over her. Chu Qingyan's vision went dark as the clothes draped over her head still carried his warm body temperature and a faint scent of soap. Miss Chu was briefly stunned, then struggled between the options of fighting it or continuing to act like wood, eventually choosing the latter. Because it was cooler that way. If she started struggling now, she would look like a big-head carp caught in a fishing net. It would be too pathetic and wouldn't fit her current cold and aloof persona. Her current character setting was the official girlfriend who caught her boyfriend flirting with another girl, and she had now turned dark. At this thought, a BGM even started playing in Chu Qingyan's head. The pain of persistence for all love. The wounds of persistence for all hate. And Su Qingyi had no idea what kind of melodramatic soap opera plot was playing out in her mind. He just looked at Chu Qingyan, who was covered in the oversized sweatshirt like a doll, and thought she was truly adorable, so he couldn't help but reach out and pinch her chubby cheeks. Stop it. Chu Qingyan subconsciously wanted to stop his troublesome hands, but her arms were trapped in the clothes and couldn't get out. After wriggling fruitlessly, she had to speak up in protest. But this clearly didn't have much effect, because not only did he not stop, he even started laughing quite arrogantly. Oh, you're not allowed to pinch me. Chu Qingyan looked up and glared at him. Alright, alright, alright. Su Qingyi stopped while he was ahead, only gently brushing away the scattered hair on her forehead. Don't you have anything to explain? The jealous jar finally couldn't help but start questioning him. Good, if she was willing to take the initiative to ask and communicate, it meant she wasn't that angry. So Su Qingyi nodded and answered seriously, the encounter with that junior at the library this afternoon was accidental, I didn't specifically go out to play with her. Chocolate can prove this for me. I originally just wanted to take him to look at some books. And then? Chu Qingyan had actually mostly guessed that this was the case. After all, Su Qingyi didn't look at all like the type who would ask a girl out. And then, didn't we pass by a milk tea shop? So we just sat for a while, just chatting, and didn't do anything else. Su Qingyi looked perfectly calm. Since that was indeed the case. Unexpectedly, hearing him say this, a bit of faint anger instantly brewed in Chu Qingyan's beautiful almond eyes. Because what she cared about wasn't entirely the incident itself, but that Su Qingyi actually acted so calmly about it. Although this guy was a genuine hardcore straight man, because of that, he had no idea what an appropriate distance was when interacting with the opposite sex. While having a girlfriend, chatting, walking, and drinking milk tea alone with another girl is already very, very excessive, okay? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Chu Qingyan said through gritted teeth, I'm leaving. You go back to camping in the library with your pretty junior. Drinking milk tea. Strolling the streets. Su Qingyi. He had no idea what he had said wrong to make the situation suddenly deteriorate like this. As Chu Qingyan angrily pulled open the car door, Su Qingyi reached out and grabbed the hood of her sweatshirt. When she exerted a little force, she felt uncomfortably choked and was momentarily unable to move. It seems warmer inside the car. But after Su Qingyi realized there was warm air in the car, he changed his mind, casually stuffed her into the back seat, and followed her inside. Meanwhile, Uncle Gao and Chocolate, who had already finished delivering the New Year's goods, had come back down. Chocolate was excitedly running over with a candy box to give to Chu Qingyan, but he was ruthlessly stopped by Uncle Gao. You can't go now. Why? Chocolate looked up and asked in confusion. You'll be caught in the crossfire. Uncle Gao was truly someone who had been through it all. After slowly dropping that line, he put his sunglasses back on, looking like he was staying out of it and wouldn't break his silence again. Although Chocolate still didn't quite understand, he obediently nodded. He sat on the stairs of the hallway, opened the box, and began to count his treasures one by one. Inside the Maybach. With Su Qingyi's arm blocking the way, the usually spacious back seat suddenly became cramped. The two could only face each other, their eyes meeting, their breathing audible. Great, now she had walked into a trap. After realizing her current situation, Chu Qingyan couldn't help but become even more furious. Get out of the car. No. Then move aside, I'm getting out. No to that too. Whatever move she made, he countered it. Su Qingyi was acting like a shameless rascal. Chu Qingyan stared at him quietly for a while. Seeing that he still had that half-smile, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, she remembered that this guy was truly a piece of wood. She had to sigh, temporarily putting away her anger, and tried to speak as calmly as possible. Su Qingyi, why don't you try putting yourself in my shoes? Think about what? Su Qingyi asked nonchalantly, actually holding back the urge to pinch her face. What if you happened to run into me and, a junior, and we were camping in the library, drinking milk tea, and strolling the streets? When Chu Qingyan said this, she felt it was a bit ridiculous. Because even she couldn't imagine such a scene. She was the type who couldn't stand even a grain of sand in her eyes, so except for Su Qingyi, she wouldn't give any member of the opposite sex a chance to get close to her. Hearing her ask this, Su Qingyi actually felt the same way. He felt it was very hard to imagine such a thing happening. Looking back now, Chu Qingyan had many pursuers since she was a child, but she maintained a polite and distant relationship with every boy. Regarding the endless stream of confessions, she always refused them very cleanly, without leaving a single shred of hope. They could remain classmates, but they would always only be classmates. Such a way of handling things was actually appropriate and left some room, being both clean and decisive without hurting anyone's self-esteem. So in the hearts of the people at number 1 high school, Chu Qingyan was that unattainable white moonlight, forever clear and pure, forever out of reach. Such a white moonlight going to drink milk tea and stroll the streets with a junior who suddenly popped out. If any author wrote it like that, they would be sent razor blades by the readers, okay? Would you do that? Su Qingyi frowned. Of course not. Chu Qingyan quickly denied it, even just giving this example made her feel very awkward. But she still had to ask, because if he didn't put himself in her shoes, this piece of wood wouldn't realize what the correct distance for interacting with a member of the opposite sex you're not interested in was. No, it should be the correct distance for interacting with other members of the opposite sex when you're not single. Oh, wasn't that just a what if? Just say if you'd be angry or not. I wouldn't. Before Su Qingyi could finish his sentence, Chu Qingyan instantly bristled. If you wouldn't even be angry at that, then you just don't like me. I hate you. Su Qingyi hurriedly continued, because that's impossible. But if you did that, there must be a reason, and I would listen to your explanation. This way of putting it was barely acceptable. Chu Qingyan wrinkled her nose and gave a humph, then leaned in closer and looked at him very seriously. I wouldn't do that. I have a boyfriend, why would I do those things with other people? So well behaved. Looking into her watery eyes, Su Qingyi felt his heart soften for a moment. So you can't do that either. I can also accompany you to the library, drink milk tea, and stroll the streets with you. Most of Chu Qingyan's anger had dissipated, and her tone of voice became soft and coquettish again. You're a man who's spoken for now. Staying away from social butterflies is a basic principle, okay? Miss Chu guided him patiently. Looking at her serious little face, Su Qingyi gave a chuckle and nodded as if it were a solemn matter. Don't laugh, you have to promise me properly. Chu Qingyan turned over and sat on his lap, holding his chin with both hands, looking like she was interrogating a prisoner. You're not allowed to be like this with other girls. Like what? Su Qingyi looked up and asked. With a smile. Just what I said earlier, were you even listening to me? Chu Qingyan glared at him. Alright, alright, alright. I can't go to the library, drink milk tea, or stroll the streets with other girls. Besides those, other similar things aren't allowed either. Alright, 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 none of them are allowed. Su Qingyi nodded and agreed to all of them. Anyway, other girls referred to people other than his girlfriend. Since that was the case, then the other girlfriend wasn't included. The logic was flawless. Humph, at least you know what's good for you, then I won't hold today's matter against you. As a reward for being obedient, Chu Qingyan gave him a satisfied peck on the cheek. She was wearing peach-flavored lip glaze today, and it smelled very nice. By the way, I had something to ask you today. Just as she was about to talk about the business she had come for, her waist was suddenly pulled into someone's arms. Clearly, the other party was not satisfied with this brief taste of a reward. Oxygen was snatched away, and the ambiguous atmosphere in the back seat of the Maybach rapidly heated up. A series of idioms flashed through the little class monitor's dizzy brain. Bringing it on oneself, reaping what one sows, a sheep entering the tiger's den, playing with fire and getting burned, lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own feet. 359, Chapter 354 I am the person who likes you the most in the whole world, hiss. Su Qingyi touched the mark left by Chu Qingyan's bite. Why did you bite me? I couldn't even breathe. Seeing that he still dared to question her, Chu Qingyan felt like giving him another bite. Although her little tiger teeth had a decent amount of attack power, she bit very lightly, just as a warning. Otherwise, this guy would never stop kissing. Su Qingyi looked at her slightly flushed cheeks and asked with a smile, what's the serious business? After being teased like this, Chu Qingyan's brain stalled for a few seconds before she remembered she had something serious to say. Oh, I almost forgot. With the heavy rain yesterday, was Wood's house flooded? Su Qingyi gave a hum of affirmation and casually tied a knot in the drawstring of her hoodie. Why didn't you contact me? Did you drive over there yourself? You just got your driver's license. Driving in such terrible weather is so dangerous. Chu Qingyan frowned and asked very seriously. Why would I contact you? It was so late, you were already asleep. Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly. Moreover, he hadn't just gotten his license, he was an experienced driver of several years. I have you set as a special concern contact, you know. I definitely would have picked up if you called. Anyway, you're not allowed to do that next time, it's too dangerous. Chu Qingyan opened her phone and showed him the only special concern number in her contact list. If I had called you, Uncle Gao would have been the one suffering. He was asleep at that hour too. Su Qingyi said, sounding very reasonable. There are drivers on night shifts, okay. Chu Qingyan retorted. He had forgotten about that. Miss Chu certainly had more than one driver. It was just that Uncle Gao was usually the one on duty during the day. Now that he seemingly had no more excuses, Su Qingyi could only agree. Anyway, such situations would surely be few and far between, it wasn't even certain if there would be a next time. Sister Lin and the others are okay, right? Their house collapsed, so where are they staying? Chu Qingyan furrowed her brows, looking somewhat worried. However, that worry didn't last long because she soon had a sudden inspiration. She opened her phone, preparing to pick one from her many properties to give to them. Stop, stop, stop. Giving it away isn't the issue, the key is, would they dare to accept it? Su Qingyi snatched her phone and turned off the screen. That would certainly save them 80 years of hard work, but given the personalities of those two siblings, they wouldn't accept such overwhelming wealth unless they'd seen a ghost. Then what should we do? Chu Qingyan snuggled into his arms and sighed again. Su Qingyi stroked her head and explained, they've gone back to their hometown for the time being. It's not because they have nowhere to stay, but because they really have business there. It's customary to go back during the spring festival to burn incense and visit ancestral graves. Chu Qingyan nodded, it was true that such customs always existed around here. The reason she had to stay home on New Year's Eve was also for this reason, to offer sacrifices to ancestors, burn incense, and so on. Chu Yuanjiang usually let her have her way in everything, but such matters were non-negotiable. This was because businessmen were often very cautious in this regard, being extremely particular about metaphysics like fortune and luck. After they return, they'll rent a different place in the Olive District. They can rent a regular apartment unit this time, so this kind of thing won't happen again. What Su Qingyi didn't say was that the cardboard houses over there had almost all collapsed. With this accident, the government would likely conduct a strict inspection of buildings with safety hazards like those cardboard houses. It was unlikely there would be such settlements of cardboard houses anymore. Emichim, that's good then. Chu Qingyan breathed a small sigh of relief. For a child who grew up in an environment like hers, it was hard to understand such circumstances, but she was trying her best to comprehend. Observing her reaction, Su Qingyi guessed that she was probably drawing an analogy to her own family going bankrupt. He wondered if Chu Yuanjiang felt a sudden chill down his spine. However, for a giant like the Chu family, if they truly went bankrupt, too many things would be involved, almost the entire business landscape would be affected. Moreover, there's a saying that a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he really went bankrupt, a seasoned veteran like Chu Yuanjiang would have surely prepared a way out for himself and his daughter long ago. And it certainly wouldn't be some narrow escape path, but a smooth and broad highway. The only unlucky ones would be the small fry following behind just to earn a living. When the two of them got out of the Maybach, Chocolate, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed over holding a jar. Uncle Gao leaned against the wall to observe the situation and promptly stubbed out the cigarette in his hand. Wow, you bought candies for me too. Receiving the gift, Chu Qingyan said happily with her eyes curving into crescents. Amicham. These are all candies I've eaten before, but only when I find one that's really delicious do I save one and put it in the jar. Chocolate explained the origin of this large box of candies very seriously. Su Qingyi glanced at it and couldn't help but want to complain about how many types of candy this kid had eaten over the winter break. Is that so? That's amazing. Thank you, I'm sure they're all very delicious. Chu Qingyan bent down, patted his head, and thanked him sincerely. Su Qingyi thought that she was exactly the kind of person people later described as someone who always provides positive emotional feedback. Getting along with such people was very easy because when they ate something good, they would say, delicious, delicious, and when they received a gift they liked, they would say, I love it, I love it. There weren't so many hidden agendas, just talking to her for a few more sentences made the world feel like it had become brighter. Looking at Chocolate, who was explaining the origin of the candies with great expertise, Su Qingyi suddenly thought of the thing he hadn't proven yet. Right, Chocolate. Tell Sister Chu, did I meet that older sister from earlier by chance at the library? Chocolate nodded solemnly. He was on Sister Chu's side to begin with, so it would be best if he could clear up the misunderstanding between her and Brother Su. However, one must seek truth from facts when solving problems, children shouldn't lie. So Chocolate added another sentence, but when we were at the milk tea shop, I was chased away by that sister. I don't know what secrets they were whispering to each other. I asked you to help testify, not to cause trouble for me. Su Qingyi suppressed the urge to give this traitor a shoulder throw. Whispering secrets. Chu Qingyan successfully caught the keyword and sensed a suspicious aura. Su Qingyi had no choice but to send Chocolate home first, then return to the car to start explaining the so-called whispering secrets to Chu Qingyan. Actually, I was just a bit curious why she seems to have some inexplicable obsession with me. It does seem that way. Chu Qingyan thought about it and agreed. As a bystander, she could feel young Nina's extraordinary possessiveness and obsession with her senior. It didn't seem like something a normal crush could reach. After all, among those who had liked her, none were this exaggerated. At most, they would shout with a megaphone downstairs, or take the opportunity to write, Chu Qingyan, I like you, on the classroom blackboard at night, or persistently deliver love letters every day. But it seemed no one went to pry into her private life. Chu Qingyan attributed this to having good luck in not running into such a persistent person. In reality, Uncle Gao, in the driver's seat, listened silently without joining the conversation. There were plenty of those ignorant young boys, full of youthful vigor and afraid of nothing. Just the ones he had caught on the spot and subsequently educated privately could probably form a football team. Su Qingyi caught Uncle Gao's eye in the rearview mirror and instantly understood his meaning. He smiled and silently thanked him for his hard work. So why exactly is that? Chu Qingyan tugged at his finger, swinging it back and forth as her curiosity was piqued. Well, to put it simply, the reason is quite straightforward. Su Qingyi retold the story he had heard from young Nina, but added his own perspective. He really had done it by accident. With his emotional intelligence back then, he couldn't have thought of any reason like not wanting a classmate to be embarrassed. In his past life, he wasn't in the mood to stand up against those childish little groups, he didn't have that kind of sense of justice. If he voted for the class beauty, no one would notice him. Voting for young Nina, who currently had 0 votes, would instead attract everyone's attention. If the Su Qingyi of his past life had known the consequences beforehand, he probably wouldn't have acted that way. Unfortunately, it was all a coincidence. Young Nina's heartstrings were snagged by that single vote, and from then on, she fell blindly in love. It was the kind of fall where she tied bricks all over herself, leaving no way back. But it was hard to say what this feeling was for, as her liking started very early, yet she only maintained a distant crush. It was likely after the oath-taking ceremony, realizing a sense of crisis, that young Nina decided to come and make her presence known in front of him. For the same reason, young Nina mistakenly thought the type he liked was someone like Chu Qingyan, so she underwent a complete makeover from a gloomy, landmine girl to a cat-like, curly-haired, sweet junior. Although her core hadn't changed, the change in her appearance was remarkable. Of course, not in terms of its effect on Su Qingyi, but its effect on the people around her was significant. The classmates who had previously chosen to be hostile to her to please the class beauty were all jaw-dropped, thinking they were watching some ugly girls counterattack or the Ugly Ducklings promotion. It seemed very inspiring. But in fact, they all ignored the most important point, which was that she had a good foundation to begin with, she just hadn't paid attention to her appearance before. All in all, her situation in class changed along with this transformation. Because everyone discovered that the class beauty wasn't as pretty as she was. I think I can understand her now. For some reason, Chu Qingyan felt a bit sad listening to it, and she gave a soft sigh. Actually, sometimes falling for someone happens in an instant, it's very irrational. If it could be explained rationally, then it wouldn't be a heart-fluttering moment. You seem very experienced. Su Qingyi squeezed her finger slightly harder and was rewarded with a light scratch, like a kitten showing its claws. I am not. It wasn't love at first sight for me with you. Chu Qingyan huffed and muttered softly. Then what was it? Love growing over time. Why does that sound so strange coming from your mouth? Chu Qingyan looked up and glared at him, then tilted her head and thought seriously. But if we're talking about heart-fluttering moments, there are so many. Like what? Su Qingyi was somewhat curious. For example, once during PE class, after the volleyball bumping practice ended, the teacher bought popsicles. Everyone was busy rushing to grab one. You were the only one at the back, putting the volleyballs away one by one. Huh? Su Qingyi really wanted to ask what was so heart-fluttering about that. It was just a very ordinary thing. And although he didn't remember it, he most likely just didn't want to squeeze in with the others, so he found something random to do. No questioning. Chu Qingyan glared at him before continuing. And also, there was that math competition against another school. Everyone else failed, leaving only you to face them in a gauntlet. Even Teacher Li Lu thought there was no hope, but you actually took down 4 people all by yourself. I still remember the answer you calculated for that triangular prism volume was 6 times the square root of 15. Su Qingyi still couldn't understand this point. What was so heart-fluttering about being able to solve math problems? But he had learned to be smart and didn't argue, otherwise, he would likely be attacked by Miss Chu. Oh, there are so many, I can't even finish them all. Humph, you definitely don't remember a single one. But I'm very sure. That feeling was definitely heart-fluttering. Chu Qingyan's gaze was as firm as a student representative shouting an oath on the flag platform on a Monday. All right then. Su Qingyi spread his hands, indicating he didn't understand but respected her view. If these could be categorized as heart-fluttering moments, then Liang Nina's reason seemed even more valid. Even if it was a misunderstanding, in that situation, she indeed would have seen his vote as a life-saving straw. But. Chu Qingyan waved her hand to get his attention. Su Qingyi turned to meet her gaze and gave a hum to signal her to continue. I'm the one who liked you earliest. Chu Qingyan blinked and emphasized solemnly. So the, I was here first argument doesn't work, okay? How early? Su Qingyi laughed and asked back. It couldn't be from when he won second place in Music Moves Hearts, could it? Just since I knew what liking someone was, I've liked you. I like you the most, only like you. In the whole world, I'm the person who likes you the most. Miss Chu rarely held back her feelings and once again very honestly stated her heart. What was even more precious was that this girl wasn't shy at all, saying it as if it were perfectly natural. So Su Qingyi was the one who felt embarrassed. He looked away and cleared his throat, making 800 disguising movements in a minute. Chu Qingyan felt like laughing as she leaned in closer, lowered her head, and gave a light bite to the corner of his mouth, which was slightly pursed from nervousness. Su Qingyi pinched her face and very unnaturally changed the subject. By the way, I want to buy a car. Then buy one. What do you like? Buying a car sounded no different from buying a bottle of mineral water coming from Miss Chu. She immediately switched into her glittering little rich girl mode. Dad mentioned a car the other day, what was it? Oh, wait. Where's that Bugatti Veyron I gave you for your birthday? It's in the capital. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and explained, that car is fine for driving out for fun occasionally, but if I'm going to talk business, it's not quite appropriate. That seems true. Chu Qingyan recalled that although Chu Yuanjiang loved buying flashy cars, when he went out to discuss business, he basically used this Maybach, or in very rare cases, switched to a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Then I'll just give you another one. Miss Chu began to search her memory for the more low-key business models in their garage. I'll buy it myself. Su Qingyi immediately raised his hand to block her train of thought. Before Chu Qingyan could object, he quickly offered a sweet compromise. But will you come with me to help choose one, please? Well, all right then. Chu Qingyan was always easy to coax, and she immediately agreed happily with a tone of mock reluctance. 360, Chapter 355. Spring should be wonderful if you were still here. Su Qingyi soon understood why Chu Qingyan had been so easily persuaded. Do we really have to stick this on? Yes, we do. And so, on a perfectly fine Aston Martin, on its low-profile yet luxurious black body, in the corner of a pristine window, there sat a Kirby, holding a dagger with a murderous look in its eyes. The key was that this fellow was pink. The reason Su Qingyi had ultimately chosen an Aston Martin from the vast sea of luxury cars was that his primary rule was to keep a low profile. Therefore, Ferrari and Lamborghini were the first to be ruled out. It was for daily use, not for racing, so Porsche and McLaren were also passed over. While Rolls-Royce and Bentley were luxurious and classy, Chu Qingyan didn't agree, calling them old man cars that felt too gloomy. In many aspects, Aston Martin was inferior to other luxury cars, or rather, there were better options. But in terms of being niche and elegant, it was still in a league of its own. Chu Qingyan also felt that this car was inexplicably a good fit for Su Qingyi. Just like him, beneath its indifferent and leisurely exterior, it hid a subtle arrogance and sharp edge. And since this Kirby had been carefully applied by Miss Chu herself, no one had any thoughts of cruelly tearing it off. Su Qingyi stood with his arms crossed and admired it for a while, eventually getting used to the sight. Anyway, he usually sat in the driver's seat, so he wouldn't see the little guy. For a girl, putting these strange and flashy decorations on her boyfriend's car was driven by a girlish heart, but it was also a way of marking her territory. Like a hair tie on a wrist, a cute toy on a desk, or pink keycaps replaced on a cool mechanical keyboard. They were all repeatedly telling him, "You have the cutest girlfriend in the world, don't think she's not around, she's always there." Driving back to his building, Su Qingyi discovered another benefit of the Aston Martin. That was, not many people recognized it. Based on the neighbors' knowledge of luxury cars, they probably only had impressions of logos like Rolls-Royce or Ferrari. Seeing an Aston Martin, they wouldn't make too much of a fuss, at most, they'd just think it looked a bit expensive. So when others asked, Su Qingyi could give a faint smile and reply, "Yeah, it's not expensive. Just a way to get around, nothing fancy." In reality, the value of this single car could probably cover the entire long street of cars parked downstairs. Su Qingyi leaned back in the driver's seat to check the route, feeling that having a car was indeed much more convenient. After all, there were still many things to do, and there were only a few days left before the semester started. Moreover, when picking up or dropping off Chen Jinji later, he wouldn't have to worry about being recognized by taxi drivers. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi realized a problem. He glanced at the sticker sheet on the back seat, took a photo, and sent it to Chen Jinji. "Kirby." She replied very quickly, and she actually recognized Kirby. Most people probably have an impression of it but don't know the name or where it comes from. "I bought a car. Pick one, and I'll put it on the car." Su Qingyi typed back. For a moment, he felt he had successfully cultivated himself to another level under the pressure of a potential shipwreck scenario. To be able to think of such a detail. Chen Jinji's status stayed on typing, and Su Qingyi's heart hung in suspense along with it. He was terrified she would notice something was off. "Why did you choose Kirby?" Chen Jinji's question was ambiguous. Su Qingyi swallowed hard, thinking it was a good thing this conversation wasn't happening face to face. Chen Jinji's eyes seemed like they could see through people's hearts, the psychological fortitude required to lie in front of her was too great. Through a screen, he had much more time to react. If it were face to face, if he hesitated for even a second, Chen Jinji would likely have deduced the entire sequence of events in her head. That would be too terrifying. Su Qingyi shook his head to clear the frightening fantasy, then typed a reply. The shop happened to provide them, but there weren't many options. Only Kirby and Cardcaptor Sakura. After sending that, before Chen Jinji could reply, Su Qingyi continued, "Kirby is actually a warrior, he just looks cute." Tens of thousands of years ago, the evil Dark Emperor Nightmare attempted to conquer the universe with monsters. The Galaxy Soldier Army, led by Meta Knight, fought against him. One day, somewhere in the universe, the next generation Star Warrior, Kirby, was born. He appeared. The Pink Visitor. Alright. Chen Jinji stopped the overgrown child, who was about to recount the entire Kirby series. "Then let's pick this vacation Kirby wearing sunglasses and sunbathing. He looks very peaceful." "Okay." Seeing that he had passed the test, Su Qingyi quickly opened the car door and stuck the vacation Kirby on the left window. This way, whether Chen Jinji or Chu Qingmian saw it, neither would be suspicious. On Chu Qingmian's side, she was the one who wanted to stick it on, and on Chen Jinji's side, he had asked for her opinion. Since one was already there, it was perfectly reasonable for him to stick another one he liked on the other side to maintain balance. To Chu Qingmian, he'd say he liked the vacation Kirby, to Chen Jinji, he'd say he liked the dagger-wielding Kirby. Perfect. Having resolved a problem that could have easily become the fuse for a disaster due to a moment's negligence, Su Qingyi returned to the car very satisfied. As for today's destination, he pondered for a while whether to tell Chen Jinji now. It was rare for her to have time to reply so quickly. In a while, she might disappear for several hours again. A variety show of the caliber of I Am the Masked Singer must be the Project 101 company values most right now, and Chen Jinji is a super perfectionist in her work, she wouldn't allow herself even the slightest mistake in such matters. Su Qingyi rested his fingers on the steering wheel, tapping it unhurriedly. In the end, he didn't say it. He just sent a message, "Remember to eat something first, don't work on an empty stomach. Good luck, call me if you need anything." Chen Jinji's reply, "I know. Teacher Su, you should eat well too. Call me if anything happens, I'll be able to pick up." This was their most common way of communicating on workdays, the most frequent phrase was, "eat well." There was a natural sense of an old married couple in their interaction. He didn't know how many events she had to run today. If he told her now, it might distract her. Better to tell her after it was over. Su Qingyi exited WeChat, placed his phone on the mount, and opened the navigation. The total distance for this navigation is 24 kilometers. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The destination was a cemetery. But while it was called a cemetery, given its remote location and dilapidated state, it might be more accurate to call it a potter's field. This wasn't part of the plans he'd made before the semester started, it was only because Lin Zhuan had mentioned the spring festival tradition of offering incense. He had already gone to his maternal grandfather's grave with Yang Lu. When they arrived, they found that old man Li had arrived even earlier. The grave had already been cleaned until it was spotless, and a bunch of chrysanthemums lay quietly before the headstone. Su Qingyi looked closely and saw a red envelope hidden among the leaves of the chrysanthemums, seemingly as New Year's money. All of this showed that old man Li truly remembered his old friend at all times. Su Qingyi once thought that in modern society, stories like the ancient friendship of Boya and Ziki had gone extinct, but now it seemed they were indeed real. As the saying goes, you are buried beneath the spring mud, your bones turn to dust, I am left in the human world, my head covered with snow. With people often remembering his grandfather, Su Qingyi felt relieved, but it also made him think of something else. He Wu Fei had chosen to stay in the capital to work overtime this spring festival for the sake of the game studio. In that case, he wouldn't be able to visit Su Jihan's grave. Although he Wu Fei never mentioned it himself, Su Qingyi always felt that he must be thinking about it. But since he didn't have time to come back, he had probably been worried about it for many days. Fortunately, just before the semester started, he finally remembered this matter. When he mentioned it to He Wu Fei this morning, the latter was indeed very excited and thanked him repeatedly. Worried that Su Qingyi didn't know the procedure for offering incense, he nagged him several times, each time accompanied by a long string of thanks. Su Qingyi started the vehicle, the engine's low rumble sounded like a giant beast just waking up, its breath suppressed. The elegant curves of the car's body turned out of the winding narrow alley and onto the smooth, wide suburban road, catching the sunlight and forming a golden halo. The Bluetooth connected to the car speakers, and the intro to Elopement began to play. Dedicate youth to that glorious city behind us, for this beautiful dream, we paid the price. It's only now that I suddenly understand, what I have always dreamed of is true love and freedom. Driving in such fine weather was originally a form of ultimate enjoyment. The bright sunshine, the spacious and empty suburban road, not to mention he was driving an Aston Martin. Su Qingyi turned off the engine and got out of the car, feeling inexplicably good. Compared to the last time he drove Uncle Nyo's little white car in the heavy rain, it was a complete extreme. There was a small convenience store on the side of the road a short distance from the cemetery. It seemed there were quite a few people visiting graves lately, as items like candles, incense, paper money, and firecrackers were set out separately in the most prominent position by the door. Su Qingyi glanced at the owner, who was leisurely soaking up the sun, and asked, "Boss, I'll take 2 portions of all of these." "Young man, there's no such thing as portions when burning paper money. You burn as much as your filial piety dictates." The owner's smile had a bit of a profiteer's flavor to it. True, business probably only picked up during these few days of the year. Su Qingyi originally wanted to buy a bottle of mineral water, but he gave up on the idea after just one look. At the production date, he could remove the word "probably" from his speculation. But it didn't matter, he would just buy a bit more. At the end of the day, it was just a gesture of sincerity. Carrying 2 large bags of items, Su Qingyi walked into the cemetery from memory. The first time he came here was to deal with that old geezer, Old Man Peng. As it turned out, his plan had been fairly successful. Old Man Peng had now restrained his former arrogant and unworthy attitude, becoming an ordinary old man who taught honestly but no longer molded people. The words Su Qingyi had said to Old Man Peng over the phone, "Kneel down. You must take responsibility for Su Jihan's death." It seemed they really had an effect. But even so, Su Jihan had still left this world. There are always regrets in life that can never be made up for. Su Qingyi looked up, watching the fragmented sunlight filtering through the treetops. Along the way, many graves showed signs of being cleaned, with scraps of firecracker paper scattered everywhere and irregular wax tears left behind by burnt-out candles. Perhaps only at this time of year would this place become briefly lively. The good weather, combined with the signs of visitors, made the entire cemetery feel less desolate than before. Su Qingyi had a very good memory and accurately found Su Jihan's small plot amidst the cluttered layout. Although the black and white photo on the tombstone looked cold, the girl's smile was very warm. Su Qingyi stood in silence for a while, as if looking at her a few more times on behalf of He Wu Fei. If Su Jihan hadn't encountered those miserable events, and if she were still alive today, she might have already become a somewhat famous female star. Or maybe things wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and she would have just become an ordinary piano teacher, or maybe she would have changed careers, choosing to finish university steadily and come out to be an ordinary office worker. But she would definitely have been happy, like a little son. Then He Wufei wouldn't have wasted so much time in regret and sorrow, nearly turning himself into a lonely wandering soul. They would surely have been together for a long time, playing piano together and going to see the sea together. As the sun set and the sea breeze blew, He Wufei would have long ago included the girl beside him in all his plans for the rest of his life, while Su Jihan might have wondered when this would beside her would finally catch on and confess to her. He couldn't think about it anymore. Su Qingyi lowered his head and let out a soft sigh. He crouched down and lit the candles, following He Wufei's instructions. With the help of the candle flames, the paper money quickly caught fire, turning into ashes that fluttered and drifted in the wind. This process was simple enough, but He Wufei had another request. That was a bit difficult. Boss Su Jihan really loved to chat. Back when we were in class, she was always getting scolded by the teacher because she couldn't help whispering to me. Later, when it happened too often, she insisted on chatting even if she had to pass notes. Every time I went to visit her grave in the past, I would talk to her. Since I can't make it back this time, I'll have to trouble you. Just chat about anything, she'll listen well. He Wufei's every word was earnest. Su Qingyi, however, found this extremely difficult. Anything else would be fine, but this one point was truly too much for him. With his personality, where he couldn't squeeze out a single word even after half an hour with someone familiar, asking him to chat with a stranger, and as a monologue no less, was no different from enduring torture. I'm counting on you, Boss Su. Su Jihan has been alone for so long, she must really want to hear someone talk. Even if she's become a ghost, she's a chatterbox ghost. That sentence was a bit too effective. In the end, Su Qingyi couldn't bring himself to say no. So he crouched on the ground, burning paper money while composing his words in his mind. Su Jihan, hello. I am Su Qingyi, He Wufei's friend. His tone was as serious as if he were giving a thesis proposal presentation. If someone were passing by right now, they would likely have burst out laughing. The candle flames seemed to respond to him, flickering twice in the wind. Su Qingyi was startled for a moment, then continued his solo mutterings. He Wufei has been doing quite well lately. I found some work for him to do. That's also why he didn't come back to see you this year. So, as the evil capitalist exploiting his employee, I've come in his place. He's incredibly busy, he probably doesn't even have time for idle thoughts at night. He falls asleep the moment his head hits the pillow. Several times when I called him, he was half asleep. Because he's busy with work, he's cut down on smoking and drinking. Although he's still as thin as a skeleton come to life, he started working out. I got him an annual gym membership. I also scheduled a physical exam for him after the new year. When the time comes, I'll burn a copy of the report for you too. He must miss you very much. I often see him staring at your photo. If you're free, remember to visit him in a dream. If only you were still here, everyone would be very happy. There's a certain young lady who gets so sentimental she cries whenever your name comes up. She can't stop, and it takes a long time to coax her back to being okay. Her personality is probably a bit like yours, like a little son. She plays the piano too. If she could have known you, she definitely would have liked you a lot, always clinging to you to do this or that with her. She also loves to whisper with friends in class, and she's even a class monitor. This is probably the only rule that girl has ever broken. You can see how much she loves to chat. If you two had been deskmates, our homeroom teacher, Kingsley, would probably have been driven mad. The next day, he would have sat one of you in the front row and the other in the back. There's another person who looks a bit like you, the one who was responsible for playing your part in the last operation. She's very smart. Just from the way He Wufei looked at her, she guessed your existence. She's also an art student. That path has been very difficult for her too. She's very good at chatting. Even I find myself unknowingly talking a lot when I'm with her. From the looks of it, you two would probably get along as well. She doesn't have many friends. If you were here, it would be wonderful. Su Qingyi rambled on, and before he knew it, he had actually finished burning all the paper money in his hand. He stood up and brushed the ashes off his coat. Su Jihan, Happy New Year. The candle flames flickered, as if someone had winked at him. So Su Qingyi gave a slight nod, bowing his head as if truly saying goodbye to the other person. Then he picked up the other bag and walked deeper into the cemetery. 361, Chapter 356. The whispers carried by those flowing clouds. Su Qingyi sat by Su Jihan's grave for a while. The sunlight was no longer as bright as before, but as it struggled through the gathering clouds, it still carried a gentle warmth. Comma dash asterisk, caret, asterisk dash dot comma underscore comma dot dash asterisk dash dot comma underscore comma dot dash asterisk, caret, asterisk dash, Su Qingyi's gaze swept across the tombstones. As time passed, many stone slabs had been eroded by wind and frost, making even the names of their owners blurry. Shu Wang. Su Qingyi stopped in his tracks, looking at these two words that had clearly been wiped and touched repeatedly. It was a beautiful name, carrying a gentle and soft temperament. Although there was no photo on the tombstone, Su Qingyi felt he could almost imagine what she looked like. After all, Chen Jinji had said that she looked more like her mother. Looking at it this way, Chen Jinji's name was probably given by her mother as well. The brocade zither, for no reason, has 50 strings, each bridge. Brings back memories of the flowery years. Before the college entrance exam, Chen Jinji had brought Su Qingyi here. She said that every time she wanted to talk to her mother, it was when she felt she couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to give up. She would kneel here and ask her deceased relative the question she had pondered countless times: if death is a bad thing, then why did you make this choice? If death is a good thing, then why didn't you take me with you? Su Qingyi said it was because this world wasn't good enough to make one cling to it, nor bad enough to make one want to leave immediately. She had seen enough of the bad in this world, but she still hoped you could see the good she hadn't. Then Chen Jinji said she had seen it, so she brought him here for her mother to see as well. Under the clear moonlight, her smile was gentle. Su Qingyi always felt that this was the real meeting with the parents. The subsequent meeting with Chen Wendi, of course, didn't count. At that time, Su Qingyi truly felt a hint of murderous intent toward Chen Wendi. After all, that man really deserved to die, and it's hard to consider the consequences when emotions run high. Fortunately, the last bit of reason in his mind reminded him that finding Chen Jinji was the priority. Fortunately, she was fine. Recalling it now, he still felt a lingering fear. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, forcibly cutting off his train of thought. The weather was so good, he didn't want to mention that scum. Chen Jinji must have made a great resolution to be willing to bring him to Shu Wang's grave. After all, during the time they came for Su Jihan, she hadn't shown any sign that her mother was also buried here. He just didn't know what her state of mind was back then, and he would never be able to experience it. Su Qingyi suppressed his emotions and knelt down to stick the candle into the soil. The flickering candlelight brushed past his fingers with the wind. It should have been hot, but he seemed unaware of it. Tearing open the plastic wrap of another stack of joss paper, Su Qingyi looked down at the flames engulfing the red and green numbers and coughed, speaking somewhat awkwardly, "Auntie Shu, hello. My name is Su Qingyi, and I am Chen Jinji's boyfriend." Even though he knew there would be no response, he felt extremely nervous, as if he were truly being scrutinized by his mother-in-law. "I don't know if she has mentioned me to you. We met after she transferred to number 1 high school." At this point, Su Qingyi paused slightly. Chatting with the deceased didn't seem to require any secrets. In fact, I had seen her before I was reborn. But at that time, we were just a passerby and a big star. She was Iris, the dazzling superstar in the spotlight, while I was just an ordinary worker. I would only see her giant posters on the mall's LED screens while waiting for traffic lights. Su Qingyi thought of the advertisement slogan on the big screen, "Iris's choice is trustworthy," and felt like laughing for a moment. In that timeline, Su Qingyi clocked in and out of work in an office building, typing tedious code day after day. Chen Jinji was on the other side of the globe with a 10-hour time difference, holding world tours surrounded by tens of thousands of people. At that time, the two of them probably could never have imagined that they would cross paths with someone so far away. "Auntie, you don't know, she was incredibly famous back then. I'm a homebody who never followed entertainment news, but she was just too famous. That's why I recognized her immediately after being reborn." That feeling was truly shocking, like a person from a movie had stepped out of the screen. Recalling it now, the first time he saw Chen Jinji, he still felt like his heart skipped a beat. Clouds remind one of her clothes, flowers of her face. It was probably just like that. I don't know if it was because I looked too dazed by the sudden appearance of a superstar, which piqued your daughter's curiosity. Anyway, she started approaching me for no apparent reason, as if she were studying an alien creature. And then, many things happened. My plan wasn't thorough enough, and I didn't protect her well. In the end, she still took the path of debuting. Every day is very hard, but fortunately, the results are good. She's really amazing, she's already a very famous and popular star now. The path of a girl group idol in the country is very difficult, with many obstacles and prejudices, but Chen Jinji's appearance successfully broke through the doubts. She's not just an idol anymore, but also a female singer. 2 of her songs are on the new song charts. Everyone is curious why she didn't pick up many of the bad habits of South Korean assembly line artists despite training there. Many music critics say her singing has a unique flavor, carrying the charm of the Chinese style, which is very rare. But I know it's because you taught her how to sing Hwangmae opera. Recently, she received an invitation for her first ever variety show and is preparing for it. So, I've come to visit you on her behalf and keep you company for a bit. Auntie, I know the entertainment industry is a deep pool, full of opportunities but also traps everywhere. But you don't have to worry, I will definitely protect her. She will definitely get better and better in the future, Auntie. You and I both know it. Su Chingyi lit the last stack of joss paper and coughed from the smoke. After saying so much, he suddenly felt a bit tired, so he sat down on the spot. He let the burning ashes flutter like snow, landing on his knees and shoulders. The sunlight warmed his black wool coat. Su Chingyi looked down, buttoned the cuff of his sleeve, and then unbuttoned it again. After a while, he took a bouquet of flowers out of his pocket and carefully placed it in front of the tombstone. White carnations, with very simple packaging. Because he had arranged them himself. The top student surnamed Su, who was confident in learning any skill, finally admitted defeat in the matter of handicraft after wasting several sheets of colored paper. He looked at the bouquet and eventually cropped out the packaging part when taking a photo. After sending the photo to Chen Jinji, her status quickly changed to typing, but no message came through for a long time. Su Chingyi wasn't in a hurry either. He looked up at the clouds floating among the mountain ranges. The blue and white contrast of the sky and clouds matched the colors of the number 1 high school uniform. Chen Jinji had a lot of clever ideas and could style the school uniform to look very good without violating the school rules and regulations. During those days of skipping class to catch up on sleep on the rooftop while enjoying the breeze, whenever Su Chingyi woke up and opened his eyes, he could always see her leaning against the railing, lost in thought. Her figure was slender, as if she might merge into the scenery behind her at any moment, giving off a blurry sense of unreality. Whenever such strange thoughts arose, Su Chingyi would sit up or cough. Only when she turned around and asked him with a smile, "You're awake," would he nod and pretend he had just woken up. Pretending he hadn't been staring at her back for a long time. Today's sky looked just like the sky in those days that would never return. The phone vibrated, but it was a call instead of a message. Su Chingyi picked up but didn't speak. It was very quiet on the other end, with only the sound of her soft breathing. After a long time, she finally spoke slowly. "What made you think of going there? Tangon has always had this custom for the new year. You didn't have time, so I came." Su Chingyi's tone was very relaxed as he suppressed the low and sad emotions from earlier. He didn't know Xu Wang. The reason he felt these emotions was simply because he liked Chen Jinji, so just standing in her shoes made sadness well up from the bottom of his heart. Chen Jinji was quiet for a few seconds and then suddenly sighed softly. "Thank you." Su Chingyi originally wanted to say, "No problem," or "Don't mention it to me," but after thinking about it, he just gave an "mm." Chen Jinji was originally very busy today. She owed a lot of advertisement shoots, the group's new song was on a tight schedule, and she was busy rehearsing stage positions. She had spent last night in the practice room again. When she felt a faint pain in her stomach, she suddenly realized she hadn't eaten all day. If a certain someone found out, he would be angry again. This person always thought he hid his anger well, but in fact, it was incredibly easy to guess. Unlike the mature and steady self he imagined, Chen Jinji knew very well that he was actually a petty and childish guy. He would get angry if she didn't eat properly, and he would also get angry when he saw marketing accounts pairing her up with random people. The most important point was that when he was angry, he would definitely insist that he wasn't. As Chen Jinji thought about it, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Such a smile made the hurried staff nearby stop in their tracks. Good heavens, how did our tiny company manage to sign a beauty of this level? Only when thinking of Su Chingyi could Chen Jinji briefly pull herself away from her exhausting work, like a splash of bright color suddenly appearing in a black and white silent film. A staff member had packed a salad. She avoided the sweet dressing and poked a piece of broccoli into her mouth. Then she took a photo in time to send to Su Chingyi. This was evidence that she was eating properly. She didn't expect to see the message he had sent first. A bouquet of carnations lay quietly in front of the tombstone. She recognized the incredibly familiar location almost at a glance. During the years she left Tangon for South Korea, Chen Jinji hadn't been able to visit the cemetery to fulfill such a tradition. In a strange country, conforming to habits of clothing, food, housing, and transportation that were vastly different from before, she taught herself a completely new language syllable by syllable. Even if there were more vulnerability and longing, there was nowhere to vent. So after returning to the country, the first thing Chen Jinji did was go there. She originally thought she would have a lot to say, after all, her 4-year trainee career had ended in vain. But at that time, standing in front of the tombstone, she suddenly felt that there was nothing to feel wronged about anymore. After all, returning to her homeland, hearing the familiar local accent, and being closer to her only relative in this world meant a lot. This feeling became even stronger after meeting Su Qingyi. In their initial interactions, she still held on to her curiosity, maintained a safe distance, and wore a mask she was accustomed to. When did she realize that she had long been unable to pull herself away? Chen Jinji thought it was probably from the time she reflected on herself in front of Xu Wang's tombstone. At that time, she said, "Mom, ever since you left, I've often wondered, if I could go back to the past, what method should I use to save you? If I could prevent everything that happened afterward, even if it changed the trajectory of the future, even if it made everything I have now disappear, even if it meant I never appeared in this world, I would be willing. But recently, I've suddenly started to waver. Because I met someone I like very much. I can't help but wonder, if I went back to the past, would it change this process? Would it erase my encounter with him? Thinking about these things, I suddenly became afraid. Mom, after all these years, in this timeline where you left me, I have finally experienced some emotions like happiness again after a long time. Sometimes I wonder if his appearance is just another one of my fantasies, like the countless times I imagined what it would be like if you were still here. Fortunately, he seems to truly exist. I now believe a bit of what you said, this world might not be so bad. Mom, I hope you can forgive my selfishness. If you could give me just a little more blessing, that would be wonderful." Chen Jinji once had such a monologue with her hands folded in front of her mother's tombstone. And now someone had come here and gently placed a bouquet for her. It seemed he had even arranged it himself. A section of the wrapping paper showing at the bottom of the picture was crumpled, clearly not the work of a flower shop. Chen Jinji's fingers gripping the phone tightened unconsciously, her fingertips turning slightly white. "Cough, don't overthink it. I just happened to remember this, so I came to take a look." Perhaps feeling her silence was unusually long, Su Qingyi cleared his throat and spoke. "In a while, during the Qingming festival, see if you can make some time, and we'll come visit again. Teacher Su." Chen Jinji's voice was very light, like a floating cloud. Su Qingyi responded instinctively. "Thank you." Chen Jinji's voice had a bit more gentle laughter than before. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned and could only give another "mm." "If Mom could meet you, she would like you very much. An actor she used to praise often had a temperament very similar to yours." Chen Jinji continued, her voice rising at the end, seemingly in a good mood. Su Qingyi felt he could imagine her eyes curving into crescents, but he also felt something was off. She sounded like she was laughing, but he somehow felt her eyes were already red. "If she could meet you, and it happened to be the right time, she would make you sweet rice balls with osmanthus filling." On the other end of the line, Chen Jinji's voice grew smaller and smaller, until it was blurry and hard to hear. Su Qingyi pressed the speakerphone button and heard her faint whisper, almost like a dream, "I miss you so much." And a very, very quiet, suppressed sob. Su Qingyi just listened in silence. He knew that at this moment, he didn't need to do anything but stay with her quietly. He watched the joss paper burn to ashes, the blue smoke rising and dispersing in an instant. The blue smoke carried silent longings, and the floating clouds would transmit unfinished whispers. 362, Chapter 357. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your help. As the Chinese New Year period drew to a close, the X1 Studio group chat resumed its usual rhythm. However, with the demo for Disco Elysium about to be released, no one was in the mood to slack off. The group chat was flooded with work-related information and files. He Wufei and Dong Yu, in particular, were a mix of excitement and anxiety, having suffered from insomnia for several consecutive days. As for how Su Qingyi knew this, the reason was quite simple. He would constantly receive messages sent at 4 or 5 in the morning regarding bug fixes and promotional copy. But at that hour, he was long since sound asleep, so he would only reply the next morning with a single phrase, "You guys handle this yourselves. Whatever works. Anything is fine." Dong Yu often felt that his boss might actually be an artificial intelligence. He was generous to a fault, giving out New Year bonuses so lavish they made one question the company's legality. He was a man of few words, letting others do the reporting during every online meeting while his summaries never exceeded 5 words, and his way of replying to messages was even more rigid than a robot's automated response, never once using an emoji. Come to think of it, he hadn't even met the boss in person yet. The only time they'd barely been face-to-face was during that online video interview. Even back then, Dong Yu had felt something was a bit strange. The person on the other end of the video was too young, his youthful face still carrying a hint of student-like air. Aside from those dark, indifferent eyes, he looked entirely like a green male college student. At the time, Dong-yu thought that if it was just about forming a game studio to pursue a dream, it was understandable for the boss to be such a young man. He might just be some wealthy second-generation otaku with a keen interest in video games. But after officially taking over the Disco Elysium project, Dong-yu's assumptions were instantly shaken. The person who could create this game had to be a genius. During the production process, Dong-yu had been completely won over by the game's inherent artistry. Although he knew deep down that such a game might not become a massive hit, he was determined to stay, even if he had to work purely out of love for the craft. So, the guess that the boss was just a rich young second-generation kid making games on a whim didn't hold up. He truly had the ability. Perhaps he was an android, then. Or maybe even a virtual image projected by an AI. Time ticked by. Dong-yu stared at the timer on his desk and gulped down a mouthful of coffee, his heart pounding. At exactly midnight, the Disco Elysium demo was set to be officially released. And tonight, there were many others like him staying up late to wait. The reason he had been harassing Su Qingyi at set times every day recently was that he was worried the promotional efforts weren't enough. He wasn't worried about the game's quality at all. Although some might not like it, as long as the players' brainwaves synchronized with it, they would surely be as full of praise as he was. Su Qingyi's reaction to this was as lukewarm as ever, maintaining an air of complete composure. Seeing him so calm, Dong-yu, despite his worries, could only endure it. After all, this person was the absolute core behind the game's creation. Finally, the day before the demo's release, yesterday, he finally made a move. As the sole means of building hype, X1 Game Studio released a 1.5-minute promotional video on social media. This was also the very first post by X1 Studio on social media. The caption was just one short sentence: tomorrow night at midnight. Stay tuned. This trailer was like a torpedo blowing up a pond. Instantly, posts discussing Disco Elysium sprouted like mushrooms across various forums. Dong-yu watched the trailer immediately. Even as a core developer, he was still shaken and exhilarated by those brief 90 seconds. The editing style was incredibly avant-garde. It didn't feel like a game trailer at all, but rather the final trailer for a Hollywood blockbuster. This actually fit the positioning of Disco Elysium perfectly, as it was a role-playing game with a massive amount of text. As soon as Dong-yu saw the closing credits, he excitedly messaged the boss, President Su, "This trailer is a huge success. So you had a plan all along." It seems I was too impatient. The shares and comments had already reached the tens of thousands, and the response was intense. Holy crap, the New Year's gift is here. Watch it now. This art style is exactly my taste. Give the artists a raise. A massive one. Dropping it out of nowhere like this. Let me play first, let me play first. This trailer is edited so coolly, the beats match the BGM perfectly. It gave me goosebumps. I just hope it's not a scam. I've been burned too many times, sigh. Don't worry, these unknown small studios are usually just okay, at best. If all the budget went into this high-end editing, 99% of the time the game itself is just a pile of trash. The guy above sounds so salty. Are you a paid shill from a competitor? Salty my ass. It's releasing tomorrow night anyway, we'll see. On the other side of the screen, Su Qingyi had a lollipop in his mouth as he forwarded the link to the trailer's comments to a certain WeChat friend. The other person, dot. What? Are you going to pay me a salary? Enough. I am absolutely never taking a job like this again. Su Qingyi chuckled and replied, "Many thanks for President Zhou's assistance." Zhou Lian's status changed to typing. Then back to normal. After a long while, he finally replied, making a fuss over nothing. Su Qingyi crunched the lollipop in his mouth, the taste of strawberry spreading through his palate. The promotional video had actually always been in his plans, but the finished products provided by the teams he'd hired were all somewhat unsatisfying. Some were too much like assembly line work. Su Qingyi felt a strange sense of familiarity watching them, as if he'd seen them somewhere else before. Others were more innovative, but unfortunately, the effect was mediocre and lacked the eye-catching quality he desired. After receiving the first version of the proposals, Su Qingyi had a good idea of the editing styles of the various contractors. He didn't ask them for a second revision and instead settled their fees directly. There was no need. Revising back and forth was exhausting and wouldn't achieve the desired effect anyway, only wasting time. As a result, there was still no finished product that met this perfectionist's standards. Left with no choice, Su Qingyi was originally prepared to do it himself when he suddenly scrolled past Zhou Lian's update on his moments. A practice piece. I didn't expect to receive this honor. Thank you all for the support. Attached at the end was a video. Su Qingyi's heart stirred, and he clicked on it. It was for a winter break activity at Hua University, a short film Zhou Lian had edited for a departmental competition. It was very short, only 3 minutes. Su Qingyi watched the video carefully. The plot was clear enough, a story about a murder loop. But the script wasn't particularly brilliant, it was a bit cliché. To a mystery novel enthusiast like Su Qingyi, the ending was predictable once the first loop finished. However, the post-production editing was a masterstroke. The suspenseful atmosphere was rendered perfectly, the scene transitions were crisp, and the BGM kicked in at just the right moments. Overall, it was an excellent piece of work. Winning a prize at Hua University was well deserved. It was truly a case of finding something without effort after searching far and wide. Su Qingyi quickly opened his chat window with Zhou Lian. Congratulations. The moment he said this, Zhou Lian instantly became wary. Question mark. A weasel giving New Year greetings to a chicken, eh? Out with it, what do you want? Since he was being so direct, Su Qingyi saw no need to beat around the bush and laid out his purpose plainly. I made a game and want to ask you to help edit a trailer. To be honest, Zhou Lian's worldview suddenly felt like it was collapsing again. They were clearly all first-year freshmen, as green as could be. At this stage, shouldn't everyone still be in a state of ignorance? Having just broken free from the cage of 9 years of exam-oriented education, shouldn't they be working hard to adapt to the leisurely pace of university, exploring the campus architecture, or showing off in club activities? He had just been feeling a long-lost sense of pride over his work winning an award, and immediately someone nonchalantly messaged him saying, I made a game. He said it as casually as if he'd just said, I just ate an egg-filled pancake. Zhou Lian stared at his phone screen, feeling like he'd been hit by a full combo of silence skills. I saw your work, the editing is great. I've contacted other teams, but they never quite hit the mark I wanted. I think you have the ability. The person on the other side was still talking incessantly. Zhou Lian took a deep breath and replied word by word, May I ask, what kind of game did you make? So you agree? I'll take that as a yes then. Su Qingyi was completely unaware that Zhou Lian was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He quickly opened his computer and sent over a package of materials needed for editing. Zhou Lian had already washed up and was lying in bed, prepared to drift off to sleep after basking in a wave of flattery on his moments. Damn it. With a pile of files dumped on him, Zhou Lian could only grumble as he climbed back up and opened his computer to unzip them one by one. His phone was still dinging with constant likes and comments on his moments. Originally, Zhou Lian had posted it just to receive these, but now he had no heart to look at them and irritably switched it to silent mode. As the extraction progress bar crawled forward, he sat blankly in the dark room, staring at the glowing computer screen. For a moment, he felt like he was being a bit of a pushover. He clearly didn't want to deal with that guy at all, yet somehow he always got mixed up in things like this. Zhou Lian sighed. There was one last cigarette left in the pack on the desk, he pulled it out and lit it, becoming shrouded in smoke. Actually, he had been smoking since high school, but he'd always kept it well hidden, nobody knew. Or maybe it wasn't so much that he hid it well, but rather that no one cared enough to supervise him in such matters. Whether it was a serious mistake like smoking or a reward-worthy achievement like ranking first in class, no one cared which one happened to him. Zhou Lian watched the progress bar on the screen, his expression unreadable in the smoke and dim light. The most agonizing thing in the world was probably being archenemies with Su Qingyi. This guy was like a deus ex machina, a scripted death in a game. Even if you spent your entire fortune on invincibility cheats, you couldn't do anything against this true protagonist who didn't even have a health bar. Every time you thought you'd achieved some small success and were secretly gloating about getting a milestone reward, this guy would suddenly appear on the world announcement banner, informing the whole world that he'd already slain the Demon King and saved the princess with his bare hands. What was even more detestable was that after he was done, he'd ask if you wanted to attend his wedding with the princess. You'd look down at the blunt sword you'd just obtained and prepare to slit your throat to preserve your final shred of dignity. But then, he'd just flick his finger, easily knocking your blunt sword away, and ask you with a look of confusion why you were doing that. Great, now something even more agonizing than the most agonizing thing in the world had appeared. And that was that the person you considered your archenemy didn't consider you an archenemy at all. He stood high above, saving all sentient beings, even sparing you a glance was an act of great mercy. Thinking of this, Zhou Lian felt like he was about to spit blood. God. Buddha. Could someone please give him a different script? Ding dong. The notification sounded, the extraction was complete. Zhou Lian gave a cold snort and clicked on the files. Actually, his emotions were relatively stable now, after all, it had been a long time. If this had happened in the past, he would definitely have been consumed by jealousy, his whole body stiff with anxiety, wanting to bash his head against a wall or even scream at the top of his lungs. A pathetic character crawling in the shadows. But now, he felt a bit like he'd been reformed by the protagonist, already having joined his ranks to become one of those minor soldiers who only get a frame during the grand finale, shouting and brandishing a blunt sword. Actually, making a game isn't that big of a deal, right? He could make a simple game like Stickmen playing badminton too, couldn't he? It was something that could be done with a little programming knowledge, no need for such a big reaction. Su Qingyi wasn't even a computer science major, he was in the law department. It wasn't even his field. With this self-comforting mindset, Zhou Lian clicked on the first video file. If he'd just been hit by a silence combo earlier, now Zhou Lian felt like he'd been stabbed 7 or 800 times in a row, leaving him 20 health bars in the negative. This is the damn game Su Qingyi made. Zhou Lian was in complete disbelief, replying with a face full of shock, "You made this game?" "Not just me, I have a team." "So, any ideas?" Su Qingyi's reply was as calm as ever. Zhou Lian's fingers rested on the keyboard as he hammered out a string of gibberish and sent it over as if to vent his frustration. The next second, he covered his face and let out a deep sigh. Forget it, forget it. I'm getting old, I can't compete anymore." But there was still a chance for a counterattack, and that was to fiercely reject Su Qingyi. Boldly tell him, "I won't do it. Aren't you capable? Aren't you the protagonist? Figure it out yourself. You only think of me when you need something. Who do you think I am?" Zhou Lian grumbled while typing, preparing to give Su Qingyi a little NPC counterattack shock. "If you don't have any, that's fine. I'll go ask someone else. The work you edited is really interesting. I'm looking forward to more. I sincerely congratulate you on winning the award." Unexpectedly, Su Qingyi sent 3 messages in a row. Zhou Lian was stunned for a moment, looking down at the line of text he'd just typed. "I don't have time, find someone else." His finger hovered over the enter key, but he didn't press it for a long time. After a long while, Zhou Lian dropped the finished cigarette butt into a plastic cup and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He deleted the sentence he typed word by word and rewrote, "Don't blame me if the result isn't good." After hitting enter, Zhou Lian snapped his laptop screen shut as if unable to face reality. Damn it all. He rolled back onto the bed, covering his head with the quilt in a fit of impotent rage. 363, Chapter 358 Life Milestone +1, remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network is super convenient, twcan.com, read anytime, I shake the most exquisite 6-sided die to pray for the mercy of fate, I hurl a cocktail named Madness to try and avert an apocalypse. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, the lone narration carried a standard London accent, while the screen displayed the game's basic mechanics and silhouettes of shocking plot climaxes. I have met decent vampires, mediocre syndicates, incompetent fascists, queers and drunks, betrayal and amnesia, rusted bullets beneath the dust, and snow in March that has yet to melt. The BGM gradually became radical and high-pitched, the visual switching in high-speed flashbacks, showcasing the diverse, colorful, and interactive characters and plots within the game world. But after a gunshot, the BGM stopped abruptly, the screen returned to black, and white subtitles emerged. All these cold cases will be devoured by a 2mm black hole, just like our cursed reality. Stop asking me what disco is. Just when everyone thought the trailer was about to end, a soothing and elegant melody rose again. Scenes of beauty, where the game's budget was clearly burning, flickered frame by frame. The silhouettes of the male lead and his partner standing side by side looked like they were quietly waiting for the end of the world. I seem to have returned to Borges' circular universe, Cortázar's Southern Highway, and Proust's Long River of Time. Kim truly believes in you. Tomorrow night at midnight, please look forward to it. Attracted by this explosive trailer were not only game enthusiasts but also Su Qingyi's friends, who knew he was the producer behind the game. Su Yang begged and pleaded, wanting to get the demo from him early to satisfy his craving, but he was ruthlessly rejected by the impartial boss Su. It was clear that for heavy enthusiasts like Su Yang, who constantly monitored new game releases on the market, the appeal of Disco Elysium was quite strong. Miss Chu expressed satisfaction with the art direction she had personally supervised. Under her brush, compared to the original, the art style was even more refined, or rather, more in line with the aesthetic preferences of the domestic majority. However, the color palette and general style still matched the characteristics of the original work, which was reasonable, otherwise, it wouldn't be called Disco Elysium. Since it passed the scrutiny of the picky Miss Chu, then even if the game itself were terrible, it would basically be called making art with the heart, making the game with the feet, by others. Han Bing represented the segment of people who were completely indifferent to games, but she also discovered topics like #Disco Elysium trailer released and #Disco Elysium online at midnight on the trending list. After clicking in to appreciate it, her evaluation was, "This trailer is edited so well. Although I don't play games, I should find some time to watch a let's play or something. By the way, the BGM is also amazing. If I didn't know better, I'd think it was Hans Zimmer. Did you spend a fortune?" Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied truthfully, "The BGM was produced for free by Old Lee." "Fine, you kid really. Old Lee's status in our circle is also roughly equivalent to Hans Zimmer." Han Bing was momentarily speechless. X1 Studio was filled with a jubilant atmosphere, the anxiety and worry of the past few days were swept away. To think that as an obscure, small studio, their hype during the promotion period could reach the level of a famous game company. This was already winning at the starting line. No, it was like a false start right under the referee's nose. While there were inevitably some sour negative comments, as long as there was attention, it was a 100% good thing. After all, black red is still red. For any manufacturer, being ignored and left in the cold is the worst fate. Even if it's a total flop, you have to pop before you flop. Moreover, as the production staff, they had absolute confidence in the quality of the game. Thus, no one slept tonight, everyone waiting for midnight. Su Qingyi leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. After midnight, the work from this period would undergo a proper test. The feeling was a bit like a monthly exam in high school. No, to be more precise, it should be like that placement test. Whether it would be the rocket class, the parallel class, or the foundation class would depend on the results of this demo release. However, as a master of exams, the top student surnamed Su would certainly not let things develop freely. He had already spoken with He Wufei, telling him to contact high-popularity and high-traffic influencers on a certain video platform to make Let's Play videos with commentary as soon as the demo came out. Let's Play videos are the best choice for the majority of people who are interested in the plot but lack the equipment or time to play themselves. And this group of people constitutes a potential consumer base that is very likely to pay for the game or buy it later once it officially launches. So, capturing their interest is very important. After the negotiations, the influencers would naturally work hard to highlight the most attractive parts of the game in their videos, while creating some entertaining memes that could easily go viral. Then, Su Qingyi would reward them based on the popularity of the videos. It was a win-win cooperation. Besides influencers, there were also those strategy bloggers on forums who specialized in reviewing new games. Su Qingyi had also entrusted He Wufei to make arrangements there. Of course, it didn't mean they could only say good things. If they did, the paid shill vibe would be too obvious. Negative points could certainly be raised, but they couldn't be allowed to become deal-breakers. There is a fundamental difference between the two. It's normal for a game to have flaws. There is no game in the world with 100% positive reviews, but flaws can be harmless, and the merits can outweigh them. The production team could also respond positively to these and make fixes. In the official version, this wouldn't bring a bad influence. Instead, it would be a manifestation of the production team being serious, responsible, and sincere. A deal-breaker is different. Most people's reaction to a deal-breaker is to walk away holding their noses and never want to click on any related news again, let alone wait for the production team's improvements. When Su Qingyi was making these preparations, He Wufei was actually a bit confused. Because he had seen the quality of Disco Elysium with his own eyes, he had never seen a game like this, so he naturally felt it should be a hit and shouldn't fail. Su Qingyi didn't intend to explain at first, but in the end, he gave a vague hint. The development of the domestic game industry wasn't that healthy. The explosion of Meow Meow was a case in point, even though it was his own project and he had made money from it. But Su Qingyi knew very well that it had nothing to do with game quality, it was just the credit of marketing and the bandwagon effect. He did want to make money, but unless necessary, he didn't want to make such quick money. The effect is immediate, but it won't last. Games that will truly be remembered should be meaningful, or at the very least, they have to be fun. A game should be fun, that is the most basic requirement. And when a studio makes such a game, the pressure they face is also great. Setting aside those industry monopolizing copycat giants for a moment, if a studio isn't strong enough, someone could turn around and whip up a knockoff version, turning their hard work into a pay-to-win online game. Besides, times have changed, and people's mindsets have gradually become impetuous. The time they can quiet down to play a game is very limited. If a game makes him feel, damn, what a waste of my weekend, he will ruthlessly click on the reviews and choose a negative one. Therefore, those carefully arranged segments and plots cannot be too obscure. The production team needs to let everyone know that the plot here isn't nonsense, it has value. At this point, commentaries and strategies become particularly important, allowing those first-time players with little time to experience the plot that would originally require a second or third playthrough to understand. Su Qingyi believed this was an effective means of reducing negative reviews. The final point was the old story of the bandwagon effect and fan influence. As influencers and strategy bloggers with a fan base, their evaluations carry a certain weight. Some people might not like it while playing, but thinking that the bloggers they usually watch have given it good reviews, they'll think the game must have its merits and thus persist in playing. So, no matter what, such advanced preparations were necessary. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and glanced at his wristwatch. The hands of the Rolex diver's watch glowed in the dark. He actually didn't have much of a clue about so-called commercial warfare. Everything he did came solely from his instincts as a gamer and the production experience accumulated from his past life. Fortunately, X1 Game Studio was a dark horse that had appeared out of nowhere. Most competitors were taking a wait-and-see approach, so they probably weren't prepared to stab them in the back yet. Su Qingyi hoped this situation could last a bit longer. At least let the first proper game land smoothly first. Ding dong. The phone chimed. Su Qingyi originally thought it would be an overexcited Dong Yu. To his surprise, it was Han Bing. She had sent over a video file. Oh, I finished Sister Lin's video. I actually stayed up that night to edit it, but I forgot. Pick an auspicious day to create an account and post it. He almost forgot about this matter. Su Qingyi replied with a received and accepted the file. Only then did he realize that Han Bing's post-production skills were also quite good, no wonder she could manage her own account to 1 million followers. The overall style of the video was light and fresh, and the BGM was a brisk piano piece that made one feel pleasant just listening to it. Coupled with the process of Sister Lin cooking, it was even more pleasing to the eye. Watching such a food video was a complete enjoyment. As Su Qingyi watched the video, he noticed that at some point, Sister Lin's hands had become very beautiful. Slender and fair, soft and delicate like newly sprouted willow branches in spring. This was likely Yang Lu's doing, as she frequently applied hand cream for her. Even while working, she probably had gloves and other protective measures fully in place. He vaguely remembered that when they first met, Lin Juan was afraid to reach out and pull him because of the calluses and the red, swollen knuckles on her hands. That probably wouldn't happen now. But it was just as well, it made her more suitable as a food blogger for filming such videos. Her face wasn't shown throughout the video, only a blurred silhouette from behind in the final scene. However, just seeing that was enough to make one certain that she must be a beauty. Sometimes beauty really is a feeling, Su Qingyi thought. Lin Juan's aura of peacefulness was already very attractive, even without being paired with her beautiful face. Speaking of which, this rule applied not just to Sister Lin, but to others as well. As the center, Chen Jinji was basically given the first scene of every stage. Although such shots were usually blurred to create an atmosphere, making it impossible to see her face clearly, just by standing there casually, she made people feel she was breathtaking. Many people even used such screenshots as wallpapers. As the saying goes, a beauty is like a flower across the clouds. While thinking, Su Qingyi clicked on the registration interface. Then he got stuck at the first step, creating an ID. He vaguely remembered Han Bing giving some advice, saying it should be simple and clear so that the audience would know at a glance what niche the blogger was in. But he felt that would sound a bit tacky. Su Qingyi thought for a bit and simply typed 2 bowls. Simple and easy to remember. After randomly picking an avatar, Su Qingyi uploaded the video he had just received. The caption was also very casual, just 3 big words. Egg fried rice. After forwarding the link to Han Bing, he predictably received a barrage of complaints from her. Good heavens, no one will ever find your video this way. No keywords, no catchy gimmicks, who do you think is going to search the web for egg fried rice out of nowhere? Su Qingyi listened and silently took a sip of hot tea. Forget it, forget it. I'll use my own account to give it a like first to draw some traffic. Let me think about how to write the repost caption so it sounds reasonable. Hey besties, I was hungry at midnight and looking for a tutorial when I found this new blogger, ugh, too stupid. Sisters, this is my good friend's sister, it's her first time making a video, please support her, this one seems more sincere. While Han Bing was agonizing over it, Su Qingyi had already switched back to his own account. This account was created back when he was following the Idol 101 program. All the posts were automatically generated by the system after voting for Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi searched for the account 2 bowls and clicked into that video. Unnoticed, the video views were a pitiful 2. Presumably one was from him and one was from Han Bing. Han Bing was editing her repost caption. Everyone, please give her a follow. Repost this to enter a draw for 2 520s and 1 1314. Adding a giveaway should make it okay. Even if they unfollow after the draw, it's still a form of exposure. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi had already successfully paid with a ding. He quietly bought the maximum amount of promotion for this Weibo post. Han Bing was about to hit repost when she saw the views on the post suddenly explode, reaching 5 digits in the blink of an eye. Holy crap, did you buy promotion? Yeah. Su Qingyi replied nonchalantly. Han Bing was momentarily stuck, about to say that this might be a platform scam and the growth was all bot followers. But on second thought, it didn't matter. She had seen many bloggers rise through such means before, the method of getting traffic wasn't as important as the quality of the video itself. As the clock struck midnight, the Disco Elysium demo was officially released, and the first video from food blogger 2 Bowls was officially out. Su Qingyi closed the back end where he could check video data and stood up to walk to the window. There were no floor-to-ceiling windows, and this wasn't the city's CBD, he couldn't see the heavy traffic and neon lights that should appear in such a scene. Before him was only the sleeping old city district, with distant lights dotting the night like falling stars. But that didn't matter. Su Qingyi's thoughts were the same as they were after the college entrance exam ended. It was after the Lantern Festival in 2015, and the 18-year-old Su Qingyi had just completed his first official game project in life. He remained full of confidence regarding everything that was about to happen next. 364, Chapter 359 Orange Fruit Candy. A day's plan starts with the morning, and Auntie Zhu's day next door usually begins amidst chaos. Because of her fierce battle at the mahjong table last night, she struggled to crawl out of bed only after the alarm clock rang for the 3rd time. What was even more terrifying was her sudden realization that school started today, yet her little Beiji was still fast asleep in bed. Chocolate. Get up. I'm counting to 3, if you don't get up now, the feather duster is coming for you. Rushing into the kitchen with hair like a bird's nest, after a clinking and clanking symphony of pots and pans, Auntie Zhu would find a moment in her busy schedule to charge into the bedroom with the feather duster, giving the big and small Beijis, who were still drooling in their dreams, a sharp swat each. After finally getting the 2 of them out of bed, Auntie Zhu quickly prepared the work uniforms and school uniforms for the day, placed them on the nightstand, went to the bathroom to draw hot water, and even squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrushes. Returning to the kitchen, she scooped out the boiled eggs, took out the toasted bread slices, and poured the warm milk. Oh, Mom, why are we eating this again? I want wontons. Shut up. There's no time today. Eat it or get lost. Honey, why didn't you iron this shirt for me? It's so wrinkled, how can I wear it out? You're just a doorman for an office, why are you acting like a big shot? Do you really think you're the district head? Get lost. Amidst complaints and angry rebukes, at 7:30 a.m., she finally drove the 2 of them out the door. Cleaning up the table that looked like a tornado had hit it, Auntie Zhu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Day after day, year after year, repetitive and dull. Well, that's life. Isn't this just how days go by? Firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, the simple life is the real life. Just make do. Knock, knock, there was a knock at the door. Auntie Zhu's melancholy mood was interrupted, and she immediately flared up in anger. You forgot your red scarf and yellow hat again, didn't you? Chocolate, are you trying to be late again? It's only the first day of school and you're already, oh, it's Qingyi. In a mundane life, one can always catch a glimpse of something extraordinary. Standing outside the door was the neighbor's child from across the hall, Su Qingyi. He was last year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the pride of the entire neighborhood. If her own Beiji had even half of his, no, even a tenth of his drive, she would wake up laughing from her dreams. He seemed a bit embarrassed at the moment, nodding slightly and speaking politely. Good morning, Auntie Zhu. I borrowed Uncle Nyo's car last time, and it got quite muddy because of the bad weather. I'd like to take it to a car wash for him today. Is that convenient? For a moment, Auntie Zhu was filled with mixed emotions. So life isn't necessarily something you can see the end of at a glance. At least when the kid across the hall is shining brightly, she can borrow a bit of that light. Oh, it's nothing. His car was already filthy to begin with. There's no need, really no need. Have you had breakfast? Come, come, Auntie will get you something. Su Qingyi shook his head and insisted. Seeing her persuasion was futile, Auntie Zhu had no choice but to hand him the car keys, along with a freshly steamed corn cake. Uncle Nyo didn't drive to work because he worked at the subdistrict office, which was just around the corner. Su Qingyi went downstairs with the corn cake in his mouth, twirling the car keys in his hand. He had been keeping this in mind, but he had been so busy with work that he hadn't found the time. This morning, things had finally settled down to some extent. The release of the Disco Elysium demo far exceeded expectations, it could be said to be receiving rave reviews. At first, Su Qingyi suspected he might have manipulated things too much behind the scenes, but after lurking and observing for a while, he confirmed that the game's quality was indeed solid. The most fitting review was probably, "I can understand someone giving it 1 star, but I can't understand someone giving it 4 stars. Indeed, this game only had 2 extreme types of reviews, those whose aesthetics aligned with it and loved it, and those whose aesthetics didn't and uninstalled it within half an hour. After all the hard work during this period, they finally saw such results. Everyone at X1 Studio was beaming with joy, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Su Qingyi sent out a few red envelopes in the group chat and silently added a bonus to the end-of-month pay. He wasn't a heartless capitalist boss. Only those who had been corporate slaves knew that the significance of such a bonus sometimes wasn't about the amount of money at all. It was just that little bit of achievement and satisfaction needed after working hard to complete a project. Most bosses don't lack this bit of money, they just feel their employees' effort doesn't match the reward, and worry that sacrificing even a tiny bit of profit will turn diligent, honest people into ungrateful wolves. Su Qingyi sat in the car and started the engine. They say profit blinds people and erodes their conscience. He didn't consider himself a moral paragon, but he knew he would never become that kind of person. Given his previous experience, even though the navigation showed the nearest car wash was only 5 or 6 kilometers away, Su Qingyi still drove with his heart in his throat. Only when he finally parked the car did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Welcome. Please wait a moment over here." The car wash girl waved the towel in her hand to greet him. The voice sounded quite familiar. Su Qingyi looked up and saw the same shocked expression on her face as his own. Su Qingyi. Yi Ju had changed her look again today, wearing a blue and yellow work uniform and a baseball cap, looking very professional. "Just how many part-time jobs have you found?" Su Qingyi pulled open the car door and hopped out, unable to help but complain. "Only 7 or 8. Yi Ju's eyes crinkled with a smile, it was hard to tell if she was being serious or joking. Why was this girl always able to maintain such high spirits? Su Qingyi rubbed his temples and looked her up and down with his arms crossed. He felt exhausted just living a normal life every day, yet this girl was running all over the place doing part-time jobs and still managed to stay so full of energy. That was a talent in itself. "Hey! I'm asking, are we washing this or not?" At that moment, an impatient shout came from the other side. Yi Ju reacted quickly, raising her hand with an "eh," and replying, "Coming, coming." Su Qingyi followed her gaze and took a casual glance. A scrawny middle-aged man was leaning against his BMW, a sour expression on his wrinkled face. But after seeing Yi Ju's face clearly, a greasy glint appeared in his murky eyes. "Good grief, when did this shop get such a young and beautiful car wash girl?" "Sorry, I'll wash it for you right now." Yi Ju turned around, picking up the spray bottle filled with car wash solution and shaking it. "Yo, little sister, when did you start? How come I haven't seen you before?" The middle-aged man changed his posture, leaning on the hood with a lewd smile. "Half a month ago, Mr. Yuan. You came with your wife that time." Yi Ju replied with a smile as she pressed the spray bottle button, spraying white foam onto the car window. Her words were indirect, but she was actually finding a way to remind this Mr. Yuan. Sure enough, at the mention of his wife, Mr. Yuan's expression stiffened. Su Qingyi leaned against the car door, watching to see how things would play out. It seemed Yi Ju wasn't facing this kind of person for the first time, she handled it with ease and experience. However, having finally encountered such a beautiful part-timer, Mr. Yuan clearly didn't intend to give up easily. While Yi Ju was busy spraying the car wash liquid, he followed her relentlessly, chattering away. "Little sister, what year are you in? Where do you go to university? Do you ever run short on pocket money? Why look for this kind of part-time job? It's tiring and hard work. How about uncle introduces you to something easier?" At first, Yi Ju just gave a hee-hee laugh, playing dumb. But eventually, she got fed up and swish. She pulled out a tire brush from behind her. Her aura was like a samurai drawing a sword, giving Mr. Yuan a big fright and making him shut up momentarily. But once she quietly started cleaning the tires, his restless hormones couldn't be contained again. "Little sister, you look exactly like the class beauty from my old class. Ah, thinking back to those youthful days, it's truly enchanting. Uncle has said so much, is there anything you still don't understand? We're all adults here. Sometimes, taking a shortcut is a form of wisdom. Gemini 3.1 Flash Light. President Yuan had a sly, sneaky smile on his face as he pulled a crumpled business card from his suit pocket and reached out to grab Yi Ju's hand. This had crossed the line from verbal harassment. Getting handsy was truly going too far. Yi Ju frowned and stepped back to avoid him. Just as she was about to speak, someone stepped in ahead of her and took the business card from President Yuan. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and silently read the information on the card. Who are you? Having had his plans disrupted, the man snatched the business card back with a look of annoyance. Su Qingyi said nothing, simply taking a subtle step forward to stand between the two of them. Seeing this, Yi Ju coughed and tugged at Su Qingyi's sleeve. Alright, let's just finish washing his car so we can be done with this. She leaned over to pick up the car wash spray gun from the ground. Hey, Missy, wait a second. President Yuan, however, would not tolerate some kid popping up out of nowhere to ruin his fun. He glared and shoved Su Qingyi. What do you think you're doing standing here? Trying to be a hero? Take a look at yourself first. The experienced President Yuan even took the opportunity to glance at the car the kid had driven up in, just to make sure he wasn't accidentally offending someone important. Ha, what a piece of junk. It looked like a garbage truck. Seeing this, he felt even more at ease. He shoved harder, squinting his eyes as he prepared to lecture this young punk some more. Su Qingyi suddenly turned around and snatched the spray gun from Yi Ju's hand. Hey! Before she could react, he had already turned the valve. Psh! A jet of water sprayed out, instantly drenching President Yuan. The few strands of hair he had left stuck to his scalp, making him look even more pathetic. Damn it! Before he could even speak, the splashing water droplets hit his face with a pitter-patter, stinging like hail. Su Qingyi held the spray gun with a calm expression, as meticulous as if he were watering a carefully manicured lawn. Under the high-pressure spray, President Yuan could no longer maintain his dignity. He began to cover his face and scurry away in a panic. Stop spraying. Stop spraying. Where's your boss? I want to file a complaint. He dragged his sodden, heavy-as-iron suit as he scrambled away, ducking inside the car shop. Only then did Su Qingyi unhurriedly turn off the valve and nonchalantly hand the spray gun back to Yi Ju. Looking at his calm expression, Yi Ju couldn't hold it in any longer. She leaned against the BMW's rearview mirror, laughing until she couldn't catch her breath. Oh my, you're killing me. What on earth were you doing? Su Qingyi didn't speak, just glanced at President Yuan inside the shop, who was gesturing wildly and complaining in a rage. Actually, it's fine. There are plenty of people like that. Yi Ju finished laughing and let out a long sigh. Have you run into them before? Su Qingyi asked. Aha, of course. But most people just talk the talk. You just take things as they come. Yi Ju shrugged, looking completely indifferent. It's them. President Yuan quickly led the shop manager out, cursing as he walked. The manager looked at Yi Ju with a troubled expression, clearly not knowing how to handle the situation. Su Qingyi, however, unhurriedly pulled his phone from his pocket and waved it at President Yuan. He had recorded a video beforehand. Soon, President Yuan's greasy tone blared from the speaker. Uncle has already put it this plainly. His suggestive harassment was now blatantly obvious. Su Qingyi watched with interest as President Yuan's expression shifted, and continued, Yuan Yong, Vice Factory Director of Jiong Mold Factory, phone number is. Having only glanced at it for a moment, he recited all the information from the business card without a single error. I'd like to hear who is actually going to be the one getting a complaint today. Su Qingyi turned off his phone screen, tilting his head in a very provocative manner. Yuan Yong now realized he had run into a tough opponent. He spat, then wiped the water off his face with force. He quickly turned and got into his car, the only way he could express his anger being the bang sound when he slammed the door. President Yuan, do you want a refund for the car wash? Yi Ju waved a towel and shouted at him with a grin. The BMW, now even more furious, sped off, disappearing from the entrance. The manager looked at Yi Ju, wanting to say something but deciding against it, sighed, and turned back into the shop. Su Qingyi bent down to pick up the spray bottle and gave it a casual shake. Do I just spray this directly? Please, you paid to wash the car yourself. Give it here. Yi Ju glanced at him and reached out to grab it. Su Qingyi raised his arm to dodge her, pressing the spray bottle on his own. It should be like this, right? Like hell it is, you haven't even rinsed it. Yi Ju was exasperated. Ah, that towel isn't for wiping tires. Stop it. Hey, 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 don't point the water gun at me. After all that fuss, the task was finally completed, more or less. Uncle Nyo's little gray car finally returned to being a little white car. Honestly, Yi Ju felt even more exhausted than when she washed the car by herself. Young master, just stay home and be a young master, alright. When she used to watch idol dramas, she thought the plot of a rich young master working for love was sweet. Now it seemed she had just imagined herself in the wrong role. If you imagine yourself as the female lead, of course you think, ah, he loves me so much. But if you imagine yourself as the young master's co-worker, it's truly a miserable experience. Yi Ju complained at 8 times speed in her head while secretly glancing at the young master beside her. Su Qingyi actually looked a bit disheveled at the moment. Although he wasn't a child from a wealthy family, he hadn't done this kind of manual labor many times in his life. However, the expression on his face remained as calm as ever. Yi Ju always felt that even if the apocalypse came and a dozens of meters high tsunami crashed down on them, this guy would still be able to maintain that same expression. But suddenly, she wanted to laugh again. What's going on? Has her sense of humor ever been this low? Yi Ju took off her hat, put her hands on her hips, and sighed. Su Qingyi looked up, confused, and saw her unzip her work uniform on her own, wiggling out of it like a cicada shedding its skin, revealing the white hoodie and jeans she wore underneath. Yi Ju casually took off her hair tie as well, her long hair falling naturally onto her shoulders. Instantly, she transformed from a car wash girl back into a pretty college student. Are you off work already? Su Qingyi couldn't help but ask. This shift was way too short. In your dreams. Yi Ju stuck her tongue out at him and made a face. After what just happened, the manager definitely won't let me work here anymore. Su Qingyi was stunned, as he hadn't thought of that at all. Don't worry. School is starting soon anyway, so I was going to quit regardless. Yi Ju grinned and patted his shoulder like a big sister comforting a little brother. Wait here for a second, I'm going to go collect my wages for today. Yi Ju showed none of the frustration one should feel after getting fired. She skipped into the shop. Su Qingyi looked down at the work uniform she had folded on the ground, feeling a bit conflicted. A few minutes later, Yi Ju nodded at the manager with a smile and came running out, waving a few blue banknotes. Su Qingyi took a closer look. 30 yuan. Let's go, big sis is treating you to ice cream. Yi Ju had the air of a nouveau riche. Su Qingyi stood still, not moving. After a long while, he said in a low voice, I'm sorry. Huh? What are you talking about? Yi Ju glared at him and replied, I should be thanking you for standing up for me, okay? I almost got groped by that bald guy, ugh, just thinking about it is disgusting. Let's go, I need to eat a matcha ice cream to wash away the bad luck. Seeing that this piece of wood was still feeling down and gloomy, Yi Ju sighed and pulled a transparently wrapped candy from her pocket, stuffing it into his hand. Alright, here's a candy for you. Don't look so sour. Su Qingyi had originally been unimpressed by such methods of coaxing a child, but when his eyes landed on the candy, he suddenly paused. It was a very familiar-looking orange fruit candy. He had once received one in a very distant place from a strange, rambling, and crazy woman. 365, Chapter 360. Then suddenly I understood the shape of the clouds, perhaps because Su Qingyi's gaze on the fruit candy was too blatant. Yi Ju tilted her head and looked at him for a while before offering an explanation, never seen it before. Well, it's only natural that you haven't. There was even a hint of pride in her tone. This was custom-made for me by my grandfather. Try it. It's authentic and tastes way better than what they sell in supermarkets. Su Qingyi then realized that this fruit candy was orange-flavored, perhaps because of Yi Ju's name. And it wasn't a candy available on the market. That meant there really were such coincidences in the world. The smiling Yi Ju before his eyes gradually overlapped with the face of that eccentric female counselor from his past life. The same quirkiness, the same unconstrained imagination. Su Qingyi tightened his palm and tucked the orange candy into his pocket. It was like an old friend returning. Even if it was an old friend he had only met once. Hey, even if it's custom-made, you don't need to treasure it like a keepsake, do you? Yi Ju's eyes widened, and she casually grabbed another handful from her hoodie pocket. Unlike the typical colorful, multi-flavored fruit candies on the market, she had a pocket full of nothing but orange-colored, orange-flavored ones. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, unwrapped one, and popped it into his mouth. So sour. Su Qingyi frowned, enduring the intense, unaccustomed stimulation in his mouth. He definitely hadn't eaten the candy Yi Ju gave him in his past life, otherwise, it would have left a deep impression. Yi Ju looked at his serious expression with a beaming smile, as if she had expected it. Oh, just bear with it, bear with it. It's 100% pure juice, it's only reasonable for there to be a bit of orange peel flavor. She laughed heartily, turned around, unwrapped one to toss into her own mouth, and soon the sound of crunch, crunch as she crushed the candy came from her cheek. Seeing this, Su Qingyi followed her lead and chewed the candy. Sure enough, the sourness gradually turned into sweetness, offering a unique flavor. Not bad, right? Yi Ju was smiling radiantly. Su Qingyi nodded noncommittally. He remained as uninterested in sweets as ever. That wasn't something a special fruit candy could fix. I loved eating candy when I was little. My grandfather always said eating too many snacks was bad and wouldn't let me have any. I'd throw a tantrum and go on a hunger strike in protest. Later, he had no other choice, so he bought tools and said he'd feel more at ease if he made them himself. And the result? I still ended up with cavities. Luckily, my baby teeth fell out later, otherwise it would have looked terrible. Yi Ju rambled on, then bared her teeth in a goofy grin, proudly showing off her straight, clean teeth to Su Qingyi. This seemed to be the first time she had mentioned her family, and she sounded like someone who was very much pampered. But then again, Su Qingyi thought that any parent would like a girl like her. Always full of energy and spirit, quirky, and good at making people happy. Even though she had lost her job, the store manager wouldn't kick her out for staying a while. Yi Ju fulfilled her promise and went to the convenience store next door to buy 2 matcha vanilla swirl cones. The two of them sat on the railing, swinging their legs in the breeze. Eating matcha ice cream felt like being transported to summer. With his tongue numbed by the cold, Su Qingyi asked indistinctly, "Is there anyone else in your family besides your grandfather?" He asked directly, which sounded a bit strange. Yi Ju, however, knew this guy was just used to being straightforward. She stuck out her tongue and replied, "Who else? There's Dad, Mom, Grandma, maternal grandpa, maternal uncle, maternal aunt, eldest paternal aunt, second paternal aunt, third great-uncle, fourth aunt, fifth great-uncle, sixth grandma, seventh great-grandpa, and eighth great-aunt." Su Qingyi felt his head spin after that incantation-like list stopped. He raised a hand in a silencing gesture. "Stop. Oh, anyway, my house is very lively. If you're curious, you can come over as a guest. But the little shop doesn't offer a menu service, because I don't know how to cook." Yi Ju munched on her cone. Su Qingyi fell silent for a moment, swallowing his questions. If it were such a large family, their financial strength shouldn't be weak by any means, right? Yi Ju was a genuine top student at Capital University. A girl as pretty and high-achieving as her should be cherished like a treasure wherever she went. Yet she was practically a part-time job queen, working at school and during winter breaks back home. Su Qingyi recalled the first time he saw her at the mall, that was during the final sprint of their 3rd year of high school. In the middle of summer. She was wearing a stiflingly hot and heavy teddy bear suit, shouting to every passerby, "Care to learn about swimming and fitness?" It seemed a bit illogical. Su Qingyi took a bite of the crispy outer shell of the ice cream, trying his best to keep his questions to himself. However, Yi Ju had long since noticed his confusion. She didn't seem to treat it as some grand secret and explained quite frankly, "I know what you're curious about. When I was little, my family's conditions were quite good. But later, my grandfather and grandmother both fell into poor health, and their treatments cost a lot of money. My dad and mom both quit their original jobs and went out to work. Illness falls like a mountain, I watched everything collapse so quickly. Naturally, I couldn't be as willful as I was when I was a child." Yi Ju spoke slowly, her tone still light-hearted, showing no signs of negativity. "Oh, don't look at me with those eyes. I know you, young master, are compassionate and out to save the world, but this little lady is doing just fine." She intentionally made a goofy face and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Reminded by her, Su Qingyi realized his gaze was indeed like that. He lowered his head slightly, composing himself. To a self-reliant person, excessive concern from others can feel like a rude insult. He didn't mean it, but he had recently noticed that he seemed to have developed a bit of a white knight complex. He couldn't say whether it was a good or bad thing. "To be honest, I used to be playful and my grades were just average. I only studied like my life depended on it to get scholarships. It's truly unbearable to look back on, just thinking about it makes me want to faint. Godforsaken physics, godforsaken solid geometry, godforsaken." Sorry, I lost my composure. Recalling those painful memories, Yi Ju gritted her teeth, her fists clenched tight. "But now my grandparents' health has gradually stabilized, and I'm already very satisfied with that. I got into Capital University, and they're all very happy. And although part-time work is tiring, it's fulfilling, and I can learn a lot of things. I can make jasmine milk green tea myself now, and I can make egg yolk pastries and snow skin mooncakes. If I set up a stall at a night market, I'd make a killing, okay? I can even fix bicycles. I won't have to worry about something going wrong when I ride in the future. Yi Ju talked incessantly, like a warrior showing off her scarred yet shining medals to others. Su Qingyi listened quietly. On a bright, sunny morning, with the sound of the wind through the trees, a beautiful girl with long flowing hair was vividly explaining to him how to fry crispy fries to perfection. By the way, Su Qingyi, guess what the highest paying part-time job I've ever had was? Suddenly thinking of something, she raised an eyebrow mysteriously. What was it? Su Qingyi glanced at her warily. It wouldn't be something illegal, would it? They were both law students, after all. What's with that look? In broad daylight, you're truly bold to dare think of such treasonous things. Believe it or not, this honorable judge of the clear heavens will send you flying with my tiger-head guillotine. In Kaifeng, there is Baoqing Tian impartial and selfless, distinguishing the loyal from the treacherous. Yi Ju glared at him and rattled off a long string of rebukes like a machine gun. Su Qingyi covered his ears and surrendered. She should just go perform stand-up comedy, she'd definitely be a hit. The highest-paying part-time job was, thinking she had built up enough suspense, Yi Ju drew out her words to reveal the answer, being a little assistant at a psychological counseling office, doing odd jobs for people. Huh. He had expected some unknown secret to making money, not such a common job. Even though it was all maid's work like serving tea and adjusting the heater, the pay was very high. Plus, I didn't have to deal with the wind or sun, and I could listen to gossip when there was nothing to do. It was perfect. Gossip? Everyone who comes for counseling has some kind of misfortune. Listening to it occasionally is very interesting. Even though Yi Ju said that, she also showed professional ethics by stating she wouldn't repeat the stories she heard. I've asked a professional consultant about it. You can self-study and take the consultant certification exam during university, but you only become eligible in your junior year. So I borrowed a lot of materials back and plan to start studying first. If you're interested, I can print a copy for you. Yi Ju's generous manner made her look like a female knight-errant of the martial world. What Su Qingyi was thinking about at this moment, however, was something else entirely. So this was how Yi Ju had become the consultant she was in his previous life. But looking at it now, it was very likely that she had only been working as a consultant part-time back then. Damn it, that wretched consulting agency actually charged him an expert consultation fee, only to call in a part-timer to consult for him. A complaint, he had to file a complaint. Unfortunately, there was no way to complain now. Su Qingyi had no choice but to retract his sense of rights protection. Unexpectedly, in this timeline, Yi Ju didn't seem to be affected by him at all, but was instead following her own life plan step by step. But here was the problem. According to the correct timeline, his psychological issues wouldn't manifest until 10 years later, and that's when he would encounter Yi Ju, who would already be a professional consultant. But now he had been reborn, carrying the psychological issues from 10 years in the future that had already begun to surface. And the consultant who could see through the severe psychological issues he had suppressed for a long time, and who might be able to provide a healing plan, was currently just a little errand girl responsible for pouring tea and water. Looking at it this way, fate really was quite wondrous. Su Qingyi let out a soft sigh into the wind. The chatterbox girl beside him had quieted down at some point. The car was washed, the ice cream was finished, and they'd had enough of the sun. Unexpectedly, he had even recognized an old friend. Su Qingyi felt that today's tasks had been more than completed. He flipped himself down from the railing, preparing to leave. Su Qingyi. Yi Ju turned to face inward and tilted her head to look at him. Su Qingyi looked up, puzzled. When I get my consultant certification, are you willing to be my first client? Yi Ju's expression was rarely serious, her beautiful eyes reflecting the warmth of the sunlight. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned. He paused his steps to leave and instead leaned against the iron railing. Why would I need to go for psychological counseling? Yi Ju seemed to find the question amusing. She chuckled, her laughter sounding like the crisp ring of silver bells in the wind. Su Qingyi felt like he could detect a hint of schadenfreude in it. You don't seem to know that you're very famous, Su Qingyi. Yi Ju swayed her head and began to explain eloquently. As a student from Tangon City who graduated in the same year as you, your name is truly like thunder piercing the ears, everyone knows it. Of course, that's not why I paid attention to you. Who would pay attention to a guy who is both world-weary and gloomy, who looks like he's about to lose his soul from exhaustion just because someone says a few extra words to him? She was clearly telling the truth, but why did it feel like he was being scolded? Su Qingyi crossed his arms, waiting for her to continue. Let me emphasize again, I don't have any competitive desire to fight you for grades or anything. My original intention for studying was vulgarly for the scholarship, not for some golden age, or being a torch, or the only light. Yi Ju's tone rose and fell rhythmically, sounding very punchable. Please get to the point. Su Qingyi was so embarrassed by her recitation that he felt like he was breaking out in goosebumps. Alright. I actually started getting interested in you during that suicide jumping incident at your number 1 middle school. Yi Ju smiled and spread her hands. Even though your school, like mine, adheres to the principle of blocking all news regarding such incidents. But unfortunately, technology is advancing, and many photos and videos from the scene still leaked out. You might not know, but you're a big celebrity on our school forum. Any little movement results in a massive wave of posts. This was truly bad news for Su Qingyi. He had originally thought he only received this kind of treatment at number 1 middle school, but he hadn't expected it to be the same on other schools' forums. It really was rotten luck. And then, in that busy, frantic crowd, your state as a person involved was completely out of place. Which was very interesting. Others were either nervous, or scared, or indifferent, but you were different from everyone else. If I say you're cold, well, you were the one who saved the person. If I say you're warm-hearted, you didn't look like someone who had just saved a life at all. You looked more like an innocent bystander passing by, pushing a small cart selling roasted sweet potatoes. Yi Ju's metaphors were always quite apartment. Even Su Qingyi couldn't find any reason to refute her. You were almost dragged down and fell to your death, you know. Do you have no sense of reality about it? Aren't you even a little bit afraid? A hint of curiosity appeared in Yi Ju's eyes, like a student observing the structure of an insect in biology class. Su Qingyi was silent for a while before shaking his head. In fact, I rarely feel fear. This didn't seem to be a problem that could be explained simply by being brave. Although afterward, under the repeated lectures from his friends and family, he admitted his actions were inappropriate. Especially Chu Qingmian and Chen Jinji, they were truly harder to coax than the other. But if he were to search his heart again, Su Qingyi's thoughts and actions in this matter would not change. That's it. Yi Ju smiled triumphantly and snapped her fingers with her right hand. That's why I said, please be my first client. Are you so sure you can cure me? Su Qingyi looked at her sideways. Yi Ju smiled with a completely harmless expression. Not really. I'm just purely interested in you. A quack doctor ruins people. Hey, I haven't even treated you yet, how do you know I'm a quack? You just look unreliable. Don't judge a book by its cover, hey. Yi Ju waved her arms in protest. After a while, as if she had just realized something, she said seriously, by the way, when I say I'm interested in you, I don't mean interest in that way. Don't misunderstand. Which way? Su Qingyi asked back. His gaze was clear and calm, which actually made Yi Ju freeze for a moment. You know, love and affection between men and women. It's unhealthy. Oh. Su Qingyi nodded to show he understood. He hadn't actually thought about it in that way at all. Seeing a woman and thinking she's interested in you is scientifically defined as erotomania. And due to his personality, it was actually very difficult for him to believe in and accept someone else's sincere affection. Liang Nina's affection was already blunt and bold enough, yet he still believed it was just a chain reaction resulting from a misunderstanding. The only two exceptions were Chu Qingmian and Chen Jinji, both of them had gone through immense hardships to clearly present their exquisite, sincere hearts before his eyes. Only under such a premise would Su Qingyi try to believe and attempt to respond. Perhaps because it was so rare, he had ended up in his current dilemma. The brightness after a heavy rain, that's the sun. Washed by spring rain, something must have triggered Yi Ju's musical cells again, as she suddenly started singing. This girl's singing wasn't the common low humming, she was singing at the top of her lungs. It was as if an artist had arrived for a performance, carrying the absolute confidence of a seasoned veteran who had been through years of struggle. Su Qingyi was startled by her sudden, inexplicable singing. Every winter brings loss, how deep the wound. Then suddenly I understand the shape of the clouds. When she sang this line, Su Qingyi remembered that he had heard this song before. It was just that her pitch was completely off. As Su Qingyi listened, he suddenly felt like laughing. The feeling of being with Yi Ju was like a lunatic suddenly bursting into a serious lecture, waving a fan and saying they were going to perform a folk dance for everyone. Su Qingyi leaned on the railing, mourning for the morning he had inexplicably wasted. There were no other discoveries, only that the distant clouds looked a bit like a cat's head. Then suddenly, he understood the shape of the clouds. Yi Ju might really have some talent for being a psychological consultant, Su Qingyi thought. 366, Chapter 361. Let's look at the cat ears. Su Qingyi pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of that cat head-shaped cloud in the distance. Ooh, sending that to your girlfriend, are we? A teasing look appeared on Yi Ju's face, making her look like a village gossip cracking melon seeds at the entrance of town. Su Qingyi's finger paused, he selected 2 profile pictures from his contacts and clicked send. He remained non-committal regarding Yi Ju's teasing. After all, he really was sending it to his girlfriends. Tisk, tsk, tsk. It's so good to be young, still having the energy for romance. Yi Ju shook her head and sighed with a feigned air of profound wisdom. Even though she still looked like a middle school student herself, her tone sounded like an old man who had seen through the vanity of the world. Alright, I have to go. I've got work this afternoon. She casually gathered her loose hair into a simple ponytail, looking full of energy. What kind of work? Su Qingyi lifted his wrist to check his watch. It was just past 11 o'clock. Work at the sanatorium. Didn't we run into each other there before? Yi Ju glanced at his watch and clapped her hands happily. Great, great. If I transfer to the bus now, I can still make it to the center for lunch. The center provides meals for you. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I work like a horse for those patients, serving tea and water. What's wrong with having a bite to eat? And don't you know, the food at the center is actually pretty good. That shredded pork with garlic sauce is super fragrant. Seeing that this girl was about to start drooling as she spoke, Su Qingyi quickly changed the subject. I'll give you a lift. I happen to have a car. Nah, I'll take the subway and then transfer to a bus. It's very convenient. Yi Ju shook her head in refusal and showed him the route on her phone screen. It's fine. I was planning to head over and visit Granny Su anyway. Su Qingyi twirled his car keys, having already made up his mind. That won't work. To his surprise, Yi Ju shook her head even more firmly. Didn't you know? Management at the center has been very strict lately. They've banned visitations for the short term. Her expression turned serious. I don't know why, but there must be a reason. It's better if you don't come and get involved in this mess. Su Qingyi frowned. He instinctively felt that there was something unusual about this. Last week, there was an auntie who begged at the gate for a long time, but the center still wouldn't let her in. Later, they said if she didn't cooperate with the management, she'd have to take her son away, they wouldn't keep him anymore. The auntie had no choice but to leave. Sigh, she looked so pitiful. Yi Ju sighed softly. Su Qingyi quickly guessed who this auntie was. I told the security guard she dropped something and quietly chased after her. I got her phone number and told her I'd contact her as soon as there was news about visitations opening up again. Unfortunately, there's still no word today, and school is about to start for me. Fortunately, her son's condition is okay. Aside from still being unwilling to talk to people, his physical recovery is going well. Hearing her say this, Su Qingyi felt slightly relieved. Regardless, the fact that Zhou Yan's condition was improving was good news. However, this meant his plans were disrupted again. He had originally intended to visit the sanatorium one more time before school started, and for several reasons. First, to visit Granny Su, second, to check on Zhou Yan's recovery, and third, to observe the little shrine maiden, Yu Xia. The latter 2 points seemed unrelated, but they were actually connected because the reasons for both Zhou Yan and Yu Xia's hospitalization were tied to Wu Xiaobo and the Hou family behind him. If he wanted to know the truth, he could only start with the 2 of them. Unfortunately, both of their mental states had suffered a massive blow, and they couldn't provide any clues. Perhaps this was why the culprit was so arrogant and hadn't bothered to pull them out by the roots. Because he had absolute confidence in the victim's fear and panic toward him. He hadn't expected the sanatorium to suddenly implement a temporary no-visitation rule, which meant none of the things Su Qingyi had considered could be accomplished. Fortunately, there was still Yi Ju, who had somehow managed to blend in there and could take on the role of a detective hound. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi felt a bit lucky. Oh, right, Granny Su's state has been pretty good lately too. Besides staring blankly at the roses outside the window, she occasionally comes downstairs for a walk. You don't need to worry too much. I've added the contact info of several nurse sisters. If all else fails, I can ask around for you. Seeing his silence, Yi Ju took the initiative to comfort him. Su Qingyi nodded and asked as if casually, how is the little kid boss doing? You mean Xia Xia? Oh boy. Unexpectedly, at the mention of Yu Xia, Yi Ju's features scrunched up in worry. I don't know what happened, but her condition suddenly deteriorated badly recently. She doesn't want to see anyone and won't eat. Alarm bells began to ring in Su Qingyi's mind. Can you be specific? It all started that day. Yi Ju recalled seriously. That day, I went to work as usual, and as soon as I walked in, I felt something was wrong. Because Xia is usually very neat and her room is always tidy, but that day the room was a mess. The wardrobe doors were wide open, the drawers weren't closed, and the decorations were knocked over. Even the watercolor pens were scattered all over the floor. This was very strange because I gave them to her, and Xia always cherished them. Xia was curled up in the corner of the bed, and she didn't react when she saw me come in. I thought she was just in a bad mood, so I started picking up the pens while smiling and talking to her. She still didn't respond, her eyes didn't even move. You know I'm good at talking to myself, right? So I just kept talking while tidying the pens. Unexpectedly, just as I picked them all up and closed the lid, Xia suddenly seemed to be triggered by something and started screaming and crying. Su Qingyi listened silently, repeatedly committing the details to memory. That state of hers is really hard to describe. No joke, my legs went weak from fright. I rushed to the door and pressed the bell. A few minutes later, the doctors and nurses on duty arrived, but she was still extremely emotional. Several people couldn't even hold her down. Finally, they gave her a sedative injection before she quieted down. Yi Ju sighed heavily. Even now, recalling it gave her lingering fears. Then the doctor questioned me very seriously for a long time about what exactly happened. Good heavens, how was I supposed to know? I'd been at work for less than 10 minutes. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. It was right after this incident with Xia that the center urgently issued the no visitation rule. Looking at it this way, based on Yi Ju's description, things actually became logical. Su Qingyi organized the logic in his mind. Yu Xia's condition suddenly worsened, the part-time caregiver Yi Ju was completely baffled, and the sanatorium likely conducted some investigation before finally deciding to suspend visitations. So, by working backward, one could deduce that the reason for Yu Xia's deterioration was likely due to a visitation. Anyway, I'm quite worried. Sigh, I hope Xia gets better soon. Ah. I can't talk anymore, I'm going to be late. I'm leaving now. Yi Ju rambled for a long time before realizing she had business to attend to. She hurriedly waved her hand and ran off. Su Qingyi was immersed in his reasoning, by the time his awareness returned, she was already gone. He had originally intended to drive her to the subway station. Su Qingyi opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat and continued thinking. If the direction of his reasoning wasn't wrong, the problem indeed lay with a visitation. So, who exactly went to see Yu Xia to make her feel as if she'd been struck by lightning, causing her mental state to suddenly collapse? The answer seemed to be on the tip of his tongue, yet Su Qingyi had no way to confirm it. To be honest, it wasn't very logical either. After all, he couldn't find a reason for the suspect to behave this way. Risking being caught just to provoke a survivor who was already no threat whatsoever. If it was to confirm the survivor's mental state and indirectly worsen their condition, why choose Yu Xia instead of Zhou Yan? Yu Xia carried the weight of a much more serious and cruel tragedy. Her chances of recovery were slim compared to the older Zhou Yan, whose symptoms were milder. Regarding the suspect's motive, Su Qingyi couldn't figure it out for the moment. If motives were set aside for now, then in a busy hospital where patients or caregivers could pass by the door at any time, what exactly did he do to make Yu Xia so terrified? Ding dong. Su Qingyi's chaotic thoughts were interrupted by his phone's notification sound. Little Orange Little Prophet, I'm on the subway now. I have to hand in my phone once I start work. I'll tell you more about their situation when I finish. How did he forget to give this girl a nickname in his contacts? Su Qingyi looked at the ID Little Orange Little Prophet and replied, okay, thanks for the trouble. It suddenly felt like a spy had been planted on the front lines, and the two were now using Morse code to exchange secrets. Little Orange Little Prophet, beep beep, beep 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 beep. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Yi Ju quickly began to talk nonsense. Su Qingyi remained silent for a while, his fingers tapping a string of symbols on the screen. Backslash, Little Orange Little Prophet. Wait, big brother, you actually know how to do that? I'm seriously impressed. At least tell me what it means. Su Qingyi could imagine her frustrated expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Investigate further and report back. Opening his phone, he realized that the cathead cloud he had sent earlier had also received a reply. Reflex arc as long as the moon, so cute. Wow Su Qingyi. Look. A photo of the same cat cloud, just from a different angle. Hehe, next time I'll say I'm waiting for you under this cat cloud. Enesirus, what a coincidence. A short video showed her own shadow, which looked like she was wearing a small cat ear headband. It was probably a new look for a stage recording. However, just looking at the shadow was enough to imagine a lot. Su Qingyi thought about how to reply. Normally, he would consider this the end of a conversation and see no need to reply further. But today, he suddenly really wanted to talk to them more. What should he say? What time did you wake up? What did you eat for lunch? What are you doing this afternoon? That would be a bit too much like making small talk for the sake of it. Su Qingyi stared at the screen blankly for a while, then felt that there was no need to be indirect with them. Although since childhood, he had a habit of keeping things to himself. Whether negative or positive, he had always been a person who didn't show his emotions. Yang Lu used to complain that she always found out about her child's awards and honors from others, as Su Qingyi never mentioned them when he came home. Su Qingyi himself thought this was normal. Because when something good happened, he wouldn't happily broadcast it everywhere, so when something bad happened, he would only swallow the bitter fruit alone. But if the other person was Chu Qingyan or Qin Jinji, being honest once in a while shouldn't matter, right? Thinking this, Su Qingyi began to edit a message. Suppose there is a matter before you that has nothing to do with you from start to finish, you are a complete bystander. But you happen to witness a lot of potentially useful information, which might be a coincidence or perhaps destined. You know that the real victims are stuck in a swamp, with no strength to fight back. You also know that uncovering the truth isn't that simple. If you intervene rashly, you might even get burned, so the safest way is to stay out of the muddy water and remain a bystander until the end. You understand the logic, but you aren't willing to accept it. So, what would you do? By the end of it, it was actually quite obvious. Su Qingyi sighed softly, both of them were smart, and his description using a shift in perspective seemed a bit redundant. Or to put it another way, what do you want me to do? So he added another sentence. The reflex arc as long as the moon wasn't so long this time, she replied quickly, of course, I support you. Su Qingyi was slightly stunned, not expecting Chu Qingyan's side to be so easy to pass. He had thought she wouldn't want him to put himself in danger. As it turned out, her next sentence was, I will protect you. Su Qingyi held his forehead and sighed. Although Chu Qingyan had always been the sole heir of the Chu family, things were a bit different now than before. Before, although everyone assumed she would inherit everything later, they always felt it was a long time away. But now, she had truly stepped into the spotlight. Any of her actions involved everything about the Chu family and clearly represented their attitude. No matter the perspective, Su Qingyi had already made up his mind not to get too involved with the Chu family behind Chu Qingyan. This allowed him to remain independent and also indirectly protected Chu Qingyan. Moreover, from the last negotiation, it was clear that Chu Yuanjiang held a negative attitude toward this matter. Big Boss Chu's time was precious, since he had already decided it was a dead end, he certainly wouldn't waste more time trying to break it. The eldest miss did have the power to use connections, but such power was clearly under Chu Yuanjiang's tacit consent. Perhaps due to this relationship, Chu Yuanjiang would have means to protect his physical safety. But Su Qingyi knew very well that Chu Yuanjiang was by no means a kind-hearted philanthropist. Beneath his easygoing and generous appearance was a strategist who would use any means to achieve his goals. Once Chu Yuanjiang considered him an unsettling factor, the Chu family would immediately turn from the most effective help to the toughest resistance. In other words, such a shortcut was actually a double-edged sword. After the incident with Zhou Yan last time, Su Qingyi had talked with Chu Yuanjiang once. It was precisely the content of this conversation that made Su Qingyi decide not to take shortcuts anymore. And the first step was to let Miss Chu choose to stay out of it as tactfully as possible. Su Qingyi thought for a while and felt that instead of those clumsy reasons, it was better to tell the truth. And Chu Qingyan actually understood these reasons very well. Seeing her dejected and quite aggrieved, Su Qingyi had to repeatedly guarantee that he would definitely not let himself fall into danger. Thus Miss Chu gave an order, this Su fellow must keep his eyes and ears open, and at the first sign of trouble, he must flee immediately. The way she put it, all the aura of a detective sacrificing himself for justice was gone. He sounded more like a cowering and sneaky criminal suspect. Although Su Qingyi complained inwardly, on the surface, he just nodded like a woodpecker. Once any slip-up was shown, it would be hard to pass the test again. Of course, compared to the other one, Miss Chu was really easy to coax. What if I said I hope you don't intervene? Chen Jinji's words were tossed over lightly, ambiguous and noncommittal. Su Qingyi paused, not knowing how to reply. In fact, his choice to ask them about this was nothing more than needing a word of overt support to let him naturally intervene in this matter. And no matter how they answered, he was destined to be unable to stay out of it. There was no other way. Just like what he thought last time, after being reborn, Su Qingyi felt that everything in the world was related to him. After all, even time had folded back for him. Then, he was the absolute protagonist in this timeline. To put it in a more Chinibu way, you are the chosen one, the only one. If he didn't intervene, who else could? So facing Chen Jinji's rhetorical question that saw through everything, Su Qingyi could only remain silent. After a long time, the other party could only sigh softly. Su Qingyi, whatever you want to do, you must protect yourself. Su Qingyi's heart stirred, this might be a sign of softening. Anyway, you know. Chen Jinji then said leisurely. If anything happens to you. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingyi's heart, which had just settled, hung in suspense again. I'll come to accompany you soon. From the highest heavens to the deepest underworld, in short, I won't let you be alone. He couldn't see her expression through the screen, but Su Qingyi felt that Chen Jinji's words were serious. She might usually say some half-true, half-false things that sounded like flirting, but only this sentence today didn't seem false. In an instant, the burden on his shoulders suddenly became heavy. Su Qingyi was silent for a while, reflecting on whether he had made things sound a bit too serious. Although it was somewhat dangerous, it didn't seem to have reached that point. Normally, heroes who are about to sacrifice themselves for justice would set a flag at this time, like, I'll marry you after this mission ends, my wife is about to give birth, I'll quit the underworld after this job, or, welcome everyone to my retirement ceremony, I'm about to leave the world of conflict and go home to my wife and kids. Anyone who says such things never comes back alive. Su Qingyi thought it would be better to simply fulfill a small wish before going on the mission, so at least he could die without regrets. For example, what? He thought about it and typed 4 big words in the chat box. Show me the cat ears. Chen Jinji. 367, Chapter 362. The night. Regardless of the process, he had at least temporarily gained the support of Chu Qingyan and Chen Jinji. Of course, he didn't get to see the cat ears. Su Qingyi felt a slight sense of regret. However, Chen Jinji told him to save those words for the next time they met. He felt a sinister sense of being threatened. But who cared? That was Chen Jinji wearing cat ears, who wouldn't want to see that? Su Qingyi put away his messy thoughts and focused. Back on the task at hand. Investigating Yu Xia's case would be extremely difficult. He had considered this before, reality isn't a novel, and there are no Deaf Elementary students or Sherlock Holmes in real life. Relying solely on his own abilities to reopen a case that even the police were powerless against was as difficult as climbing to heaven on foot. Moreover, based on the current information, it was clear that the suspect wasn't hard to find, he was even standing boldly in front of everyone. Unfortunately, there was no evidence, so no one could do anything to him. Even with Chu Yuanjiang's status and methods, he couldn't find a breakthrough. The only eyewitness couldn't provide any useful information either. How should he put it? Subjectively, Su Qingyi actually agreed with Chu Yuanjiang's view. This was a dead end, there was no need to dive into it. Furthermore, it was now very clear what kind of person Wu Xiaobo was. Chu Yuanjiang described him as a dead man crawling out of a grave. If that description wasn't clear enough, the current states of Yu Xia and Zhou Yan, the 2 survivors who had faced him and barely escaped with their lives, spoke volumes. If he stopped here, Su Qingyi might never have anything to do with such a dangerous person for the rest of his life. Choosing to continue the investigation was almost equivalent to declaring war on Wu Xiaobo. Even though this is a society ruled by law, someone like him who lives in the shadows of society is still very dangerous. He is like a rat in a gutter, a venomous snake coiled in a sewer, a thug who could be hiding in any blind spot. Su Qingyi naturally understood the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. But he also always believed that good ultimately triumphs over evil. Just like back in class when the teacher asked him why he chose law, his thoughts hadn't changed. Although an individual's strength is small, as long as one person is willing to stand up, it will ignite the sense of justice in more people's hearts. So, at the very least, when everyone else has given up, he cannot back down. No matter the outcome, it would at least prove that he has the courage to face and confront evil. After thinking it through, Su Qingyi suddenly felt much lighter, as if a large stone that had been weighing on his heart for a long time had suddenly been moved. Indeed, it's not that the journey is difficult, but the period of agonizing over whether to take it is the hardest. With his mind made up, his thoughts became clear. Su Qingyi decided to start with Yu Xia's case. Although the time interval was longer and the investigation would be more difficult compared to Zhou Yan's matter. But as the saying goes, blessings and misfortunes come together, relatively speaking, there was more information to be gained from it. Su Qingyi began searching online. Because it remains an unsolved case, very little information can be found publicly. A family in Tangon City was brutally attacked by a criminal who broke into their home. Only the youngest daughter survived out of the family of 4. The police suspect it was a revenge killing. Besides this known information, there were only extremely vague descriptions. Specific information about the victims was naturally hidden, including names and addresses. Su Qingyi tried searching for Yu Xia in the browser, but there were no results. He thought for a while, had a sudden thought, and decided to try a different angle. If nothing could be learned through official channels, perhaps he could start from a civilian perspective. Even if the police suppressed public opinion on such a large case, many citizens must have discussed it. Information obtained this way would be more detailed and abundant, though its authenticity would be relatively questionable and require some discernment. He logged into a local forum in Tangon City and searched for the keyword, family of 4. Sure enough, a large number of discussion posts popped up, but most were from 7 years ago, likely around the time the case occurred. Although it was a rare major case, the discussion gradually died down over time. Brothers, have you heard about the family of 4? Of course I heard. It was over on Fomlin Road. When I was heading home from work, the police tape was already up. It looked really intimidating. What exactly happened? Anyone know? I heard a little girl was rescued. Did she survive? The ambulance took her away. Don't know if she'll make it yet. God, that's terrifying. Only one left out of a family of 4. Who called the police? Apparently, an old lady who was a neighbor saw their house on fire and called the fire department first. When the firefighters arrived, they saw a little girl lying in the yard. They felt something was wrong and called the police. After the fire was put out, they found out that no one else had escaped. And the criminal killed them first before setting the fire, probably to destroy evidence. God damn it, how hateful. Hope they catch the killer soon. Truly insane. Su Qingyi thought as he scrolled through the comments. According to the descriptions from those in the know back then, there were a few strange points. If there were neighbors nearby, none of them noticed anything unusual while the crime was being committed, or rather, no one in the victim's family called for help. If the criminal used a silent, one-hit kill method, then Yu Xia's survival seemed even more illogical. Because as the youngest person, she was the most likely to scream for help out of terror. Such an unstable factor should have been dealt with first. This might lead to one possibility. The criminal and the victim's family knew each other, which is why they didn't argue or fight after the criminal entered. By utilizing this point, they gained a new opportunity and method for the crime. Su Qingyi silently stored this possibility in his mind and continued reading the forum post. The efficiency is just too low. It's making everyone panic. I don't even dare walk down that road after work anymore. Don't even mention it. After such a terrible thing happened, the residents nearby have started preparing to move. Who knows if that criminal will come back to commit another crime one day? Don't say that, poster above. Isn't that what they say in TV shows? Criminals often return to the scene of the crime. Stop scaring people, bro. I want to get a good night's sleep. Everyone, make sure to lock your doors at night. Don't open them for strangers, and don't let your wives and kids stay home alone. Heh, is that even useful? This clearly looks like a group crime. If several big guys burst in with knives, even if you're Mike Tyson, you're helpless. Su Qingyi successfully circled the key point amidst the panic-stricken replies. Criminals often return to the scene of the crime. This isn't just something from TV shows, the same logic applies in reality. Su Qingyi had read many materials related to criminal psychology, all of which explained this point. From a rational perspective, criminals return to the scene to gather information. Information includes, but is not limited to, searching for and destroying evidence they might have left behind, mingling with the nearby crowd to eavesdrop on the case's progress, and observing how much importance the police are giving to the case. From another perspective, most serial killers don't return to the scene for such conventional reasons. They do it simply to satisfy their perverted desires, to relive the thrill of the crime, and to seek mental pleasure. Such people view the crime scene as a work of art that is worth admiring repeatedly. Su Qingyi felt that Wu Xiaobo was most likely the latter type, which also meant it was indeed very possible for him to return to the scene. Stop talking, everyone. The killer might be watching our discussion right now. Holy crap, you're a legend, poster above. The post 2 floors above is very dangerous. I feel like he's the killer. If I were the killer, you'd be the first one I'd kill. Damn it, come at me. I'm at XX Community, Building X, Unit XX. Come on, if you don't come, you're my grandson. The follow-up to this post clearly went off track. Su Qingyi sighed, holding his forehead. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light. People weren't vigilant enough when surfing the internet back then. Posting address information like that was inherently dangerous. Not to mention doing it under a post discussing a case like this. If someone like Wu Xiaobo was actually reading the replies, he might have shown up at their door right away. Still, after scrolling through everything, there were some gains. The most critical part was that he now knew the approximate location of the crime, so he could go check it out in person. He also derived a possible theory: the perpetrator might have known the victim's family, perhaps even being familiar with them. But a new question surfaced along with it. Why did the perpetrator specifically spare Yu Xia? Su Qingyi didn't believe that someone capable of such a heinous act could have a moment of remaining conscience. Perhaps Yu Xia had a strong will to live, and the perpetrator didn't finish the job when fleeing the scene. This possibility seemed more reasonable, but Su Qingyi quickly thought of Yu Xia's drawing. The one that had scared Chu Qingyan, who mistook it for a ghost drawing, the recreation of the crime scene. At first, Su Qingyi only saw a person escaping from a black house. It was only after Chu Qingyan outlined the lines that he realized the shadow floating above the house was a human face. A grinning face, looking down condescendingly at the person fleeing. Because of this drawing, Su Qingyi dismissed his previous speculation. Nothing explained the situation better than the survivor's own description, even if her strokes were childish and obscure. Therefore, Yu Xia must have escaped under the perpetrator's surveillance and tacit permission. Carrying his questions with him, Su Qingyi drove toward Fenglin Road as indicated by the navigation. Fortunately, he was driving Uncle Nyo's car today, which blended in perfectly with the traffic. If he had driven his own Aston Martin, it would have been much more conspicuous, and at a time like this, being conspicuous was a bad thing. To ensure his own safety, avoiding attention was paramount. While waiting at a red light, the frontline detective Yi Ju sent a message. She said she had quietly checked the visitation records. There was information about a visitor for Yu Xia, but there was only a record of them entering, not leaving. That shouldn't have been the case. Su Qingyi had experienced the management system of the Jushan Sanatorium himself. It was very strict. The first time he went to visit Granny Su, the security guard had almost tricked his bank card pin out of him. This visitor had clearly registered upon entry, so why wasn't there a record of them leaving? Yi Ju's efficiency was impressive. She even took a photo and sent it over directly. The visitor's name was Xia Yongji. Su Qingyi subconsciously assumed this was obviously a name he had just made up. If the name was fake, then the subsequent information was certainly fake as well. The red light turned green, and Su Qingyi put his phone down and continued driving. The map showed that Fenglin Road was very far from the city center, out in the suburbs, almost on the outskirts where the city meets the countryside. Fortunately, he had made sure to fill up the gas tank before leaving, otherwise, it would have been quite difficult. The scenery outside the car window changed, gradually shifting from the bustling city to a tree-lined road. After driving for a while longer, the playlist moved from Love in BC to The Seventh Chapter of Night. Who can truly cross the swamp of human nature without getting dirty? We can forget and forgive, but we must know the truth. If evil is a magnificent and cruel movement, I will personally write its finale. Outside the window, the tree-lined road had transitioned into vast stretches of farmland. It was still early in the season, so the fields were filled only with water and no rice seedlings yet, with flocks of large white geese floating by from time to time. The navigation prompted that he had reached the destination, and Su Qingyi slowed down. Before arriving at the scene, he hadn't expected such a scene. Because it was already the suburbs, looking around, the houses were small 2- or 3-story villas, spaced far apart. In this way, it might be normal for neighbors to be unaware. The wheels rolled slowly, stopping just as his line of sight landed on that building. In fact, this crime scene was much easier to find than Su Qingyi had imagined. Because it was very conspicuous. A pitch-black, dilapidated building, a skeleton of what remained after the fire, a silent and desolate ruin. The police tape strung around the perimeter had long since gathered cobwebs, connected only intermittently, reminding passers-by of what had once happened here. Su Qingyi parked and turned off the engine. Perhaps, just as people on the forum had said, the neighbors had all moved away out of fear, so the nearby houses were clearly uninhabited, and the surroundings were all in a state of decay. Su Qingyi opened the car door and jumped out. The large white goose that had been floating by earlier saw this unfamiliar face, but it didn't panic, it just tilted its head to look him over. Su Qingyi looked around and felt for a moment that it was probably the only living thing in the vicinity. But since there was a large white goose, that was fine, someone would probably come to herd it home later, right? At the very least, it would know how to go home on its own. Thinking this, Su Qingyi simply sat down and beckoned to it. Unexpectedly, Mr. Goose clearly misunderstood his intentions, taking such a friendly interaction as a provocation. Su Qingyi looked at its wise, beady eyes, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Holy crap. The next second, it spread its wings, stretched out its neck, and charged at Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi quickly scrambled to his feet, running while glancing back to observe. The wingspan on this goose thing actually looked quite intimidating. No wonder they were called village bullies. Getting pecked by one would definitely hurt. Fortunately, it wasn't very fast. Su Qingyi just took a few long strides and put some distance between them. Thus, a man and a goose successfully staged a scene of him running, it chasing, and neither able to fly away. Hey! Come back! Soon, a shout came from behind him. Su Qingyi felt a surge of joy. He was finally saved. Hearing the voice, the goose tucked its wings and ran back with a pata-pata sound. Only then did Su Qingyi have a moment to see an old man standing in the distance, wearing a straw raincoat and carrying a fish basket, as if he had just finished fishing. Great, the goose had found its owner, and he had found someone he could ask questions. Walking back following the goose's steps, as they got closer, Su Qingyi realized it was an old man with gray hair. However, he looked quite spirited, even if his expression wasn't very pleasant. Could it be that he suspected him of trying to steal his goose? Su Qingyi paused slightly and decided to proactively explain, "Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to provoke it." The old man in a straw raincoat gave a noncommittal grunt and casually tapped the goose on the head with the bamboo pole in his hand. "Do you live around here?" Su Qingyi asked tentatively. The old man glanced at him and pointed his bamboo pole toward a bungalow in the distance across the field ridge. "I see." Su Qingyi measured the straight-line distance between the crime scene and that location in his mind. It was actually quite far. No wonder the old man hadn't been scared away. But he clearly had no patience for chatting, and soon began waving his bamboo pole to herd the geese home. Seeing this, Su Qingyi had no choice but to get straight to the point. "Do you know Yu Xia?" Hearing this, the old man waved his pole even more diligently, and the geese, under his direction, fell into a line and marched along. Looking at the situation, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Su Qingyi sighed and prepared to wander around the area to see if there was anyone else. Unexpectedly, watching the geese's waddling steps, the old man suddenly blurted out, "Don't know anyone by the name of Yu Xia." Su Qingyi was slightly stunned, and just as he was about to answer, "Okay," the old man continued, "But I do know a little girl with the surname Xia." The old man lifted the sleeve of his straw raincoat, and Su Qingyi followed his gaze to see exactly where the crime scene was located. He became alert instantly. The character, Yu, with the king radical, everyone around here calls her Yu Yu. The old man said slowly. Su Qingyi felt a chill in his heart, the temperature gradually dropping. So Yu Xia was a pseudonym, the little witch's real name was Xia Yu. And the old man's next sentence made him feel a wave of nausea. Her dad's name is Xia Yongji. 368, Chapter 363. To be a superior person, even if you're in economy class. Dear students, with the start of the semester approaching, please prepare for your return to campus. Purchase your train or plane tickets in advance. There are many administrative matters for the new semester, so I have decided to hold a class meeting. It is scheduled for 9 a.m. on the first day of school. The specific location will be announced later. Please make sure to arrive on time. If there are any issues, contact me privately. Counselor Yuan Shuo posted this message in the class group chat. Su Qingyi only gave it a cursory glance before turning off his phone. It was hard to understand why, even in university, there was a need to hold class meetings at every turn. In high school, everyone was gathered together all the time, so holding a meeting for no reason was one thing. But university students were usually busy with their own affairs and had their own schedules, yet they still had to waste time attending meetings. Without even guessing, the content of the meeting would surely be the same things they'd heard countless times: safety education for university students, anti-fraud education for university students, and so on. Or perhaps various social activities. Just thinking about it made Su Qingyi feel uneasy. Come to think of it, even though a whole semester had ended, he only knew the few people in his dormitory. At most, he could add the class monitor, Yi Ju. As for the other students in the class, he hadn't even memorized a single name. At most, they were just familiar faces. Su Qingyi felt that the situation for most university students was actually similar to his, so he didn't blame his social anxiety. It was just that the difference between university and high school was simply too vast. Some people might not even have the chance to say a single word to each other until graduation. There was also a fundamental difference between a counselor and a homeroom teacher. The essence of a counselor's job was, as long as my pay isn't docked, anything goes. Sometimes he actually missed Teacher Li Lu. Su Qingyi thought that she truly had a heart for teaching and nurturing people. After all, given the meager salary of a high school teacher, she really didn't need to work herself to death. Not only did she earn the rather unpleasant nickname Iron-Blooded Soldier Kingly among the students, but she also transformed herself from a young and beautiful female teacher into a dean of students who looks very capable in teaching. However, if he were asked to go back to high school now, Su Qingyi thought about it for a moment and seemed rather unwilling. Because what would be sacrificed was a vast amount of free time. Therefore, high school is for reminiscing, not for repeating. After turning off his phone, Su Qingyi looked up again, watching the afterglow of the setting sun reflecting off the distant paddy fields. He had been sitting here for quite a while, along with the old man in the straw raincoat. And, of course, that group of playful big white geese. Their owner hadn't used his rod to drive them away, so they were happy to enjoy their leisure. Su Qingyi picked up a small stone and threw it into the water, creating circles of ripples. The scenery nearby was quite good, perhaps opening an agritainment farmhouse or something similar would lead to very good business. Unfortunately, after such an event happened, the beautiful pastoral scenery had been turned directly into a haunted house that terrified anyone who heard of it. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Seeing that the sky was getting dark, the old man in the straw raincoat shook his sleeves and stood up. "Leaving right now," Su Qingyi replied as he pressed the car key in his pocket, and the headlights of the white car not far away flashed. The old man nodded, waved his bamboo pole to drive the big white geese onto the field ridge, and slowly headed home in the last rays of the sunset. Su Qingyi also stood up and patted the grass clippings off the hem of his overcoat. That pitch-black building stood in the night, eerie and terrifying, looking quite similar to what Xia Yu had drawn. Su Qingyi stood with his hands in his pockets, watching in silence for a long time. He didn't find it scary. If not for other factors, he might have even walked inside to take a look. At times like this, one would hope that there really were such things as spirits in the world. Because if they existed, they surely wouldn't watch their only remaining relative in this world live in fear under the shadow of the murderer. That murderer had no remorse, he slept soundly at night and never had nightmares. He would even write the victim's name on the visitation records with a malicious and provocative mindset. Initially, Su Qingyi felt a bit nauseous from such behavior, but thinking about it again now, only a calm scrutiny remained. One cannot view or empathize with such a criminal from the psychology of a normal person, so there was naturally no need to waste effort trying to figure out or think about his motives. That wasn't important, what mattered was making him pay the price. The night wind rose, and Su Qingyi turned to get into the car. The suburban path in the evening was even more desolate and lonely, his car was the only one on the road. Su Qingyi had enough space to think through things. The old man in the straw raincoat from just now had always lived nearby. His surname was Zhou, he had no children, and he had always made a living by farming and raising some poultry. In this fast-paced era, there were still groups like this who worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. So on the night the case happened, he had already been asleep for a long time. Separated by a sufficient distance, he hadn't heard any unusual noises. It wasn't until the fire department arrived that he was awakened by the sound of sirens. Old man Zhou said that 2 years before the incident, Xia Yongji's family had bought land here and built their own house. Xia Yongji was a truck driver who used to drive long distances, being away for 1 or 2 weeks at a time. Later, he switched to short-distance driving, generally running between Tangan and the neighboring city. Xia Yongji's family were all very good people. Some of the feed old man Zhou needed for his poultry was basically brought back by him when he went to the city to deliver goods. His wife taught at the town's primary school, and their 2 children, a brother and a sister, were also well-behaved and praised by everyone who saw them. Overall, they were a very happy and common family of 4. No one expected them to suddenly encounter such an unexpected disaster and meet such a tragic end. After such a thing happened, the neighbors naturally moved away if they could, running as far as possible for fear that the murderer would return to cause trouble. Old man Zhou, however, didn't care. According to him, he was all alone and at his age, what was there to be afraid of? If an evil ghost came for his life, let it take it. If he could drag the evil ghost down with him before dying, then that would be a great deed. Listening to this, Su Qingyi felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He felt like this old man was a version of himself from a parallel universe. Su Qingyi, the farming and goose-raising version, with the main theme of living is fine, dying is also okay. But perhaps because of the old man's mindset, he was so honest and answered every question for a first-time acquaintance like him. Unlike others, who avoided such matters as much as possible, not wanting to bring trouble upon themselves. In short, today's trip was very worthwhile. What he wanted to do was very difficult, so the battle line naturally needed to be drawn out. It was impossible to uncover the truth within these few days. Fortunately, he had always been very patient. Driving at night felt great. Su Qingyi looked at the misty road conditions ahead and turned the volume of the speakers down slightly. It was very much like a scene from a horror movie where something scary would block the road, or perhaps like ghost wall hitting, where one drives around only to find they're still in the same spot. Su Qingyi thought carelessly while flooring the accelerator to reach full speed. Unfortunately, he was so full of murderous aura that even ghosts would be afraid of him. Driving at a speed on the edge of speeding, he soon saw the road sign for the Tangan urban area. Su Qingyi rolled the window down a bit, and the biting cold wind washed through the stuffy car cabin. The time pointed to 9 o'clock, exactly when the nightlife begins. The neon lights were bright, and the traffic was heavy. Su Qingyi's gaze fell on an advertisement on a large LED screen in a shopping mall. It was a perfume advertisement Chen Jinji had recently filmed for an affordable luxury brand. There were no cheesy slogans, just a simple close-up of her face on the screen. Northern Cedar. Su Qingyi silently recited the name of this perfume. As soon as Chen Jinji got this advertisement, she immediately sent him a 50 milliliters bottle of the perfume. So now, seeing the name on the screen, Su Qingyi felt as if he could smell the fragrance. The pure woody scent of cedar, the cold air settled between snowy mountains and pine forests. It was like a lover's embrace in the biting winter wind, clean, crisp, and warm. It suited Chen Jinji quite well, Su Qingyi thought. He didn't use perfume much, at most, he would spray a little bit into his wardrobe when organizing it. The last one he used was the bottle Chen Jinji had blended for him, which had a clear and bright tea fragrance. Chen Jinji loved using perfume and would change scents after a while, so she always carried a very pleasant fragrance. However, she probably didn't have much time to blend her own perfumes now, and she couldn't even use up all the ones sent by brand sponsors. Speaking of which, he was going to see Chen Jinji tomorrow. The corners of Su Qingyi's mouth curled up uncontrollably. Come to think of it, it had been a while since they last met. Although this trip was mainly to prepare for the program I Am the Masked Singer, it didn't matter, being able to meet was already good enough. Su Qingyi tapped his knuckles on the steering wheel, feeling in a very good mood. The flight was tomorrow morning with Xiao Zheng, arriving in Magic City at 11 in the morning. With the start of the semester approaching, plane tickets were in high demand. Xiao Zheng said he couldn't book business class and asked if they should switch to an afternoon flight. Su Qingyi refused without even thinking. What did economy class matter? He wanted to see Chen Jinji sooner. The unreachable phone signal is lost above the clouds, strive to be superior, even though you're in economy class. Su Qingyi suddenly remembered this song and hummed a couple of lines. In this era, there was still some time before hip-hop would become popular in the public eye. When that time came, it might be an opportunity. Su Qingyi, who already had some business sense, began to think about this issue. Ding dong. The phone chimed briefly, it was a message from Xiao Zheng. It wouldn't be about obsessing over the economy class issue again, would it? Su Qingyi complained inwardly. This guy had been around Oldly for so long that he clearly was used to state banquets and couldn't handle street stalls anymore. Taking advantage of the red light, Su Qingyi picked up his phone. Unexpectedly, it was information about the competition format that Xiao Zheng had learned from the production team. After skimming a couple of lines, Su Qingyi frowned. His good mood vanished instantly. I Am the Masked Singer used an elimination system. There were 7 regular contestants, and in addition, a challenger would be set for each episode. The challenger would only earn the right to stay if they ranked in the top 3 in the voting. Su Qingyi skipped directly to the end to check the regular contestant list. Good grief, they were all old-school big shots or popular newcomers backed by major companies. Evidently, Chen Jinji was not among them. What did this mean? The red light turned green, and the car behind him honked impatiently. Su Qingyi took a deep breath, tossed his phone onto the passenger seat, and stepped on the gas. The phone was still chiming, presumably, Xiao Zheng was explaining the competition format to him. Su Qingyi, however, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Although he didn't fully understand the format yet, it was completely different from what 101 Company had initially agreed upon. And based on his understanding of 101 Company, such a change would certainly not be a good thing. Damn it, Chen Jinji really got onto a sinking ship. He thought her debut would be the start of a bright and glorious future, but it turned out to be a solid step into a massive pit. Trapped in this cowardly company that only cared about exploiting its talent, with over a year left on her contract, it was truly rotten luck. After speeding all the way home, Su Qingyi suppressed his anger and began to calmly review the information Xiao Zheng had sent. Xiao Zheng's view this time was consistent with Su Qingyi's intuition. He also felt that 101 Company was out of its mind. The contract initially agreed upon was that Chen Jinji would appear as a regular singer. Unexpectedly, at the last minute, with the program about to start recording, this suddenly happened. Any company with a bit of backbone would definitely sue the production team. How could they just swallow their pride and take such a loss? The consequence of the company being spineless was that not only did the artists suffer, but the fans also suffered along with them. Now, the rival fans on Weibo were all mocking her to her face, spamming various black hashtags, and even hashtag Queen Jean delusionally stealing a seat hashtag had appeared. Aside from this issue of face, there were also other more realistic problems at hand. Xiao Zheng said that if she were a regular singer, although there was a possibility of being eliminated due to poor performance, she would also get more exposure and opportunities in the program. Furthermore, challengers only start appearing in the second episode of the program. For the sake of variety show effects, the production team would surely edit the first episode to make the 7 regular singers look harmonious, very warm, and like a loving family. Then, in the final preview, the challenger would be edited to look like a villain who came to break up their family. And such. A role, no matter who played it, was destined to not be well received. One could imagine that the comments section would surely be a barrage of insults. Especially the first challenger to appear in the second episode, it was a complete and utter nightmare start. At this point, Xiao Jing gave a cold laugh. As luck would have it, our artist's luck is truly great, she precisely got this starting position. Su Qingyi was truly silent now. Why on earth did Chen Jinji get stuck with this kind of good thing every time? He knew that such variety shows, for the sake of popularity, would definitely try to make the post-production editing lean towards drama and melodrama. And how much public opinion turmoil and psychological harm such malicious editing would bring to the contestants was not within the scope of the production team's concern. Truly disgusting. Su Qingyi once again felt the sinister nature of the entertainment industry. And he was only looking from the perspective of an onlooker. Chen Jinji, being in such a big melting pot, must see even filthier things. If you ask me, those bastards at 101 Company are really cowardly. The production team is clearly just bullying a newcomer, right? The company is full of weaklings from top to bottom, just a bunch of people who flatter the powerful and trample the weak. Even an experienced entertainment industry veteran like Xiao Jing couldn't stand it anymore, which showed that 101 Company's actions were indeed dishonorable. Is there still any room for maneuver in this matter? Su Qingyi poured himself a glass of warm water and asked expressionlessly. That's why the production team is so cunning. They didn't say it sooner or later, but just as recording is about to start, hey, they come and say it. If it were 2 days ago, I could still rush over and negotiate again. Now there's really no way out, either be a challenger or withdraw. Xiao Jing spat and then continued after some thought, but, even as a challenger, if she withdraws now, there's a whole bunch of people waiting in line. Many newcomers are counting on this opportunity to make a name for themselves. He was afraid that this young master would get angry and really make Chen Jinji withdraw. While that would be satisfying, opportunities were hard to come by, and once gone, they would be difficult to get again. Su Qingyi took a sip of warm water. He naturally wouldn't really make Chen Jinji withdraw just because he felt frustrated. This was an opportunity she had worked hard to earn for herself, only she had the right to decide whether to stay or go. However, a trip to 101 Company was still necessary. He wanted to find out the reason for the production team's sudden change of heart and why the company handled it this way. If everything was already set in stone and there was absolutely no room for maneuver, then he'd damn well have to vent some frustration for Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi gave a cold laugh. Anyway, wearing the mantle of Ji Jinchen, his persona was that of a genius producer who was unreasonable, ill-tempered, arrogant, and had a very strong background. As everyone knows, the one person you should never provoke is a creative. 369, Chapter 364 Life is so worthwhile. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network, your thoughtful reading companion, early the next morning. Su Qingyi, who usually arrived at the last minute out of habit, broke his routine and arrived at the airport early because of the matters weighing on his mind. As soon as Xiao Jing walked into the lounge carrying 2 cups of coffee, he saw the young master leaning on the sofa wearing sunglasses with a look of displeasure. The air around him seemed to have dropped several degrees. Oh, you're here so early. Xiao Jing completely ignored his expression and greeted him with a smile. It didn't matter, this young master basically had this expression regardless of whether his mood was good or bad. It was just a few degrees colder than usual. Su Qingyi had actually been resting with his eyes closed, but because he was wearing sunglasses, it was hard for others to tell. The air conditioning in the VIP lounge was set too high, and the sofa was very soft, making it easy to doze off while sitting. Taking the coffee from Xiao Zheng's hand, he whispered a thank you. There was too much sugar, it was very sweet. Su Qingyi frowned imperceptibly and quietly placed the cup back on the table. How could a seasoned veteran like Xiao Jing fail to notice the change in his expression? He immediately stood back up. I'll go buy you another one. No need. Su Qingyi quickly picked up the cup again. I haven't had breakfast yet anyway. Though he didn't know how those two things were related, since he said so, Xiao Jing followed his lead and sat back down. Sigh, back when he was by old Li's side, when would a small matter like buying coffee ever fall to him? Please, he had worked for a long time to move up from a junior lackey to a senior one. Now that he had switched to serving a new boss, his status had immediately reverted. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Xiao Jing sighed deeply in his heart several times. Actually, with Ji Jinshan's current fame, he could completely expand the size of his team. But well, given this young master's temperament, he probably wasn't used to having many people around. If there were too many people, he would likely speak even less, he might not even squeeze out a single word all day. Xiao Jing imagined that scene and suddenly felt that things as they were weren't too bad. Besides, if he held on for a few more days, he would be the only capable general under Ji Jinshan, comparable to a founding hero. He would definitely do well for himself in the future. When Old Li first introduced Su Qingyi to Xiao Jing, he had, very rarely, praised him to the high heavens. He said he was the grandson of an old friend, exceptionally talented, handsome as a jade tree, a true young talent who would surely achieve great things in the future. At first, Xiao Jing didn't quite believe it because Old Li had never praised anyone like that before. And Xiao Jing knew Old Li's resume best. Li Qingshan came from a family of scholars and had shown extreme artistic talent since childhood. He began representing the country during his university years, bringing back countless awards from various international competitions. Every piece he collaborated on with his good friend Yang Ziyuan was a classic. In the field of Guofeng music, the name Li Qingshan was synonymous with a top-tier artist. It was to the point where anyone who saw him would bow and ask for an autograph. Xiao Jing thought that if even someone like Old Li was full of praise, if the person wasn't a Li Bai, they'd at least have to be a Su Dongpa, right? After meeting Su Qingyi for the first time, he felt even more that the future was bleak. This person's physical appearance was indeed excellent, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, wearing a trench coat and long boots, standing there like a male model. But his personality was a huge disadvantage, he was even worse than his grandfather in that regard. Xiao Jing considered himself very good at chatting and handling affairs, yet in front of him, he often felt the experience of having the conversation completely shut down. If such a person worked behind the scenes, he might achieve great things, but if he really wanted to make it in the entertainment industry, he would easily offend a lot of people. This wasn't Su Qingyi's problem, but rather a problem with the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, that's just how this shitty society was. That was the first impression. Xiao Jing told Old Li exactly what he thought, but Old Li's attitude was firm. You either work with him, or don't work at all. Xiao Jing. This was blatant kidnapping. Xiao Jing's heart was bitter, Xiao Jing wanted to jump ship, but Old Li simply gave too much. Okay, as long as there's a salary, what does it matter where I work? Xiao Jing gritted his teeth and started the job. However, after spending some time together, his view had genuinely changed. That this young master could earn such appreciation from Old Li wasn't entirely due to Old Li's old friend filter. He indeed possessed a temperament rare in ordinary people, a steady composure that seemed beyond the material world. Even setting aside his current halo, he made people feel that he was by no means an ordinary person. His current achievements were enough to prove this point. Working with him, his future development would definitely not be bad. Xiao Jing sipped his coffee while repeatedly scrutinizing and sizing up the person in front of him. Su Qingyi. He was only wearing sunglasses, not dead. Feeling uncomfortable from Xiao Jing's staring, he had to cough and ask, is something the matter? The subtext was, what the hell are you looking at? Xiao Jing slammed the coffee cup down on the table with a thud and suddenly spoke with a serious expression, hello, Mr. Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi, ? What was he going crazy for? Did a cup of coffee reset him to factory settings? Xiao Jing acted as if he didn't see the confusion on his face and continued on his own, I have long heard of your great name. It is an honor to meet such a talented young man as yourself. You truly are a dragon among men, with an extraordinary temperament. Next, please allow me to introduce myself. I am, stop. Su Qingyi got goosebumps from the praise and really couldn't listen anymore. Xiao Jing, be normal. Hearing him say this, Xiao Jing smiled slightly and asked back, Sir Su, we've been working together for a while now, haven't we? I suppose so. Su Qingyi nodded, the confusion in his eyes undiminished. How do you think my work is going? Is it up to standard? Ah, it's quite good. Su Qingyi thought about it and felt that Xiao Zheng was likely among the best in such a team. But why was he asking this? Could it be he wanted to jump ship? In that case, please allow me to ask a somewhat offensive question, if I may. Ask. Do you know what my full name is? A kind smile appeared on Xiao Zheng's face. Su Qingyi was stunned by the question. Right, what was Xiao Zheng's name? He had always called him Xiao Zheng, he seemed to have never thought to ask for his full name. Even though he had known the result, seeing the blank look on the man's face still made Xiao Zheng feel like he'd taken an arrow to the chest. It's okay, now you know the importance of a fresh self-introduction. Xiao Zheng took a deep breath to calm his emotions and spoke again. Hello, Mr. Producer. My name is Zheng Bai. I was introduced by Old Li to be your assistant. Okay, Xiao Zheng. Okay, Zheng Bai. Su Qingyi took off his sunglasses and scratched his eyebrow awkwardly. Just call me Xiao Zheng normally. Xiao Zheng smiled, finally returning to his usual expression. Alright, the reason for all this isn't because my brain has gone haywire. It's because Old Li asked me to talk to you about something. What is it? Su Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, talking like that just now was truly exhausting. Old Li announced his retirement from the industry several years ago, as you know. It was only because of your request that he came out of retirement recently. Xiao Zheng said. During these years of Old Li's retirement, he as an assistant had also been very idle, usually just handling copyright matters and politely declining invitations from various parties. At most, if something happened to the newcomers in the team that they couldn't handle themselves, he would go negotiate on Old Li's behalf. To be honest, before even turning 30, he already had the feeling of enjoying a retired life. These newcomers in the team are said to be under our banner, but actually, none of them were personally trained by Old Li. He seems easy to get along with on the surface, but he's actually very picky. He won't waste time guiding someone who doesn't catch his eye. Old Li's own granddaughter has absolutely no interest in music, she couldn't even figure out how to play a recorder since she was a child. So. Xiao Zheng carefully observed Su Qingyi's expression, and after confirming he showed no sign of resistance, he continued, Old Li wants you to inherit his mantle. Huh. This was something Su Qingyi had not expected. The weight of the words inherit the mantle was different from taking over the work. It not only meant that Old Li would hand over his team and studio to him, but also that he would personally guide and teach him music production. The Li Qingshan brand isn't something one can easily take over. Su Qingyi's brow furrowed slightly. This was going to be a bit tricky. He felt his musical talent was mediocre, certainly incomparable to geniuses like his grandfather and Elder Li. His current achievements as Ji Jinshan were actually because he was a copycat, fruits of unearned labor brought by his reincarnation cheat. If he were to compose on his own, the difficulty would be very high. Even if he barely managed to learn and produce works above the passing line, that was only compared to today's mainstream media. Compared to the Elder Li of back then, the level was far from being just a little bit off. Su Qingyi remained silent for a long while, not knowing how to respond for a moment. This olive branch, which countless people yearned for, felt more like a hot potato in front of him. Guessing he would likely have such a reaction, Xiao Zheng quickly laughed it off. Oh, Elder Li just asked me to mention it to you. As for the specifics, you'll definitely talk about them yourselves when you meet. I'm just a little messenger scout. Just have a bit of mental preparation, there's no need to be nervous. Su Qingyi nodded. Even if he were to refuse such a thing, he would have to first offer a pot of tea and then discuss it in detail when meeting Elder Li formally. If you ask me, this opportunity is truly rare. So many people beg for a bit of guidance from Elder Li but have no way to even approach him. Xiao Zheng finished the coffee in his cup and added, seemingly casually. For Elder Li to speak to you like this, it means he both trusts you unconditionally and is truly willing to hand over the Li Qingshan brand to you, for you to do with as you please. I know. Su Qingyi sighed imperceptibly. Precisely because of this, he felt such a handover was too heavy. Dear passengers, boarding is now beginning for the flight from Tangan to Magic City. Please have your documents ready and line up in an orderly manner for ticket inspection. The announcement rang out. Su Qingyi threw the overly sugary coffee cup, which he had finished without realizing, into the trash and stood up. Xiao Zheng only then noticed that this young master was still dressed very trendily today. A dark green American vintage suede jacket, black cargo pants, and marten boots. The standard attire of a returned dandy. This was likely prepared specifically for the unrestrained persona of Ji Jinshan. Xiao Zheng clicked his tongue twice and suggested he wear an earring or something similar, that would be the soul of the look. Su Qingyi thought about it and refused, feeling it would be painful. The economy class seats were cramped and narrow. Xiaojing felt uncomfortable as soon as he sat down, adjusting the seat back over and over. Su Qingyi, who was more than half a head taller than him, was quiet. He closed his eyes as soon as he sat down, like a sculpture. Xiaojing thought he was considering elder Li's matter and understood in his heart, anyone would need time to process such overwhelming fortune falling upon them. But in reality, what Su Qingyi was thinking about had no connection to that at all. While waiting for Xiaojing in the lounge earlier, he had logged on to Weibo and looked at the topics regarding the Masked Singer. To be honest, it was quite unpleasant to read. Although the responsibility lay with the company and the program team, the onlookers didn't care, they only mindlessly followed the trend and spammed the screen. For Su Qingyi, who never paid attention to entertainment news or downloaded any social media apps in his past life, it was hard to understand these people's mindsets. Some people seemed to have no capacity for independent thought. Whatever the marketing account said, they would immediately lead the charge, completely disregarding whether their words would cause harm to others. Queen Jean failed her attempt to snatch a spot and soar. Hahaha, didn't the fans think before bragging? How does she deserve to be a starter with this little seniority? Watching her fans discuss it so enthusiastically a few days ago, I thought it was a done deal. This hype is truly embarrassing. Su Qingyi felt that if zombies opened their brains, they would leave disappointed. Others had naturally antisocial personalities, they would target everything with high public praise, striking a pose of, the world is drunk while I alone am sober, and then jump out very proudly during a public outcry to say, see. I knew it. Heh, when you guys were praising her a while ago, I knew there would be a backlash. Only I find this perfect persona very boring. It's too fake. Raise your hand if you've always been indifferent to Qinjinji. Just a passerby, fans don't attack me, I'm sensitive. Su Qingyi truly felt a chill down his spine as he watched. He didn't know how many such bizarre comments Qinjinji received every day, how on earth did she endure it? And the program team, which had been secretive for a while, also officially released the warm-up promotional photos at this time. Because the show was called I Am the Masked Singer, the identities of the contestants were hidden in the early stages. Although most of the audience knew full well, it still couldn't be discussed openly. So the released promotional photos were all black silhouettes of the figures, accompanied by a few keywords highlighting their characteristics. The first episode wasn't airing until tonight, yet the program team couldn't wait to release Qinjinji's promotional photo. Clearly, they were very satisfied with the current white-hot level of discussion. Naturally, most of the comments below were mocking, but Qinjinji's fans had seen great winds and waves and were long accustomed to such a scene. The fan club president only called for everyone to focus on leaving one top comment. Looking forward to the show. Iris's stage never lets anyone down. Su Qingyi felt more and more that the president was quite capable. During such public outcries, the fan circle was most prone to irrational behavior, but clearly, she controlled the fan group very well. Besides this, Su Qingyi also realized the flip side of the issue. That is, although the trend was bad and the anti-fans seemed to be standing on the moral high ground on the surface. In reality, the heat of the entire show was concentrated on Qinjinji alone. Even those so-called big shots and the strongest rookies had almost no discussion. This was what's known as infamy is also fame. Previously, Qinjinji's popularity was mainly among young idols, but after this incident, she had already made a name for herself in the singer circle. Basically, more than half of the people watching the show were waiting for the second episode. They were all waiting to see how big of a fool this arrogant young challenger would make of herself on such a large-scale stage. Su Qingyi opened his eyes. The flight was entering its final stage. The announcement gave notice of the upcoming landing, and the outline of Magic City below the clouds could already be vaguely seen. The most iconic building, the Oriental Pearl Tower, stood in the distance. As if it were his first time in Magic City, Su Qingyi quietly looked down at this extremely prosperous city from above the clouds. There was vitality everywhere, yet traps were also everywhere. Would Qinjinji be like him in his past life, waking up in the middle of the night and staring blankly at the city lights? Probably not. She was different from who he was back then, she had clear goals and was always firm. The plane entered the taxiing phase. Su Qingyi unbuckled his seatbelt and lowered his head to turn off his phone's airplane mode. Among the chaotic pop-up messages, he precisely selected one to reply to. When he walked to the underground garage, he saw Qinjinji standing in the distance from afar. Her position was cleverly chosen, exactly in the double-blind spot of surveillance and others' vision. So Su Qingyi naturally opened his arms, and with a smile in her eyes, she threw herself into his embrace. The scent of northern cedar surrounded him, crisp and cold, yet warm because of love. Su Qingyi nuzzled his face into the crook of her neck. Chen Jinji felt a bit ticklish from the warmth of his breath and let out a soft laugh. How are you? I'm fine. Su Qingyi said gloomily. Clearly, he had gotten off the plane with a body full of hostility, but upon seeing her, he felt as if it were no big deal. Whatever the malice of people, whatever the decline of public morals, one just needed to employ the Jean-style hug therapy. After a minute, you would immediately feel that the world is truly beautiful and life is so worth living. 370, Chapter 365 The secret only he knows. Chen Jinji seemed completely unaffected. When she raised her eyes, even the curve of her eyelashes was perfectly gentle. Su Qingyi stared at her for a while, but couldn't find any evidence that she was bothered by such a mess. Although it looked that way, he didn't quite believe it. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. To read Taiwan novels, come to Taiwan Novel Network, twcan.com. It's awesome. How could anyone be completely indifferent after encountering something like this? Under his seamless scrutiny, Chen Jinji's smile didn't fade, she even reached out a finger to poke his face, ruining his serious expression. Teacher Su. Do I look good today? Asked like this, Su Qingyi quickly withdrew his gaze. Chen Jinji always managed to find his weakness so easily. To be honest, it felt like a predator-prey relationship on the biological chain, a game of cat and mouse. Su Qingyi cleared his throat conspicuously, trying to change the subject. You look good. Did you call a car? You're not looking at me. Chen Jinji lowered her eyes, her bangs falling slightly as she bowed her head, making her look genuinely a bit disappointed. Knowing full well this was just one of her tactics, Su Qingyi still had to surrender. You look good, you look good. Really good. Where do I look good? Chen Jinji quickly shed her mask of disappointment, the corners of her mouth curling up, with a hint of successful mischief in her eyes. Su Qingyi was forced to meet her gaze again, and this time he did notice she was indeed a bit different from usual. But what exactly was the difference? Starting to search using his recent detective reasoning mode, Su Qingyi fell into deep thought. But in the end, he still couldn't figure out what had changed. After all, a girl's makeup is too varied and ever-changing, so he just made something up. Your bangs are 0.7 centimeters shorter. What are you talking about? Chen Jinji was amused and laughed, giving him a playful glare. I'm wearing colored contacts. It's so obvious. She looked down to adjust her contacts, then raised her face again to show him. Ah, so that was it. Chen Jinji's original pupil color was a beautiful amber. Just now, she had been wearing some darker colored contacts, which made her look, well, more like a bad woman. Su Qingyi thought her original color looked better, especially since her eye shape was the most standard. Peach blossom eyes. The combination of the two made her eyes shimmer with every glance, truly captivating. In the words of her fans, our Jinji's eyes look affectionate even when looking at a rag. Su Qingyi used to think so too, simply because she was so good at acting that it was hard for an ordinary person to tell how much sincerity was in her eyes. But he didn't think so anymore. Thinking this, Su Qingyi lowered his head slightly to meet her gaze. He had never seen such a gentle and affectionate look in Chen Jinji's eyes on camera. That wasn't an effect that could be achieved through facial expression management. Not even for a genius idol like her. In other words, she only showed such an expression when looking at him. It was priceless. Su Qingyi sighed softly in his heart, then leaned down and symbolically kissed the corner of her eye. There was a small, light red mole there, which could only be seen from such a close angle. So, besides herself, he was probably the only one in the world who knew this secret. Ahem. Xiao Zheng, who had been waiting nearby with his arms crossed for a long while, finally couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, why was it like this every time? There was clearly a very important matter that needed to be dealt with immediately, which was the reason they had rushed over even in economy class. However, as soon as this young couple met, it was as if they had their own magnetic field that blocked out the outside world, and they just plunged straight into love. Young Master Su, if I remember correctly, didn't you have a look like you wanted to kill someone until just before getting off the plane? Who are you showing this gentle as spring rain appearance to now? Is everything else gone once you have a beautiful woman in your arms? A hero's grave is a gentle land, young man. And superstar Chen, do you still remember what you just went through? The company's oppression, the production team's contempt, the storm of public opinion with bad reviews everywhere, have you forgotten all of that? Where is your burning career ambition? You two's performance right now is enough to start shooting wedding photos, okay? If I didn't know this was an underground garage, I'd think I'd accidentally walked into your wedding. Why don't you just hire me as the MC? I wouldn't even have to pay a gift fee. After a silent, passionate outburst of internal venting, Xiaojing finally felt a bit better. His coughing just now seemed to pull the young couple out of their world of two. He said solemnly, even though this is a blind spot, it's still not very convenient. Let's get in the car first. Su Qingyi nodded, while Chen Jinji greeted him with a smile, Mr. Xiaozheng. Let's go. Su Qingyi naturally tucked her hand into his pocket and strode toward the white nanny van in the other corner. Why are your hands so cold? Are they? You're wearing so little. I have heat pads. For a moment, Xiaozheng felt he was wrong, the world of these two had an indestructible barrier. Susanu, the true absolute defense. Usually, this kind of nanny van was arranged by the company for artists, responsible for taking them to various events. Su Qingyi was originally wondering if he shouldn't be too intimate with Chen Jinji, in case the driver was a mole. But when he held Chen Jinji's hand, she didn't resist, which meant it was safe. Clearly, Chen Jinji was the absolute authority in this regard. The three of them sat in the back seat, which was quite spacious, presumably because it usually had to carry an entire team. The car was arranged by the company. Hearing that our great producer was coming, of course they had to send a special car. Chen Jinji said with a smile. Su Qingyi was already used to her teasing and didn't argue, but just punitively squeezed her wrist in his pocket. After all, she wasn't wrong, and this way, it was reasonable for Chen Jinji to come and pick them up. After countless failed attempts at harassment, 101 company finally accepted the fact that Ji Jinshen would only work with Chen Jinji. But such a collaboration was like a pie falling from the sky, they had no idea of the reasons behind it and were only constantly worried that this producer would fall for someone else. Then the cash cow would be gone. Judging by the popularity and huge profits brought by the first two singles, Until You Arrive, and Virtual, 101 company practically wished they could lock Ji Jinshen in the company's recording studio. Write faster. It would be best to be so productive that you write 20 songs a month. It would be best if the new song charts were just you fighting yourself, leaving no way for others to survive. If you don't write, there are plenty of Paulus, well, it seems there aren't yet. So, hearing that he was coming to discuss matters again, how could they not be eager? Forget a special car, even if it were a sedan chair carried by 8 people, they would have to carry it. Chen Jinji was originally supposed to have other activities today, but her manager quickly cancelled them for her. Everyone knew which was more important and which side earned more. Xiaozheng observed that the atmosphere was suitable for talking about work and then spoke cautiously, Miss Chen, when did you find out that your status as a contestant had been replaced? Chen Jinji smiled faintly and replied, probably, about the same time you found out. Su Qingyi's eyebrows furrowed instantly. He was about to speak but was given a gentle look by Chen Jinji, so he had to swallow his words. I see. Xiaozheng, however, looked like he had expected this and nodded. I guess your company's project manager was also notified at the last minute. However, the reason they didn't cause trouble for the program team is probably that they've already received breach of contract fees, compensation, and all that other mess. So, they don't feel like they're swallowing their pride. That's what happens when you're short-sighted and only want to make quick money. But now that the first episode of the show has been recorded, no matter how much we discuss this, it's already a done deal. So our main purpose for coming today is to discuss countermeasures. You should know that the situation faced by a kicker singer is much, much harder than that of a regular singer. This tests the adaptability of all of us. Xiao Zhang's professional ability was off the charts as he slowly explained his organized thoughts to the two of them. The recording of the second episode is imminent. Our time is precious and cannot be used to bicker with a useless company. First, let's be clear, a kicker singer needs to rank in the top 3 to stay. This condition is truly harsh, and it's also the basis for the haters' mockery. Facing such a strong lineup of contestants, they are certain that our artist won't make it into the top 3. So, whether we can make a comeback against the odds depends on the stage effect this time. If we can stay, it will be an incredibly beautiful turnaround. Of course, if we can't, we have subsequent handling methods. The primary goal is to put on the best performance. This is outside my area of management, you two should know more about it than I do. Xiao Jing raised his hand, wanting to hear their thoughts. Chen Jinji thought for a moment and replied, as an idol, training in South Korea basically involves vocal and dance training side by side. The company's assessment is also mainly on singing and dancing ability. If it's just the ability to stand and sing, I'm not as good as professional singers. But I shouldn't be too bad either. After saying this, she smiled slightly. She spoke very cautiously, but there wasn't a hint of stage fright in her smile. Xiao Jing suddenly felt that when this young girl smiled, she had the vibe of a 1,000-year-old fox. And Su Qingyi had felt that way for a long time. He thought for a moment and said, stage effect isn't just about singing skills. Especially in a competition show like this, to get votes, the ability to move the audience is the most important thing. He had, after all, followed his grandfather to see many national-level performances and had truly seen the world. If you weren't masked, the sense of atmosphere would be easy for Chen Jinji. But the expression on Xiao Zheng's face was a bit troubled. He had already seen the spoilers from the program team, and those masks for the contestants were simply not normal. They were either Middle Eastern bandits or chibi-style cute things. So, relying on looks to get votes was not an option. Xiao Zheng glanced at the peerless beauty beside him and suddenly felt that this show was targeting them at every turn. Then let's put some effort into song selection. Su Qingyi leaned his elbow against the car window and began to think. When he was a child, his grandfather took him to see instrument competitions. Everyone was showing off their skills with flashy, high-difficulty pieces, and the judges praised them repeatedly. But as an audience member, the experience wasn't great. The childhood Su Qingyi just felt like his eardrums were about to burst. Back then, he particularly wanted someone to play a simple and soothing piece to cleanse his ears. Even without so many techniques, as long as the emotion is abundant and can move people, it's enough. Although the form of this competition was different, Su Qingyi believed the logic was the same. This move was risky, but to find a way out of a desperate situation, one had to bear such risks. He trusted his judgment and his chemistry with Chen Jinji. She would definitely be able to perform the effect he wanted. Teacher Su. When we see the company people later, don't lose your temper, okay? Before opening the car door, Chen Jinji whispered a reminder in Su Qingyi's ear. Su Qingyi gave an indistinct not knowing if he was agreeing or not. Because Xiao Zheng had given them a heads up, the person responsible for reception at the door was the project manager for I Am the Masked Singer. As soon as he saw the three of them get out of the car, he immediately bowed and greeted them, Mr. Ji Jinchen, long time no see, long time no see. Su Qingyi, wearing sunglasses, walked straight in without looking sideways. The hand the receptionist had extended long ago was left hanging in the air. Although it was awkward, he still had to keep up appearances. Who let this person be the cash cow? Seeing that Xiao Zheng behind him looked easier to talk to, he quickly changed targets. Mr. Zheng. This way, please. Hey, I have to go with the boss. Xiao Zheng gave a fake smile and pointed to Su Qingyi's back ahead. Ah. The receptionist scratched the back of his head and had to quicken his pace to catch up. Chen Jinji, trailing behind, exchanged a look with her manager and shook her head with a smile. Iris, why is your wrist red? It was accidentally squeezed just now. Accidentally? The manager looked a bit suspicious. Yes, I was too nervous seeing the producer. Chen Jinji's smile was shallow. Reasonable and convincing. The manager thought, true, the producer's expression just now didn't look like someone easy to get along with. He looked like he had a bad temper. It was normal for an artist to be nervous when working with someone like that. It's normal for these music types to be unconventional. Iris, don't worry. Just make sure you don't provoke him into quitting. The manager spoke like someone who had seen it all, patiently guiding the newcomer in the entertainment industry. Okay, I understand. Chen Jinji looked at the producer walking briskly ahead, her tone gentle. The project manager had already heard about this producer's bad reputation from colleagues in other groups. But now, sitting face to face with him, the psychological pressure was hundreds of times stronger than when listening to others. Reports. One was wearing sunglasses and looking as cold as a debt-collecting thug, and the other with black-rimmed glasses was smiling and clearly had 100 schemes hidden away. Regarding our artist. Xiao Zheng began. That, Mr. Zheng. The manager interrupted with difficulty. Despite everything, Miss Chen Jinji still seems to be an artist of our company. That's a pity. A hint of sympathy appeared on Xiao Zheng's face. The manager's smile froze. Good grief, he's not even pretending anymore, is he? Fine, I'll start from the beginning. Regarding the last-minute change of your artist's contestant status, how was the breach of contract clause defined in the first contract? Xiao Zheng stopped smiling and adopted a serious questioning stance. This, regarding the compensation, the program team has already given it to our company normally. Plus, this opportunity is rare. If we withdraw, the loss would be too great, so we. The manager explained haltingly. Also, the artist had no objection to this handling, so we are currently proceeding according to the normal process. Did the artist get a cut of the compensation? At this point, the man in sunglasses spoke up out of the blue, nearly giving the manager a heart attack. He had thought this person was just there for atmosphere. That, time is tight, the specific amount is still being discussed. Of course, we will definitely give the artist an appropriate amount of compensation, the manager spoke nonsense. He felt a bit guilty because the company had no such intention. But since he was being questioned to his face, even though he felt it was unnecessary, they would have to bleed a little. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep's back. Unexpectedly, the other party just gave a cold laugh, as if he had suddenly lost interest in the topic. A second later, he said slowly, "It doesn't matter anymore. I'm only here for one thing today, I want to terminate the cooperation with your company." 371, Chapter 366 Fair-skinned and beautiful. Talented and good-looking. Chapter 366, Fair-skinned and beautiful. Talented and attractive. This was completely unexpected for the manager, it was like a bolt from the blue. The sentence Su Qingyi suddenly threw out was also beyond Xiao Zheng's expectations. However, he was quick-witted, with just a slight raise of his eyebrows, he understood. Although both he and Chen Jinji had repeatedly emphasized not to clash with the company and waste time, this young master clearly let it go in one ear and out the other. Xiao Jing knew he had a vengeful nature, so he wasn't surprised. But he had originally thought Su Qingyi would only use his hidden identity to act like a cold, arrogant diva, now it seemed he intended to use this matter to gain some benefits. So, what kind of benefit would catch young Master Su's eye? Xiao Zheng's curiosity was piqued, and he looked forward to the continuation of this good show with great interest. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of the scene, the project manager, was still dizzy from the bolt from the blue, still buffering. He wasn't stupid, he certainly knew this producer hadn't come today for anything good. He just hadn't expected it to be like this. He had thought that at most, he would stand up for the artist regarding the program team's sudden change of mind or the company pocketing the compensation. That would have been perfectly acceptable, the only thing unacceptable was him saying he wanted to terminate the cooperation. After all, Ji Jinchen had always emphasized his bound relationship with the artist Chen Jinji. This gave 101 Company a relative sense of security, feeling that as long as Chen Jinji was still with the company, this cash cow couldn't run away. And now, the cash cow was uprooting itself, waving its branches to say goodbye to them. The manager felt himself breaking out in a cold sweat, his throat dry, unable to speak for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, you are also completely unprepared for the copyright issues of the artist's song selections for the program, and you're just waiting for me to clean up the mess, right? Su Qingyi's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. The manager clutched his scalp, feeling a numbness starting from deep within his cerebral cortex. He was absolutely right. The previous two collaborations had given 101 Company too much confidence, to the point where they had no backup plan at all. If Ji Jinchen announced his departure now, there would be no one to handle the remaining mess. Why should I write songs for a bit-part singer who, in the public eye, will be eliminated in just one episode? Do you think I don't have better options? Or do you think my level is only this much? Su Qingyi talked nonsense with a straight face. To tell you the truth, the neighboring HY Entertainment has been contacting me for a long time. Their artist, what was the name again? Su Qingyi stalled for a moment, and Xiao Zheng beside him intuitively followed up, Vivian. Right, Vivian. Su Qingyi nodded along. Then he stalled again. How was he supposed to keep acting? He didn't know the information of artists from other companies at all. Fortunately, there was Xiao Zheng, the master of patching things up, who immediately chimed in again, she just won the Best Newcomer award recently. She's fair-skinned, beautiful, talented, and attractive. Su Qingyi nodded again and repeated with emphasis, fair-skinned, beautiful, talented, and attractive. So, why should I waste my time with your company? And why should I cooperate with a company that has zero respect for my work? His words were powerful and struck right at the heart. The manager hurriedly waved his hands in a panic to explain, no, teacher Ji Jinchen. We definitely don't mean it that way, please believe us. It has always been our honor to reach a cooperation with you. Please don't misunderstand. Words are useless. Let's part on good terms. Su Qingyi adjusted his sunglasses. Understanding the signal, Xiao Zheng immediately stood up to leave. No, please wait a moment. The manager felt like his bonus and even his job were about to fly away with his footsteps. Regarding the issues you raised, I solemnly apologize to you on behalf of the company first. Please reconsider. The first two collaborations were very successful, and the benefits were obvious to all. Please think twice. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to mention them. As long as we can continue the cooperation, everything is negotiable. Okay, goal achieved. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly and took off his sunglasses. The manager took one look at him and suddenly wanted to say, why don't you just weld those sunglasses to your face? Your gaze is even scarier. I can be responsible for creating Iris's competition songs for this season of I Am the Masked Singer, but my condition is," he drew out his tone and said slowly, "after the program's cycle ends, she is to terminate her contract with 101 Company early. Of course, I mean until the last episode of the program. Even if she is eliminated in the second episode, the contract termination time will still be settled according to the last episode. If you agree, we continue the cooperation. Otherwise, find someone else." The cards were on the table. Xiao Zheng was amazed, so this was what the guy was planning. This program incident had made Su Qingyi completely disgusted with 101 Company, so he wanted Chen Jinji to terminate her contract early and escape the misery as soon as possible. He actually had quite some methods. Xiao Zheng couldn't help but think, perhaps he had underestimated him too much before. If this young master spent more time in the entertainment industry and learned the ropes, he would probably soon become a new generation of power player. Su Qingyi threw the difficult problem to the manager, while he himself leisurely sipped the coffee in the paper cup in front of him. The others' expression had already turned a bit green from holding it in. A fire pit on the left, a mountain of knives on the right, no matter which path he took, he would be severely scolded by the big boss. Take the left, Iris's commercial value was obvious to all. It could be said that the popularity of almost the entire group wasn't as high as hers alone. Many big brand commercial collaborations were aimed at her. If they terminated her contract, the 101 group would pretty much be declared dead. Take the right, there was no clue for the challenge song, the copyright issues hadn't been discussed, and Iris's own songs were from Ji Jinshan's hands, so they couldn't be used either. Moreover, to save money, the company had already reported to the I Am the Masked Singer program team that they would be competing with original songs. If things fell through now, the program team would definitely look for trouble. In the worst-case scenario, was Ji Jinshan's team someone to be trifled with? As everyone knew, he had that elderly behind him. If things got ugly with him, there would be plenty more bitterness to swallow in the future. After a long time, the manager could only try to choose, or between yes and no. This, you may not know, but regarding an artist's contract, we still need to discuss it internally before making a decision. I'll still be in Magic City tomorrow. Su Qingyi replied, and he even had the mood to curl his lips into a smile. He had no intention of leaving any room for discussion at all. Now the manager could only swallow his grievances. He could only take his leave in a hurry and call a meeting of the management with extreme urgency. Su Qingyi slowly finished the coffee in the paper cup and looked up to meet Xiao Zheng's gratified gaze. A student worth teaching indeed. The student surpasses the master. The first battle was won, and Su Qingyi was in a good mood, smiling broadly. Too blue, it's very blue, Xiao Zheng patted his shoulder as the two walked out of the meeting room. Su Qingyi was about to respond when he turned a corner and saw Chen Jinji leaning against the door. Seeing him walk out, she looked up with a half-smile. Vivian? Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. Fair-skinned and beautiful. Talented and attractive. It's not like that, listen to my explanation. Su Qingyi was unable to defend himself. And the crafty Xiao Zheng, seeing that things were not right, had already slipped away at lightning speed. I haven't eaten all morning, I'm hungry. Hey, at least help me explain. Su Qingyi's tone rarely showed some ripples, but unfortunately, he still couldn't catch the slippery Xiao Zheng. Seeing Chen Jinji's smile fading, Su Qingyi immediately said seriously, this was part of the plan. I don't know that Vivian at all. Looking at his expression, which was serious yet had a hint of panic, Chen Jinji couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Really, I just picked one randomly from that participant list. Su Qingyi continued, afraid she wouldn't believe him. This was the meeting room on the top floor of the company. Usually, no one came by and it was rarely open, so there was no surveillance around, and it was empty at the moment. Chen Jinji simply reached out to wrap her arms around his waist and said with a smile to soothe him, all right, I know. I was just joking with you. Su Qingyi actually guessed it would be like this, but he really didn't want her to have any misunderstandings because of what he had just said. I only said that to trick them. Don't take it to heart. Looking at his serious expression, Chen Jinji felt something deep in her heart being gently touched. She found that she really was often moved by this person's unintended actions. Sometimes she felt that this was perhaps the manifestation of happiness. She cherished it, yet also felt a bit apprehensive. So she lowered her eyes and sighed softly in her heart. Su Qingyi didn't notice Chen Jinji's mood, she always hid it very well. He was just happy that he had played 101 Company and fought for the chance for Chen Jinji to end her contract early. In the afternoon, Chen Jinji still had work to do. The exploitation of the sweatshop 101 Company was reflected in every aspect. Su Qingyi and Xiao Zheng were quite free. The project manager, fearing they would run off without a word, specially reserved a table for them in the cafe. Actually, there was no intention of running away. In this psychological game, Su Qingyi's goal was also very urgent. The two drank coffee and chatted casually. This time it was an inner private room. Through the glass, they could see the entire interior of the company. 101 Company was quite small, but it had quite a lot of personnel, like a sparrow that is small but has all its vital organs. The first floor had the most traffic, with glamorously dressed artists walking briskly, surrounded by staff. Everyone's face didn't look too good, perhaps because of the busy schedule, or perhaps because it was too tiring to always maintain a smile under the public eye. Speaking of which, if you want to help Chen Jinji terminate her contract, it shouldn't be this difficult, right? Xiao Zheng popped a cookie into his mouth and asked the doubt in his heart. The liquidated damages would be covered just by the earnings from the 2 songs until you arrive in virtual. Of course, I mean your earnings as a producer. I've helped negotiate the price quite a bit on that front. Xiao Zheng's meaning was clear. He also knew that Chen Jinji was busy all day at 101 Company and actually didn't earn much money. The lion's share was swallowed by the black-hearted company. Su Qingyi listened to Xiao Zheng's question and didn't turn around, just casually looking at the busy crowd below moving like ants. In that case, she wouldn't be willing. This answer made Xiao Zheng freeze for a moment. Chen Jinji wouldn't be willing. Su Qingyi took a sip of the black coffee in front of him, the bitter taste quickly spreading through his mouth. Although he hadn't asked, he knew Chen Jinji wouldn't want it that way. Her contract termination fee at the South Korean agency was 20 million won, which was actually only 100,000 yuan. John Eun-yun had paid it for her. The first thing she did after earning her first bit of money after debut was to immediately pay back the debt. In fact, John Eun-yun probably didn't even remember this small amount of money, but she had always cared. If he offered to help pay her termination fee now, she would 1000% not agree. In this regard, Su Qingyi felt he understood Chen Jinji. What she wanted was love, not charity. He didn't say these things to Xiao Zheng, it would be a bit tiring to explain. From someone else's perspective, they might say since you're in such a relationship, there's no need to be so calculative and so on. Su Qingyi, however, felt that before talking about love, what was needed more was respect. In the meeting room on the other side. You're saying to let Iris terminate her contract. Are you joking? If the center of the 101 group terminates her contract, what kind of group is it? May I ask what the point of our company's name is? The most agitated one was the general director in charge of the Idol 101 program at the time. She, who considered herself as treating every girl who participated in 101 as a biological daughter, naturally couldn't accept this result. Fine, then don't terminate it. You go and talk to Ji Jinchen. The manager had just taken a bellyful of anger from Su Qingyi and was looking for a place to vent. Just as someone walked into the line of fire, he immediately sneered and snapped back. Do you think I want her to terminate her contract? If we don't, Ji Jinchen will quit. What about the I Am the Masked Singer program we worked so hard to get? If we offend Li Qinshan behind him, will you be responsible for cleaning up the mess? Damn it, all of you are hands-off managers, and you all come to argue with me. If you have the guts, go downstairs now. Ji Jinchen is sitting in the elegant seat on the second floor right now. Go. You guys go talk to him. He was so angry his hair was almost standing on end, and he banged on the glass table, completely losing his composure. Seeing his reaction, the people who had insisted on disagreeing just now fell silent for a moment. After a long time, the company boss finally spoke. Everyone, calm down. He coughed a few times and drank the cold water on the table in one gulp. Just do as he says. When the program cycle ends, terminate the contract. But, someone spoke up worriedly, but before they could finish, the boss raised his hand to interrupt. I know what you want to say, but for now, this is the best way. Compared to directly burning bridges with Ji Jinchen, this at least gives us a period of buffer. You don't really think Iris can succeed as a challenger, do you? Look at their lineup, their background. Getting into the top 3 is non-existent. If she's not last, we should be thanking our lucky stars. The boss sneered, a bit of ruthlessness showing in his eyes. After she's eliminated in the first round, we'll have plenty of time to arrange her subsequent schedule. Don't forget, in the initial planning, Iris herself was a disposable piece. Squeezing out her traffic and remaining popularity to the maximum is her value. It's just a pity, at this point, the boss suddenly stalled. Yes, the artist from their company they had cultivated using the 101 program and Iris's popularity, Lai Yuza, had just spectacularly crashed and burned and become a laughingstock for the whole internet recently. Anyway, that's that. He rubbed his temples a bit tiredly and made the final decision. Even though the others still felt it was inappropriate, they couldn't give a better solution, so they could only leave with worried faces. All the employees were actually thinking the same thing at this moment. And that was, our company really seems to be finished. 372, Chapter 367. It's an open secret that I love you. Speaking of which, have you prepared the competition song? The second episode is about to start filming. Xiaojing ordered 2 more desserts, seemingly intent on eating 101 company into bankruptcy. Hey, a guy like me who deals with millions every minute is actually trapped in this tiny company eating matcha mousse. He took a large spoonful and put it in his mouth, then gasped, ha-hoo, from the cold. Su Qingyi responded nonchalantly, a million happy beans. Are you kidding? Back then, Chen Daozai could turn $20 into 37 million. Me turning 200,000 into 5 million is no problem. Xiaojing chuckled and tapped the side of the cup with his spoon in protest. I'm talking business with you, Sir Su. Is the song written? Su Qingyi didn't speak upon hearing this, just lowered his eyes as if in deep thought. Due to his natural temperament, whenever he made such an expression, he looked very profound, as if suppressed by many indescribable emotions. Xiaojing was stunned, thinking to himself, oh no. Even a so-called genius producer, or Elder Li's direct disciple, anyone involved in music creation will surely have moments of low inspiration. Even Elder Li had fallen into a creative slump for a long time. According to insiders, he often locked himself in his room all day during that period, with the sound of things being smashed occasionally coming from inside. The person in front of him had written 2 massive hits in a short time. It must be the result of overdrawing inspiration, not just good luck. In the current situation, with massive external pressure and everyone waiting for his work to save this deadlock, his psychological pressure went without saying. After all, he was just a young man who had only turned 18 a few days ago. When I was 18, I was still outwitting teachers and parents just to skip class and play Warcraft at an internet cafe for a bit. Unlike Su Qingyi, who now had to face such a tricky situation all at once, it was probably the first time in his life. Writing a song is difficult enough, this way, he probably won't be able to write anything at all. Xiaojing felt a bit regretful, blaming himself for bringing up a sore subject. Sore, halfway through his apology, Su Qingyi suddenly raised his eyes and asked seriously, Xiaojing, do you think I should follow the trend and choose a difficult R&B track, or take a risk and choose a heart-touching folk style? Before I answer, let me ask first. Xiaojing was a bit dazed. He scratched his face before asking suspiciously, have you prepared several options? Yeah. Su Qingyi nodded nonchalantly. Xiaojing felt like punching himself for a moment. Why was I being so sentimental and sympathetic? You can't look at the person in front of you with the logic of an ordinary person. This guy is a living bug, a cheater in Earth Online. With the game in such a state, I can't make a wrong move. Su Qingyi frowned slightly, his tone becoming serious. Xiaojing felt like he saw a cold glint in his eyes. He paused and lowered his voice, maybe we could start with the other contestants. However, for a show like this, the confidentiality work behind the scenes is probably doubled, the possibility of knowing the other contestants' song choices in advance is slim to none. Yes, there are many variables in a live competition, and the importance of song selection is self-evident. When other singers take the lyrical route, a passionate song choice will undoubtedly leave the deepest impression on the audience, but when others are showing off their skills and hitting high notes, a perfectly timed refreshing folk song might touch people's hearts more. But if they could think of it, other teams certainly could too, so before the official recording, confidentiality was definitely the top priority. During the free time just now, Su Qingyi restudied the 7 contestants. 5 of them were veteran singers with excellent strength, many of their songs were favorites of Su Zilong and Yang Lu's generation. Not only was their singing impeccable, but more importantly, they would unleash their ultimate move on the live audience, the nostalgia kill. The so-called nostalgia kill is actually when people are on site, with top-tier lighting and sound systems pushing the atmosphere to the extreme, and the singer starts performing a song that was incredibly familiar during their childhood or youth. At this time, yellowed memories will slowly spread out like a picture book, and life plays out like a revolving lantern along with the melody, inevitably giving one the urge to cry. Such songs might not be people's favorites, but they are certainly the ones they miss most. Su Qingyi remembered working overtime until 2 a.m. in his past life. On a cold late autumn night, he was walking through an underground passage alone with his briefcase. He met a wandering singer at a corner, singing with a guitar. Years have passed in the blink of an eye, with so many partings and reunions, once a youth with great ambitions, envying the geese flying south. To be honest, Su Qingyi's feeling at that time was like a mummy that had slept for 1,000 years suddenly seeing the sunlight before death. For a moment, he felt as if he were looking back at his past life, seeing nothing but devastation. Even someone like Su Qingyi, who lacked normal human emotions, could be moved to such an extent. It was clear that the nostalgia kill was extremely powerful, and as a new singer with insufficient background, he was naturally powerless to resist. Besides these 5 veteran singers, the remaining 2 newcomers appeared to be the opponents Jinji needed to defeat head-on. 1. Is Justin, known as a musical prodigy, returned from studying at Berklee College of Music, with a versatile style, specializing in dreamlike electronic music. That's right, the one Xingxing Entertainment spent a fortune to sign with high profile. Miss Chu signs people entirely based on her mood. Sometimes it might just be because a song sounds right, and she'll send someone to ask if there's interest in a collaboration. Whether the other party refused or agreed, she didn't really care much. However, once the name Xingxing Entertainment comes out, few people choose to refuse. The other is Vivian, fair-skinned and beautiful, talented and attractive, an original singer who just won the Best New Artist award. She is also a formidable newcomer, but compared to Justin, her backing isn't as strong. Su Qingyi pondered for a while, feeling that these few in front of him were none of them easy targets. He tried to describe Jinji's resume as objectively as possible. Iris, a member of the 101 girl group, debuted in the center position with overwhelming popularity. She currently has 2 solo singles in the top 10 charts. Seems pretty good. However, in a music competition of this level, everyone subconsciously views the status of an idol as a natural disadvantage. At least, the first impression left on most viewers isn't as good as the 2 newcomers mentioned above. And not being able to see her face is such a waste. The stage presence and perfect facial expression management trained as an idol cannot be displayed at all. And everything currently planned is based on the premise that everyone starts on the same footing, which is not the reality. Others have already accumulated popularity and audience rapport from the first episode. Viewers will subconsciously reject a challenger newcomer who comes to crash the party. Su Qingyi thought, it really is a hell mode start. But when has Jinji not been playing an uphill battle? Xiao Zheng, do you know about the catfish effect? Catfish? The expression on Xiao Zheng's face was hard to describe. He felt a bit nauseous thinking about a catfish with its 2 long whiskers. Once, while Norwegian sailors were transporting sardines, they found that due to the long voyage and the confined space, the survival rate of the sardines was very low. So they would usually place an extra catfish that feeds on sardines into a box of sardines. With the presence of the natural enemy, the catfish, the sardines became nervous, the lifeless school of fish became active again, and the mortality rate decreased accordingly. Su Qingyi explained the concept. This is also why the production team insisted on having challenger singers. No one wants to see a competition show turn into a harmonious family show. The popularity will speak for itself. So, as the first catfish placed in the sardine pool, we must let the others know what the concept of a natural enemy is. Su Qingyi said slowly. Xiao Zheng hadn't yet recovered from the concept, staring blankly as he stood up. Let's go. I've decided on the competition song. Upon arriving at the recording studio, Su Qingyi handed the information compiled on his phone to Xiao Zheng. In the first episode, the contestants were all testing the waters, so they didn't show their trump cards. They all chose relatively mild and well-known representative works. Justin successfully ranked in the safe upper tier, 2nd place. He didn't seem surprised by this result. He is as confident and flamboyant as his musical style. Vivian didn't do so well, ranking last this time, so to avoid being eliminated in the 2nd episode, she will definitely pull out a big move. Oh ho, I know what she wants to sing. That one, Wu Wei, Xiao Zheng started singing as he spoke. The studio's acoustics were great, sounding like gibbons howling on both banks. Su Qingyi casually put the nearby headphones on his head. I can't hit her notes. Anyway, it's this one, hitting those high notes like crazy. Xiao Zheng successfully made himself cough and waved his hand in surrender. The other veteran singers, having lost to the junior Justin, naturally felt they had lost face and were going to catch up this time. Right. When I was watching the show, I felt like so-and-so's face went dark in public when they heard they were ranked 3rd, ha ha ha. Xiao Zheng slapped his thigh and laughed for a while, then suddenly sighed, if only our artist wasn't participating. This show with all these scheming people, this dramatic editing, this chaotic comment section, yikes. How great would it be to just watch it for fun? Su Qingyi chuckled, tapped the desk with his pen tip, and brought the topic back on track. I mean, from this we can infer that everyone in the next episode will be going all out, like wound-up toys. And since we know the challenger singer is the last to perform, if we choose to relax a bit at the final moment, it will achieve a relatively better effect. Fine, you have a point. Xiao Jing agreed, this analysis was almost turning a perfectly good entertainment show into a mystery show. His sketches on the scratch pad looked like a detective's notebook. So after all that, have you decided which song to choose? Yeah. Su Qingyi nodded and wrote the song title in the blank space of the scratch pad. Mercury Records. Xiao Jing mulled it over a few times and thought it seemed interesting. Mercury Records, Mercury Records. Oh, very creative. What about the rest? The rest, I'm writing now. Su Qingyi chuckled, flipped a page, and began to transcribe the score. This song was once called the Emo Divine Track and the voice of every unrequited lover, carrying the sorrowful late-night thoughts of countless people. Su Qingyi liked it too, but unlike most people who empathized because of an unrequited crush, he just felt that this song, from its title to its lyrics and melody, had a sort of floating cosmic romance. If he had to describe it, it was like Wall-E from Wall-E. He couldn't explain it, but he felt Jinji would understand. After the recording of the initial version of the song ended, it was already past 4 a.m. Xiao Zheng looked like he was about to faint the next second. The afternoon coffee hadn't done anything for him. After dropping him off at the hotel first, Jinji and Su Qingyi strolled all the way back to her place. Only during this brief period at 4 a.m. would the magic city quiet down. In late winter, the sky was still pitch black. On the deserted streets, the two of them finally didn't have to hide and walked comfortably holding hands. How to explore, how lucky to be, to dare let you discover you're not lonely, that person so close yet unreachable. Jinji hummed softly. During the recording, she always felt this part wasn't sung well enough, repeating it over a dozen times before finally settling for a version. If it weren't for Xiao Jing being on the verge of collapsing from sleepiness, Su Qingyi felt she probably would have recorded it a few more times. She's truly born for this, she can really pull through. Sigh, I can't sing it well. Jinji sighed, her tone unusually troubled. I can't tell what's not good about it. Su Qingyi said with a smile. He truly felt it was already flawless, practically a walking CD. Jinji tilted her head to look at him and said, this is a song about an unrequited crush, right? Su Qingyi hummed in affirmation, feeling a bit guilty. After all, he hadn't written it himself, he was afraid Jinji would ask about his creative concept or something. But Jinji seemed to see his discomfort and didn't ask such questions, instead saying, I've never had an unrequited crush on anyone, so I can't quite relate to that feeling. You've never had a crush? Su Qingyi asked back. What else? Jinji said righteously. Then my crush on you is an open one. Jinji smiled, her amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. Beautifully. And you're really hard to pursue, I'm trying very hard. Su Qingyi was stunned by her words, but on second thought, it seemed true. That's not an open crush, it's looking for fun, seeking amusement, and teasing. Jinji laughed at his accusations and lightly pursed her lips. Teacher Su seems to have a lot of opinions. It's all right. Su Qingyi quit while he was ahead and turned his head away. Really? Really? Su Qingyi felt that Jinji's initial approach must have been out of curiosity, and the interest and affection she showed must have had an element of acting. But Jinji didn't actually think so, though she had no intention of explaining. How to explain it? Something like love at first sight probably isn't very convincing. Thinking about it this way, she seemed to understand the emotions expressed in Mercury Records a bit more. Orbiting is boring, but at least I can be with you. Back at the apartment. Although they hadn't shown it just now, after a busy day, both were actually very tired. When lying in bed after a shower, Su Qingyi felt like he would fall asleep any second. After drying her hair, Jinji sat down beside him. Su Qingyi felt a dip in the bed beside him, too lazy to open his eyes, he just subconsciously moved inward. Slightly cool fingertips gently touched his forehead, and the voice in his ear carried a hint of a smile. Does Teacher Su remember what he said he wanted to see last time? See what? What a strange question. Had he said that? Su Qingyi was drowsy and couldn't think clearly. But a lingering conviction still surfaced. He opened his eyes instantly, his consciousness returning. Jinji was putting the headpiece in her hand back into the drawer. Let me see the cat ears. This was a cry from the soul. The dawn was breaking. Su Qingyi got out of bed and poured a glass of water, feeling refreshed. He hadn't slept, but he felt better than if he had. After adjusting the water to a suitable temperature, Su Qingyi handed it to Jinji. Jinji didn't want to talk, focusing on drinking water with her eyes closed. The fluffy pink cat ear headband looked incredibly natural on her head, she looked like a cat girl who had just taken human form and descended to earth. Su Qingyi admired it for a final moment before reaching out to gently take it off for her. Having obtained water, Jinji finally gathered enough strength to give him a faint glare, then pushed the glass away and buried her head in the quilt. You perverted glutton. This evaluation. Su Qingyi chuckled, got up again to pull the edge of the curtain tight, and hugged her again through the quilt. As the city began to wake up, Jinji's gentle voice came from under the quilt. Good night. 373, Chapter 368. First day of school life is composed of many moments linked together, the long stretches of time used to connect them are all meaningless waste. Remember the domain of this site, Taiwan Novel Network, with its vast collection, for reading anytime. On the flight from Shanghai back to Beijing, Su Qingyi looked out the window and couldn't help but think this. Otherwise, he couldn't convince himself to accept the time squandered on flights. Today was the first day of school at Peking University, and he had caught the earliest flight back. His luggage had been sent directly from Tandon City a couple of days ago. There wasn't much to begin with, which made things easier. Compared to the luggage, what required more thought was how to explain things to Chu Qingmian. According to routine, he should have returned to Beijing with his friends. When they were applying for universities, the reason they aimed for the same city was so they could get together whenever they were free, and also to have company when traveling back to school or home. But this time, it wouldn't work. Because his house had been flooded last time, Lin Tong had gone back to his hometown a few days ago, so he took a train directly from the county railway station. Back to school several days early. The journey from the county town to Beijing was almost as long as their last graduation trip. However, he was smart enough this time not to endure it in a hard seat, he switched to a sleeper berth during the second half of the transfer. Otherwise, it would have been truly unbearable. Lin Tong looked frail, but due to his upbringing, his ability to endure hardship was much better than that of the big guy next door, Su Yang. However, as the soul of the small group, Su Yang failed to fulfill his role as the organizer this time either. Because he also had a heavy responsibility. According to Su Yang himself, his aunt's whole family had returned to the country and planned to tour Beijing first, so they needed someone to guide them. His aunt's daughter, his cousin, was Jian Xiao. She was very busy with work and had little time, so the task fell to Su Yang, the only idle person in the family. Su Qingyi felt a bit uneasy the moment he heard Jian Xiao's name, but he restrained himself well. If possible, he actually hoped to meet Jian Xiao now because he had some things he wanted to ask this legitimate senior in terms of professional ability. However, he didn't intend to force it. As Su Yang said, Jian Xiao worked at a top red circle law firm. That kind of environment basically matched all the imaginations of the legal profession in movies and TV shows. It was indeed a place where elites gathered and everyone was too busy to catch their breath. As a result, Su Yang, the group's glue, was also rarely absent. Han Bing and Chu Qingmian would naturally be together, the two of them had rarely been apart since childhood. But when Miss Chu asked Su Qingyi when he planned to leave, he had already decided to go to Shanghai first. After thinking it over, Su Qingyi found a very high-sounding reason. He brought up X1 Game Studio. With the new game launching and everything waiting to be done, there were many things to do. As the boss, he had to go to Beijing early. It was well-founded and perfectly reasonable. Miss Chu was always sensible. She only acted spoiled and complained a bit on the phone, then pestered Su Qingyi to promise to take her to the studio for a visit when he had time. Such a small thing that could be done easily successfully turned the young lady's mood from cloudy to sunny. She said cheerfully, "I've never seen what a game studio looks like. Hee, will it be very cyberpunk style?" Regarding such a question that clearly sounded like a layman's comment, Su Qingyi thought for a moment and replied, "It will be. You'll know when you come to see it then." Yay! Chu Qingmian laughed happily, and Furry followed suit with some confused woof woof on the other end of the line. With school starting soon, Chu Qingmian had turned down many social engagements to focus on playing with the puppy at home. After all, by the next time she came home, this fellow would truly be a full-grown dog. Su Qingyi listened quietly for a while and politely offered a suggestion. "Seriously, have you considered taking our Furry to the hospital to have his IQ checked?" "No way. He's very smart, okay. Furry, don't you agree?" Woof woof. Doesn't sound like a smart dog. Su Qingyi. In fact, one could infer her future parenting attitude from her treatment of the puppy. Chu Qingmian would definitely be the indulgent type of parent. No matter how dim-witted the child was, they would be cute and smart in her eyes. The kind where she would praise them for being so amazing just for calculating 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Su Qingyi was unwilling to admit he was the strict father type for now. He felt he should be the free-range type, the kind that lets the child grow wild. At most, when the child ranked last in an exam, he would slightly show an expression of, "How was this achieved?" It's a bit hard to understand. Miss Chu roared, "That's the most hurtful kind of reaction, okay. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyi found He Wufei in his contacts. Hello. Boss Su. Are you busy today? Today, it's the weekend. He Wufei's tone was quite cautious. Oh, right. Su Qingyi just remembered. As a college student on winter break, he had no idea what day of the week it was, he only remembered the dates. It's different once school starts, you only remember the day of the week. Perfect. I've booked a decoration company online. Keep an eye on them for a bit later, don't let them tear the house down. Su Qingyi said indifferently. Ah. A decoration company? He Wufei had originally thought it would be some overtime work and hadn't expected this at all. Yeah. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and explained further, it's too plain now. Decorating it will make it more pleasing to the eye. May I ask, it won't be some kind of 2D beautiful girl style, will it? He Wufei recalled the decoration style of the company he visited last time to discuss art outsourcing. It was very distinctive. But wouldn't it be a bit too youthful? It looked like a middle school anime club. He Wufei was deeply worried. The person on the other end of the line laughed and replied, cyberpunk style. Only then did He Wufei's heart settle back into his chest. He only learned what cyberpunk meant after he started studying game production. Before looking into it deeply, he just thought it was very cool. After Su Qingyi found out by chance, he brought 2 books from home for him. After reading them, he gained a deeper understanding of it. One was Holographic Rose Fragments, and the other was Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? All in all, a decoration in this style certainly wouldn't look bad, though it might be a bit of a money burner. He didn't know what sudden whim had prompted the boss to renovate the studio. Su Qingyi didn't say it was because a certain young lady wanted to visit. By the way, Boss Su, don't forget the welcome dinner after you arrive in Beijing. He Wufei thought of this important matter and couldn't help but offer a reminder. His head had been aching from the noise these past 2 days, everyone's curiosity about the studio boss was intensifying as the date approached. As the only person who had met the boss, he was the only one who could give everyone a sneak peek. Everyone at the studio is waiting, they've really been looking forward to it for a long time. If he hadn't mentioned it, Su Qingyi really would have forgotten about it. Although it was called a welcome dinner, it was actually organized by the people in the studio because everyone was eager to meet him. On the first day of school, Su Qingyi had only just confirmed his itinerary in his mind and was already starting to feel tired. Forget it, it's only natural to be tired. Let's take things one by one. And the first thing was to go to the courier station to get his luggage and then carry it back to the dormitory. Speaking of which, he remembered to take a look at the dormitory group chat. Throughout the holiday, the roommates' chatting had been sporadic, as each was busy with their own affairs. Su Qingyi was even busier and had no time to check the group chat at all. But with school starting today, the group started to get lively again. Li Tao had arrived at school a few days ago and had helped the counselor with a lot of work. Su Qingyi felt that his volunteer hours had probably exceeded dozens of hours. I've already picked up the new books for our dorm, they're all on the desks. Check them yourself when you arrive to see if anything is missing. At Matthew at Su Qingyi at Shangguanyu, Matthew also arrived early, but it was for student union activities. Brothers, I hung out with the seniors again today. The senior said that the vice president position will be mine after he graduates. I'll be able to look out for you guys then. Beer, fist, grin, Shangguanyu arrived yesterday. I don't know what's wrong with my campus card, but it won't scan. Is anyone there? The guard won't let me in. Never mind, I'll go stay at a nearby hotel for a night. Half an hour later. Li Tao. What's going on? At Shangguanyu, Shangguan, still there? I'll come to the gate to pick you up. Matthew, man, are you stupid? If the guard stops you, just explain to him. You're way too much of a pushover. Shangguan, no need, it's fine. I've already booked a hotel. Sigh. It seemed that in the new semester, everyone still hadn't changed much. Su Qingyi glanced at the time, there was still an hour before the class meeting. Given the counselor's personality, if he were late, he'd be caught and subjected to a long lecture of questioning and scolding. Su Qingyi was naturally most afraid of trouble, so he picked up his luggage and quickened his pace. After a semester of getting familiar with the environment, he could basically find the right path around campus with ease. Of course, that was limited to the area demarcated by the 3 points of the cafeteria, the teaching building, and the dormitory. Other areas were still shrouded in fog, requiring further exploration. But for now, he just wasn't particularly interested. Su Qingyi carried his suitcase upstairs with one hand, his steps light. At this moment, he once again felt the results of spending his winter break at the archery range. His arm strength had indeed improved. He had originally thought no one would be in the dorm, but pushing open the door, he realized he had overthought it. "Hey, Boss Sue is finally here." Li Tao was opening the balcony window. Hearing the door open, he turned around with a smile to greet him. "You really know how to time your arrival, don't you?" Ma Xiu coughed and turned his head to speak. Su Qingyi was about to answer when he smelled a pungent scent of cigarette smoke in the dorm, and he subconsciously frowned. Seeing his expression, Li Tao immediately explained, "I've already opened the window to air it out, it'll be better in a bit." Su Qingyi didn't close the door, he just scanned the dorm and then pushed his suitcase to his bedside. A cigarette pack and a lighter were sitting openly on Ma Xiu's desk. He didn't seem to have any intention of explaining his behavior of smoking in the dorm. "Why are you smoking indoors?" Su Qingyi looked up at him, his tone flat. "Hey, what's wrong with smoking? Which boys' dorm doesn't have smokers?" Ma Xiu looked quite self-righteous. "No one smokes except you. So you should go to the restroom or the balcony." Su Qingyi turned around and began organizing the messy new books on his desk one by one. "No, buddy, what's with that tone? Are you ordering me around?" A flare of nameless anger rose in Ma Xiu's heart, and he pushed back his chair and stood up. He had long had a significant issue with Su Qingyi's indifferent attitude, and today's matter further provoked his long-hidden dissatisfaction. Seeing the tension between the two, Li Tao quickly came over to mediate. "It's no big deal. Just smoke on the balcony from now on. Ma Xiu, second-hand smoke is indeed uncomfortable to breathe in, let's all be a bit more considerate." "Considerate my foot? What did I do wrong? Is smoking in the dorm illegal or something? If it's illegal, call the police." Perhaps emboldened by the mediator, Ma Xiu began to shout even more recklessly. Thud. Su Qingyi tossed the General Theory of Criminal Law book onto his desk and turned around. Swept by his cold gaze, Ma Xiu immediately felt half of his anger dissipate, and the long-winded tirade he had prepared to accuse him with also died out. Seeing Su Qingyi's expression, Li Tao, who was good at mediating, didn't know what to say either. In fact, he also particularly hated the smell of smoke and was very dissatisfied with Ma Xiu smoking in the dorm, but he had always been smooth in his dealings and wouldn't speak out as recklessly and clearly as Su Qingyi. To him, opening the window to air the room was a subtle way of expressing dissatisfaction. Although for someone like Ma Xiu, subtle expressions didn't seem to have much effect. Li Tao sighed quietly, calculating in his mind what to do if the two of them really got into a conflict. Although Ma Xiu was a paper tiger, he cared about face more than anything. In a moment of heat, he might actually go head-to-head with Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi was even more of a wild card. He was usually taciturn, but he looked like the type of person you shouldn't mess with. Li Tao thought to himself that if things got out of hand, he'd have to call people from the next dorm for help. What if he got caught in the middle and beaten by both sides? "You've misunderstood," Su Qingyi said slowly. Li Tao was delighted. He didn't expect Su Qingyi to be a reasonable person after all. Starting with such a conflict-soothing sentence, he had really misunderstood him. Stereotypes were truly harmful. Ma Xiu was also taken aback, his momentum weakening by another 30%. The expression on Su Qingyi's face didn't change at all as he continued. "First, my tone isn't directed at you. In fact, there's nothing about you worth me targeting." Li Tao. It seemed that stereotypes did have their merits. Second, smoking in the dorm is indeed not illegal, it falls roughly under the scope of moral issues. So, since you can ignore morality, so can I. Su Qingyi gave him one last glance, turned back around, and resumed tidying his desk. This time, Ma Xiu understood the meaning of those two sentences. The first sentence was telling him not to be so narcissistic, he wasn't even worthy of being targeted. The second sentence meant that since he was the one being unreasonable first, he'd deserve a beating. For a moment, the blood rushed to Ma Xiu's head, and he felt like banging his head against the ground. But just as he moved, Li Tao held him back. All right, stop it. It's no big deal. We're all men, be more magnanimous. Damn it, you guys weren't here just now. I only smoked because I was the only one in the dorm. How was I supposed to know you two would walk in one after the other within 5 minutes? Ma Xiu felt misunderstood and sounded very aggrieved. By the end, he was almost on the verge of tears. It's not that I care about the smoking thing, okay? I can go to the balcony, I can even go to the playground to smoke. The point is, look at his attitude. I truly treated you guys as brothers, and this is how you treat me. By the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and Ma Xiu began to wail loudly. Li Tao was quite surprised, but he still reached out to cover his mouth. Hey! That's enough. Stop howling, will you? Su Qingyi ignored the chaos behind him, busy stacking this semester's textbooks onto the bookshelf one by one. The professional course books in his hand were each thicker than the last. Recalling the textbooks from his previous life, he suddenly felt that liberal arts majors were more grueling. When Sheng Guanyu pushed the door open and entered, this was the bizarre scene he witnessed. However, the lingering smell of smoke still made him cough several times in succession. What's going on? Sheng Guan. You've come at the right time. You tell us, who's right and who's wrong in this. Seeing a new candidate for a judge, Ma Xiu temporarily withdrew his sorrow. After hearing the whole story, Sheng Guan felt a bit awkward for a moment. If there was a fault, it was definitely Ma Xiu's, but Su Qingyi's formal and cold attitude was indeed a bit hurtful. He quietly glanced at Su Qingyi, who still looked indifferent, and spoke hesitantly, actually, I have asthma, so. What? Ma Xiu was stunned and wiped his face. I can't stand the smell of smoke, it makes me feel very unwell. Sheng Guan's complexion wasn't great as he tried to explain. Su Qingyi's movement of putting away books paused slightly, and he turned to reopen the dormitory door. Go stand outside for a bit. Only then could Sheng Guan confirm that this person had actually been listening. Judging by his expression alone, one would think he had his own built-in isolation and blocking system. Oh. You should have said so earlier. No more smoking, no more smoking. Ma Xiu grabbed a textbook from the desk and waved it around to fan the air, attempting to drive out the remaining smell of smoke. Su Qingyi pulled Sheng Guan into the hallway and studied him for a long while, confirming there were no signs of an asthma attack. Looking at the atmosphere that had suddenly become harmonious again, Li Tao felt both annoyed and amused. How should he put it? This dorm really couldn't do without any one of them. After a semester of getting used to each other, a delicate balance had actually formed. And conflicts between guys come quickly and go quickly. Ma Xiu was an overly emotional person who cared deeply about so-called brotherly loyalty. He soon expressed his apologies to Su Qingyi. I don't really have a smoking addiction. It's just that my dad said it's a rite of passage for men, so I thought I'd give it a try. Look, this lighter is brand new. He shook the transparent lighter, which was still full of fuel, and idly pressed the switch. Su Qingyi didn't really plan on holding a grudge against him, it was just that he usually spoke like this. If his roommates knew him better, they would know that he spoke in this same arrogant way to his close friends and even his girlfriend. So they had all gotten used to it. Click. 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 Ma Xiu wanted to say something more, but he felt a bit awkward for a moment, leaving only the sound of him repeatedly clicking the lighter in the dorm. Su Qingyi hadn't originally cared about this. But such a repetitive sound always caused some groundless associations. For instance, the sound of a watercolor box lid closing was extremely similar to it. 374, sincere leave request schoolwork is piling up, so I am taking a day off. Sincere.jpg, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, /he, Baldur's Gate is so much fun, he. Sorry, my second personality accidentally popped out. Please ignore the previous statement, my dear readers. QAQ I will definitely update earlier tomorrow. I swear. 375, Chapter 369 by Yueguang 8:59 a.m. After some fussing in the dorm, the group finally arrived at the classroom just in time, urged on by a frantic Li Tao. Su Qingyi had originally expected a packed house, but that clearly wasn't the case. Others, sharing the sentiment of arriving as late as possible, filed in during this final minute. This was not what the counselor on the podium wanted to see. Counselor Yuanzhua stood on stage, looking down at her watch and occasionally letting out a tisk to express her dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, college students aren't high schoolers. Everyone chatted and laughed amongst themselves, oblivious to her mood. What did you have for breakfast? What's for lunch? What's for dinner? The classic college student triple question echoed in every corner of the classroom. Exactly 9 a.m. All right, everyone quiet down and listen to me. Counselor Yuanzhua clapped her hands, and the noisy classroom quieted down a bit. For these kinds of class activities, try not to arrive at the last second. Even though I said 9 o'clock, if everyone arrives early, we can get started sooner. We only have a few meetings like this a semester. Cooperating is better for everyone. Counselor Yuanzhua tapped the blackboard to emphasize her point. Su Qingyi leaned his chin on his hand, listening listlessly. The most grueling part of university was these endless meetings and lectures. They were both a waste of time and incredibly annoying. Look, it's already time, and there are still students looking for seats. It's so noisy, it's unseemly. Counselor Yuanzhua put her hands on her hips, frowned, and sighed. The class monitor should take charge of organizing this in the future. Even as college students, you need discipline. Alright, come up and take attendance. No. One responded. Counselor Yuanzhua froze, scanning the crowded classroom but failing to find the person. Is the class monitor here? Come up and take attendance. Still no response. What's going on? Counselor Yuanzhua tapped the lectern impatiently. At that moment, a girl in the back row raised her hand, likely a roommate. Teacher, the class monitor, before she could finish, the sound of wheels scraping against the floor echoed from the hallway, a harsh screeching noise. Reporting in. A second later, Yi Ju appeared, clutching the doorframe while dragging a suitcase. She was covered in bags, looking like she had just rushed to school from the train station. Yet, there was none of the usual travel fatigue on her face, her smile glowed in the morning sunlight. Counselor Yuanzhua was silent for a while before waving her hand helplessly. Come in. Why so late? The registration time was posted in the group chat long ago. Sorry, teacher, I couldn't get a ticket. Yi Ju piled her luggage in a corner by the podium, pulled the roll call sheet from her backpack, and began taking attendance with practiced ease. Wang Zhuicheng. Present. Zhang Jieshu. Present. Seeing the process finally on track, Counselor Yuanzhua turned to prepare the class meeting PPT. Su Qingyi glanced at the page count in the bottom right corner. Good grief, over 100 pages. Are we about to have a whole unit on the law of obligations? Su Qingyi thought to himself. Meanwhile, the attendance process wasn't going very smoothly either. Meng Feng. Present. A deep, resonant baritone. Wang Junjie. Present, a slightly affected baritone, clearly squeezed out by the same guy as before. Su Qingyi couldn't help but turn toward the source of the sound. The person seemed equally ashamed of his actions, keeping his head buried low. Tian Shi. Present. A sharp and eerie eunuch-like voice. Ha 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 ha. The whole class couldn't hold back their laughter. Su Qingyi laughed as well. This guy really sacrificed too much, he practically deserves a shrine in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. What is it? What are you laughing at? The only one in the dark was Counselor Yuanzhua. She was busy researching how to temporarily enlarge the PPT title font and hadn't heard the farce unfolding below. It's nothing, teacher. Yi Ju covered her face with the roll call sheet, her voice trembling with laughter. But she decisively chose to cover for her classmates. Li Tao. Present. Li Tao knew the student who had just made the big sacrifice. He was now very glad his roommates were relatively reliable and hadn't forced him into such a predicament. In comparison, things like bringing food or picking up packages on a daily basis were practically nothing. Ma Xiu. Present. Ma Xiu intentionally mimicked the sharp voice from earlier, successfully causing another round of laughter in the classroom. Shengguan Yu. Present. Shengguan answered weakly. Su Qingyi, sitting right next to him, could barely hear him and couldn't help but glance sideways. Shengguan Yu. Yi Ju clearly hadn't heard either and repeated the name. Present. Only then did Shengguan speak up a bit louder. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. He had originally thought he was the most socially anxious person in the world, but it turned out there was always someone more extreme. However, compared to Lin Tong and the Lin Tong Plus version that was Shengguan Yu, Su Qingyi couldn't help but reflect, was he really socially anxious? In comparison, he didn't fear communicating with people, he resisted it. Perhaps his symptoms would be more accurately diagnosed as misanthropy. Su Qingyi, Yi Ju played around on purpose, pronouncing his name in a strange way, like a mysterious incantation often chanted by a medieval witch. Present. Su Qingyi met her gaze, his face expressionless. Yi Ju was long used to his expression, she blinked nonchalantly and continued with the roll call. So, the difficulty of the major courses this semester is fundamentally different from last semester. Students must be prepared and study hard. Alright, that's enough about studying. Next, let's talk about campus safety. Counselor Yuanzhua spoke with great cadence on stage, while those below listened listlessly and drowsily. Su Qingyi dazed off out of boredom for a while before finally taking out his phone. In this era, phones weren't that fun yet, their role as communication tools was still greater than as entertainment devices. After all, many forms of fragmented entertainment didn't exist yet, and phone performance wasn't enough to support more interesting mobile games. Su Qingyi was quick and successfully hit the mute button before a pile of WeChat messages could refresh. The X1 Studio group chat was always at 99+ whenever it was opened. Even though it was the weekend, it didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm for chatting. As for the center of today's discussion, one didn't even need to look to know. It was nothing other than tonight's welcome dinner. They called it a welcome dinner, but it was also a victory feast. As the first project completed through the concerted efforts of a group of dream-filled young people who had officially formed a proper studio, the success of the Disco Elysium demo was very morale-boosting. Because of this, everyone was even more interested in the boss behind the scenes. Of the over 200 messages, at least 199 were discussing this. Su Qingyi clicked in and gave it a quick scan. So excited, brothers. We get to see the big boss tonight. +1, this is the first time I've been this excited for a team-building activity. What are you talking about? This isn't team building, this is an offline meetup. I declare that today is an early annual meeting. It was a scene of great joy. Su Qingyi almost wondered if the new year had just ended or was just beginning. Feiji, what's the word? Has the boss said anything? He won't stand us up tonight, will he? Exactly. I've already ironed my suit. I've already got my hair done. Haha, are you guys idiots? People would think you're going on a blind date. Is being this formal really okay? Su Qingyi, who had been unperturbed, was now getting a bit nervous because of this atmosphere. He Wu Fei had already confirmed with him earlier, so he replied with certainty, don't worry, we've already communicated. See you all tonight. No need to be too formal. It's just a dinner to get to know each other. Received. 111, good. Fly rubbing hands.jpg, Su Qingyi sighed slightly. Although there were signs of his social anxiety recurring, they were all part of his own studio, they had to meet sooner or later. Besides, they would be working together in the future, and there would be plenty of need for communication. Meeting early to make an impression would actually be more convenient. However, he looked down and assessed what he was wearing today. This outfit had been personally put together by the big star, Chen Jinji. Unlike most stars, despite her busy schedule, Chen Jinji's wardrobe was still very organized. When Su Qingyi helped her get her clothes, he happened to find a corner specifically for men's clothing, with the tags still attached. Sometimes when I see something I like and think it would suit you, I just buy it first, Chen Jinji had said. Su Qingyi casually picked up a shirt and held it up against himself. The size was unexpectedly perfect, as if it had been bought using a 1:1 life-size cutout of him for reference. Why didn't you just mail it to me? Because I wanted to be the first one to see you wear it, of course. Chen Jinji's eyes curved into a smile. Su Qingyi somewhat regretted asking that. He folded the shirt back up and put it back in the wardrobe. There were clothes of almost every type, she probably just bought whatever caught her eye. As a popular idol leading fashion trends, Chen Jinji already had the ability to influence sales. Moreover, she rarely wore luxury brands that didn't live up to their names. Most of the time, she wore affordable and niche brands. Heaven knows what nook or cranny she found them in. But once she wore them, these brands would no longer be niche. Because even basic, ordinary, and common styles just looked exceptionally good on her. As soon as airport fan photos were released, fans and passers-by alike would swarm in, searching the entire web for the same items. The brands, naturally overwhelmed by such sudden fortune, would overnight add Iris's style in large letters to their product keywords. While the success of a fashion look mainly depends on the face, you couldn't entirely blame her good looks, she also just understood styling too well. Su Qingyi knew this well, after all, she was someone who could make even the #1 middle school uniform look good. Despite also having a face that looked like a fairy descending to earth even in burlap, class monitor Chu next door would wear her uniform properly, without even rolling up the pant legs. In comparison, it was a different kind of beauty. Today, before leaving for his early flight, Su Qingyi had the privilege of experiencing a female star personally helping him dress. She had fastened every single button on his shirt. A crewneck sweatshirt layered over a red and white checkered shirt, shoes matching the inner layer, and finally, a perfectly placed sweatshirt chain. How should he put it? Once finished, the outfit had the vibe of the Jiangzhou style that would become popular later. It was much more complex than Su Qingyi's usual classic business casual attire. Chen Jinji's smile was so mysterious that he didn't even know if he could wear it out. A white-collar man transformed into a top-tier male idol in private attire. It looks great. Very youthful. She soon said seriously, so Su Qingyi had to believe her for the time being. But given the atmosphere in the studio group chat, going to dinner dressed so youthfully seemed a bit inappropriate. While Su Qingyi was considering whether to go back and change, another message popped up on WeChat. Reflex arc as long as the moon, where are you? Su Qingyi wanted to reply, but his mind went blank for a second. He realized he didn't know which teaching building he was in. This was a common syndrome after returning from a break. Workers sit at their desks thinking, what was my job again? While college students sit in classrooms thinking, what was my major again? Su Qingyi could only reply, don't know. In a class meeting, Miss Chu quickly sent a long string of messages. You're having a class meeting too? Ours is already over. Then I'll wait for you at the main entrance of Building F for a bit. What do you want to eat for lunch? Su Qingyi looked up at the podium. Counselor Yuan Shua had just finished talking about campus safety and was about to move on to the recently rising issue of online scams. Fortunately, he had chosen a good seat at the very back. Su Qingyi inconspicuously checked the status of the back door and then wrote a word on Li Tao's scratch paper. Although the handwriting was flamboyant, it was still legible. Slipping out. Over the course of the semester, Li Tao had covered for him many times and was long used to it, so he just gave a reliable nod. I'll bring your bag back for you later. 3, 2, 1. As Counselor Yuan Shua turned to change the page, Su Qingyi bent low and successfully escaped the scene. The main targets of online scams are college students like us. Don't think that just because you're highly educated. Counselor Yuan Shua's voice grew more distant as Su Qingyi's footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. The fact that Miss Chu sent a message meant she had actually been waiting for a while. Come to think of it, it had been quite some time since he last saw her. But speaking of which, the two of them were actually working on the same project. It was just that she absolutely could not know this. Realizing this, Su Qingyi picked up his pace. The other classrooms he passed along the way were already empty, it seemed only their class was dragging on like this. Finally reaching the first-floor lobby, he looked up and saw Chu Qingyan standing alone by the door. The lobby was crowded, but Su Qingyi still spotted her at a glance. It couldn't be helped, she stood out like a crane among chickens in the bustling crowd. Since the weather was getting warmer today, Chu Qingyan wore a short skirt that barely covered her knees. Her straight, slender legs were exposed, appearing almost transparently white in the sunlight. Probably assuming he wouldn't arrive so soon, she stood with her back to the door, head down, seriously reading the book in her hands. Miss Chu's posture was excellent. For a family like hers, standing posture was likely one of the things trained from childhood. So as she stood there quietly, her back straight and her long hair reaching her waist, she looked very beautiful. Su Qingyi couldn't help but think that if he were an ordinary male student with normal emotions, he would likely have joined the army of secret admirers at No. 1 middle school. In the memories of one's youth, there is often such a silhouette left in the most tender corner. And that's where the lethality of a white moonlight manifests. A startling glimpse in one's youth is destined to be one of the most memorable moments in life. You might not remember her every moment, but when you happen to think of her, no matter where you are in the world, you are instantly pulled back into those long-buried moments of heart-fluttering excitement. 376, Chapter 370. At the time, it seemed like nothing special. Su Qingyi lightened his steps and walked up behind Chu Qingyan. He had originally thought that in such a scene, she should be holding a copy of Pride and Prejudice or The Lover. It would be quite reasonable, wouldn't it? In the comfortable warmth of the spring sun, a young girl should be reading a fresh, literary love story. However, the eldest miss was holding a copy of Strategic Trade and International Economics. It was a title that completely ruined the atmosphere, looking more like a collection of academic papers. Consistent with the impression the title gave, the page she was currently reading used terminology that was quite obscure and difficult to understand. As a layman, Su Qingyi felt a bit dizzy just after following along for a paragraph. But it was clear that the eldest miss was reading very seriously, she wasn't just holding the book for show, she was genuinely studying. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Su Qingyi standing behind her with his head lowered for a long time. So, after a moment's thought, he reached his arm around to her left shoulder and gave her a light, unexpected pat. Chu Qingyan shivered in fright, but because her reflex arc was too long, she hadn't made a sound yet. After recovering slightly, she looked to her left in confusion, but no one was there. She had no choice but to turn to the right. At that moment, Su Qingyi happened to lean in a bit closer and shouted, "Hey," at a higher volume. Oh my god. This time, he successfully gave Chu Qingyan a real scare. Su Qingyi. Who says hello like that? Once she realized what happened, she became a bit annoyed and looked up to glare at him. Coward. Having succeeded in his plan, Su Qingyi laughed nonchalantly. Seeing that this person showed no remorse, Chu Qingyan shoved the book into his arms and turned to walk away. Su Qingyi held the book and followed behind her at a leisurely pace. Getting angry over this? You're the one who's angry. Chu Qingyan walked ahead, the tips of her hair bobbing with her movements, the familiar scent of fructose floating in the air. Angry in the morning, angry at noon, and angry in the afternoon too. I am not. You really love being angry. I'm the most generous person, I never get angry. Chu Qingyan continued walking aggressively while stubbornly insisting she wasn't mad. She had the imposing aura of a female warrior drawing her sword to face 1,000,000 soldiers on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Su Qingyi was tall and long-legged, so he could keep up without any effort at all. He even had the leisure to flip through the book in his hand. It was clearly Miss Chu's personal reading material. The first half was filled with neat notes and circled passages. Even though they were in university now, the little class monitor's study attitude hadn't changed at all since high school. Her notes were still very detailed, written stroke by stroke. Before his rebirth, Su Qingyi's notes were like this too. Looking back now, Su Qingyi himself felt it was a bit strange. Why was he such a strict and old-fashioned person before? Even for formulas he could derive with his eyes closed, he would still record them in a proper and orderly fashion. Now that he had been reborn, it was impossible to maintain that kind of study attitude. The 2 textbooks for his major courses from last semester were almost brand new. If he sold them on the second-hand market, they could be labeled as 90% new. Su Qingyi thought about it and realized the reason might be that he was too idle in his previous life, with almost nothing to do except study. Besides that, it was perfectionism at work. Because he only knew how to study, his subconscious demanded that he be the best at it. The ability to quickly construct problem-solving ideas and sufficiently precise logical thinking was far from enough for him back then. He also needed the muscle memory built up from tens of thousands of problems. How should he put it? Compared to his current method of studying by consuming his natural talent, he didn't know which was better. But after experiencing the ease and relaxation of the latter, trying to return to the ascetic monk mode of the past was somewhat of a pipe dream. Unless he waited for the arrival of the mysterious finals week. They say that finals for law students are in hell mode. He didn't feel it last semester because there were few major courses, but starting from this semester, he would likely enter that state. Counselor Yuan Shua had also emphasized this during the class meeting just now. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. The pressure of trying to balance both academics and his career was still quite high. Academically, who among those who could enter Peking University was ordinary? Not to mention his career, it wasn't easy to make a living in the current game market. Furthermore, he had to make time for dating. Forget it, he'd take it one step at a time. Su Qingyi didn't want to think about these time-wasting matters for now. He casually flipped forward 2 more pages in the book and successfully caught a few lines of complaints left by Chu Qingyan during her studies. Perhaps to vent her frustration, she had specifically written the words in a crooked and wobbly way, very much like the dark crawling style. As expected, given Chu Qingyan's habits, it was impossible to expect her to make only serious notes. The airplane food is so bad, but I can't let it go to waste, so I had to eat 2 big bowls with tears in my eyes. I'm not studying. I don't want to look at case study discussions on various countries' trade policies and industrial policies anymore. What on earth is all this? Just as Su Qingyi was about to laugh, he saw a row of densely packed small characters hidden in the corner. The only good thing about the start of the semester is being able to see Su Qingyi every day. I miss him so much every day. Although happiness overflowed between the lines, her attitude shifted quickly in the next sentence. Chu Qingyan, oh Chu Qingyan, you can't go on like this, you'll become cheap. Su Qingyi closed the book, cleared his throat, and began to read aloud. The only good thing about the start of the semester is. Miss Chu, who had been acting very aloof just a moment ago, immediately stiffened her back as if hit by a tight fillet spell and turned around in a panic. Hey, hey, hey. How can you just read someone else's notes? Give it back. She stood on her tiptoes, trying hard to snatch the book away, but Su Qingyi took advantage of his height and easily avoided her by raising his arm. Don't read it. You wrote it yourself, why can't I read it? You just can't. Whether it was from anger or not, a lock of Chu Qingyan's bangs stuck up like in a hogue, looking very cute. Holding back a laugh, Su Qingyi reached out to smooth it down for her. The eldest miss, who was furious a moment ago, calmed down like a pet whose fur had been stroked and gave a small huff. Do you have many classes this semester? Su Qingyi asked. It's okay, I'm sure it's not as many as yours. Amidst their bickering, the two had arrived once again at the familiar banks of Weiming Lake. The lake water reflected colorful ripples under the sunlight, so brilliant it was almost blinding. The breeze by the railing blew pleasantly. Chu Qingyan finally got her book back, secretly feeling lucky that even more mushy words earlier in the book hadn't been discovered. The weather in the capital was rarely this nice today. Many young couples were walking and laughing in groups of 2 or 3 by the lake. Su Qingyi leaned on the railing, watching the layers of ripples rising and falling on the lake shore. Are you going to participate in that variety show next weekend? He deliberately didn't say the full name, making it seem like he wasn't particularly concerned about it. Yeah. Chu Qingyan nodded obediently and gave a soft sigh. Gosh, I really don't want to go. But the production team kept inviting me, and in the end, the person in charge even called my dad. Can you imagine? The expression on the eldest Mrs.'s face was very helpless. Then my dad called me again, saying things like, "Oh, that's an old classmate of mine, a good buddy from my student days," and asked me to give him some face. I said, "Then you go participate yourself." My dad just rambled on about this and that. Anyway, he just wants me to go. I don't know what kind of scheme he's cooking up. Chu Qingyan frowned, clearly feeling that Chu Yuanjiang being so proactive about this matter meant he definitely had no good intentions. After all, he had already sworn to the heavens that he would no longer interfere in the affairs of Xingxing Entertainment. Though the credibility of that oath was highly questionable. Miss Chu was very reluctant, and this was also bad news for Su Qingyi. Because he was definitely going to. This way, a single slip-up would trigger a Shura field situation. Just thinking about that kind of scene was a bit suffocating. And just as Chu Qingyan thought, Chu Yuanjiang's strange maneuver definitely had a purpose. For some reason, Su Qingyi had a vague premonition of doom, feeling that his purpose would definitely have some kind of adverse effect on him. I originally wanted to go to Fragrant Hills with you next weekend to watch the sunrise. Oh, right. Su Qingyi, why don't you come with me to see the show? At this moment, Chu Qingyan had a sudden inspiration and thought of a good compromise. This show is so popular. The ticket prices have been jacked up to the sky by scalpers, and the qualifications for audience members with voting rights even have to be audited. Did you see the clips of the first episode online? Everyone says the atmosphere at the scene is great. How about it, how about it? Come with me. Su Qingyi was silent for a long while. Looking into her bright eyes, the words of refusal were somehow hard to say. But at the moment, there was no other way but to refuse. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Chu Qingyan thought there was a chance and continued, "I'm telling you, this show is really dramatic. None of those leaks online are fake. The actual situation is even more exaggerated. For example, that so-and-so, he's really unhappy about losing to Justin in the first episode. He's made a scene with the production team several times in private. And Vivian, she's also in a conflict with her company, saying her last place ranking in the first episode was because the company chose a bad song. And, for this episode, Justin is preparing to sing that rock song, the one from that band you shared with me before." Before she could finish, Su Qingyi quickly reached out and covered his ears. I'm not listening. One couldn't just listen to this kind of inside information casually. Justin was an artist under Xingxing Entertainment. If he learned about his competition song from Chu Qingyan, wouldn't that be equivalent to using Chu Qingyan to gain an information advantage to help Qin Jinji win? Although saying it that way might be a bit exaggerated, it was still a bit bad overall, and it would make him feel uncomfortable. So he couldn't listen. Hey. What are you doing? Why can't you listen to this? Chu Qingyan looked confused, completely unable to understand what on earth this person was doing. She was going to say it anyway. She clenched her hands into a megaphone shape and deliberately shouted in his ear with a drawn-out voice, "It's the one you said you liked before." Su Qingyi let go of his ears and instead covered her mouth. Chu Qingyan protested with muffled sounds. To avoid hearing any internal leaks, he said seriously, "I have something to do next weekend." As soon as those words were spoken, the guilt in his heart surged. Chu Qingyan stopped making noise, and the expectant light in her eyes gradually faded. Her long eyelashes drooped low, casting fine shadows in the sunlight. Seeing her like this really made his heart soften, so Su Qingyi had to continue explaining, "It's about the studio. I have many classes this semester, so I can only find time to go there on weekends. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to visit? When you went last time, it was just a small workshop with only me and He Wufei. Now it's a proper game studio. When you come back after watching the show next week, I'll take you there." Listening to his explanation, Chu Qingyan took a deep breath and tried to tuck away her disappointment. Today was only the first day of the semester, and there were many days to come, but she felt she could already see what the coming days would be like. Just like during the holidays, both of them had many things of their own to be busy with. This wasn't something that could be changed just by switching environments. In fact, life is like this. The further forward you go, the more precious those routines that seemed very ordinary before become. Last semester, she was still reminiscing about those days in high school when she could see him just by turning her head. And this semester, there would probably be very few opportunities even to meet for a meal at the cafeteria after class and then walk back to the dorms together. No wonder the poem says, competing over books and tea fragrance, back then we only thought it was ordinary. Fortunately, she had grown up now and learned to accept reality, she wouldn't throw a fit because of such things. After a moment, Chu Qingyan adjusted herself and looked up with a flawless smile. Okay. It was as if a stronger tone would make it more convincing. Su Qingyi laughed and sighed, reaching out to pinch her face, using a bit of force in a playful, punishing way. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. What are you pretending for? I'm not unhappy. Chu Qingyan said unclearly, feeling the pain and reaching out to stop his hand. Don't always think that only the past was good. Su Qingyi let go, leaned down slightly, and looked her in the eye seriously. Look forward. Huh? Chu Qingyan was stunned and blinked her eyes in confusion. Being able to attend class in the same classroom was good, being able to pass notes when you wanted to talk was good, and having the first and second places on the ranking list always next to each other was also good. Su Qingyi paused for a moment and continued, but being able to walk hand in hand in public is also good, soaking in the library for a day together before finals is also good, and every weekend being complete is also good. So if next weekend doesn't work, there's the one after that, and the one after that. Life is still long, we can go anywhere. After saying all this, Su Qingyi suddenly felt his own mood improve as well. It seemed like life should be like this, everything could be looked forward to. Time waits for no one, but time moves very slowly, there's always time for whatever you want to do. You're right. Chu Qingyan curled her lips into a smile, and the light in her eyes became bright again. That's more like it. That smile just now was too fake. Su Qingyi patted her head, her smooth hair on her forehead becoming a mess from his movements. He originally thought she would blow up in protest, but the eldest miss only pursed her lips and then said in a very serious tone, Su Qingyi, I need to reflect. I shouldn't be so gloomy every day. I'm sorry. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. This girl is probably the best person in the world at self-reflection, Su Qingyi thought. And the things we could do in high school, we can do now too. But the things we can do now, we couldn't do in high school. He said seriously. Like what? Chu Qingyan was slightly taken aback and began brainstorming. Like what? You couldn't skip class in high school, but you can in university. There was only one cafeteria in high school, but you can freely choose cafeterias in university. Also, there were only a few places to wander around in number 1 middle school, but the university campus is huge, and you can walk until your legs are sore. These differences were a bit too boring. Speaking of which, this question was a bit like doing a logic puzzle, A said. B said, therefore it can be inferred. Seeing her deep in thought, Su Qingyi took the initiative to reveal the answer. For example, do you want to go stay outside with me tonight? In broad daylight and under the clear sky, Su Qingyi, how do you have the nerve to say such things? Chu Qingyan was so shy she wanted to smack his dignified-looking face with her book. But putting aside his talk of daytime debauchery, she still felt he was right. The feeling of thinking it was ordinary back then should be saved for many years later, when it's truly too late to do anything. Only then should one think about it. 377, Chapter 371 The Groom, what are you thinking about? Su Qingyi flicked her forehead. I was saying, I'm going to a welcome dinner with the studio staff tonight. Do you want to come? Well, that's what I meant too. Chu Qingyan covered her face, stubbornly refusing to admit her mistake. Feasting and drinking every day, indulgence in meat and wine, fine wine in cups of jade that glow at night, is this appropriate? Does this align with the basic code of conduct for university students in the new era? Student Su Qingyi, you need to reflect on yourself. You should quickly withdraw from such false happiness and devote yourself to work and study. The little class monitor was still the little class monitor, spinning nonsense one after another. So, are you going or not? Su Qingyi naturally saw through her act, but he didn't expose her. Otherwise, this orange cat might jump into Weiming Lake in a fit of shame and anger. After finally shaking off the embarrassment of her misunderstanding, Chu Qingyan realized what the invitation meant and felt a surge of joy. Ah! But it's an internal dinner. Is it appropriate for me to go? She tilted her head and asked with a beaming smile, how are you going to introduce me? When she asked this, Su Qingyi realized the issue belatedly. He had subconsciously treated this welcome dinner like those mandatory gatherings from his past life. Those dinners were incredibly boring, filled with people flatteringly toasting the leaders. When reciting toasts, everyone showed off their skills, they could have been stand-up comedians or contestants on Rap of the New Era. Su Qingyi certainly wouldn't participate in such rituals, just attending the dinner was already a huge sacrifice for him. So while everyone took turns brown-nosing, he would just watch coldly from a corner. However, tonight's dinner was different. Usually, superiors required subordinates to attend, but this time, the employees were insisting the boss attend. So, the one being toasted this time would likely be himself. It was truly a reversal of the natural order. If he brought Chu Qingmian along, judging by the employees' behavior in the group chat, they would definitely tease them relentlessly. And he would be teased for a long time to come. How else could I introduce you? Su Qingyi asked back, appearing calm on the surface. How? Just introduce you like that. Just say how you'll introduce me. Seeing that she was about to get genuinely annoyed from his teasing, Su Qingyi said seriously, of course, meeting Chu Qingmian's expectant gaze, he deliberately elongated his tone. The art teacher who independently completed the preliminary design, a founding contributor. Although it sounded cool, it clearly wasn't the answer the young lady wanted. X1 Studio wouldn't have today's achievements without teacher Chu's efforts. First bow. Su Qingyi continued his nonsense. What kind of mess is this? Second bow. Shut up. Chu Qingmian glared at him huffily. Just kidding, you're the boss lady. Su Qingyi laughed and continued, is that how it's translated? Leo Baniang. You could say that. Having received the answer she wanted, Chu Qingmian became shy instead, turning her face away to hide it. As the breeze blew and lifted her hair, one could see her small earlobes were already tinged with a faint pink. I really want to go. But the literature department has a new semester activity tonight, and I've already promised to host it. Chu Qingmian sighed with some distress. She wasn't the type to break promises, and since the department head had been begging her to come since the holidays started, she felt too embarrassed to refuse. The department head exaggeratedly said that if she wasn't there, at least 80% of the people would skip the event. Although Chu Qingmian didn't believe it, his words made it even harder for her to back out. However, if Su Qingyi asked, she could make an exception this once. After all, accompanying her boyfriend was definitely more important. It's fine if you don't go. Tonight is also my first time meeting them in person, and it's an all-male gathering. You might find it boring anyway. Seeing her predicament, Su Qingyi followed up smoothly. If you're free next Sunday, just come to the studio with me then. By then, the cyberpunk-style renovation should be mostly finished. Okay then. Chu Qingmian nodded obediently, looking like a sensible girlfriend. Speaking of which, do you think I need to change into formal wear? Su Qingyi thought about it and asked. Only when he said this did Chu Qingmian notice his trendy outfit today. Pfft, ha ha ha. Su Qingyi, why are you dressed so youthfully today? After all, he usually dressed like a corporate slave who had been working for over 10 years, white top, black bottoms, classic business attire. Today he actually learned how to layer. Su Qingyi was a bit speechless. Chen Jinji had also used youthful to describe this outfit. Did that indirectly show how elderly his usual style was? Isn't being youthful good? It looks good, I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it. Chu Qingmian smiled, her eyes curving like crescents. This is what a male college student should look like. Look at the guys in school, don't they all dress like this? So it sounds like you've been observing the male students quite a bit. Su Qingyi replied expressionlessly. No, I haven't. Chu Qingmian gave his hand a gentle shake and scratched his palm like a kitten trying to please him. I swear on 4, I only have eyes for Su Qingyi. Then I swear on 6. Swear my foot. Chu Qingmian huffed and looked him over again. Although it looks quite good, for an occasion like tonight, I think it's better to change. Why do you say that? Well, as you said, tonight is the first time you're meeting the employees offline. They must be curious about you, and curiosity leads to expectations. If you were an employee, would you want a boss who looks very youthful? For some reason, at those words, Chu Qingmian couldn't help but chuckle again before continuing, a somewhat green and flashy male college student, or someone in a suit who, though young, has a mature and steady aura. Thinking about it, Su Qingyi felt she had a point. Clothing has a significant impact on one's aura. He had experienced this deeply when he took on the persona of Ji Jinchen. To this day, the people at 101 Company had never doubted his identity as a playboy with strong backing. X1 Studio was just starting out. Although everyone had dreams, they surely hoped for something down-to-earth. Although the demo for Disco Elysium performed well, it hadn't officially launched yet, so nothing was certain. At this time, a steady and reliable boss image would definitely be more reassuring than a flighty peacock. Miss Chu clearly understood this. She grabbed the hem of her skirt and twirled in front of him. See? Although I love dresses like this, I wouldn't wear them when I go to the company. Then what do you wear when you go to the company? Su Qingyi asked curiously. Suits, of course, or formal gowns. Anyway, I won't dress like a child. As a boss, you have to establish authority, okay? Chu Qingyan's expression was serious, but once she finished her twirl, she couldn't help but perform a very standard princess curtsy. This girl was like someone who stepped out of a Disney animation, Su Qingyi thought. She was overflowing with a beauty and innocence that didn't quite fit in with reality. "But your face isn't very convincing," he said casually. "What are you saying?" Chu Qingyan straightened her face, determined to show her authority as a boss. Then, before Su Qingyi could even speak, she couldn't hold it anymore and successfully made herself laugh. "So much authority. That was an accident." After deciding to change into formal wear, Su Qingyi realized a serious problem. He only seemed to have one suit, which Yang Lu had given him for his birthday last year, but he forgot to pack it when he was getting ready. If he went to buy one now, he'd probably have to buy off the rack. There was definitely no time for custom tailoring. But off the rack might not fit perfectly. To his surprise, as soon as he raised the issue, Chu Qingyan waved her hand, indicating it was no problem at all. As an SVIP customer at several luxury custom clothing stores, she had long ago reserved several emergency formal outfits in stores across the country. And the good news was that Miss Chu was very generous. For some reason, she had also ordered some for her boyfriend. "What made you think of ordering for me?" Su Qingyi was a bit confused. I don't know. I just felt like ordering them." Chu Qingyan tried to act cute to get away with it. In reality, it was because once when she went for a custom fitting for a gala, she happened to meet a young couple preparing for their wedding photos. They were just ordinary customers. If they wanted custom suits, the schedule was booked until next summer. Expedited orders were expensive and a difficult extra expense to bear, so after discussing it for a long time, the two could only give up. Chu Qingyan listened from her cubicle for a while, then beckoned the manager over. "Here, place the order for those two in my name. But don't mention me. Just tell them, they won a prize." The young couple didn't seem particularly wealthy, but they were very much in love, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to such a place to cautiously ask for custom tailoring. It was a small effort, and Chu Qingyan was happy to help, treating it as an early blessing for the newlyweds. She was never stingy with her kindness and was willing to bless the love of every couple. Well, if there was a bit of selfishness, it was the hope that her own wedding would receive just as many blessings in the future. So, with that wish in mind, she had prepared a groom's outfit in advance at every store. She hadn't expected that while the wish was still far from coming true, the suit would be put to use ahead of time. A bewildered Su Qingyi was taken to a store that looked very expensive and changed into a suit that fit perfectly from the cuffs to the pant legs. This time, following Miss Chu's taste and considering the evening's occasion, she chose a vintage dark-colored set for him. The lines were clean, and the fabric was comfortable and well-fitting. As Su Qingyi changed, he felt like he was wearing bars of gold. When he stepped out of the fitting room, Chu Qingyan was momentarily dazed. She had always known Su Qingyi was good-looking, but he was usually lazy and looked like he couldn't muster any energy. But in formal wear, his aura transformed accordingly. Looking closely, one would find that his expression was as punchable as ever, yet there was an indescribable cold and noble air about him. Because the suit was vintage style, Su Qingyi now looked like a young master from a prominent family in the last century. The type who didn't do honest work and often frequented theaters to listen to music. It took a while for Chu Qingyan to realize she had been staring too long, and she quickly looked away. "Does it fit?" Su Qingyi couldn't tell anything from the mirror, so he walked up to her and asked with his head down. "Yes, it fits very well." Chu Qingyan looked up with a smile and reached out to help him adjust his collar. At that moment, the manager, who had been observing for a long time, popped out and rubbed his hands with a flattering smile. Ayaya, truly a man of talent and striking appearance, as expected of the groom designated by our Miss Chu, cough, cough. Chu Qingyan coughed twice very abruptly, nearly dropping the teacup in her hand. As a seasoned veteran, the manager naturally knew he had put his foot in his mouth and immediately shut up. "Groom?" Su Qingyi was a bit confused. No way, was he getting married without even knowing it? The manager tactfully did not respond to the question. But professional habit made him unwilling to stay silent, so he quickly brainstormed and made a new decision. Since he hit a wall with the man, he should restart the conversation from the woman's side. Miss Chu, while the atmosphere is good, the wedding dress you ordered here." Chu Qingyan choked hard on her tea and stood up with a swish. Let's go. Don't you have dinner? We'll be late. It's only 3 in the afternoon. Before Su Qingyi could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by his wrist. The manager's heart instantly went cold. It was over, his career had met its Waterloo. Having offended this VIP super customer, he might have to pack his things and leave tonight. He gave himself a slap. "Look at this mouth of yours, always bringing up what shouldn't be mentioned." On the other side, Su Qingyi was led outside by Chu Qingnian. They stepped on the luxurious red carpet, passing through transparent cabinets displaying various formal wear. From time to time, passers-by cast surprised glances at them. For a moment, it felt like a grand escape from a wedding feast. This inexplicable turn of events and atmosphere. It's a bit like a wedding raid, Su Qingyi thought. However, as the female lead of this wedding raid, Chu Qingnian was thinking about something more practical. Will we be stopped by the security at the door for being shopandashers? 378, Chapter 372 Young Boss. The welcome banquet was set at a star-rated restaurant, a place personally handpicked by Boss Su. This restaurant specialized in Western cuisine, and the chef's skills were quite well known in the capital. The scheduled time was exactly 7 o'clock. He Wufei glanced at the wall clock, the hands had just reached 6. So, what's with you guys all showing up so early? Looking at the crowd already sitting upright and ready around the round table, He Wufei couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Aha, couldn't help it. My heart is itching with anticipation, I really couldn't wait. This is a subordinate self-cultivation. Since the boss is treating, we naturally have to arrive early. Exactly. Otherwise, are we supposed to let the big boss wait for us? Although the group was all dressed in suits and leather shoes, they were still laughing and joking around, lacking any sense of formality. He Wufei had no choice but to step out of the private room and lean against the corridor to give Su Qingyi a call. The other party picked up quickly. Hello. Hello, Boss Su, have you set out yet? Yeah, I'm driving. Su Qingyi responded, just as he caught a full red light countdown. He was quite lucky. He was driving his Aston Martin. A few days before returning to school, he had pre-booked a shipping company to transport it to the capital. On normal days, it was parked in the underground garage of the residential area where the game studio was located. He had just troubled Miss Chu's driver to take a detour and drop him off there. Ah, that's good then. Everyone is already here. He Wufei turned to glance into the private room. Most of the group was discussing a popular newly released RPG, arguing over a cheat code. Working at a game studio had this benefit, there was no real difference between being on or off the clock, as everyone was researching the things they loved and were passionate about. Okay, I should be there in about half an hour. At this time, Su Qingyi looked at the long queue of cars lined up ahead. The rush hour in the capital's inner ring was truly terrifying. It's a bit congested. Okay, drive safely. He Wufei felt relieved. After Su Qingyi hung up, he went back to the restaurant staff to reconfirm tonight's menu. Knowing Su Qingyi was driving, he halved the original alcohol order and replaced it with fruit juice. By the time he returned to the room, the topic had shifted from game cheat codes back to the protagonist of the night. Excited hearts, trembling hands, the miracle will be revealed tonight. A slightly chubby young man happily picked up a metal fork and tapped it against the goblet in front of him. What miracle? He Wufei poured himself a glass of water and tilted his head back to take a sip. He was just as expectant as everyone else, though what he was looking forward to was the dozen or so drinks about to be served. He had been so busy lately that his feet barely touched the ground, he could fall asleep the moment his head hit the pillow, leaving him no time for a few drinks like he used to. He didn't even have time for his fixed bedtime routine anymore. Since a long time ago, he had developed the habit of writing a diary in his head, though calling it a diary was less accurate than calling it a message to Sujihan. The contents were quite boring and mundane, just recounting what happened during the day. In the past, this task was very simple because he didn't do much all day. He would move bricks at construction sites, buy alcohol once he got his daily wages, and go to sleep after drinking. However, starting some time ago, he realized that the work he did in a day was simply too much to recount in a short time. This was mostly because his boss Su was a genuine hands-off manager who had an inexplicable, unconditional trust in him, handing over many important matters for him to handle alone without any intention of questioning him. This made He Wufei feel immense pressure, he felt he had to make everything perfect to feel at peace. Consequently, for fear that drinking would cause mistakes, he hadn't touched alcohol for a long time. Heaven knows what an achievement this was for a long-time alcoholic who loved booze as much as life itself. He Wufei sometimes wondered, how did he get addicted to alcohol in the first place? It seemed his original intention was just to get a good night's sleep. But now, he could fall into a deep sleep without needing alcohol at all. So, for him, alcohol had turned back into something for pleasant social drinking. In that case, having a bit tonight wouldn't be too much, right? He heard the house-made wine here was very famous for its mellow fruitiness and rich aroma. He Wufei was full of anticipation. Oh, assistant what do you mean what miracle? The fat guy clicked his tongue, clearly blaming him for being a killjoy. He Wufei helplessly turned his head and emphasized again. Your boss is great in every way, but he's a bit socially anxious. Don't be too overly familiar later, make sure to maintain a proper social distance. We know, we know. Everyone nodded like chickens pecking at grain. Yet He Wufei always felt something was a bit unreliable. At this moment, Dong Yu, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. Everyone, listen to Assistant He. To be honest, you can tell from our online chats, right? The boss has a very good temper, but he's indeed a man of few words and doesn't like chatting in the group. Jokes are jokes, but everyone makes sure not to cross the line. Understood. Seeing his serious tone, the employees put away their playful expressions and nodded solemnly. Only then did He Wufei breathe a slight sigh of relief. Although he was the assistant, everyone knew he was soft-hearted and good-tempered, so his words generally carried little authority. But Dong Yu was different. As the team leader, he was a total workaholic. While his professional skills were very strong, his personality was also quite straightforward and rigid. Many people had been scolded by him for mistakes at work. However, he kept work and life very separate. Privately, he was helpful and loyal, so his relationship with everyone was actually very good, and he held a certain level of prestige. In fact, the employees privately labeled the two as the strict father and kind mother. To them, He Wufei was practically a male mommy with an incredibly good temper, speaking gently to every employee not just about work, but even caring about their daily lives. And while Dong Yu seemed harsh, he actually took on the hardest and heaviest tasks himself, often working overtime alone until the early hours to fix bugs. With two such leaders in the studio, both the atmosphere and efficiency were excellent. He Wufei raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Yu's, thanking him for helping out. Dong Yu smiled and lowered his head to take a sip of water. Truth be told, he felt he was actually a bit more nervous than anyone else present. Since the day of the online interview, he had been curious about what kind of person this boss would be in reality. When the project Disco Elysium was placed before him, that curiosity only intensified. As a game developer, and an extremely idealistic one at that, the emotions expressed in Disco Elysium were very poignant. The thoughts contained within were very heavy, yet very romantic. Dong Yu found it hard to imagine that these came from a young man who looked several years younger than himself. And these curiosities and doubts would finally be answered after meeting him in person. Wufei, how did you describe the boss last time? To alleviate his inner restlessness and tension, Dong Yu started asking He Wufei questions again. He Wufei almost choked on a mouthful of water. He had answered this question at least a dozen times already. But seeing Dong Yu's restless appearance, he answered once more, very young, just started university, a top 2 school, his grades are excellent, you can be as bold as you want in imagining how good they are, he's basically the ceiling for all college entrance exam candidates throughout history, versatile. To be honest, in my knowledge of him, I don't know if he has any blind spots, he's like a walking encyclopedia, his personality is relatively quiet, he's a man of few words, but he has a very good heart and likes helping others, besides that, compared to the online videos you've seen, he's even more handsome in person. As He Wufei described him, he felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone hearing this would think the flattery was laid on too thick, but these were all facts. Listening to this, Dong Yu couldn't help but wonder if He Wufei's filter was too strong. Does such a person really exist in reality? Even if they did, they probably aren't someone I would ever come into contact with. Dong Yu thought to himself, having played the game of Earth Online for nearly 30 years, his conclusion was that the probability of an NPC meeting the protagonist was still very small. At that moment, as if in response to his doubts, a male voice came from the doorway. Hello, is this private room 888? The previously noisy private room fell silent instantly. The chaotic exchange of glances among the group clearly said one thing, it must be him. The voice was a bit gentler than it had been during the remote meetings, but it was still very recognizable. Dong Yu took a deep breath, quickly curled his fingers into a claw, and smoothed out his carefully prepared hairstyle. He Wufei glanced at him, really wanting to remind him, big brother, just stop. Your pompadour has been scratched into a broom head by your anxiety. The person outside seemed to get confirmation from the waiter. After a brief pause, the door opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was the hand pushing open the door. The finger joints were distinct, slender, and fair. The Rolex on the wrist wasn't flashy, highlighting the owner's low-key and minimalist style. A young man in a vintage dark ink suit pushed the door open and entered, meeting everyone's gaze. The air in the private room stagnated briefly, and he cleared his throat a bit awkwardly. Hello, everyone. He Wufei was the first to react, standing up to pull out a chair. The sound of wooden chair legs scraping against the marble floor pulled the stunned group back to reality, and they all stood up one after another. Hello, boss. Dong Yu, who was usually the quickest to react, was actually a bit dazed this time. It took him a while to follow up with a, hello, boss Su. So it really wasn't an AI projection. The young man in front of them walked to the reserved seat, naturally refastening his loosened cufflinks. His face was expressionless, but his tone was gentle. No need for that. Please, everyone, sit down. The group looked at each other for a few moments, but for a while, no one dared to sit. It wasn't until He Wufei took the lead and sat down, repeatedly saying, sit, 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 that everyone finally took their seats. While lowering his head, Dong Yu quietly swallowed his saliva. How should he put it? Although this boss was young and friendly, being in the same room with him made it feel like there was an inexplicable pressure floating in the air. After thinking for a while, Dong Yu decided to attribute it to his eyes. The pupils were too dark, looking very deep. When he was expressionless, anyone who met his gaze would feel a lot of psychological pressure. So after only a brief eye contact, Dong Yu quickly looked away. Besides that, he wasn't sure if it was because it wasn't being projected through an electronic screen, but looking at him directly with the naked eye was more intuitive. In short, the man himself was indeed handsomer than in the videos, that jawline was clearer than his own lifeline. For a long time afterward, the private room was deathly silent, with only the occasional crisp clinking of metal utensils echoing. This was exactly the situation Su Qingyi had feared most before pushing the door open. He sighed faintly in his heart. He Wufei, on the other hand, felt like laughing. The group that had been so enthusiastic and excited just moments ago turned out to be more honest and quiet than the next once they saw the man in person. As expected of a game studio, electronic geeks always have two different personalities online versus offline. But it shouldn't be to this extent, right? He Wufei thought back, it wasn't like this when he first met Su Qingyi. He glanced sideways and successfully received a helpless look in return. But then again, when he met him, he was still a high school student. Although his appearance hadn't changed much, his status had changed now. If viewed from the perspective of an employee, this guy indeed had a bit of an oppressive aura. Especially since he was dressed so formally. This suit was clearly an extremely luxurious private high-end custom piece. Those who knew better knew it was a welcome banquet, those who didn't might think it was some kind of award ceremony. Seeing everyone with lowered brows and eyes, looking as nervous as middle schoolers being picked by a teacher to solve a problem on the board, Su Qingyi raised his hand and snapped his fingers. If nothing else works, let's just eat. Recognizing this as the signal that the main guest had arrived, the long-waiting waiters filed in and began serving the dishes. A glass of grape juice was poured in front of Su Qingyi. He had driven here today, so he couldn't drink alcohol. This restaurant was recommended by Miss Chu. Supposedly, they were very knowledgeable about wine, so the grape juice shouldn't be too bad either. After the appetizers were served, the waiters left first, closing the door very quietly. Su Qingyi inconspicuously raised his eyes to scan the surroundings. Good grief, everyone was staring at their plates so hard they were about to burn holes in them. No one dared to pick up their chopsticks. After a long silence, Su Qingyi picked up his glass, pushed back his chair, and stood up. At this movement, the others immediately prepared to stand up too, but he waved them down. Su Qingyi drafted a speech in his head and then said seriously, since it's our first time meeting, everyone might be a bit restrained. This is normal, and I can understand it. So don't force yourselves to say something just to liven up the atmosphere. Just being natural is fine. As soon as he said this, the people who had been brainstorming ways to ease the awkwardness all breathed a sigh of relief. We'll skip the self-introduction part. You all know me, it's just the first time seeing me in reality. It's much like the impression I left online. I don't talk much, but my personality is actually okay. You don't need to feel pressured. At this point, he lowered his head slightly and gave a somewhat helpless smile. I really just look a bit fierce. This very sincere remark successfully made everyone laugh. The atmosphere finally relaxed a bit, and someone shouted loudly, "No way, our boss is incredibly handsome. Handsomest on earth. So handsome he's out of this world." He was met with a wave of praise. Su Qingyi couldn't stand hearing this. He waved his hand to signal them to stop and continued, "This gathering today, assistant he called it a welcome banquet for my return to the capital, but I think it's more appropriate to call it our victory banquet. The project period for Disco Elysium wasn't long, but the results have been better than expected. This is thanks to the hard work of everyone here. During this time, everyone voluntarily worked a lot of overtime, and I've seen it all. So, starting from this month, everyone's salary will be increased by 20%. This glass is to our X1 Studio's first milestone." Su Qingyi raised his glass. With a solid salary raise combined with an inspiring toast, the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses, shouting in unison, to the first milestone. Su Qingyi took a sip of the grape juice in his glass. How should he put it? The grapes must have been very good grapes, but it was just too sweet, sweet enough to cloy the throat. No wonder Miss Chu likes it. Su Qingyi cleared his throat and continued, to be honest, this is my first time building a studio. There are still many areas where I'm lacking. In terms of experience, I might not be as rich as all of you here, so I hope everyone can be patient with me. To be able to achieve this much on his first try building a studio, one has to say, he's a true child of destiny, Dong Yu thought to himself. But my goal is far beyond this. Changing his tone, Su Qingyi pulled back his gentle smile. I want the name of X1 Studio to be known far and wide. I want to work with all of you to fulfill the most unrealistic dreams of our childhood. I want to leave each of our names in the long river of the gaming industry's history. The whole room was silent. He Wufei felt his scalp tingle slightly. He had heard Su Yang and the others say before that Su Qingyi was great at speeches, but he hadn't quite believed it, since this man usually couldn't squeeze out a single word all day. Now he believed it. This ability to incite emotion was practically maxed out. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the chubby guy next to him almost wiping away tears. The people sitting here were originally a bunch of idealists, Chunibu youths harboring hot-blooded dreams of being game developers. These few sentences hit them right in the heart. Even if the world is cold and indifferent, let us encourage each other. Su Qingyi raised his glass again. Cheers. Cheers. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the crisp sound was like warriors drawing their swords from their sheaths. Dong Yu took a sip of wine, his eyes feeling slightly warm under the influence of alcohol. Now he was absolutely certain that this young boss in front of him was the true protagonist of this world. 379, Chapter 373. Seeing through the fog. The first week of the new semester, by all logic, should be quite busy. But perhaps because he had already experienced days of battling code and flying all over the place, Su Qingyi felt that this peaceful campus life was leisurely enough. Last semester, there were only two major courses, Constitutional Law and General Principles of Civil Law, which served as the stepping stones to the law major. This semester, the courses were Jurisprudence, Law of Obligations, Chinese Legal History, and General Principles of Criminal Law. From Su Qingyi's perspective, General Principles of Criminal Law was naturally more interesting. It wasn't because he was interested in those bizarre and secretive criminal cases that grabbed the most attention. Although that could be said to be the most common and convincing reason. Just like when scrolling through short videos in the future, if a video starts with, a mysterious body discovered in a secluded park, wearing a floral dress with a plastic bag over its head. The brutality of this case is unbelievable even to the police. This was the last path taken by a 45-year-old woman in her prime. Most people would probably want to keep watching to find out what happened next. Su Qingyi simply felt that criminal law was the closest thing to the concept of a righteous judgment. And in reality, there are far more moments in life that require a righteous judgment than people realize. Every day, one meets many people, and any unremarkable passerby could be a criminal who has been on the run for years. The advancement of modern criminal investigation techniques has left criminals with fewer and fewer places to hide, and the reason Su Qingyi chose law as his major wasn't for much. Within the vast net of justice, he only hoped that wherever he looked, there would be enough fairness and justice. And even that was already very difficult. Criminal law class was scheduled for Friday mornings. Since it was the first class of the semester, the professor didn't rush into teaching too much technical knowledge, instead chatting about various things for a while. Finally, he said, the existence of professional criminal law language is to summon, to empathize, to listen to, and to inspire the inner longing for justice in people's hearts. When the bell rang, Su Qingyi closed his textbook and got up to leave through the back door. Perhaps when he was filling out his college applications, the reason he chose law was because, after seeing so many injustices, he still held on to a hope for such justice in his heart. Another point was that he always felt that lenient sentencing was a form of protection for criminals. Walking out of the teaching building, the shadows of the leaves on the branches were dappled, and sunlight filtered through the gaps, carrying the uniquely comfortable warmth of the spring sun. Su Qingyi paused slightly, looking up at the sun hidden behind the clouds. Chen Wendi was in prison and surely had time for outdoor exercise. Such sunlight shines fairly on everyone. But does he deserve it? The sun emerging from the clouds became dazzling again. Su Qingyi squinted slightly and lowered his head. He Wufei had once asked him, since he had decided to work in game development, why didn't he choose a relevant major? Su Qingyi couldn't think of a suitable reason at the time. Should he say he had already studied it once before? Su Zilong and Yang Lu also hadn't expected him to choose a liberal arts-leaning major like law, but they didn't raise any objections, thinking he had simply changed his temperament. Although everything he had learned so far was just the tip of the iceberg, and the goal he envisioned still seemed as distant as a fool's dream. But Su Qingyi didn't regret it. Living in an environment like the law school was like having an alarm bell constantly ringing by his side. At this point in time, when both his studies and career were in the starting stages, he truly needed such a reminder. After returning to the dormitory, Su Qingyi changed into different clothes. Modu was a few degrees warmer than the capital, but the weather wasn't great. Fortunately, tonight's recording venue for the program was indoors. Moving away from Miss Chu's simple luxury style and Big Star Chen's trendy idol look, he returned to his civil servant style outfit. Yeah, this is still the most comfortable. Su Qingyi adjusted the cufflinks of his white shirt and silently evaluated. Does this mean he should take the civil service exam after graduation? Before officially setting off, there were still some things to handle. On one hand, there were school matters. Fortunately, he hadn't joined anything like the student union, and the only club he couldn't shake off was the debate club. Although he now had a slightly better opinion of debating itself, he still tried to skip various social activities whenever possible. The debate club's activity happened to be scheduled for Saturday night, so Su Qingyi directly asked for leave in the group chat. Calculating it, at that time, he should be listening to the contestants pouring their hearts out in song. Although the president, Deng Yizhou, had many complaints about this, he still agreed. Because this guy was his hand-picked best newcomer, who had turned the tide in a fateful battle against Hua University last time and won the MVP of the match. He could take leave from regular activities whenever he wanted, as long as he didn't run away during competitions. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Qingyi finished asking for leave, someone seized the opportunity. Omo, the president agreed so readily. It seems there's quite a lot of leave quota this week, then I'll take leave too. I have an off-campus part-time job. Have fun everyone. 886 P.S. If there are crispy rice chocolates in the snacks, please save 2 for me. After Yi Ju's rapid-fire combo, Deng Yizhou didn't even have time to speak before the leave process was already complete. Su Qingyi could already imagine his face turning green with frustration on the other side of the screen. After a long while, Deng Yizhou finally replied, no crispy rice. This week we're buying only Kinder chocolate, thank you. Offending President Deng is like kicking a cotton ball. Su Qingyi couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Li Tao and Ma Xiu pushed the door open and entered. They were back to get their textbooks for the afternoon elective course. These two were always in sync with their course selection, picking the easiest, bird courses, to get credits. This time it was poetry appreciation. Yo, President Su is here too. Li Tao greeted him with a smile. Yeah, I'm heading out in a bit. I probably won't be back this weekend. Su Qingyi nodded and informed him. Li Tao was already used to this guy's elusive behavior. After all, since last semester, he had hardly spent any weekends in the dormitory. Su Qingyi hadn't mentioned his work to his roommates, so the reasons for his erratic movements were left to their imagination. Ma Xiu looked him over and spoke as usual, a busy man, quite the busy man. Su Qingyi ignored him, lowering his head to type away. After handling the school matters, he clicked on the X1 Studio group chat. The employees all assumed he would come for an inspection this weekend, so they were working overtime today to rush their tasks. Fearing that some work wasn't finished or some bug in the program would be caught red-handed by the boss. Everyone was so busy they didn't even have time to chat in the group. By this time, Ma Xiu and Li Tao had finished packing and were heading out. Li Tao waved and was about to speak to Su Qingyi when Ma Xiu put an arm around his shoulder and led him out the door. Let's go, Tao Zi. Look at how rich this guy's college life is, sigh. I'm telling you, being handsome is just great. Before the two of them had gone far, Ma Xiu's sour words drifted in from the hallway. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Tao sounded like he wanted to laugh. Hey, don't disbelieve it. Haven't you heard about that human wealthy flower from the business school? She was taken by this guy in our dorm. And that beautiful senior from our department. Su Qingyi was taken aback. He hadn't realized that Ma Xiu was quite attentive to his private life. Except he was focusing on the wrong people. He had nothing to do with that beautiful senior, but he did have a connection with another female star. As the footsteps and conversation faded into the distance, Su Qingyi pulled his thoughts back and composed a message to send to the game studio group. Happy Friday, everyone. I just ordered milk tea and coffee. Thank you for your hard work. It's a rare weekend, so rest well. Try to leave work matters until next week. He tried to be subtle, but the meaning he wanted to convey was quite clear. The boss wants his weekend too, don't bother me. Everyone got the message, and it was a good thing for them too. They didn't have to come in and compete with overtime on the weekend, and they got free afternoon tea. It was simply the best of both worlds. Thank you, boss. The boss is so generous. I'll carry the banner for President Su. When Wu Fei saw the message, he quickly called to ask. You're not coming this week? Then the renovation we talked about, I'll come next week. Conveniently, I'll send you the contact information for the renovation company in a bit. Ask for everyone's input and see if there's anything else that can be improved. It'll be on the company's tab. Su Qingyi stuffed the sunglasses and mask he always carried into his jacket pocket and took a black baseball cap from the wardrobe. To be honest, he felt like he looked more like a male star with all this gear. Chen Jinji, relying on her sharp intuition and talent as a camera radar, was often quite open and lacked the self-awareness a female star should have when going out. Su Qingyi, on the other hand, acted like a thief every time, sneaking around for fear of being photographed. Sometimes he even had nightmares about being caught by paparazzi, with the hashtag Chen Jinji suspected to be in a relationship hashtag dominating the trending topics. No joke, he would be startled awake. After all, this didn't just mean Chen Jinji's future would be severely damaged, it also meant the ultimate Shura field was coming. It was practically a horror story. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi silently sent a telepathic message to the paparazzi. If you really capture such explosive news, please be sure to contact him first to buy it out. He would definitely offer a higher price than those unscrupulous media outlets. If we can't agree online, we can talk in person. If the in-person price isn't satisfactory, we can negotiate on the spot. What? You say the other side is offering much more? Fine. I'll go to the kitchen to get the money for you. Mr. Paparazzi, do you accept RMB or USD, francs or pounds? On the way to the airport, Su Qingyi's mind was filled with these messy thoughts. He didn't know if it was because tonight's show was fraught with danger and variables or what. In short, he seemed a bit nervous. But it was normal, after all, his girlfriend was singing on stage, and his other girlfriend was sitting in the VIP section with a voting ticket in hand. This was a clash of kings in a sense, the two of them were actually going to be face to face. Just thinking about it made Su Qingyi swallow nervously. But for now, it was just a meeting in front of the cameras, the identities they needed to show weren't Su Qingyi's girlfriend. One was a challenger singer on a variety show, and the other was a behind-the-scenes investor involved in the judging. That was all. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi calmed down a bit. In times like this, the more nervous you are, the easier it is to make a mistake, only calmness can break the deadlock. Although he said that, if possible, Su Qingyi would prefer the two of them never to have any chance of meeting. At least until he was ready for everything, it would be best and safest if they had no contact, whether overt or covert. Unfortunately, that was too idealistic and completely impossible. Now that both were in the entertainment industry, who knows how many shows like The Masked Singer would pop up in the future. If he was this paranoid every time, he would develop heart disease sooner or later, or at the very least, an arrhythmia. Thinking carefully, if this were an adventure game, this stage was just the starter village. According to the rules of I Am the Masked Singer, there was a set time limit for singers to reveal their faces. For a period at least, Chen Jinji would remain masked. So this clash of kings between the two of them was, plainly speaking, like seeing flowers through a mist, they wouldn't even have eye contact. Moreover, all the schedules for both parties were under Su Qingyi's control. He knew Chu Qingyan would be invited to a banquet by her father Chu Yuanjiang's old classmate, who was the person in charge, while Chen Jinji would meet him according to his wishes. In that case, he was certain he could avoid the possibility of them meeting backstage. As long as the host didn't ask on stage, Iris, do you have a boyfriend? Is your boyfriend surnamed Su? Is his name 3 characters long? Is he 182 centimeters tall and a student at the law department of Jing University? As long as that didn't happen, things wouldn't crash and burn. Okay, all is well. Next, he just needed to worry about the challenge. Only then did Su Qingyi realize that, even putting aside the Shura field matters, the competition itself was nerve-wracking enough. The song he chose for Chen Jinji was Mercury Records. Regardless, in such a volatile competition, this move was indeed risky. Especially when everyone subconsciously thought a challenger singer would definitely pull out a big move, a lyrical song like this would be a surprise victory if performed well. If the performance wasn't good, Su Qingyi could hardly imagine how harsh the audience's comments would be. Chen Jinji's mindset, however, was very good. When Su Qingyi asked her over the phone if she was nervous, pretending to be calm, her words were filled with a smile. She sounded truly not nervous at all. At first, Su Qingyi thought she was pretending just like him, but later he realized she really wasn't. She was truly composed. Seeing him beating around the bush for so long without getting to the point, Chen Jinji naturally guessed that he was worried about the competition. So she took the initiative to explain, how should I put it? It's not that I don't have a competitive spirit. You know, I came out of a 101 survival show where the mechanism is like a battle royale, it's impossible for me not to care about winning or losing at all. But my mindset now is a bit different from back then. Why is it different? Su Qingyi didn't quite understand. Back then, I had a do-or-die mentality. I thought that since I chose this path, I had to see it through no matter what. Have you heard of the 800-meter theory? It's when you're running and about to give up, you brainwash yourself into thinking the person you love is waiting for you at the finish line. On the other end of the line, Chen Jinji gave a soft laugh. That's what I thought to keep myself going. Su Qingyi was silent for a long moment. Hearing Chen Jinji say this, he became even more certain that during those 3 months of the program, there were many hardships she had never mentioned. I still feel that I need to work very hard so that I can stand by your side openly and honorably. But compared to then, I'm lacking a bit of ruthlessness. Yeah, maybe it's because I no longer have any complaints about fate, on the contrary, I feel it's been quite good to me. Chen Jinji's tone was still smiling. By now, there is nothing in the world I cannot forgive. So whether it's the program crew's last-minute changes or the public opinion online, I don't care at all. The meaning of this show to me is very simple. I want to sing the song you wrote for me well, and that's enough. After she said all that, Su Qingyi suddenly felt that with her current mindset, she might actually perform Mercury Records even better. If he were too concerned about the outcome like he was, he could never sing the emotion intended in the line, traveling around is boring, at least I can be with you. On the plane. Su Qingyi looked at the churning clouds, and his heart finally calmed down. Regardless of the situation outside the venue, this would definitely be a very good performance. At least until the show was over, he wanted to be a proper listener. 380, Chapter 374. You wouldn't happen to be that pretty boy, would you? Chapter 374, You're not that pretty boy, are you? Standing in front of the recording venue, Su Qingyi looked at the sign at the entrance, his footsteps pausing slightly. It was a bit different from what he had imagined. Whether it was the venue's positioning or the queuing audience, it felt more like the scale of a concert. The crowd didn't seem as hyped or excited as those at a pop concert or music festival. At first glance, there weren't many people either. Perhaps, as Xiao Zheng said, the audience had to be screened. It had taken him quite some effort to get these front row seats on the side stage. The reason Su Qingyi requested side stage seats was mainly that the cameras wouldn't capture this side when filming audience reactions. He had studied the venue's seating arrangement beforehand, the stage lights wouldn't reach the audience here, and even if they were filmed, the shot would be pitch black, making it impossible to see faces clearly. Last time, during the debut night of Idol 101, he hadn't noticed this and was caught by the camera, nearly causing a disaster. A fall in the pit, a gain in wit, Su Qingyi was very good at self-reflection. Xiao Zheng jogged over carrying 2 cups of hot coffee. Seeing him staring down at the sign, he spoke up, different from a concert, right? Oh, it's normal. For variety shows like this, since there's audience voting, they have to ensure the fairness and persuasiveness of the votes as much as possible, right? Secondly, the broadcast effect is also important. Too many people would actually ruin the visual experience. Think about it, if the scene is as noisy as a wet market, it wouldn't look good. Su Qingyi nodded. Xiao Zheng's explanation was quite pertinent. Besides, I know the person in charge of this show. This was definitely his idea. That guy is notoriously nitpicky. He fancies himself a purveyor of high-end art, fundamentally different from those trashy variety show directors. If you ask me, what's the difference? He wants to make a quick buck but can't bear to step off his high horse. In 1 word, pretentious. In 2 words, dead pretentious. Xiao Zheng clicked his tongue twice. As an industry insider, he clearly looked down on such people. Su Qingyi didn't respond. Because the person in charge Xiao Zheng was talking about was likely the same one Miss Chu had mentioned. Judging by how he had shamelessly pestered the eldest miss to record the show, perhaps Xiao Zheng had a point. Let's go. Su Qingyi took the coffee and tilted his chin to signal. The queue for the audience entrance was almost empty now. After a few steps, he handed the coffee back to Xiao Zheng. What's wrong? I specifically bought it without sugar or milk. Xiao Zheng was completely baffled. This young master had always been difficult to serve, being his assistant was truly a challenging task. Every day brought a new experience. Su Qingyi shook his head and simply took a new, unopened mask from his pocket and hooked it onto Xiao Zheng's face. What for? I don't like wearing these things, it's too stuffy. Xiao Jing protested in a muffled voice. You follow me around every day. The paparazzi might start paying attention to you too. Su Qingyi pulled the mask up further without giving him a choice. Oh, come on. I won't be able to see the road, young Master Su. Even after entering the venue and finding their seats, Xiao Zheng was still complaining. This place is really stuffy, I can't even breathe. The singers have to wear masks later, it's true torture. You can take it off once it starts. Su Qingyi tried to adjust the seat, but it was useless, the staff must have locked them in place from the start. Heh, young master, you have no idea. Before a show like this starts recording, there's a mountain of trivial nonsense. It won't get going for another hour or two. One moment their artist has a toothache, the next some sister's outfit isn't ready. Finally, when the host is about to go on stage, hey, guess what? There's a problem with the equipment. Xiao Zheng had seen 400 or 500 recording sites, so he spoke of these things with ease. Su Qingyi listened absent-mindedly, then suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Xiao Zheng, are you from the capital? No. Then what's with that thick Beijing accent? How about it? Isn't it authentic? Xiao Zheng laughed, looking like he was about to burst into song. The peach leaves are pointed at the tips, the willow leaves cover the sky. The Lord Ming in his place, listen closely to my words. Su Qingyi had heard this tune before, it was called Exploring the Qing Shui River. The original version was a typical bawdy song, but the popular versions were mostly censored. Xiao Jing usually seemed playful and unreliable, but he sang this little tune with quite some flavor. It seemed Elder Li's recruitment did indeed involve some testing. Stop it, someone's coming to sit down. Su Qingyi nudged him with his elbow. Although they had chosen a secluded spot, there were others sitting there, currently searching for their seats row by row according to the numbers on their tickets. Xiao Zheng, however, swayed his head, insisting on finishing the verse. Su Qingyi found it a bit strange and started listening seriously. Unexpectedly. The sun has set behind the mountains, autumn insects buzz and hum. Day and night, I long for my brother Su. The tone was so affected, the melody twisting and turning 18 times. Su Qingyi's face instantly darkened, and he gave him a sharp elbow to the waist. Xiao Jing cried out in pain, but he was still laughing so hard he couldn't breathe. It was clear that disgusting Su Qingyi made him very happy. Su Qingyi suppressed the urge to gag and looked toward the stage curtain with a grim face. Later, he would definitely have Chen Jinji sing this part to cleanse his ears. As the official filming time approached, the ordinary audience seats in the back were basically full. Su Qingyi looked around, the seat spacing was quite wide, which was friendly for socially anxious people. It seemed many people came alone, likely due to the production team's rather eccentric screening mechanism. Without any backroom deals, either your friends and family would be screened out, or you would be. After the back rows were filled, the VIP audience members entered. The treatment was indeed different, staff members personally guided these VIPs to their seats and bowed before leaving. Su Qingyi watched carefully for a while but didn't see Miss Chu. Just as he was wondering if she had stood him up at the last minute, the backstage curtain was pulled open, and two people hurried out to lead the way. After confirming everything on site was normal, they signaled back to the backstage. Chu Qingyan walked out surrounded by a crowd. She maintained a polite smile and nodded to every staff member. Good grief, so she wasn't a VIP, she was an SVIP. The passage she took was different from everyone else's. He was too far away to hear what she was saying, but Su Qingyi knew without looking that she was repeating, "Thank you for your hard work," over and over again. Watching her from this distance through the dense crowd felt special. Su Qingyi propped his chin up, watching her somewhat dazed. Yo, what are you looking at, kid? Xiao Jing grinned slyly. Su Qingyi withdrew his gaze and said nonchalantly, looking at my girlfriend. Heh, you're full of it. Careful, I might go and report you to a certain challenger singer later. Xiao Jing thought he was joking and punched him lightly on the shoulder. Do you know who that is? That's the daughter of the CEO of Jinhai Group. Do you know how much weight that title carries? I don't. How much weight? Su Qingyi took a sip of coffee composedly. Oh, you must know about Jinhai Group, right? I won't go into that. Their CEO is named Chu Yuanjiang, and he has only one daughter. He's stated multiple times that she is the one and only heir. Think about it, how many people are staring hungrily at that position of son-in-law? Xiao Zheng had a profound smile on his face, clicked his tongue a few times, and looked at the back of the eldest miss at the center of the rumors in the front row. Just among the industry insiders I know, those who want to climb that social ladder are more than I can count on both hands. Haven't there been a lot of news stories from abroad lately? Like a chaebol's daughter falling for a male celebrity. Oh, that trend has reached China now. You have no idea how many male celebrities, who look glamorous on the surface, try every possible way just to get the eldest Mrs. contact info. Pure desperation. Oh, that's interesting. Su Qingyi continued drinking his coffee, his heart unruffled, even feeling a bit like laughing. But I don't think this eldest miss is the type to date celebrities, otherwise, she wouldn't have started her own entertainment company. To be honest, once you've waded into the muddy waters of the entertainment industry yourself, you lose all your illusions about celebrities. Xiao Jing smacked his lips and reached this conclusion. Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow slightly, he hadn't expected Xiao Jing to be able to analyze even this. He seemed to have some skill. Maybe she already has a boyfriend. He said nonchalantly. That's also possible. There are rumors that the eldest miss is dating some pretty boy at school. Xiao Jing recalled. Su Qingyi felt like he had never been so silent in his life. Pretty boy. But think about it, can that be serious? Given the Chu family's situation, if not a perfect match, at least he'd have to have a name for himself, right? So, anything not clearly in the public I shouldn't be taken seriously. Xiao Jing explained eloquently, sounding very logical. These people aren't looking to date the eldest miss, they just want to get married. A business marriage, you know. Yeah. Still not recovered from the pretty boy blow, Su Qingyi responded noncommittally. Hey, you're not actually thinking of becoming a son-in-law to take a shortcut, are you? Seeing his perfunctory reaction, alarm bells immediately went off in Xiao Zheng's mind. Huh. Su Qingyi pulled his hat brim down, not really wanting to continue this topic. I don't support it, I don't support it. Men of the new era should be self-reliant. Don't ever have such self-defeating thoughts. A young talent like you, what's better than developing slowly? Don't get any crooked ideas, or I'm afraid elderly will have to clean house on your grandfather's behalf. Xiao Jing patted his shoulder, advising him earnestly. Think about it, as long as we work hard, as long as we don't eat or drink and work for 1,000 years or so, we can earn the Chu family's assets. 1/10? 1%? Damn it, as I'm saying this, why does it feel like being a son-in-law is better? Xiao Jing did the math and withdrew his hand in frustration. Su Qingyi was directly amused. Next up, a major documentary on how an ambitious youth fell into being a son-in-law. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Su Qingyi dimmed the brightness before opening the message. Reflex arc as long as the moon, I've arrived at the scene. It's so stuffy in here. What are you doing? Have you had dinner? Su Qingyi typed a reply, I've eaten. The signal in the venue was poor, and the message spun for a while before being sent. Beside him, Xiao Zheng, whose fighting spirit had been extinguished, was still muttering to himself. But, I didn't see clearly just now. Is that eldest miss beautiful? I've seen Chu Yuanjiang before, he looks kind and gentle, not like an ambitious person. Forget it, for a lady of this level, does being beautiful matter? It really doesn't. Even if she looked like Sister Pomegranate, there'd be a long line of people asking for her hand. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and added another sentence. Take a picture and let me see. Reflex arc as long as the moon, the show hasn't started yet. Photos aren't allowed after it starts. I can show you the empty stage now. Su Qingyi replied, I mean a selfie. As soon as he sent this message, Su Qingyi looked up at the front. Sure enough, Chu Qingmian immediately held up her phone, making a selfie pose. However, the message she replied with was, no, the lighting here is bad, it's all dark. Okay then. Su Qingyi didn't intend to insist. Hey, why aren't you asking again? She was being tsundere again. Su Qingyi humored her and replied, fine, I really want to see. Humph. Chu Qingmian then contentedly sent the photo she had just taken. You couldn't tell at all that the lighting was bad as she had said, she had bright eyes, white teeth, and was glowing. Even with limited pixels, she was still as beautiful and lively as a little elf. Su Qingyi handed the phone over a bit. Here, she looks like this. What the F? Xiao Zheng was so shocked he looked like he was about to eat the phone screen. She really looks like this? Yeah. Su Qingyi didn't say anything like, she looks better in person than in photos, as that would be too unrealistic. I can't take it. Which door did God actually close for this eldest miss? Xiao Jing rested his forehead in his hand, lost in thought. Su Qingyi thought about it and couldn't answer the question either, so he simply stayed silent. Wait, where did you get this photo? Xiao Jing woke up from his daze, full of shock. The eldest miss's outfit in the photo was exactly the same as when she appeared just now. A gift from God. Su Qingyi's expression was normal, his tone steady. Xiaojing clearly didn't believe him, looking like he was going to get to the bottom of it. Fortunately, at this moment, the show's curtain finally opened, and the host stood under the spotlight with a beaming smile. Audience friends, good evening, everyone. Su Qingyi took the chance to end the conversation, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture and lowering his voice, please be a high-quality audience member. Xiaojing had no choice but to swallow his questions, sighed, and looked at the stage. It is a great honor to witness such a soul-stirring competition with all of you. So, next, please hold your voting devices. The numbers from 1 to 8 represent the performer's order of appearance. The order of appearance is different for each episode, decided by the performers drawing lots. In the final voting segment, whichever number you press represents the performer you are voting for. I believe everyone knows that this episode is very cruel, the host drew out his words. The challenger singer elimination round. Therefore, tonight, one performer will definitely leave our show's stage. The rules are cruel, but the music is beautiful. Next, let's set aside all these thoughts and listen carefully to this song. He announced a song that felt quite dated. One could tell at a listen that some veteran singer was playing dirty, starting with a knockout blow right from the beginning. Applause erupted from the audience. Su Qingyi clapped her hands lightly twice. The spotlight went out, and the host quietly left the stage. Next was the wait for the singer to appear, a moment of absolute silence. Xiaojing, who had been deep in thought for a long time, suddenly had an epiphany, feeling he had found the answer to all his questions. He slapped his thigh with a thwack. You're not that legendary campus pretty boy, are you? His abrupt voice pulled the stranger next to him, who was focusing on getting into the mood, right back to reality, earning him an angry glare. Xiaojing quickly lowered his volume and whispered, sorry. And the person on his other side didn't look happy either. Xiaojing was nearly pierced by a cold glare from that person. Su Qingyi pulled up his mask and snorted coldly. You're the pretty boy. 381, Chapter 375. The ancient Greek god of justice. Although the person in charge was finicky and self-important, it had to be said that the singing equipment arranged for his show was indeed top tier. From a distance, Su Qingyi could tell that the microphone held by the singer on stage was a brand called Sennheiser. Although it looked plain and unremarkable, its value was around 6 figures. With microphones at this level, the sound system, which affected the overall listening experience, was naturally even more expensive. Besides these hardware facilities, Su Qingyi also specifically observed the accompaniment team nearby. Good grief, they had clearly spent a fortune. As the singer on stage sang the first line, the sound quality was extremely smooth, and the vocals blended seamlessly with the accompaniment, quickly followed by sighs of admiration all around. If it weren't for the fear of affecting the performance, there might have been applause. Xiaojing, sitting nearby, was also somewhat surprised by the performance's effect. He temporarily put aside his burning desire for gossip and decided to play the part of a high-quality audience member first. Otherwise, the big guy next to him would probably have started a real-life brawl. Su Qingyi leaned back slightly, sinking his body into the soft back of the seat. It must be said that, setting aside other factors, watching a performance like this was indeed a pleasure. Moreover, the singer's personal skill was truly solid. Compared to the CDs everyone was used to, the live arrangement, after being adapted, was even more passionate and stirring. Su Qingyi thought that the time he had heard this song the most seemed to be through Su Zilong's car stereo, which was as low quality as a broken speaker scavenged from a last-century junk market. It wasn't that Lincoln Navigator with its nouveau riche aura he had now, but an old second-hand Hyundai, which would only be worth about 30 to 50,000 yuan if calculated today. Even though so many years had passed, Su Qingyi still remembered that car vividly. The car body was a very tacky royal blue, and the left door had a mismatched Rilakkuma sticker on it to cover up an ugly, index finger-long scratch. Buying the car had almost emptied out all of Su Zilong's performance fees from running around, so naturally, there was no money left to spray on new paint. But the way Su Zilong looked driving the car back was like the best hunter in the tribe who had just slain a brown bear, full of spirit. When he stood downstairs shouting about taking Su Qingyi out for a ride, he was caught red-handed by Yang Lu coming home from work, who was so angry she almost smashed him and the car together. As a child, Su Qingyi would lie by the window, watching the two of them bickering as they chased each other. Yang Lu would say, "You goddamn idiot, we have to split a piece of meat into 2 meals, and you still dare to buy a car." Su Zilong would run and talk back, saying he bought the car for the good of the family, so that when she got off the night shift, he could drive to pick her up. The passenger seat was always reserved for his son, the hood always had a photo of the family of 3, and the safety amulet hanging in front was something Yang Lu, who was grumbling on the surface, had gone to the temple to pray for overnight. The singer sang passionately, and Su Qingyi closed his eyes, as if he could smell the inferior leather seats and the scent of cheap cigarettes wafting from the driver's seat. Su Zilong, having just picked up the new car, was very smug and insisted on taking his son out for a drive. Su Qingyi hated the smell of smoke, so he silently opened the car window to the maximum. A long, long time ago, you had me, and I had you. A long, long time ago, you left me to soar into the distant sky. The wind blew the tune far away, and Su Zilong in the driver's seat, with a cigarette in his mouth, spoke vaguely about his future plans. He said he would sooner or later make big money, send his son to the best private school, and buy his wife the most luxurious villa. And finally, switch to a Lincoln Navigator. He had been eyeing this model for a long time. Regarding these things, Su Qingyi thought he had long forgotten them. After all, he hadn't been listening seriously to Su Zilong back then. Although he was young, he knew this was called pie in the sky. His focus was on the fact that the car's horsepower was too weak. It felt like even if it tried its best, it couldn't catch up to the taillights of the Porsche in front. Su Qingyi opened his eyes and looked at the singer in the center of the stage singing with great emotion. The dreams Su Zilong spoke of back then seemed to have all been achieved. It was just that the one attending private school wasn't his son, and the one living in the big villa wasn't Yang Lu, only the driver of that Navigator remained unchanged. Whenever the sunset sinks, I am always here waiting for you. Although it is raining in the sky, I am still waiting for your return. As the singer sang the last line, the perfectly timed choke and tremble in the tone made the already moving old song even more touching. Su Qingyi vaguely heard the sound of the big, fleshy-faced guy 2 seats over sobbing faintly. The big guy was truly moved. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and pulled back the thoughts that had been dragged out into his heart. Although he was also moved, it was in his nature not to easily reveal such emotions. Now he just hoped the big guy wouldn't cry anymore. What if he cried with such show effect that he attracted the cameraman over later? Xiaojing scooted over and whispered to Su Qingyi, "Hey, this is what you call a memory kill. Look at how it killed our big guy." Su Qingyi glanced at him and lowered his voice as well. "Why didn't it kill you?" "TSK, I don't know, I didn't get that feeling." "Straight up pass, pass." Xiaojing shook the voting device in his hand. The next second, Su Qingyi snatched the voting device away from him. "What are you doing? I see that it seems only the number 8 key is working on this." Su Qingyi said solemnly. "I give up on you. I was just joking, of course, I have to vote for our own artist." Xiaojing laughed, shook his head, and sat up straight again. The song ended, and thunderous applause erupted. The singer bowed and left the stage, and the host came back on. Su Qingyi had just banished the ominous thought of the cameraman being attracted by the free actor big guy who was crying too hard from his mind when someone really slipped quietly to his side and tapped his shoulder unexpectedly. Su Qingyi was very alert and immediately pulled away. Although he didn't make a sound, his rejecting action made the other person quickly retract his hand. Su Qingyi sized up the other person and confirmed it was someone he didn't know. Are you teacher Ji Jinchen?" As soon as this title came out, Su Qingyi guessed where the other person came from. "Definitely from 101 Company." "What is it?" He had never had a good impression of this group of people, so naturally, his tone wasn't very good. Our company has secured a front row VIP seat for you, look, it's right there." The other person wore an obsequious smile and pointed. Su Qingyi looked in the direction he was pointing. Good grief, it was right behind Miss Chu. "No, not going." Su Qingyi immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. What a joke. Wouldn't this be equivalent to exposing himself? "Teacher Ji Jinchen, you don't need to be polite with us. With your all-out help, our company's Iris was able to participate in the competition with an original track. That seat is specifically reserved for you. Come, I'll take you over right now." The other person clearly thought he was being politely evasive and immediately reached out to grab his arm. This person was focused on currying favor and didn't notice at all that the first song had ended. The venue was very quiet right now, and his actions and overly loud tone had already attracted the attention of quite a few people. Even Miss Chu turned her head to look with some curiosity. Fortunately, the location where they were was remote and had no lighting. Su Qingyi took a deep breath and gave him a friendly smile. "I am not going." He pried the person's hand off his arm, kept smiling, and said, "If you make that kind of attention-grabbing, dead-ass commotion again, I will drag you down with me." The person from 101 Company was shocked to see this and for a moment didn't know where he had offended this young master again. But seeing that his expression was very serious, and really not daring to persuade him further, he had to apologize and left sullenly. Sigh, the company's bootlicking had hit the horse's leg again. the VIP ticket that had taken so much effort to get was useless now. Forget it, I'll just go over and listen by myself later. Su Qingyi watched him really leave, and only then did he put down his hanging heart. Hey, this 101 company is really something. Getting a VIP ticket, and only for you. Who are they looking down on? Xiao Jing protested. Then you go sit in it. Su Qingyi wished someone would go and take that spot, otherwise, having one empty seat in a packed row would only arouse suspicion. No, no, no. Where would you find the boss sitting in the back and the assistant sitting in VIP? Xiao Jing said with a grin. Part, Gemini, 3.0, Flash. The host on stage had been spouting nonsense for a while now. It was unclear if something had gone wrong with the second singer. Because the wait was getting a bit tedious, the chatter in the audience was gradually becoming more unrestrained. See. I told you, these kinds of sudden situations happen a lot. Actually, I used to be a host for a while too, but I really couldn't stand it. My face would practically break from smiling at the camera every day. Looking at the host's increasingly stiff expression on stage, Xiao Jing felt a deep sense of empathy. Su Qingyi nodded, offering no comment. He could never be a host in his next life, let alone this one. With his personality, if he encountered a situation like this on stage, he would probably say with an expressionless face, like he was reporting for the Xinwen Lianhua, sorry, there is a problem with singer XX. Please wait patiently. If you do not wish to wait, please exit through the security passage on the right in an orderly fashion. Then he would successfully give the general director a heart attack, lose his job on the spot, and then be blacklisted by the entire industry. Just before the venue turned into the kind of chaotic wet market that showrunners hate most, the host finally received permission from backstage through his in-ear monitor and visibly relaxed. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for waiting. But I believe this next song will definitely not disappoint. He is young and vigorous, he is talented, he is confident and bold, he is. The host held the microphone out toward the audience, and they quickly shouted in unison, Justin. It was clearly dominated by female voices. The spotlight followed him all the way. Justin's stride was full of confidence. Since the singers had to be masked, Xiao Jing showed Su Qingyi a photo he had found on Baidu beforehand. Justin's appearance was actually a bit different from what Su Qingyi had imagined. He wasn't a male idol like Lai Yuza, but had a face typical of a Chinese American who had grown up abroad. One look at his aura and you could tell he had strong backing. He was an artist from Xingxing Entertainment, after all. Su Qingyi looked toward the VIP seats in front. The person beside Chu Qingyan started chatting and laughing with her. From Su Qingyi's angle, he couldn't see her expression, only that her nod was very slight. Performing second seemed to be an order he was very satisfied with, and his style was as consistent as ever, his best practiced electronic dream pop. He didn't seem to feel threatened or affected by the challenger singer at all. After the performance, Su Qingyi's main thought was, the lighting technician works so hard. To match his musical style, the joysticks must have been on the verge of snapping. The atmosphere in the venue shifted from the previous nostalgic sentimentality to a DJ dance floor, filled with a sense of joy. Su Qingyi pondered amidst the applause. Justin's song choice was exactly as he had judged. He was an arrogant person who wouldn't easily change his style due to external factors. This was exactly what Su Qingyi needed. Knowing that Vivian would definitely choose to sing her most well-known fast song to survive the elimination, as long as the second young singer, Justin, didn't choose a slow love ballad, Chen Jinji wouldn't clash with anyone's style. However, after hearing this song, Su Qingyi had to admit that Justin had talent and was a formidable rival. Miss Chu's eye for talent was indeed quite good, signing this artist was surely a guaranteed profitable deal. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi lifted his eyes to look ahead. Miss Chu's posture was very upright, the curve of her lower back graceful, and her palms met elegantly exactly 3 times. Perhaps the next few singers felt even more pressured after hearing the first 2 performances, so everyone sang with extreme effort. Various high-pitched vocal flexes emerged one after another. With a set of speakers not far away, Su Qingyi felt like his eardrums might actually get damaged. Especially the 7th performer, Vivian. Su Qingyi finally understood that Xiao Zheng's strange, wu wei, cries that day weren't without reason. The song really was sung like that, how should he put it? It had a very primitive beauty. After listening to such a song, Su Qingyi felt like he had regressed to a primitive state, swinging back and forth on vines in a virgin forest. Steals a passerby's banana, flies into the jungle, swings through the vines, howls loudly, but it had to be said, the listening experience was quite shocking. Although the style was rare, it was understandable why the song was a hit. Su Qingyi rubbed his ears, watching Vivian exit amidst applause, drenched in sweat from exhaustion. He suddenly became nervous again. When his hearing was fatigued just now, he had wanted this whole process to end quickly. Now that Chen Jinji was actually about to appear, he kind of wanted to bring Vivian back to do the Wu Wei thing one more time. The host stepped onto the stage right on time, beaming with smiles. Perhaps it was the genuine happiness of being close to finishing work. Audience friends, are you satisfied with tonight's program? Satisfied, the audience was very cooperative. Only Su Qingyi and Xiao Zheng had no reaction. Su Qingyi was nervous on his own, his eyes constantly glancing toward the backstage area. As for Xiao Zheng, he had listened until he was sleepy. Su Qingyi felt like the man could hardly keep his eyes open, even though everyone was singing so high, it had become a lullaby to his ears. But, tonight's thrilling competition is not over yet. Next up is the most important part, the one everyone has been looking forward to most, the challenger singer's performance. The host's tone was impassioned. Su Qingyi wanted to cut the power to his microphone. He was already nervous, and the host just had to say things to make him even more so. After this performance, we will enter the voting phase. And whether the challenger singer can stay will be entirely decided by the voting devices in your hands. The host closed his script and continued, just now backstage, I had a brief exchange with this challenger singer. I asked her if she was nervous. After all, this is her first time on stage as a solo singer. This was clearly a share outside of the fixed program flow. Su Qingyi leaned forward slightly and listened intently. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the side aisle. Su Qingyi tried hard to ignore the strange noise and focus on the host. She smiled and said she wasn't nervous. Because when she first appeared in the public eye, she said something, it's not the stage that needs her, but she who needs the stage. Su Qingyi was stunned for a moment. He remembered those were the words she said in the promotional video for Idol 101. To think that so much time had already passed. Just as he was about to immerse himself in the atmosphere the host was trying so hard to create, the rustling sound beside him turned into blatant conversation. Wei, not Hia. Is two. Hia. Did they learn their Mandarin in Mauritius or something? Su Qingyi turned his head with a look of confusion. He saw two sneaky dark shadows hunched over, trying to squeeze toward the front row. What you doin'? Someone sittin', Hia. An angry voice. What's going on? A confused voice, one where the clarity revealed a certain stupidity. Su Qingyi felt something was increasingly off, because, the more he heard these two, the more familiar they sounded. The angry one sounded like a certain ethereal mermaid-voiced girl the fans talked about. The clear and stupid one sounded like a certain energetic and cute cloud-raised daughter the fans talked about. And the dialogue that followed made him even more certain of his judgment. Du bist so ein Narr. Perfectly pronounced German, meaning, you are such a fool. Aish, Jinja. Gibberish. Although he didn't fully understand, he could tell it was Korean. The first part seemed to mean I'm so annoyed. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of dying down and were instead showing signs of arguing even more fiercely, Su Qingyi finally lost his patience. He turned his head and whispered in a low voice, Skice. After successfully receiving a shocked look from a certain platinum blonde iceberg beauty, Su Qingyi turned to the other twin-tailed beauty. Sherbal. And so he received another look full of disbelief. After rewarding each of them with a national swear word, Su Qingyi sat back up expressionlessly. The ancient Greek god of fairness. Impartial and unbiased, bestowing favors equally on all. 382, Chapter 376 As if fate had quietly decided its course. Chapter 376, As fate quietly settles. The two popular idols squatting on the ground were wearing hats and masks, wrapping themselves up tightly. Find good Taiwan books on Taiwan Novel Network, TC is super convenient. But a certain mixed-race girl's platinum blonde hair was simply too conspicuous, even in the dim corridor, it was still clearly visible. The three of them stared at each other for a while before Lin Yishui finally spoke first. Su Qingyi. It's been so long. How has this girl's Mandarin not improved at all? As soon as Zhang Eunyan heard this familiar name, her eyes widened, and she almost cried out in surprise. Of course she remembered this person. Sister Jinji's boyfriend. However, Su Qingyi nodded quickly and then raised a finger to signal the two of them to keep their voices down. The orchestra on stage was already making final preparations, and the singer was about to come on stage. You guys came to watch her compete? As soon as this question was asked, the two of them immediately nodded like chickens pecking at rice. But, we can't find our seats. Zhang Eunyan scratched her head in confusion. Lin Yishui, fearing Su Qingyi would misunderstand and think they were skipping out on tickets, immediately pulled the ticket stubs out of her pocket and handed them to him. The light was poor, so Su Qingyi turned on his phone screen and looked closely at the seats. Section C, Row 7, Seats 6 and 7. Su Qingyi was silent for a long while before tossing the ticket stubs back to Lin Yishui. Ladies, is it possible that we are in Section E? What? The two of them let out a shocked gasp in unison. Forget it, let's go now. Miss John Eun-yun had a pretty good attitude, she immediately hunched her body, ready for the next round of a 100-meter dash. Section C was diagonally opposite Section E. To get there, they would have to cross the entire audience. Spectators whose view was blocked might throw gas canisters at these two uninvited guests. Furthermore, the performance was about to begin. Just as Su Qingyi was about to speak up and stop this plan, Lin Yishui spoke first with a frown. No good. Su Qingyi's heart stirred, he hadn't expected Sister Lin to have some sense of decorum. That's too slow. Let's run. Question mark. A giant question mark appeared on Su Qingyi's face. He reached out and grabbed the hoods of the two brats' hoodies. What are you doing? He quickly received glares from both of them. Su Qingyi didn't speak, just tilted his chin, signaling them to look at the stage. The noisy host had quietly exited at some point, and a cyan glimmer suddenly struck the pitch-black stage. Chen Jinji was already standing on the stage, wearing a comical panda mask. But standing there with such an elegant posture, she naturally made people overlook any atmosphere-breaking appearance, only looking forward to the moment she opened her mouth. The two who were just noisy instantly shut their mouths and sat obediently on the steps of the aisle. The piano notes of the intro flowed out like water. Chen Jinji picked up the microphone and sang the first line of the lyrics. Obsessed with your eyes, the Milky Way has tracks to follow. It was a perfect opening, even the most critical judge couldn't find a single flaw. Su Qingyi heard a wave of stunned gasps around him. The two sisters squatting on the steps were also very enchanted. For a moment, they forgot to argue and naturally leaned against each other. Xiao Zheng, who had been drowsy during the previous high-pitched tunes, woke up to such a soothing melody. This fleeting sight, the closest distance, along the texture of your skin, walking across the winding arm. Giving you a dream. As she sang this line, the stage lights changed for the first time. A swirling universe of planets suddenly appeared behind Chen Jinji, and the dome of the entire venue subsequently transformed into a dazzling, brilliant starry sky. The rivers of stars flowed as if one were in the vast universe. Every audience member present was amazed and once again remembered that the name of this song was Mercury Records. The photographer's footsteps were hurried as he finally found the best angle to film the person on stage. Looking from here, in such a scene, she looked like a holographic image projected from the end of the universe. Too beautiful, the photographer thought as he looked at the image, unable to help but sigh in admiration. The shot that truly elevated this show to divine status had appeared. Su Qingyi's expression was very calm compared to those around him who were either stunned or so emotional they were about to cry. Everyone was looking up at the starry sky, while he just quietly watched the person on stage. Xiao Jing glanced at him, then looked up at the stars on the dome. He couldn't help but calculate in his heart how much silver such a customization would cost the young master. Aya, you tell me, how interesting is it to date a young master like this? No matter the time, he is expressionless and detached, as if there is nothing in this world worth his concern or emotion. But he would also research entertainment industry matters he has zero interest in for your sake. He would fill an entire sheet of scratch paper with opponent information for you, like a private detective studying a criminal, and for you, he would quietly use the identity of a staff member from 101 Company, which he usually hates most, to contact the production team and customize such an extremely romantic starry sky for you. And Chen Jinji clearly hadn't expected such a stage effect either. Her steady pitch had a hint of uncontrollable trembling because of this unexpected beauty, yet it made this line of escalating emotion even more heart-stirringly powerful. How much further to enter your heart, how much longer to get close to you? The person who is so close yet cannot be approached, is also waiting to meet you. Orbiting stars, how can they possess you? Chen Jinji's voice was like the first spring breeze that melts the snow. Singing such a love song was like slowly telling a warm story in someone's ear. From the gentle narration at the beginning to the surge of emotion at the climax, she was perfectly integrated with every word and every note of this song, as if leading the audience through a galactic journey. This song seemed to be about an unrequited crush, but it wasn't just about that. Some thought of the confession they never spoke during their youth, some thought of a partner they had shared a life with for 10 years, others thought of the vastness of the universe versus the smallness of a grain of dust. The person who is so close yet cannot be approached, how to search, how lucky must one be, to dare let you realize you are not lonely. Orbiting is boring, but at least I can stay with you. Chen Jinji sang the last line of this song with extreme tenderness, making people inexplicably feel an urge to shed tears. It was as if at that moment, the river of stars was inverted and moonlight filled the sky. Time moved slowly in the universe, and Mercury orbited quietly. Things change and stars move, but her gaze was for eternity. And when all things are annihilated and the universe turns to dust, she said, I'll give you a dream. As the last beat of the piano key was struck, the lights of the starry dome gradually dimmed, converging toward the center of the stage. Light and shadow flowed, melting into a beautiful, tiny planet. Everyone present knew that this was the smallest of the 8 planets. It had no satellites orbiting it and was the planet closest to the sun. It was Mercury. Chen Jinji, like every audience member, kept her eyes on it. It wasn't easy to do this with that comical panda mask on. For a moment, the vast venue was dead silent, until the host below took the lead in clapping, and then the applause finally rang out belatedly. The lights brightened again, revealing the crisscrossing tear stains on many people's faces. Chen Jinji faced the audience again and bowed to take her leave. Even with the mask on, her bow was a standard 90 degrees. Only then did people realize the performance had ended, wiping their faces somewhat dazed as they tried to return to reality from the galaxy. The most typical examples were probably the 2 seatless girls nearby. They weren't just silently weeping, they were practically crying in each other's arms. Su Qingyi actually really wanted to ask if they could even understand the lyrics with their level of Chinese. But after thinking about it, he didn't ask, but instead handed over a pack of tissues. The 2 struggled out of their sea of tears and said with a sob, "Thank you." Su Qingyi felt like laughing for a moment. He was about to speak but was interrupted by their mumbling. Sister Jinji has had it too hard. Yeah. It's really been tough. Yeah. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and said nothing. The host returned to the stage, a dark patch near the corner of his eye where tears had melted his makeup. It was truly stunning. A performance that is hard to describe in words. Everyone knows I graduated from the Chinese department of Peking University, and I rarely find myself at a loss for words. While delivering his flattery, he didn't forget to crack a joke. So, some laughter rang out in the venue again. This was one of his professional duties as a host, as he had something rather cruel to say next. I didn't expect the first challenger singer to present such a perfectly flawless stage, and at the same time, contribute such a heart-touching song. Just as the song says, every audience member tonight is lucky. However, besides appreciation, we have one final procedure tonight. The host's expression became serious, and he waved the voting device in his hand. As you can see, the electronic locks on the voting devices have been uniformly unlocked. In the next 5 minutes, please select the singer you favor and press their performance sequence number. Everyone must vote very carefully, this determines whether the singer can stay on our stage. Su Qingyi handed Xiao Zheng's voting device to him, then turned to the seatless girls and said, "Aren't you going to vote? It will be counted as an abstention." His words immediately pulled the 2 out of their sentimental mood, like a sudden enlightenment. Zhao Nunyan looked at the countdown on the stage and stomped her feet in anxiety. "Let's go." Lin Yishui nodded seriously and pointed out a way. "This way." Like soldiers on a glorious mission, the 2 held hands and squeezed into the back of the audience. Oi, why do those 2 look a bit familiar? Xiao Jing rubbed his eyes, doubting if he was dreaming. He had experienced too much today. Su Qingyi didn't respond. He looked at the voting device and, without hesitation, pressed number 8. At this time, the host walked off the stage, followed closely by the photographer, seemingly for an interview segment. The microphone was handed to the people in the front row VIP seats. Su Qingyi suddenly felt a bit nervous. With so many people, they wouldn't interview the eldest miss, would they? But obviously, the production team wouldn't let this wave of hype go. The beaming host walked straight to Chu Qingyan's position. "Next, let's conduct a brief interview with the professional judges bench, who have the voting power of 10 votes. Miss Chu was clearly very resistant to this. She first reflexively leaned back, then made a waving gesture. But the microphone was still handed to her. Su Qingyi watched from afar and felt like she let out a faint sigh. "Okay, this is Miss Chu from Xingxing Entertainment. What are your thoughts on tonight's performance? How do you think everyone performed?" The host bent over, the smile on his face saying, "Please say a few words, this is the task the boss gave me, please cooperate. Please, please." Chu Qingyan had never been one to like making things difficult for others. Even if she didn't want to be interviewed, she still nodded slightly and took the microphone. "Justin has always been very excellent. I believe in his ability and hope he can stay on our I Am the Masked Singer show and bring more and better stages to everyone. As soon as she said this, the host was a bit stuck. Because this eldest miss actually said the name directly, which is a violation of the show's rules. Although everyone was well aware of the contestants' identities, this was the first time someone had named one so blatantly. Despite this, the host was still very grateful that this eldest miss was willing to take the microphone. She obviously didn't want him to be embarrassed and was helping out. Otherwise, with her background, if she didn't want to be interviewed, who would dare force her? They'd probably be out of a job. The smile on Chu Qingyan's face was polite and distant, her words flawless, making it impossible for anyone to find fault. Su Qingyi, sitting behind and to the side, unable to even see her expression clearly, knew it in his heart, this girl did it on purpose. She knew the show couldn't openly reveal the contestants' identities, so she deliberately said it directly to ensure that her interview segment wouldn't be aired in the official program. The production team thought that by throwing the burden onto the host and letting him shamelessly ride the eldest miss's popularity, they could really get what they wanted. Who knew that this eldest miss, who looked harmless, was actually smarter than anyone? As Su Qingyi thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled up, feeling quite gratified. Then it seems Miss Chu will definitely vote for him. Good, I hope he can live up to the trust and continue to shine on the stage. The host smoothed things over, and then seeing that the 5 minutes were almost up, he clapped his hands and decided to return to the stage to continue the hosting process. Unexpectedly, Miss Chu suddenly added another sentence, "No, for tonight's performance, my choice is contestant number 8. Host. Su Qingyi." It was hard to understand. Chu Qingyan would actually vote for Chen Jinji. Having experienced the rooftop confrontation after the college entrance exam, she clearly knew the other party's identity as a former love rival. The host also didn't know how to respond for a moment. Eldest miss. If you're going to vote, just vote, don't say it out loud. Your artist backstage will probably feel like 10,000 arrows are piercing his heart. That. Unable to think of a way out for a long while, the host could only let out a few dry laughs. Chu Qingyan gently put down the voting device in her hand, her tone sounding very normal. Coming to the scene today, I am first an audience member, and then the representative of Xingxing Entertainment. So, my duty is to fairly cast my vote for the best performer in this competition. Chu Qingyan smiled slightly, her eyes as clear and bright as always. Contestant number 8's performance tonight was very stunning. I consider myself a bit of an astronomy and universe enthusiast. I've seen Mercury through an astronomical telescope and painted it many times with oil paints. It's just that none were as beautiful as the one I saw tonight. So, naturally, my choice is contestant number 8. Chu Qingyan calmly displayed the number shown on the screen of her voting device to everyone. The eldest miss was truly chic. A thunderous round of applause erupted from the audience. Xiao Zheng, who hadn't clapped more than twice from beginning to end, finally didn't withhold his praise this time. Su Qingyi looked at her profile, which was as clear and fair as moonlight, and suddenly felt that she might really be different from others. In this world of intrigue and filth, she could remain so untainted from start to finish. Backstage. The audio feed broadcast the commotion from the front stage clearly. Justin's face was very ugly. He took off his headset and slammed it onto the table. A staff member immediately rushed over to help him rearrange the tangled data cables. On the other side, Chen Jinji had just taken off the panda mask. The venue was already sweltering, and wearing the mask made it even more unbearable. She leaned against the wall with her head down, quietly listening to the sounds from outside. Her bangs, which she hadn't had time to tidy yet, fell down, a few strands hanging in front of her eyes. Light and shadow interlaced, making it impossible to see her expression. When she heard, "My choice is contestant number 8, her breathing hitched slightly. After a long while, her long eyelashes lowered, like the soft wings of a butterfly lightly fluttering once, hiding her complex thoughts well. At this moment, the river of stars in the sky turned, as if fate had quietly settled. 383, Chapter 377 Chen Jinji's Fox Tale. After a brief tallying of the results, the competition's outcome was about to be officially announced. Despite being there in person and having a tangible sense of the audience's enthusiastic response, Su Qingyi still grew nervous as the time to announce the results approached. Xiao Zheng, on the other hand, appeared quite relaxed. He prided himself on being a veteran of many battles and was certain his judgment would not be wrong. Relax. If Chen Jinji isn't in the top 3 this time, I'll eat this phone screen right here on the spot. He was clearly about to make a more dire bet, but he caught himself just in time. Yeah. Su Qingyi responded, his tone a bit perfunctory. Hey, if she's not in the top 3, it's pure corruption. Anyone with even a bit of discernment can see the outcome. Xiao Jing clicked his tongue in admiration. It's a good thing you chose this song, the atmosphere was an absolute killer. If I hadn't been single since birth, even I would have been moved. The guy next to us was probably thinking of his first love from 30 years ago, he was crying so emotionally. Hey, are you really a fortune teller or a detective? To think you could guess that choosing this kind of song would work, it's a waste that you're not on a management team. He slapped Su Qingyi's shoulder hard as a sign of encouragement. Aren't I doing that right now? Su Qingyi tossed back the line nonchalantly and closed his eyes, looking a bit tired. The hotel he had booked last minute last night had terrible soundproofing, so he hadn't slept well at all. However, it could also have been because he was naturally nervous. While listening to the death metal from next door and staring blankly at the dark ceiling, Su Qingyi thought of a certain medication he used to take in his past life. The doctor said it had the effect of stabilizing mood and improving sleep. Su Qingyi followed the doctor's orders and took one pill every night before bed. It did indeed reduce the frequency of insomnia, but it was accompanied by side effects like cold sweats, slowed reactions, and memory loss. Besides that, the mood-stabilizing effect successfully made the already emotionally deficient Su Qingyi even less capable of feeling any emotional fluctuations. In his past life, he felt these side effects were acceptable because insomnia was the most painful thing. If it's only 1 or 2 nights of insomnia, people might think it doesn't matter. But if you have to experience that feeling of not being able to close your eyes all night, year after year, then it can be described as a form of torture. Even though you're exhausted, your brain is incredibly awake, and once you close your eyes, bizarre visions appear before you. You're forced to stare blankly with your eyes open until dawn breaks, only then catching a brief period of half-dreaming, half-waking sleep. In such a situation, medical intervention is mandatory, otherwise, a person will either drop dead or go insane. The current Su Qingyi still remembered that the medication was a small white circle, but if he were asked to take it again now, he would be somewhat reluctant. That raised the question, how could he have been so confident that his past self had no psychological issues other than social anxiety? Last night, Su Qingyi sat at the edge of his bed and reflected deeply. This clearly couldn't just be called a psychological issue, it was practically a disease. Fortunately, he had been reborn. The current situation was more than just a little bit better than before, but he still needed to proceed with caution. Just thinking back to that state felt like looking at a pool of stagnant water, completely devoid of life. Seeing him resting with his eyes closed, Xiao Jing tactfully shut his mouth and waited for the host to return to the stage. Unlike the previous episode, where some audience members left early to avoid the queues. This episode was different, staying on site was the only way to be the first to know the success or failure of the challenge and who would be brutally eliminated in the second episode. And then go on Weibo to spread the news far and wide, enjoying the feeling of being a melon lord. Alright, thank you all for your patient waiting. Next, we will proceed to the ranking announcement. Would all the singers please come to the front of the stage? The host smiled slightly and gestured with his hand. Stand at the front? Does that mean they're revealing their faces early? Su Qingyi opened his eyes, feeling a bit surprised. He saw that a partition had been set up on stage, standing behind it, the singers would only leave a silhouette like a shadow play. It really wasn't time yet. Su Qingyi rubbed his temples, he also hoped the reveal would come later. At least, now was not the time. Chen Jinji wanted to establish herself as a singer, and The Masked Singer was the best stepping stone. After participating in this show, the first thing to be removed would be the "I Candy" label. After all, they were all masked, the voice did the talking. Her status as an idol had brought her the first wave of traffic and her first batch of fans, but it also brought countless rumors and baseless accusations. The 8 singers took the stage one by one, and 8 silhouettes appeared on the partition. Looking from afar, Su Qingyi immediately identified which one was Chen Jinji. The last one from left to right, in an inconspicuous corner. Her figure was too superior, and she possessed a natural elegance in every movement. Because they were behind a partition, the cumbersome and obstructive masks had been removed. She lightly tossed her head, and even the curve of her hair fluttering was just right. Su Qingyi thought, a beauty like a flower, separated by the clouds. Next, we will begin announcing the ranking starting from 7th place. The host glanced down at the ranking card in his hand, his grip on the microphone tightening slightly. This is the usual routine for these shows, they insist on starting the announcement from the least exciting part. It's so annoying. Xiao Jing felt a bit bored and slumped further into his seat. Hey, though, if Vivian is 7th, that would be 2 consecutive 7th place rankings. She'd probably be eliminated. Thinking of this, he regained some interest. Su Qingyi wondered, if he were part of the production team, would he be satisfied with this result? Although Vivian seemed like the easiest target and her performance wasn't great, so probably not many people would feel sorry if she were eliminated. But if that happened, wouldn't the average age of the show's contestants be a bit too high? I wonder who the next challenger will be. While he was thinking, the host had already announced the number. 7th place for this round is number 4. It wasn't Vivian, but a veteran singer. Su Qingyi recalled that he had sung a retro disco song. This person was truly old and clearly had a misunderstanding of what heating up the atmosphere, or pulling the audience's heartstrings, meant. While everyone would sway along to a song like that, most were just joining the fun and wouldn't actually vote for him. How should I put it? At his age, jumping around on stage is quite a feat. Whoa, is Wu Wei going to make a comeback? Based on my experience, if she's not at the bottom, she's in the top tier. Xiao Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Then again, she might be 8th. Thinking of this, he slumped back again. Unexpectedly, things turned out exactly as he had predicted. It wasn't until the 4th place announcement that number 7, Vivian, was called. This really counted as a successful comeback, at least she wouldn't be eliminated. Su Qingyi looked at the stage. A scream came from the position next to Chen Jinji, and then someone hugged her. Chen Jinji took a step back to steady herself, but quickly adjusted and gave her a comforting pat on the back. Ha, how long have they even known each other? Su Qingyi watched the scene with his arms crossed. Why is it that Chen Jinji can quickly get on good terms with people no matter where she goes? It was the same during the 101 competition, even someone with an icy personality like Sister Lin was quickly won over by Chen Jinji, successfully assimilated into a Sister Khan, just like Zhao Yun, one calling her Uni, and the other calling her Sister. Since her debut, Lin Yishui had only posted about a dozen Weibo updates, and 7 or 8 of them were related to Chen Jinji. Her first Weibo post was speaking out about that Seiseing incident, and the following ones were, Jinji Elder Sister's new song, I Love It. Attached was a link to the new song. Tonight's radio broadcast is with Jinji Elder Sister. Please tune in. P.S. It's a duo broadcast. She even specifically emphasized that Zhao Yun wasn't there. The first comment on that post was from Zhao Yun, I hate you. Fans replied with over 2,000 s below it. The first time she posted a selfie on Weibo was also because, Jinji Elder Sister helped me braid my hair. It looks good. Lin Yishui's popularity was second only to Chen Jinji's, but her fan base was also severely polarized between fans and haters, unlike Zhao Yun, who had many casual fans. However, given her personality, she probably didn't care at all about whether she had fans. After all, her family was wealthy, and her mother was a famous director, she was definitely going to take the acting route in the future. In the acting profession, having fans isn't that important, as long as you have roles to play, it's enough. Su Qingyi considered that if Chen Jinji wanted to switch careers in the future, she could perhaps start with Lin Yishui's mother, Caroline. That face of hers belonged on the big screen. Anything else would be a waste. While he was lost in thought, the rankings had already been announced down to 3rd place. It was actually number 1, the one who had performed first. It seemed that the nostalgia trap was indeed an effective tactic. The ranking for singer number 1 in the last episode wasn't optimistic, so by playing their trump card early this time, they managed a narrow escape from the elimination line. If they hadn't ranked higher, they might have been successfully overtaken by Vivian, who had also played a trump card. Part, Gemini, 3.1, Flash, Light, so, the next place to be announced is the 8th place of this round. The host's expression became serious. The competition is cruel, but we believe that his heartfelt performance will also remain in our hearts through this competition. Our program is, therefore, both cruel and beautiful. The winner of 8th place is contestant number 3. As soon as he said this, there was a wave of sighs from the scene. Su Qingyi recalled the ranking from the previous round and understood the audience's reaction. This person was ranked 5th in the previous round, and the vote difference between the 6th and 7th places was extremely small. Now that they are ranked last, there is basically no hope of advancing. After announcing the last place, the host raised his voice, finally entering the final competition segment for 1st and 2nd place. Speaking of which, everyone should understand by now that it is time for the singer with number 2 and the challenger with number 8 to compete for the final 1st place. Following his excitement, passionate music suddenly played at the venue, as if the competition had reached the final game of a best-of-5 series. But the audience below did not get excited along with him as he had hoped. Because most people already knew the answer. The most nervous person in the entire venue was probably only Su Qingyi. So, according to our rules, let us congratulate the number 8 challenger in advance. The challenge is successful. The host took the lead in applauding, and the audience below followed by cheering and clapping. This was a scene everyone loved to see. The weak overcoming the strong, snatching victory at an unexpected moment, is a drama that every audience member has loved to watch throughout history. The first place of this round. The host's tone was low and serious, and Su Qingyi listened intently. Is a male. The audience was immediately in an uproar. Su Qingyi frowned, and only Xiao Jing snorted coldly. Don't be impatient, just wait and see. Sure enough, the next second, the host revealed a mysterious smile. Or is it a female? Boo! There was another round of boos from the audience. Su Qingyi's suspended heart dropped again, feeling quite speechless. The first place winner is, the host drew out his tone again, keeping everyone in suspense. Sorry everyone, wait a moment, let me have a drink of water. He pulled a bottle of mineral water from somewhere and unscrewed the cap with a cheeky grin. Su Qingyi clicked his tongue in annoyance. But he was already a bit used to it. Screw you. This behavior successfully elicited a loud curse from the audience below. The hot-tempered guy never holds back his anger until the next day. Ha ha ha. The audience erupted into laughter. The host couldn't keep a straight face either, he choked on the water and waved his hand. Watch your manners, this is a refined program, Just when everyone thought he was going to make a fuss and ramble on with a bunch of nonsense again, the host suddenly sped up and shouted unexpectedly, let us congratulate the number 8 challenger on winning first place in this round. There was a brief second of silence at the scene, followed by applause and cheers that rang out like a tidal wave. Su Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head with a laugh. Behind the partition, Chen Jinji's shadow stepped back and bowed deeply. Thus, the drama of the weak overcoming the strong in the first round officially came to an end. With an impeccable performance, in the most stirring way, and with the most challenging difficulty. The program ended. Su Qingyi was in no hurry to leave, as the crowd lined up to exit in the aisle beside him. It was definitely worth coming today. Good thing I didn't manage to buy a ticket last week. Damn, brother, I really feel like I just heard a performance that will still be popular decades from now. The challenger was that Iris from the 101 girl group, right? Damn, a well-deserved first place. Is this really the capability of an idol? You don't understand, she's a breath of fresh air. My wife is her fan. Back during the 101 show, she was like bewitched, monitoring me every day to make me vote for her. Hey, I posted today's ranking results on Weibo. Guess what? A bunch of people commented and cursed at me, saying I was spreading fake news for attention. The show will air in 2 days, they'll know once they watch it. These people are just bored. Keyboard warriors, assemble. The crowd moved slowly like a game of snake, and the conversation Su Qingyi could hear came from different people. But without exception, the center of their discussion was Chen Jinji. Su Qingyi waited until there were only a few people left in the venue before standing up. Xiao Zheng had already slumped to one side and taken a nap for a while. Su Qingyi bent over and patted him awake. What's wrong? Oh, let's go. He yawned and stood up as well. You go back to the hotel first. Su Qingyi glanced at his watch, it was already past 11 at night. You're not going back? Xiao Zheng asked, still a bit dazed from sleep. What do you think? Su Qingyi said slowly. Xiao Zheng then remembered an important matter. He smelled the scent of gossip, his sleepiness vanished instantly, and his eyes lit up. Oh. You kid, aren't you planning to tell me all about what happened tonight? What happened tonight? Su Qingyi said nonchalantly. Hey, do you have to make me spell it out? Who are you going to see later, the young lady or the big star? Xiao Zheng smiled sneakily. Su Qingyi scanned his surroundings unobtrusively, confirming that no one else could hear. I will tell you the details about this later. Before that, please, remain silent. His tone was calm, but Xiao Zheng felt a strong chill and couldn't help but shiver. Hey, don't attack indiscriminately. I'm on your side. He quickly raised a white flag, declaring his loyalty. Su Qingyi grunted, and casually pushed up the brim of his hat. I'm going to find Chen Jinji tonight, maybe tomorrow. Oh, really, can't you just contact her via WeChat? I'm really going to have insomnia tonight. No. Su Qingyi laughed and pushed him towards the aisle. Go on. Sigh. Seriously. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so smart. Why did I have to guess it? Xiao Zheng left, sighing. Su Qingyi watched the cleaning staff enter from the other side, picked up the 2 empty coffee cups from the armrests of the seats, and walked towards the backstage area. Chen Jinji said she would wait for him at the B3 exit, which was for staff only, but since she said so, it meant no one would stop him. The fact was just as expected. Su Qingyi walked with a natural stride, and the security guard at the door didn't even lift an eyelid, as if he hadn't seen him. Just as he saw the exit with the B3 sign lit up, his eyes were covered by a pair of warm, soft palms. No need to ask who it was, she was still using that same perfume. The scent of northern cedar lingered, as if asking for a hug. Su Qingyi paused, grabbed the person's wrist, turned around, and pulled her into his arms familiarly. Have you been waiting long? Just right. Chen Jinji looked up at him, a smile rippling in her eyes. Whether her words were true or false was impossible to tell, and Su Qingyi had no intention of pressing further. He just lowered his head and kissed the small mole at the corner of her eye. You've worked hard. You've worked hard, Chen Jinji blinked and spoke, mimicking his tone. Su Qingyi laughed and asked with some curiosity, how did you know I could use this exit? I saw security guards stopping people. Guess. Chen Jinji replied. Did you tell someone in advance? Su Qingyi guessed. Chen Jinji shook her head, the smile in her eyes holding a hint of mischief. Then why? Su Qingyi's curiosity was successfully piqued again. Because I guessed that teacher Su would look just like a staff member. Chen Jinji smiled like a fox. Su Qingyi was successfully silenced. Just as he wanted to retort, she suddenly went, shoo, and signaled him to look to the other side. A group of people was passing by, but the two were in a blind spot and wouldn't be discovered. Su Qingyi saw that every staff member following the star was dressed exactly like him. Shirt, trousers, hat, and mask. It was almost like silent corroboration. Chen Jinji was already laughing uncontrollably. Su Qingyi felt he had lost face, so he put his arm around her waist, pressed her against the wall, leaned in closer, and spoke with a threatening tone. Do I really look that much like a staff member? Chen Jinji pretended to be truly threatened, showing weakness just right. Not really. It was a bit like acting out a scene of a bully forcibly seizing a woman. Su Qingyi thought this while continuing to press her, playing along. Then what do I look like? Of course, you look like family. As soon as she finished speaking, she took the initiative, leaned over, and bit his lip. Su Qingyi was kissed until he felt a bit dizzy, and for a moment, he only had one thought. Chen Jinji had shown her fox tail again. 384, Chapter 378 Taiyaki. This venue was a bit different from the ones for events like the debut night. Concert-style performances require large venues with a high capacity, so they are usually located in relatively remote areas. The small performance venue for the Masked Singer, however, was located in the city center. A few streets further ahead was a high school. It was already past 11 o'clock, but this street was just starting to get lively. The campus was brightly lit. After the evening self-study dismissal bell rang a few times, students finally began trickling out with their backpacks. It should have been a very familiar scene, except the students were wearing unfamiliar red school uniforms, and the campus buildings weren't orange and white. Su Qingyi paused, took off his baseball cap, and placed it on Chen Jinji's head. She already had a small face, and with the brim covering her like that, almost only her chin was visible. Su Qingyi was quite satisfied with this and continued walking while holding her hand. I can't see the road. I'm leading you. Outside the campus was the usual snack street, which seemed to be a traditional feature for all schools in the country. Vendors lined up their stalls, most of which were simple shops set up on tricycles. The variety was immense and dazzling. The sweet fragrance of odin wafted through the air, squid tentacles sizzled on iron plates, round takoyaki were being flipped over, and the fat of lamb skewers on charcoal fires mixed with the aroma of cumin. The students were clearly familiar with the layout, stopping in groups of 2 or 3 in front of their favorite stalls. To buy a few skewers to satisfy their cravings. Time had passed, and the subway had already stopped running. Most students chose to walk home. These snacks, full of the warmth of daily life, could make the journey back feel less lonely. The only ones finishing school at this hour were likely the third-year students. Come to think of it, there were only about 80 days left before their college entrance exam. As Su Qingyi thought about this, he leaned down and whispered into Chen Jinji's ear, "Do you want to eat something?" He had originally thought she would definitely refuse. After all, he had never heard the word hungry from her mouth. It was as if she had evolved past the basic human survival need for food. To his surprise, Chen Jinji thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. This was quite unexpected. Su Qingyi stopped at the street corner and surveyed the little stalls again. When you're in an unfamiliar food street and struggling to decide which stall to eat at, the simplest and most foolproof method is to see where the longest line is. The final result, The most popular stall among the students of this school was one selling small wontons. Su Qingyi led Chen Jinji over, only to see that the temporary little shed next to it was already occupied by students, with not a single seat left. The wonton sellers were an elderly couple. The wife was busy cooking the wontons, while the husband stepped away to greet the two of them. "Hey, young man, come eat inside here." Su Qingyi was taken aback as he saw the man pull open the door of the tricycle. Unexpectedly, though the sparrow is small, it has all its vital organs, there was actually another table inside. Su Qingyi felt like laughing and glanced sideways at Chen Jinji. The corners of her mouth curled up as she spoke, "Thank you." So the two of them actually squeezed into the tricycle. "What would you two like to eat?" the old man asked, leaning against the door. Su Qingyi had already peeked at the sign earlier and ordered directly, 2 bowls of fresh pork wontons. One without chili, and one with extra chili. "All right, coming right up. Don't worry, I'll cook the students' portions first." The old man wiped his hands, a kind smile on his face. Su Qingyi nodded and replied, "Okay." The inside of the tricycle was kept very clean, with everything neatly organized. Even sitting inside the vehicle, they could smell the aroma of the wontons in the pot, and occasionally hear the old woman's vigorous voice, "Is that enough, child? Let me scoop 2 more for you." It seemed there was a reason why business was so good. Su Qingyi habitually wiped the table with a tissue. It was very clean, without the greasy feeling common in these roadside stalls. Sitting inside the vehicle had another benefit, it was very private, so they didn't have to hide themselves. It was like being in a luxury private room. Su Qingyi reached out to take off Chen Jinji's hat and fanned her with his hand. "Are you hot?" "I'm okay." Chen Jinji tucked her hair, which had been ruffled by his movements, back behind her ear. Her gaze fell on the students dispersing outside the window. Su Qingyi followed her gaze and said with a smile, "Doesn't it feel relatable?" "Yes, but it seems there isn't one in front of First High." Chen Jinji spoke slowly, as if she were lost in thought. Su Qingyi thought back and replied, "There's always been one. I think when I was in my 2nd year, it was still right in front of the school gate. Until it was heard that a student got gastroenteritis. Although the specific cause wasn't clear, in short, things were restructured. After that, it was reincarnated onto the next street. In reality, nothing changed, the vendors were still the same vendors. "I see." Chen Jinji propped up her chin, smiling. Clatter. The tricycle door was pulled open, and the old man brought in the 2 bowls of wontons. "Here you go, the vinegar bottle is on the table, add it yourself if you want." "Okay, thank you." Su Qingyi leaned over and stood up to take the bowls. The bowls and spoons were all disposable, likely for the sake of convenience and cleanliness. He had specifically asked for extra chili in his bowl. The red oil smelled very fragrant and the color was vibrant. Chen Jinji's bowl was clear soup. Su Qingyi guessed she definitely had activities tomorrow, so she didn't add chili. Unexpectedly, as soon as the bowl was set down, Chen Jinji scooped a spoonful of his red soup over to her bowl. "It looks a bit spicy." She studied the color of the chili and commented. Su Qingyi didn't think much of it. How spicy could a stall selling to students be? Besides, this was Magic City. Taiwan's heavy flavors and spicy food were famous nationwide. As a native of Tangan, how could he possibly be affected by the spice here? Su Qingyi defenselessly scooped a wonton and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's not spicy at all." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt something was wrong. This chili was the homemade sour and spicy chopped variety, but it had quite a kick. The spiciness quickly made his mouth sting, and sweat began to bead on the tip of his nose. Chen Jinji chuckled and pushed the clear soup bowl in front of him. "All right, stop trying to act tough. It's really not spicy, just the first bite. It's fine, I can eat it." Su Qingyi picked up the vinegar bottle and poured nearly half a bowl's worth in with a glug-glug sound. Chen Jinji felt both helpless and amused, and couldn't help but reach out to pinch the base of his ear. After adding the vinegar, the spiciness was relieved quite a bit. As Su Qingyi ate, he changed the subject. "Do schools in South Korea have snack streets like this too?" "Where I went to school, there were, but not this many." Chen Jinji recalled as she scooped up a wonton and leaned down to blow on it. "After all, well, you should know what South Korean food is like." Ah, true. Although Su Qingyi had never been there, he had heard about it. Otherwise, people wouldn't call it the land of kimchi. On the way home from school, I'd often pass by things like tteokbokki, sundae, fried dumplings, and the like. Chen Jinji seemed to be thinking back quite seriously. Su Qingyi felt like laughing. Logically, street snacks should be something you can rattle off like a long menu. Just this one alley outside the tricycle had more varieties than he could count. What's the most delicious one? He asked out of curiosity. After all, none of the ones she mentioned sounded particularly appetizing. Unexpectedly, Chen Jinji's answer was even more surprising. I don't know, I've never eaten them. Question mark. Su Qingyi was stunned, and the spoon in his hand almost slipped into the bowl. You didn't want to? Well, not exactly. To be honest, I was actually quite curious sometimes. Chen Jinji laughed, seemingly a bit embarrassed by such a blunt statement. I was still very young back then. She lowered her eyes, her thoughts unknown. The light from the incandescent bulb inside the tricycle was weak, and the shadows outside the window were blurred. For a moment, Su Qingyi felt that the bowl of wontons in front of him, which had an excess of both chili and vinegar, had become tasteless. Being curious about the taste but never having eaten them could only mean one thing. She didn't have the money to buy them. In fact, Su Qingyi also had a period of time when his family was very poor when he was a child. The situation wasn't like those who had been poor for 3 generations, or rather, it was worse, because both parents weren't exactly practical, having no idea that money should be spent where it mattered most. Su Zilong came from a branch of a large clan. Although he hadn't been highly regarded since childhood, he hadn't suffered much either. Those painful experiences he often boasted about after drinking were all things he had endured only after insisting on striking out on his own to play rock music. Yang Lu was even more of a special case. She came from a proper scholarly family, but she had simply misjudged someone and ended up on the wrong path. From then on, the young lady of the Yang family followed a bleached blonde band boy into a life of meager means, experiencing for the first time what it was like to have to add water to a shampoo bottle. But despite this, they never scrimped on spending money when it came to Su Qingyi. Stationery was bought in sets, and school fees were never paid late. Su Qingyi ate lunch at the cafeteria and only went home in the evening. They would just make a bowl of noodles for lunch, but dinner was always 3 dishes and a soup, never something they would compromise on. When Su Zilong came to pick him up from school, he would always be waiting happily, carrying a bunch of snacks sold at the school gate. Even though Su Qingyi didn't really like eating them, the result was that he ended up finishing most of the things bought, while being repeatedly warned not to let his mom know, or she'd scold him again for bringing the kid to eat junk food. While I didn't love those kinds of snacks either, my classmates would always gather to buy them after school. Chen Jinji stirred the clear soup in her bowl, continuing her reminiscence. If you didn't buy anything, you'd seem a bit out of place. After all, when others are sharing food, you can only stand there awkwardly. But back then, I really didn't have any pocket money. I'd have to save for several days just to buy an eraser, so I had to pretend I hated eating that stuff. Speaking to this point, she looked up and smiled. I acted so naturally that my classmates didn't even suspect a thing. If you were to ask what tasted the best, based on what teacher Su just said, it would probably be the stall with the longest line, right? I remember it was a Crucian carp cake stall. Crucian carp cake. The first thing Su Qingyi thought of was the kind of small yellow croaker coated in starch and deep-fried, but Chen Jinji quickly denied it. No, it's actually more like taiyaki. But not as thick, it's thin and filled with red bean paste. I was really curious about it, so after I started middle school and took a part-time job at a convenience store, the first thing I wanted to do after getting my paycheck was buy one. The owner already recognized me. Seeing me stand in front of the stall, he smiled and teased, "Oh, little girl, you've finally come to buy one." But, she paused here, and Su Qingyi could roughly guess that she definitely didn't end up eating it. At that time, it was already decided that I'd become a trainee. Thinking about how my future living and training expenses were still unaccounted for, I felt like I wasn't that curious anymore. I just bowed, said, "Sorry to bother you," and ran away quickly. I vaguely heard the owner calling from behind that he'd give it to me for free. Chen Jinji sighed, then propped up her chin and looked at him with a beaming smile. Speaking of which, after I actually passed the trainee selection and later returned to the country, I rarely thought about the Crucian carp cake again. She rarely mentioned things from her time in South Korea. It was quite rare for her to talk about this tonight. However, as the saying goes, to see the whole world in a grain of sand, a small matter like this in Chen Jinji's eyes, something she could even tell as a joke with a laughing tone, was actually quite cruel when one thought about it carefully. In those moments she never spoke of, what kind of mood must she have been in? Su Qingyi poked the bottom of his bowl with his spoon, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Compared to his past situation, Chen Jinji's was much more difficult to endure. Although he was solitary, he wasn't exactly isolated. To be more precise, it was as if he was the one isolating everyone else. But Chen Jinji was different. With her clever mind, she would quickly make herself fit in wherever she went. So, those moments where there was no solution and she was utterly out of place would be remembered for a very, very long time. Fortunately, at this moment, Su Qingyi suddenly remembered that on the sign of the small stall they just passed, they seemed to be selling taiyaki. Thank goodness for our country's inclusive and diverse late-night snack culture. He immediately stood up and pushed open the door of the tricycle cart. Wait for me here for a moment. Chen Jinji looked up, a bit surprised. I'll be right back. Without waiting for her answer, Su Qingyi walked away quickly without looking back. It was getting late now, and he was afraid the vendor might have already closed up shop. But fortunately, he hadn't. The students at this school seemed to finish class in batches, so there were still many figures in red school uniforms on the street. Su Qingyi followed his memory and navigated his way through, successfully finding the stall. Thankfully he hadn't misread it, it indeed said taiyaki in 3 characters. Boss, do you still have taiyaki? He was even a bit nervous when he asked this question. The scars of childhood take a lifetime to heal. The current Chen Jinji didn't care about a cushion carp cake, but her childhood self certainly did. But when living under someone else's roof, one has to watch their every move, so even such a small wish was a luxury. As a result, even when she later had the ability to buy it, she no longer wanted it. Yes. The boss answered curtly. Su Qingyi's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, relaxed. Okay, I'll take 2, please. He didn't like sweets like this, but at a time like this, he definitely had to eat with her. The boss skillfully lifted the mold and poured in the egg mixture, asking while he worked, what filling do you want? Red bean, chocolate, yogurt. The times have changed, Chen Jinji, there's so much variety now. But Su Qingyi still chose the red bean version, after all, that was the one she wanted to eat back then. When the bottom layer of the fish skin turned golden brown, the boss added a solid red bean filling and finally covered it with the top layer of fish skin. It looked pretty good. Su Qingyi thought the shape was quite cute, too. Of course it would be very attractive to a little girl. Chen Jinji was so uninterested in food now, maybe it was because she had been suppressed too hard as a child. If you can't eat anything you want to eat, it's no wonder you wouldn't be interested when you grow up. As Su Qingyi was thinking about how to remedy the situation, he suddenly heard a loud honk from the end of the street. Then, the boss, who had been leisurely just a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression. Before Su Qingyi could react, a symphony of pots, pans, and bowls clattering already rang out around him. What's going on? He looked around with a confused expression. Good grief, in the blink of an eye, the long line of vendors from just a moment ago had instantly disintegrated, scattering like monkeys when the tree falls. Like Autobots that had been broken apart, they were all going their separate ways in an instant, fleeing in all directions. Gotta go. Gotta go. And the taiyaki master in front of him packed up at an absurd speed. He had already hopped onto the tricycle's driver's seat and took off like a rocket. Huh. Su Qingyi quickly realized he was the only one looking bewildered. These students seemed used to it long ago, laughing and giggling together. He also quickly learned the reason from their mouths. Good grief, the Qingguan are here to clear them out. What time is it? Doesn't everyone ever get off work? The students who had placed orders but hadn't received them yet all chased after the vendors' tricycles, shouting with grins on their faces, my roasted cold noodles. My skewers. The sesame pancake and egg fried rice. The scene was truly a bit comical. Su Qingyi originally wanted to laugh along, but looking at the empty street, he felt something was a bit off. Something was 12/10 off. The people were gone, the alley was empty, and it was a mess everywhere. It seemed like something was missing. Why did he come to buy taiyaki again? Holy crap, where's my girlfriend? 385, Chapter 379. Do big stars dream of seeing strangers? Chapter 379, Do big stars dream of passersby? Once he snapped back to his senses, he hurriedly called Chen Jinji. Hello. Teacher Su, I'm still on the vehicle, I haven't gotten off yet. The old man and old lady were in such a hurry that they just stuffed everything into the back and drove off. It seems they forgot I was still inside. Taiwan Novel Network is great for killing time, super smooth. Chen Jinji didn't sound panicked, she just seemed to be struggling hard to hold back her laughter. The sound of the tricycle moving could still be heard from her end. How should he put it? It clearly looked like an ordinary tricycle just now, so why did the engine sound like a tractor? Alright, I'll catch up right away. Su Qingyi sighed faintly as he watched the taillights of the vendor's vehicle speeding away ahead. He'd just have to run, what else could he do? He casually pulled his baseball cap back onto his head and started running. The tricycle fleet wasn't moving very fast. Perhaps because they were loaded with pots, pans, and the like, even moving at a steady speed made them wobble dangerously. From a distance, Su Qingyi saw a frying pan had already fallen to the ground and was being dragged along, clattering, by a rope. Most people who came out to set up stalls in the middle of the night were running small businesses. Earning money wasn't easy. If these utensils broke, it would be another extra expense. Su Qingyi took a deep breath, accelerated, and finally caught up with the main group at a turn. He bent down to pick up the frying pan that had suffered all the way and carefully tucked it back into a gap among the stacked pots and pans at the back of the tricycle. This time it was wedged in perfectly and wouldn't fall again. Although these students had been in class all day, they were in high spirits. They weren't even out of breath after running all this way and were still laughing and joking around. Holy crap, my stinky tofu has been fried into aged tofu. Ha, tell me about it. My potato slices have been roasted into potato chips. Wait, hold on, you two. Where's the fried rice guy? Did he take a shortcut and bolt? My food. Ha 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 ha. Ah, youth. As Su Qingyi wove through them, he suddenly felt like he was ancient. Once a person is tainted by the aura of the workplace, it's hard to have such a youthful vibe again. Though he seemed to have had this half-dead look since he started school. He ran a few more steps forward and finally spotted the taiyaki cart. After entering this alley, the speed of the main fleet slowed down. Su Qingyi even had time to flip his 2 taiyaki over. Master, do I need to add anything else? He asked, lacking any sense of social boundaries. Sprinkle some powdered sugar. While driving, the master monitored the surroundings through the rearview mirror and still found time to direct his operations. It looked like this wasn't his first time experiencing such a situation. He was a bona fide veteran of the battlefield. So Su Qingyi obediently scooped up some brown sugar powder and sprinkled it evenly over the taiyaki. The brown sugar powder melted onto the crust from the heat, looking like patterns on a fish, and a rich, sweet aroma wafted into his nose. Good grief, he felt like he could go out and set up his own stall after this trip. Today's story taught everyone a lesson. When the lights of 10,000 homes are cold and silent, and the night wind in the streets is dim, the one chasing after a car isn't necessarily a fool like Pighead chasing after Yenzi. It could also be a student chasing after grilled cold noodles. Or Su Qingyi chasing after his girlfriend in taiyaki. And this group of people clearly ran with steps 100 times more determined than Pighead's. Their eyes were more determined than the last. They could complete a Magic City marathon just for a bite of warm food. Yenzi, how can I live without you, Yenzi? Finally, at the corner of another street, the main fleet reached a rest area and ended this escape. Su Qingyi felt the chili and vinegar he had just swallowed churning in his stomach. The last time he ran this far was probably that time he played a game of cat and mouse with Yiwufei in the Olive District. The students finally got their respective snacks and were laughing at each other over whose skewers were more burnt. They didn't feel unlucky at all, they just thought it was fun. Hard work, young man. The taiyaki master panted heavily as he handed over the 2 hard-won taiyaki, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Master, you are clearly the one riding a bike, so why do you look more tired than the one running? Su Qingyi stuffed the paper bag containing the taiyaki into his pocket and didn't ask the question. Not far ahead, the old man and old lady selling wontons also saw Qinjinji, who had inexplicably hitched a ride, when they opened the back door. This girl didn't seem to have any intention of calling for help, she was sitting in the back quite calmly eating her wontons. In this short while, she had already finished her bowl of clear soup wontons. When Su Qingyi found her, she, like the students, didn't mind at all and was just smiling with her eyes curved like crescents. It's really fine, I just didn't react in time myself. The wontons you made are delicious. Despite this, the old man and lady still looked apologetic. The old lady wiped her rough hands repeatedly on her apron and said with a sigh, I'm so sorry, little girl. You must have been scared, right? Oh, it's our fault for being in such a rush. Last time our tables and stools were confiscated, sigh. Why are you bringing that up? The old man hurriedly interrupted her, seemingly unwilling to mention such things in front of outsiders. Young man, no need to pay for the wontons. I'm really sorry, truly sorry. Su Qingyi shook his head and pulled a banknote out of his pocket. The old man hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Su Qingyi looked around and said seriously, actually, we were supposed to walk this way anyway. You gave her a lift, so I should pay you the fare. The old man was stunned, clearly not expecting this person to say something from such a peculiar angle, and for a moment he couldn't tell if it was true or not. 2 bowls of wontons over here. A student who had caught up shouted his order. They were clearly regulars and were already familiarly helping the old man and lady unload the tables and stools from the vehicle. All right, just a moment. The old man saw these boys being clumsy and, fearing they would snap the legs off his chairs, hurriedly went to help. The old lady was busy heating up the pot and asked the two new students if they wanted chili. Seeing this, Su Qingyi placed the money on the table inside the vehicle and weighed it down with a vinegar bottle. Taking advantage of the fact that the two were busy and not paying attention, he turned and pulled Chen Jinji away quietly. Although it seemed like a fun thing, if one thought about it carefully, running a business was truly not easy. This whole trip felt like filming Fast and Furious. At the old man and lady's age, it really counted as hellish training. What he said earlier about just happening to go this way was a lie. Su Qingyi had no idea where this was. Although he had lived in Magic City for a long time in his past life, his range of activity was just a straight line from company to home. He had almost never left the urban area. Although this wasn't exactly the suburbs, it was far from the city center. The alleyway before him was somewhat like the old town of Tangan, with dim yellow streetlights and so quiet that only the footsteps of the two could be heard. Su Qingyi glanced sideways at Chen Jinji. She seemed to be in a good mood, humming a song with her head down. The night wind carried the tune she hummed softly, making it blurry and not very clear. Su Qingyi tried listening for a while and confirmed it was a song he had never heard before. This was quite unusual. Although he didn't look like it, Su Qingyi was actually a walking jukebox of Chinese songs. After all, his grandfather was a high-level musician, to the extent that the word famous could be added before musician. Su Qingyi had perhaps inherited a small portion of that talent, so he didn't sing out of tune and found it easy to learn instruments. This was also why he could perfectly recreate the songs he had heard in his past life. And for someone with social anxiety, taking off headphones when going out could basically be considered a form of torture. In his past life, Su Qingyi had few hobbies, but buying headphones was one of them. He had a dedicated equipment rack for displaying various headphones. So whenever he didn't need to receive external sounds, he was basically listening to music. That was the source of his music library. But the one Chen Jinji was humming now, he really seemed never to have heard it. What song is that? He couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Chen Jinji seemed a bit surprised, and she asked back with a smile, "Teacher Su hasn't heard it?" "No, I don't think so." Su Qingyi shook his head. "The song is called..." Chen Jinji paused slightly, recalling the Chinese name of the song. "Into the New World." It's a classic. It was the assessment song for trainees when the company was selecting them. She maintained a thoughtful expression and then hummed a few more lines. "I want to tell you, although you'll only hear it after the sad times have all faded, close your eyes and feel it, that throbbing heart, and the way I look at you." So it was a Korean song. No wonder he didn't understand it, Su Qingyi thought. But Chen Jinji sang it beautifully. Music has no borders because even if you don't understand the meaning of the lyrics, you can still feel the emotion and power contained within. "Then you must have performed very well during the assessment," Su Qingyi said. Looking at her mean aunt and brain-dead biological father, they didn't seem like the type who would spend money to get her into the company. Yeah, everyone said back then that for foreign trainees, the assessment standards would be stricter. The specific scores weren't announced, but I think I just barely scraped by. Chen Jinji lowered her head, a faint smile on her face. The night wind picked up, sending her hair drifting lightly. She was so beautiful she didn't seem like a creature that could exist in this world. She seemed more like a demon from myths and legends. But if Chen Jinji were a demon, she would be the kind with thousands of years of cultivation, responsible for accepting tributes from lesser demons every day. She would get whatever she wanted and never wrong herself. "When you passed the assessment back then, did you give yourself any reward?" Su Qingyi looked at their overlapping shadows under the street lamp, asking as if in passing. Chen Jinji thought about it seriously, but eventually shook her head. "I never thought about a reward. I was too busy worrying about what to do if I didn't pass." Speaking of this, she smiled and let out a sigh. She was too young back then. Although she always tried her best to appear calm and unruffled, she wasn't actually that strong. Many times, she would still feel nervous and afraid. It was just that she knew very well no one would tolerate those imperfections, and she knew there was no place for her to hide and escape from it all. Since she had to move forward regardless, she might as well walk with more composure and courage. "Su." Qingyi looked at her and suddenly took the taiyaki out of his pocket. "Here, Christian carp cake." Chen Jinji pursed her lips slightly, her thoughts unknown. This was a small habit she often had when hiding her emotions. Su Qingyi knew it, but she likely didn't know it herself. Otherwise, with her personality, she would surely have found a way to correct this habit. After a moment, Chen Jinji snapped out of it and finally reached out to take it. It might be a bit cold. Also, the vendor was busy driving away, so I actually fried this myself. It might not be very authentic, so don't worry if it doesn't taste good. Su Qingyi looked down at the crucian carp in his hand. The tail was already burnt black. He had been careful earlier, choosing the one that looked slightly better to give to Chen Jinji. No, it's very delicious. Chen Jinji kept her head down. She sounded like she was trying to laugh, but her voice was a bit muffled. It tastes exactly like I imagined. Is that so? Su Qingyi also lowered his head. Seeing the street lamp stretch their shadows very long, he took a big bite out of the crucian carp's head. Chen Jinji, why don't you eat mine too? He spoke indistinctly. Honestly. Chen Jinji was amused. She looked up, her eyes reflecting the dim yellow light of the street lamp like shattered colored glass. Su Qingyi pretended not to see the flickering tears as he bowed his head and took another bite of the crucian carp cake. He still thought it didn't taste good. Flour wrapped around red bean paste, plus melted brown sugar, it was sickly sweet. The fish skin, which should have been delicious, had been charred too much by him, giving off a burnt smell. But Chen Jinji ate it very seriously, as if tasting the painstaking work of a Michelin-starred chef. This batch isn't great, but I've already learned how to make them. I'll make them for you again later. Su Qingyi decided to save some face. You have no idea how urgent the situation was. That vendor's tricycle was moving like a Bugatti Veyron. It's a good thing I ran fast, or the whole lot would have been inedible. And you know, there are many varieties now, not just red bean paste, there's yogurt, chocolate. Honestly, I think the chocolate one should be pretty good. He spoke faster and faster, his gaze drifting between the street lamps, the night sky, and the blue bricks and white tiles, but never once landing on the person beside him. Because he didn't really want to see Chen Jinji's tears. It was like shattered glazed tiles, or a cuckoo weeping blood. It wasn't until Su Qingyi had rambled on about this for ages that Chen Jinji finally finished the crucian carp cake in her hand. They say every child in our country has eaten a dish called tears mixed with rice. This time, Chen Jinji had eaten crucian carp cake mixed with tears. Is it a reward? She tilted her face up and asked. Yeah, of course. Only then did Su Qingyi turn around, reaching out to wipe the undried tears from the corners of her eyes. Stained by tears, the corners of her eyes were a shimmering pale red. When he rubbed them with his hand, it looked like a deliberate makeup style. A reward for what? Congratulations to student Chen Jinji for passing the trainee assessment, and congratulations to Miss Iris for taking the first step toward becoming a superstar in the spotlight. Su Qingyi spoke with total seriousness. Chen Jinji was amused again, but suddenly a question occurred to her. Why did teacher Su give me the name Iris? Faced with this question, Su Qingyi didn't know how to answer for a moment. It was because the Chen Jinji of his past life had the stage name Iris that he had chosen it. To be a bit superstitious, it was to borrow a bit of that luck for becoming wildly successful. He knew nothing about the Chen Jinji of his past life, but he knew a fair bit about Iris. After all, her fame had been practically viral. But now was not the time for reminiscing, because the Chen Jinji before him was gradually becoming suspicious. You didn't borrow someone else's name, did you? Of course not. Su Qingyi denied it flatly. Please, that's your own name, okay? If it were Miss Chu, he could have just made up any reason, but Chen Jinji wasn't easy to brush off, let alone deceive. Su Qingyi thought for a moment and had to settle for a vague answer. Back then, I had a dream. What kind of dream? Chen Jinji had thought he would find an easier to debunk excuse, but she hadn't expected this answer. She became curious for a moment. Would he say next that an immortal guided him, or that he dreamt of a heavenly book? Chen Jinji wondered. Su Qingyi could tell just by looking at her eyes that if he said anything about spirits or gods, he would definitely be mocked. So he sighed and said, in that dream, I never met you. So you were a superstar, but I was just a passerby. Chen Jinji was slightly stunned and didn't speak. Su Qingyi recalled his past life and continued intermittently, I only saw you through advertisements on LED screens, posters in malls, and life-size standees. Those were the only places I could see you. After all, wherever you went was a sea of people, and tickets for your concerts were impossible to get. At that time, your name was Iris, the globally famous superstar Iris. In truth, after getting to know the Chen Jinji of this world, it had become difficult to recall the Iris of his past life. Because he would always project the current her into those memories, his mindset changed accordingly. Even the her on the LED screens no longer seemed distant, but within reach. What about you? What were you doing? Chen Jinji's first question was actually this. Su Qingyi had thought she would be more curious about that iris. After all, anyone would want to know about a successful version of themselves. I was just an ordinary corporate slave, going to and from work. Occasionally, while waiting at a red light and looking at the big screen, I would see you. He replied. So I thought the name Iris might have good luck, and I gave it to you. This explanation was very logical, well-founded, and convincing. Su Qingyi believed so. However, I want to change my name. Chen Jinji's eyes darkened, her mood appearing poor. Why? Su Qingyi was very surprised. It's unlucky. Chen Jinji turned her face away, seemingly unwilling to talk to him. Su Qingyi was completely bewildered. He thought carefully for a long time. During this period, Chen Jinji remained silent, which was truly rare. Could she really be angry? Strange, when was the last time she was angry? Su Qingyi couldn't recall. Even during that mess on Christmas, her performance couldn't really be called anger. Why is it unlucky? Looking at the serious and confused expression on the man before her, Chen Jinji felt for a moment that even a stone would be more perceptive than him. Lucky. It's extremely lucky. She said irritably. Why lucky? Why extremely lucky? Su Qingyi asked again with total seriousness. Not meeting a certain world-class idiot, of course it's extremely lucky. Chen Jinji sighed and cupped his face. Being held like this, Su Qingyi's words became muffled. I see. You see nothing. Chen Jinji took the opportunity to give his chin a hard bite. Hiss. Although Su Qingyi felt the pain, he just stood there and didn't struggle. I am not that Iris. Chen Jinji looked up at him with a gaze like someone making a vow at a wedding. All of that so-called good luck, I will use it all just to meet you. 386, Chapter 380 Self-Cultivation in the center of a battlefield. Hongqiao Airport. People passed by outside the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the VIP lounge. Su Qingyi rested his chin on his hand, his gaze looking out the window casually. Xiaojing observed him for a long while, unable to stop himself from mentally complaining about what kind of pose this young master was striking so early in the morning. Was there a hidden camera filming a magazine cover or something? He was the type who couldn't hold back a complaint until the next day, so he finally spoke up to break the eerie silence. Young Master Su. Speak. Su Qingyi remained as still as a statue, not even a single hair moving. Xiaojing almost suspected he was speaking through ventriloquism. Why do you keep resting your chin on your hand? It's been over an hour. Even if you aren't tired, I'm tired just looking at you. Xiaojing looked at him with a speechless expression. You don't have to look. Only after he mentioned it did Su Qingyi realize his elbow felt a bit numb from the support. He moved it slightly, but still kept his hand over his chin. Chen Jinji hadn't held back last night. She had left a bite mark that broke the skin, though fortunately, it wasn't a complete circle of teeth marks. Afterward, she had said with a beaming smile, this is me giving you a stamp. This story teaches us, never, ever provoke a woman. Especially a woman like Chen Jinji. She was exactly the kind of woman Yin Susu warned Zhang Wuji to stay far away from before she died in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Of course, just like cult leader Zhang, Su Qingyi hadn't listened to a single word of it. Not a single person around cult leader Zhang wasn't beautiful, and it seemed the same was true for a certain Su. Thinking of this, he tried rubbing the wound with his palm. Hiss, it still hurt. Better not make Chen Jinji angry next time. Fortunately, she had eventually re-accepted the name Iris. Even in the current world, this name already had some level of fame, perhaps even more than the name Chen Jinji. If they were to change it now, the impact would be quite significant. Chen Jinji had emphasized several times that she was not the Iris of the previous life. Su Qingyi knew this, of course, but he hadn't expected her to get angry over it. After all, the Iris of the previous life wasn't some failure, on the contrary, she was someone who had achieved great success and was already standing at the peak of life. If Chen Jinji were to come and tell him that she had a dream where she was a superstar and didn't know a nobody like him, that would seem very reasonable and nothing to get angry about, Su Qingyi thought. So, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, truly difficult to understand. However, understanding or not was one thing. The fact was that Chen Jinji cared deeply about this. She felt that this name, which carried great fortune, was unlucky and would even feel angry because of it. One must know that she was someone who never showed her emotions, capable of maintaining an unfathomable smile that hid her feelings in any situation. The fact that she would get angry was, in itself, something worth taking seriously. So Su Qingyi was sensible enough not to try and push any so-called rational thinking on her. He simply kissed her and said, that was just a dream. Yes, just a dream. Looking back at the events of his previous life now, it really did feel like a grand dream, distant and blurry. Nothing was more worth caring about than the present, Su Qingyi thought. After all, someone was willing to trade all their luck just to meet him. But speaking of which, it really seemed to be the case. Su Qingyi thought of a question he hadn't considered deeply until now. That is, in his previous life, he didn't know Chen Jinji. The two were thousands of miles apart in every sense. In terms of physical distance, they were at opposite ends of the earth, and their social statuses and circles had zero overlap. Not only had they never known each other, but looking ahead at their lives then, there was no possibility they ever would have. Yet in this current world, Chen Jinji had appeared before him out of thin air without any warning. She was different from everyone else. While other people's lives had also changed more or less because of Su Qingyi's rebirth, that was because the post-rebirth Su Qingyi had made different choices than before. For example, giving the speech for Chu Qingyan at the college entrance exam oath-taking ceremony, agreeing to tutor Su Yang in physics, or saving Lin Tong from Ho Xiaohong's bullying. Only Chen Jinji was different. Su Qingyi had always believed the timeline had shifted because of him, so everything regarding the people around him was related to him. His strange sense of responsibility also stemmed from this. But Chen Jinji was someone who had zero intersection with him in the original timeline. Her appearance really made no sense. Could it be because she once made some kind of wish? Please, heavens, grant me a socially anxious, world-weary boyfriend who looks like the whole world owes him money, or something like that. That seemed a bit ridiculous. Unless the Chen Jinji of the previous life felt her career was too smooth and wanted to add some difficulty to her life, or she was mentally unstable from too much pressure, she wouldn't have made such a bizarre wish. In short, in her timeline, she was independent of Su Qingyi's world. And she wouldn't passively accept change, so she took the initiative. Like forcibly bending two parallel lines until they overlapped, Chen Jinji insisted on her way, thereby breaking the original balance of this world. A butterfly that didn't belong to him had quietly flapped its wings. What would the consequences be? Ding dong. Su Qingyi looked at his lit-up phone screen. It was a message Chen Jinji had just sent. Battle-worn Su, remember to tell me when you board. What kind of strange nickname was that? Su Qingyi let out a soft sigh. Forget it, why think about all that? It was enough that she was here now. Su Qingyi thought, the past is like a dream, unbearable to look back on under the bright moon. But in the real world, the moon in the sea is the moon in the sky, and the person before me is the one in my heart. Rather than thinking about these random things, it was better to put more effort into cherishing the person in front of him. Tisk, tsk. So that's why you kept covering it. Taking advantage of the gap when he picked up his phone, Xiaojing finally saw the very obvious wound on the man's chin. He immediately began shaking his head and sighing theatrically. Young man, you need to exercise restraint. This wound was different from the kind of injury gotten from a fight. It was shallow and in an ambiguous location, anyone could see it was a bit of flavor between a young couple. Su Qingyi didn't reply. He opened his phone camera to check the state of the wound. How should he put it, even though a night had passed, it was still very obvious. Anyone who saw it would surely be able to guess what had happened. Su Qingyi turned off the camera, pulled a mask out of his pocket, and put it on. He hadn't been wearing it just now because the air conditioning in the VIP lounge was very stuffy. It was already March, but because of the rain last night, the temperature had dropped again today. Oh, right. Didn't you say you'd tell me today? I almost forgot because of you. Xiaojing slapped his thigh, remembering this important matter. He had clearly tossed and turned last night, unable to sleep because his curiosity was too strong. He hadn't expected that upon seeing the person himself today, he would actually forget. Su Qingyi closed his eyes, looking as if he were about to take a nap. Hey, wake up. Young Master Su, you can't be like this. Xiaojing changed seats, sitting down next to him and shaking his arm. Su Qingyi kept his eyes closed and said slowly, which part do you want to hear? Hold on, wait a second. Xiaojing quickly grabbed the paper cups in front of them, poured a cup of hot tea, and pulled a handful of melon seeds from his pocket. After making all the professional preparations of a bystander ready for gossip, he signaled for Su Qingyi to continue. Su Qingyi sighed and took a sip from the paper cup. It was ordinary Tiguanyin tea, brewed a bit too strong. One sip left a slightly bitter aftertaste. Meeting Xiaojing's expectant, gossip-hungry gaze, Su Qingyi spoke, based on my understanding of you, before you even asked me, you must have already dug up almost everything there is to find, right? Hearing him say this, Xiaojing immediately scratched his head in embarrassment and waved his hand. No, I'm not that amazing. I wasn't praising you. Su Qingyi felt like throwing the tea dregs in his face. Things were indeed as he suspected. Xiao Jing hadn't been idle during his insomnia last night. As an old hand who had been knocking around the industry for many years, he had quickly used various means to dig through the life histories of the three main characters of the incident. The male lead of the incident, which was the young master in front of him, had nothing much to say. Ranked first since he was a child, a bona fide academic god, he had won all sorts of awards until his hands were soft. Xiao Zheng had also come out of a key middle school and had no shortage of conventionally recognized top students around him, but someone of this caliber was a first for him. This guy was practically a bug. Aside from those awards, before the second semester of his senior year, he had left almost no other information on social media. But starting from that second semester, it was as if he had changed his nature. He participated in several school activities, and his popularity among his classmates climbed steadily. Let's just assume he finally saw the light. Next came the main point, the two female leads. Chu Qingyan attended elementary school at the foreign language school, then transferred to the public No. 1 high school for junior high. This might not be strange for an ordinary person, but she was the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Xiao Jing thought about it. For children from families of this level, their paths were essentially paved from the moment they were born. And while that path had many possibilities, the most unlikely one was, going to a public school to grind through exam-oriented education. This ran completely contrary to their elite education. In other words, it was a waste of time. Because they were different from ordinary people, they didn't need to change their lives through exams. Why would someone born in Rome sharpen their head to fight ordinary people for a chance to stand out? So Miss Chu's behavior was extremely suspicious. Xiao Jing boldly guessed that it must be related to Su Qingyi. The two must be childhood friends. The first turning point in these changes Su Qingyi underwent during the second semester of his senior year was helping Chu Qingyan complete her speech at the No. 1 high school's oath-taking ceremony. Speaking of which, the timeline has already been linked together, and now comes the most critical point of all. Chen Jinji also transferred here during the second semester of senior year. She and Su Qingyi seemingly had no intersection in their previous lives and should have met only after this. Look at that, isn't this the typical, new arrival versus childhood friend, trope? I didn't expect such a drama-filled plot to actually happen in the real world. Xiao Jing very excitedly laid out his reasoning. Su Qingyi listened in silence. He hadn't expected that someone completely unrelated to these matters could dig up the entire background story of the Ashura field just by searching for information for one night. This really left him with no privacy at all. You learned most of this through the No. 1 high school forum, right? Exactly. If you want to know about a student's past, the simplest thing is to search for their name on the forum. Xiao Jing smiled with a hint of craftiness. If I remember correctly, the No. 1 high school forum has blocked my name. Any posts featuring his full name would be deleted. Su Qingyi had even used this fact once to delete a massive thread of rumors about Chen Jinji. True. When I first searched for Su Qingyi, 0 posts came up. I thought it was strange at first. However, I saw a featured post in the Best of section titled, If You Were UKW. After reading a couple of lines, I guessed that this UKW must be you. Xiao Zheng's tone was quite proud. That damn post wasn't deleted, and it was even promoted to a featured post. Su Qingyi closed his eyes somewhat helplessly. If you were UKW, what would you say when someone confesses to you? Xiao Jing clenched his fist to mimic a microphone and spoke in the tone of a host. Then he twisted his body to change angles and said with a mock-serious expression, Sorry, I'm not interested in anyone with an IQ below 200. What would you say when someone wants to buy you milk tea? Please take this industrial saccharine far away from me. What about when someone wants to listen to music with you? You're being too noisy for my ears. Xiao Jing played both parts, performing with great gusto. Enough. Su Qingyi slapped him on the back of the head. Xiao Jing giggled, adjusted his slipping glasses, and then asked seriously, So, things are pretty much as I've understood? Yeah. Su Qingyi didn't argue, in fact, there wasn't much he could argue with. Although Xiao Zheng's understanding was a bit superficial, there were no errors in the timeline. Because you can't choose, you've chosen to have both. Xiao Jing picked up his teacup and took a sip. Su Qingyi hummed in agreement again. After thinking about it, that was the only way he could put it. Because he had been reborn once, he was more obsessed with reaching a perfect conclusion, but he couldn't tell that to anyone. To everyone who knew the inside story, his explanation was always that he couldn't choose. So far, their attitude had been, I don't understand, but I can only support you. They found such behavior difficult to understand or accept, but because they were friends, they could only support him. Holy crap, you really are a rare talent. Xiao Zhang's reaction was different from the others. He tilted his head back to finish his tea and finally squeezed out those words. Your logic is truly unique, and you're incredibly bold. These words sounded like both a compliment and an insult. Su Qingyi didn't know how to respond, and Xiao Zheng put down his cup, using his free hand to clap him hard on the shoulder. If it were anyone else, it would be one thing, but the two you've picked, most people wouldn't even dare dream of them. But look at you, you went and thought of two. And after thinking of two, you want them both. Xiao Zheng shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. Young Master Su, I know you're no ordinary person, but this path is truly difficult to navigate. Turning back now might still lead to a way out, but if you keep going, there's no telling what will happen. He spoke with restraint, just saying enough to make the point. But the meaning behind it was clear. Xiao Zheng was a clever man who had always seen through the ways of the world, which was why he spoke this way. At first, he thought Su Qingyi was just hesitating between the two and couldn't make a decision, but he hadn't expected Su Qingyi to be so unwavering. He had made his decision long ago. Su Qingyi's expression tightened slightly, and he shook his head. No, there might be a way out if I keep going. Turning back now is the true dead end. Xiao Zheng's throat tightened. Knowing that persuasion was useless, he could only sigh. Fine, fine. What else could he do? His stance was definitely on Su Qingyi's side. This was also why Su Qingyi had spoken to him about this secret without any reservations. From another perspective, this was a form of extreme trust. If the young master refused to turn back, then even if the road ahead was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he naturally had to follow. It was just. Xiao Zheng sighed again. Having seen too much of the world's coldness, he usually had the mindset of a bystander looking for entertainment. It was rare for him to feel this genuinely troubled and frustrated. Damn it, if I'd known, I wouldn't have been so curious. In the end, it was his own fault for insisting on asking. Now look, he had dragged himself into this pit. God damn it. While Xiao Zheng was full of regret, Su Qingyi was quite calm. Telling Xiao Zheng about the Shura field was bound to happen sooner or later. The more wingmen the better, especially a wingman like Xiao Zheng who seemed very reliable. Ding ding dang dang, Su Qingyi's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and answered without trying to hide it. He wasn't avoiding it, but Xiao Zheng actually felt like he should. The two were sitting very close, and a sweet, charming voice could be heard faintly from the receiver. Hello. Su Qingyi, where are you? I've arrived in the capital. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Su Qingyi looked up at the boarding time and replied, sure, that works. Yay. What do you want to eat? I'll book a table first. The voice on the other end became visibly happy because of his agreement, filled with laughter. No need to ask, it was the other protagonist of the Shura field, a certain Miss Chu. Whatever you want. It's up to you. Okay then. Call me when you're done, and I'll come pick you up. Okay. Bye-bye. After hearing Miss Chu's playful goodbye, Su Qingyi hung up the phone calmly. Xiao Zheng watched in awe. If he hadn't been busy eating melon seeds, he might have actually applauded. It seemed he had been holding his ground in this whirlpool for some time now, otherwise he wouldn't appear so composed and skillful. Young Master Su, before you go to your date, have you thought about what to do with this? Xiao Zheng pointed his finger at a spot on his chin. He figured Su Qingyi had probably forgotten about this issue, so he gave him a specific reminder. After all, he was about to meet the young lady, he couldn't exactly weld a mask to his face, could he? But if he didn't, how was he going to explain that very ambiguous-looking wound? This was already a difficult problem right in front of them. To his surprise, Su Qingyi's expression remained very calm as he pulled a small item from his pocket. It was palm-sized, with a logo of a hotel chain on the packaging. Question mark. Xiao Zheng was confused for a moment. Su Qingyi was clearly prepared. He slowly tore open the paper packaging and took the item out. It was a disposable razor often provided by hotels. Now Xiao Zheng was even more puzzled. What was going on? At the last minute before the meeting, he was going to shave to tidy up his appearance. Su Qingyi didn't rush to explain. He opened his phone's camera, switched to the front-facing lens, and aimed it at himself. Hold this for me. Maintaining the angle, he handed the phone to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng took it, still not quite reacting. Su Qingyi leaned slightly toward the lens, observing the wound on his chin once more. In the next second, he moved his hand and the blade fell. The sharp razor sliced accurately across his cheek, and blood seeped out instantly. Holy shit! Xiao Zheng's eyes widened instantly. He let out a cry of surprise, immediately dropped the phone, and turned to grab some tissues. Su Qingyi, however, was very calm. He took the tissue and pressed it against the wound to stop the bleeding. It was clearly his own face he had cut, yet he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. At this point, Xiaojing finally understood his intention. He felt a lump in his throat and couldn't speak for a long time. He was close and could see very clearly. The hand holding the razor was perfectly steady, without even a hint of hesitation or trembling. The cut was decisive and precise. By disrupting the original old wound with this new one, it was no longer easy to tell where it came from. That was his goal. When Xiaojing pointed out the wound on the chin, he actually had some intention of warning him. The Shura field was ever-changing, with the risk of a car crash at any moment. Comrade, turn back before it's too late. But after this, Xiaojing, who had still been holding on to the idea of persuading him to surrender, truly felt discouraged. This guy was a ruthless person who could strike at himself with an expressionless face. You thought he was hesitating while staring at the screen, but he was actually picking the most perfect, flawless angle to cut. Is this the self-cultivation required at the center of a Shura field? Looking at Su Qingyi, who was calmly changing to a third blood-soaked tissue, Xiaojing could only sigh for the umpteenth time today. 387, Chapter 381 Love should be open and honest. Chu Qingmian didn't like catching early morning flights. She liked watching the cotton candy-like clouds rolling softly, liked the warmth of the sun passing through the cabin window, and liked using that light to quietly read a literary and sentimental novel. Night flights would become boring and dull. There weren't many times when the moon could be seen in the pitch-black sky, and the rumbling sound of flying became noisy and annoying in such an environment. The more there was no internet, the more one wanted to go online. Similarly, the more there was no signal, the more one wanted to call someone. On a night flight like this, there was no way to pass the time except for curling up and taking a nap. However, last night, she had resolutely asked her assistant to help book the earliest possible flight. Originally, after watching the I Am a Masked Singer program, Miss Chu's mood was quite good. Everyone performed very well. Putting everything else aside, this competition was already worth the ticket price. Her own company's Justin, well-known veteran singers, the newly risen singer-songwriter Vivian, and Chen Jinji. Chu Qingmian thought for a moment about how to address her. Oh, would it be a bit too old-fashioned to call her an old classmate? They weren't that old to begin with. As one of the program's most important investors, she naturally knew long ago that Chen Jinji would be participating. In other words, in this decision, Chu Qingmian even held the power of a line-item veto. The program's executive director showed her a somewhat excessive level of importance. Of course, this was clearly for her father's sake. However, Chu Qingmian had no intention of accepting this power. She kept herself very separate from the program. She indeed invested money in the program, but that didn't mean she had any feelings for it, nor did it mean she wanted to become a community with the program in any sense. Part of the reason she decided to invest was that she felt the program would definitely be a hit, and the other part was also for her father's sake. So when the executive director brought the list over to ask for her opinion, Chu Qingmian was resistant, but she saw a familiar name at the bottom of the challenger singer candidate list. Iris, real name, Chen Jinji, an artist under 101 company. This list is currently part of our planned invitations after considering popularity, traffic, and comprehensive strength. Of course, nothing has been finalized yet. Seeing that she seemed interested in this name, the executive director immediately continued, if you feel it's inappropriate to invite such a traffic idol, we can delete it immediately. The young lady in front of him lowered her eyes, her expression reserved, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Sigh, they're just eye candy vases, every show needs one or two of those, wouldn't you say? The executive director's heart was thumping, and his words became increasingly uncertain. This young lady was easygoing and kind in private, but during work hours, she suddenly became cold and serious, with an aura that kept people at a distance. He and her father, Chu Yuanjiang, were indeed old classmates, but their relationship wasn't particularly good. Back then, he was obscure and buried in his books. While Chu Yuanjiang was already outstanding in middle school, a typical campus figure. His grades weren't great, but his interpersonal skills were impeccable. He could fit in anywhere. Teachers and students alike spoke highly of him, and he was elected class monitor every year by a unanimous vote. Back then, the director felt that this person would definitely make something of himself later, even though his family background was ordinary, or even poor. And that was indeed the case. After high school graduation, while he wasted time in a 211 university, Chu Yuanjiang got into an ordinary undergraduate program, started a business while studying, and in just a few short years, became an industry leader and a financial tycoon. It was hard not to call it a natural business mind, and it also had something to do with his social talent of knowing exactly what to say to whom. After graduation, the director's path was not easy, hitting walls everywhere, while that old classmate was soaring all the way. Those in the arts always had a bit of an elitist mentality, feeling they were unrecognized talents, and that their old classmate could make money only because he could take off Kong Yiji's long robe and lower himself. However, after being beaten down by reality for 10 years, he was at his wit's end and contacted Chu Yuanjiang with a try-and-see attitude. He originally thought he would definitely receive a cold shoulder, but to his surprise, the other party didn't put on any airs at all and received him immediately. What surprised the director most was that as soon as Chu Yuanjiang saw him, he stood up to shake hands, and his first words were, "Director Hong Mao. Long time no see, long time no see." Director Hong Mao was actually very nervous. He didn't expect Chu Yuanjiang to still remember him. He was so destitute that this behavior was no different from seeking a handout. But Chu Yuanjiang, as if truly catching up with an old classmate, personally brewed fine Longjing tea and made valuable time to talk with him. However, the more he was like this, the more Director Hong Mao couldn't bring himself to ask for help. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuanjiang poured him a cup of tea and proactively started reminiscing with a smile. "Sigh, time waits for no one. Remember? Once during an English exam, you even passed me the answers. I was lucky to have you that time, otherwise, would have been beaten severely by my dad when I got home." Director Hong Mao didn't remember this matter at all. He drank the hot tea and nodded in agreement. "After graduation, I've just been doing some small business. Sigh, no ideals. It's still better for you guys in artistic creation." Chu Yuanjiang's words made Director Hong Mao think he was being sarcastic, and he was suddenly so embarrassed he almost broke into a cold sweat. Unexpectedly, his next sentence was, "Mauzi, I've seen that the bell tower you filmed. I liked it very much. Coincidentally, I have a project here where everything is ready except for a good director. I wonder if you have time to give it a try." To be honest, Director Hong Mao almost wanted to cry for a moment. Boss Chu was busy with 1,000 things every day, yet he had actually seen his obscure work and was willing to give him a chance. For a moment, 1,000 thanks were stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken. Thus, the literary film Director Hong Mao officially announced his transition to filming the variety show project provided by Chu Yuanjiang, becoming an instant hit and making a fortune. This was classmate friendship, and even more so, the grace of recognition. Therefore, Director Hong Mao treated Chu Yuanjiang's precious daughter with great respect, without any airs of a famous director. Chu Qingyan didn't know about this layer. After all, the version Chu Yuanjiang told her was, the two were very close in middle school, like two peas in a pod. But she didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. According to Chu Yuanjiang's version, he must have been like two peas in a pod with at least 20 people in middle school. Her own father was a true, naturally gifted businessman. There was probably no one in the world who understood investment better than him. If Director Hong Mao were to tell her this moving past story, she would immediately be able to see through the lies. Director Hong Mao didn't remember the answer-passing incident not because he was forgetful, but because it simply never happened. Chu Yuanjiang might tell one old classmate about passing answers today, and another about skipping class to go online tomorrow. In short, it was just something said casually. And the subsequent claim of having seen his directed work was also a lie. Chu Yuanjiang was incredibly busy every day. How could he have time to watch a literary film with fewer than 1,000 viewers and a Dubon score of 5.4? He probably just searched for his name online during the minute Director Hong Mao was taking the elevator upstairs. That was all. And that project, which came like timely rain, was just the most insignificant one among Boss Chu's daily affairs. Giving it to an acquaintance to do, if it became a hit, that was great, and if it flopped, the loss was negligible to him. Unexpectedly, Director Hong Mao was grateful for his helping hand and grabbed the opportunity with all his might, actually turning his life around, but that's a story for later. So, in the Vanity Fair, interest is paramount. This was the principle Chu Yuanjiang taught his only heir through words and deeds. Chu Qingyan felt she couldn't be as heartless as him, at least, she couldn't manage interpersonal relationships as investments. So when she saw her old classmate's name, her first reaction was still to protect her. Despite having seen such a heartbreaking scene before. Director Hong Mao, I have no intention of interfering with your program, and naturally, I won't have any opinion on the selection of contestants. Chu Qingyan put the list back on the coffee table, her expression unchanged. Director Hong Mao felt relieved and was about to speak when she spoke again. However, since this is a list of candidates independently drafted by your side, shouldn't you maintain basic respect for the contestants? Director Hong Mao instantly thought, realizing he had spoken without thinking. No, Miss Chu, you might have misunderstood. Chu Qingyan always had good manners, but this time she interrupted him directly. Besides that, I happen to hear that the production team temporarily changed Miss Chen Jinji's status from a regular singer to a challenger, which already involves an issue of commercial integrity. She looked at Director Hong Mao calmly, with no warmth in her eyes. If this is your attitude as the program official toward the contestants, then I think Xingxing Entertainment might need to reconsider whether to continue our cooperation with you. After finishing her words, she stood up gracefully. Director Hong Mao hurriedly stood up as well, pouring out a flurry of explanations and apologies he had scrambled to compose. Chu Qingyan had no interest in continuing the conversation and left in the Rolls-Royce waiting outside. Before the car window closed, she maintained her final courtesy and waved goodbye. As Director Hong Mao watched the Rolls-Royce's taillights disappear, he suddenly felt like a deflated balloon and walked back to his office with heavy steps. Just then, his assistant pushed the door open and handed that damn list to him again. Director Hong, 101 Company said they have no objection to the challenger's appearance order. Should we continue to push Chen Jinji's order back? Shut up. Director Hong Mao flipped over the documents on the desk. The assistant was startled. Not knowing what they had said wrong. After all, the production team had always held an extremely dismissive attitude toward 101 Company. Director Hong Mao took a deep breath and pressed his temples. Keep the current arrangement, Chen Jinji will appear in the second episode. Besides that, increase the promotional efforts for the challenger. Change the flow settings to let the challenger appear in the last advantageous position. At the same time, add qualification for the resurrection round. If the challenge fails, there will still be a return performance and a later resurrection round. The assistant didn't even dare to breathe, scribbling swish 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 in the notebook, feeling impressed without knowing why. Perhaps it was precisely because the last meeting had been very unpleasant that Director Hong Mao insisted on organizing such a dinner gathering after the second episode. A circle of people sat around a huge round table, each looking like a page shill invited by Director Hong Mao. Everyone's task was to shower Chu Qingyan with rainbow farts from various angles. The round table was rotating automatically. Chu Qingyan had been staring at that plate of golden cake for a long time. Just as she finally picked up her chopsticks to grab some, someone stood up respectfully with a wine glass. As expected, a tiger father does not have a dog daughter. Miss Chu is truly radiant, truly a jewel in the palm. Chu Qingyan was so embarrassed she wanted to crawl under the table, but she could only maintain a smile and raise her glass in return. Finally getting through that, Director Hong Mao stood up with a flushed face and called for everyone to toast together. I am deeply grateful that Miss Chu could attend the banquet today. Come, everyone, a toast to Miss Chu. Chu Qingyan looked at the golden cake that had already gone cold and past its prime, feeling very aggrieved. The even more terrifying thing was that Director Hong Mao revealed tomorrow's itinerary at the table. He planned to invite Chu Qingyan to play golf. Chu Qingyan had her assistant book a flight and fled overnight. Sitting in the cabin with nothing to do, she couldn't help but recall things about Chen Jinji. Although they were old classmates, they hadn't been in contact since graduation. Chen Jinji was different from other students. She had transferred in the second semester of the third year of high school and was an art student, so she didn't even take the final college entrance exam. So her connection with the class was actually very weak, and she quickly disappeared from the class group after graduation. For the entire semester, Chu Qingyan's interaction with her was limited to the moments of distributing test papers and collecting homework. Classmate, yours, okay, thanks. The tone Chen Jinji used when speaking to her felt a bit like coaxing a child, very gentle. But because of this, the usually socially adept little class monitor actually didn't quite know how to make friends with her. Logically, as the class monitor, she should have taken good care of the new student, but Chen Jinji didn't have any of the common restraint or shyness of a newcomer. On the contrary, she was always at ease. So the little class monitor didn't even have a chance to help. Chu Qingyan thought, there's still time anyway, I'll find another chance next time. Thinking like this, they graduated. And then came that scene on the rooftop. Part of the reason Chu Qingyan felt so heartbroken was actually that Chen Jinji was too perfect. She felt that probably no one in the world could refuse Chen Jinji. If she were a boy, she would definitely like that type too. Instead of a tsundere, narrow-minded guy who gets jealous easily, has a bad temper, and throws tantrums all the time. But later, Su Qingyi said it was a misunderstanding. Chu Qingyan's first reaction was that he was quite bold and had poor taste, but mostly she felt relieved. Relieved, perhaps because her liking had lasted longer. Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason. If Su Qingyi had chosen to be with Chen Jinji back then, she probably would have just quietly stepped back. Miss Chu was still proud at heart. She was unwilling to let herself fall into a pitiful situation, so she wanted to make such a choice proactively herself. And because of this pride, she wouldn't let such a past cause her to only think about romance whenever she saw Chen Jinji, let alone target and guard against her as a love rival. The past is in the past. Chu Qingyan sincerely hoped everyone could live well. Mercury Records was very beautiful, and the Mercury on stage was very pretty, so she had also cast her vote for her without hesitation. Chu Qingyan thought that she didn't want to become a utilitarian, and her love should also be open and aboveboard. It was already night when she saw Su Qingyi. He was wearing a mask and wasn't playing with his phone, just standing quietly under the agreed-upon camphor tree. It was time for evening classes. People passed by one after another. Their eyes met briefly through the crowd, and he gave a slight nod. Chu Qingyan smiled, quickened her pace down the stone steps, and ran through the crowd to him. She stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "Why didn't you call to hurry me? You've been waiting a long time." As Chu Qingyan spoke, she reached out to pull the strap of his mask, pretending to be dissatisfied. "Are you a male celebrity? Wearing a mask even to see me? How strange." Su Qingyi didn't speak, letting her do as she pleased. He knew the first thing the young lady would do upon seeing him was pull off the mask. Chu Qingyan's smile instantly froze when she saw the wound on his chin. It had deliberately not been treated, so there were still traces of blood, looking like a bloody scratch. Su Qingyi watched her beautiful pupils gradually fill with panic and explained, "I accidentally scratched it." "Why?" Chu Qingyan frowned in worry, and a layer of mist quickly formed in her eyes. She reached out to gently touch the wound, then immediately withdrew her finger and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Logically, he should have taken the opportunity to say it hurt, but looking at her like this, Su Qingyi really couldn't keep acting. "It doesn't hurt, it's fine. I cut it with a razor." His Adam's apple bobbed unnaturally, and he reached out to pull the mask back up. "Damn, the guilt is even stronger than I imagined." 388, sincere leave request. I just got back to the dorm from the lab. I really don't have time to write. QAQQQQQ. See you all tomorrow, see you tomorrow. 389, Chapter 382, Growing Pains. Chu Qingyan grabbed his wrist and walked toward the school gate with her head down. Her nervous attitude made Su Qingyi start to reflect on whether he had been a bit too harsh on himself. Although the weapon was a razor blade, plenty sharp, but lacking in destructive power. However, to cover up that small bite mark, he had struck with precision and ruthlessness, like a Japanese samurai clashing blades in an arena, to the point where the wound still throbbed slightly even now. Each lost in their own thoughts, the two walked against the crowd to the intersection, where Su Qingyi spotted someone unexpected. Uncle Gao, dressed in a suit, was leaning against the door of the Maybach with his arms crossed. Despite it being late at night, he insisted on wearing his semi-permanent sunglasses. Uncle Gao's tense face relaxed imperceptibly when he saw him walking over, and he gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Uncle Gao." Seeing him, Su Qingyi was a bit happy and smiled slightly. He rarely showed such a positive attitude toward anyone, so even someone as aloof as Uncle Gao had to cooperate by giving a token twitch of his lips before turning to pull open the car door. Get in the car and talk." To Su Qingyi, Uncle Gao's identity wasn't simply the young lady's driver and bodyguard, but rather a reliable elder who provided a great sense of security. Underneath that 007-like cold exterior, he was actually attentive and gentle toward others. Moreover, he was a man of few words and wouldn't ramble on with you. Beyond that, his professional skills were top-notch. He drove with both flair and stability. As for the part-time job of being a bodyguard, it went without saying, just by standing there, one could tell this man was incredibly strong. This was true for Su Qingyi, and of course, it was true for Miss Chu as well. Chu Qingyan clearly already viewed Uncle Gao as a real uncle. This girl only acted like a spoiled, childish brat around those she was close to. The trunk. The trunk. Chu Qingyan reached out and snatched Uncle Gao's semi-permanent sunglasses right off his face. "00 Gao, stop trying to look cool in the middle of the night." A hint of helplessness appeared on Uncle Gao's icy face, but he could only follow orders, turning to open the trunk. Miss Chu rummaged through the trunk and pulled out a portable medical kit. "Is this really necessary?" Su Qingyi leaned against the back of the car, trying to stop her. "Look, the wound has actually already healed." He pulled down his mask and leaned in closer for Chu Qingyan to see. Hearing the word "wound," Uncle Gao immediately turned his head, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He probably thought Su Qingyi had been beaten up. Su Qingyi coughed and quickly explained, "I accidentally cut myself with a razor. It was a disposable one from the hotel earlier. It wasn't very good. It still needs to be treated. What if it leaves a scar?" Chu Qingyan clutched a bunch of medical supplies and gave him a sharp glare. "Get in the car, get in the car." Inside the car. Uncle Gao's gaze as he examined the wound through the rearview mirror felt quite oppressive. Su Qingyi was honestly a bit afraid he would notice something amiss. On the other hand, he felt a bit fortunate that he had come up with this temporary ruse to deceive everyone. If he had taken the chance and done nothing, he might have fooled the young lady, but he wouldn't have fooled Uncle Gao, who happened to have come to Beijing. With his level of experience, one look would have told him exactly what was going on. However, at this moment, Uncle Gao clearly didn't delve deeper into suspicion. He simply confirmed that the source of the wound wasn't from a fight or some deliberate act by another person. Once his mind was at ease, Uncle Gao withdrew his gaze. Su Qingyi followed with a sigh of relief. How come Uncle Gao is in Beijing too? He asked at the appropriate time. The boss's orders. Uncle Gao turned the steering wheel, then realizing the answer was too perfunctory, he added, Mrs. School and Xingxing Entertainment are both here. It's inconvenient to keep running back and forth, so he just had me come over. Actually, by the first half of the sentence, Su Qingyi had already guessed the rest. And the reason he had shipped his Aston Martin to Beijing was for the exact same reason. X1 Studio had officially begun operations, and there was no telling how things would go from here. However, it was foreseeable that during this summer vacation, he and Chu Qingyan would likely be busy with their own respective matters. After all, both of their first projects were in full swing, and the beginning is always the hardest part. Hey, don't move. Chu Qingyan poked his face as a warning. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes, looking at the cotton swab dipped in medicine in her hand. I'm not moving. Why are you shaking? I'm not shaking. I bet it's because Uncle Gao is driving all wobbly. Uncle Gao, who inexplicably took the blame from the front seat. Bolstered by the confidence of those words, Chu Qingyan finally brought the cotton swab down. The soft cotton tip, soaked in purple medicine, felt somewhat cool as it was applied to the wound. It didn't hurt, but it was a bit itchy. Where are we going to eat? Su Qingyi couldn't help but speak to suppress the urge to scratch his chin. My dad said there's a Japanese place that's pretty good. Let's go try it. Your dad is here too. Su Qingyi's tone was very wary. Of course not. Chu Qingyan dabbed and smeared as if she were painting, and only after making sure she hadn't missed a single spot did she put down the cotton swab. He wanted to come, though. The young lady huffily tucked the cotton swab into a paper bag. Su Qingyi, you have no idea what I went through last night. It's all because he said they were old classmates, so I couldn't even turn down their dinner invitation. That director even said he wanted to invite me to play golf. Please, do I look like someone who knows how to play? Chu Qingyan looked helpless. No, you don't. Su Qingyi gave an objective evaluation. She looked like the type who would lose her balance and fall over while swinging a club. Having finished her medical task, Chu Qingyan leaned in closer to carefully scrutinize his face once more. With the purple medicine applied, the wound looked even more prominent. She looked for a moment before averting her eyes, muttering a lecture. Su Qingyi, how old are you? How can you not even know how to shave? You almost disfigured yourself. Besides, isn't everyone using electric razors now? Those are so much safer. I'm used to it. Su Qingyi wasn't lying about that. The first time he shaved was around his second year of high school. By then, Yang Lu and Su Zilong had long since divorced, and he had been living alone for quite some time. In his past life, his relationship with his parents was much worse. Aside from things like needing to pay tuition, there was almost no contact. Once, while looking in the mirror during his morning wash, Su Qingyi suddenly realized a few sparse whiskers had appeared on his face. He froze for a moment, realizing this was a symbol of puberty, the result of testosterone beginning to secrete. They weren't actually obvious. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be noticed. But he just happened to find them. As someone with deep obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Su Qingyi obsessed over those whiskers for almost the entire day. So, deciding to cut the Gordian knot, he went to the supermarket after school that night and bought a razor. To save money, he bought an old-fashioned, purely manual razor, the kind of antique that required you to load the blades yourself. On a whim, he also grabbed the matching shaving foam being sold next to it. This part was thanks to Su Zilong. Su Qingyi had a vague memory of him shaving. In his younger days, Su Zilong considered himself a dashing handsome man and always placed great importance on that face, which was one of the major reasons he was able to win over Yang Lu. But now he didn't care at all, having become a plain, greasy, fat middle-aged man. After returning home, Su Qingyi read the instructions carefully, then blindly confident, he started rubbing foam on his face and went right to work. The result, of course, was painful. Unlike math formulas which can be applied mindlessly, a manual skill like shaving is something where instructions are of limited use. And Su Qingyi was a stubborn one. Although he felt a burning pain on his face, he didn't stop, stubbornly finishing the shave. In the end, he spent the night grimacing in pain and didn't sleep well. When he got up for school the next day, it happened to be into the biting winter wind. The sensation was like someone was constantly slapping your face with a steel wool scrubber. Thinking back on it now, the memory was still fresh for Su Qingyi. However, with that past experience as a lesson, he did learn the skill, so much so that in his previous life, even up until he was nearly 30, he was still used to using a manual razor. After hearing Su Qingyi's explanation, Chu Qingmian's blazing fire of lecture immediately died out. Instead, her sympathy began to overflow. If Uncle Su could have accompanied Su Qingyi as he grew up, he could have taught him. He wouldn't have had to figure it out all by himself at home, ending up with a face full of injuries. And in an entire adolescence lacking parental companionship, this must have been just the tip of the iceberg. Chu Qingmian suddenly felt she understood why he always looked like everyone owed him money. During the most sensitive and fragile period of adolescence, having to face everything alone, it was quite impressive that he hadn't turned out badly. Even though his expression was a bit cold now, that was just because he looked fierce, at least he was still kind-hearted. And while the young lady was busy thinking Su Qingyi was very pitiful, she didn't realize one problem: she had actually grown up just as lonely. Chu Yuanjiang was a good father, but he was busy with work and couldn't do everything he wanted. Wei Peilon went without saying. After being diagnosed with postpartum depression, she completely disappeared from Chu Qingmian's life for a long time. There were many people in the house, including those who truly cared for her, but without a blood relation, it was still an employer-employee relationship in the end, always separated by a subtle distance. When Chu Qingmian was little, once she learned to walk, her favorite thing to do was run around the big house in squeaky shoes that went creak-creak with every step. It was as if she were throwing a tantrum at the air, trying to gain lots and lots of attention. Running like that, she slowly grew up, and adolescence quietly arrived. Many things are covered in health class, but in reality, they are explained very broadly, at most giving one a general concept. But when actually experiencing it oneself, one would still be muddled and not understand the situation. So when Chu Qingmian had her first period, she thought she had a terminal illness and even quietly wrote a suicide note. It included the ownership of her collection of named dolls like Nicole and Anna, as well as the noble wish to donate all her New Year's money from over the years to children in the mountains. The nanny who discovered it later comforted her carefully, saying, "Oh my, our young lady has grown up," but behind her back, she and the pastry chef auntie laughed together for a long time. And now, Su Qingyi only had to glance at her to know what she was thinking. He immediately reached out and pinched the flesh of her cheek, cutting off her straying sympathy. "Stop right there, Miss Chu." Chu Qingmian blinked, successfully masking her emotions, looking quite well behaved. It's okay, she thought. Those lonely days were over, they had both grown up. Those were just the growing pains of adolescence. In the life ahead, they would accompany each other, and that was enough. There was some traffic on the road, and the originally planned 30-minute trip took over an hour and they still hadn't arrived. The two in the back seat chatted idly. Su Qingyi was used to her erratic train of thought and didn't mind that many of her answers were actually non-sequiturs. For example, inexplicably, the topic shifted from tomorrow's 8 a.m. class to her childhood nanny. "You're saying the one who took care of you as a kid wasn't this current auntie?" The person in his arms buried her face in his chest and gave an "hmm." Auntie left. Why did she leave? With the treatment offered by the Chu family, surely no one would voluntarily resign, Su Qingyi thought absent-mindedly, smelling the fruity scent of her hair. Because auntie had other things to do. Auntie had her own child too. Chu Qingmian answered even more quietly. Uncle Gao, listening to their conversation from the driver's seat, his eyes darkened behind his sunglasses. He had watched Chu Qingmian grow up and naturally knew what had happened. As a child, Chu Qingmian was clingy and prone to crying, so she was naturally very dependent on the auntie who had cared for her since she was small. But a nanny was just a nanny, the Chu family paid a salary, and she provided some care and attention. The young lady liked her, and the compensation the Chu family gave was naturally generous. It was thought she would be more dedicated because of this, but the result was her quitting while she was ahead. When she resigned, the Chu family expressed understanding but hoped she could stay a bit longer to give the young lady a buffer period to accept someone new. But even such a request was refused. She might have had some feelings for the young lady, but not many. Once she had earned enough money, she naturally left. Chu Qingmian, who was only 3 or 4 at the time, didn't understand any of this. She only knew that the auntie who sang lullabies to coax her to sleep was leaving and would never come back. She was truly heartbroken for a long time. From then on, maybe Chu Qingmian learned the lesson of separating money from feelings, or maybe she hadn't. Uncle Gao looked at the red navigation route and recalled with a grim face. Probably when the young lady was in 2nd grade, the money ran out, and that nanny actually came back, humbly begging her old employer to take her back. The outcome, of course, was being driven away by a cold-faced butler Han. The nanny wouldn't give up and actually loitered at the school gate, wanting to play the emotional card directly with the young lady. Uncle Gao knew that if she achieved her goal, the young lady would be soft-hearted. Even if she didn't let her come back to work, she would certainly help her out. So he directly blocked such a possibility at the root. The young lady was kind-hearted, but she was surrounded by plenty of cold-hearted people. They would never give someone who had hurt her a second chance to get close to her. You must have cried for at least 2 weeks. Su Qingyi asked. In her toddler days, Miss Chu must have been a tearful slime. As Uncle Gao turned into the shopping mall, he silently counted in his heart. It was 2 months. Even though she was only 40 months old at the time, she spent 1/20th of her life being sad about it. I did not. Chu Qingyan was stubborn. Then how long? Su Qingyi originally thought she was reminiscing, but after a long while with no response, he looked down and found she had already fallen asleep curled up in his arms. Only then did he notice the faint dark circles under her eyes. She must have been very busy lately, and she hadn't slept well on the flight last night either. In his memory, the little class monitor was always full of energy, like a little sun. It seemed she was rarely this exhausted. At this moment, the Maybach turned into the parking garage, and the mall's colorful lights reflected in through the car window. Su Qingyi raised his hand to block them, preventing the beam of light from falling on Chu Qingyan's face and disturbing her peaceful dream. Growth pain. Growing pains. Su Qingyi thought that in medical terms, it was explained as physiological pain caused by the rapid growth of long bones during puberty, which is uncoordinated with the growth and development of local muscles and tendons. But people often talk about youthful angst literature, so growing pains don't just refer to physical pain. It was rare that both literature and medicine used the same term for description. At the age of fastest growth, those unsolvable confusion and bewilderment that suddenly sprout from the heart, the repeated collisions and risings of the spirit and soul. All of this was materialized as flying white test papers, the intertwining sounds of the dismissal bell and chalk rubbing against the blackboard, the morning mist and the night streetlights. Adults might find it melodramatic, but only those currently experiencing it or who have just experienced it can understand such feelings. But it's also okay. Su Qingyi thought this, his gaze falling on the shadow cast on Chu Qingyan's face by her lowered eyelashes. One can learn how to use a razor without being taught. Those meant to leave will leave sooner or later. Adolescence is like a long and damp light rain, and growing pains will stay at everyone's 18. 390, Chapter 383. The flower on the high mountain. And the flower on the high mountain in the capital at this hour, even the entrance to an underground parking lot could be jammed for half an hour. Su Qingyi originally wanted to let Chu Qingyan sleep a bit longer, but things didn't go as planned. The phone in her pocket began to vibrate with a buzz. Chu Qingyan let out a soft groan and buried her face deeper, looking like she was resisting reality. Su Qingyi remained silent for a moment before reaching out to help her take the phone out. The caller ID on the screen read, Boss Chu. What kind of contact name was this? It looked like someone was a stranger. Perhaps there was something urgent, Su Qingyi thought. He pulled Chu Qingyan up from his arms to sit straight, held the phone for her, and pressed the answer button. Hello. Mian, have you arrived yet? Although Chu Qingyan managed to sit up with difficulty, her eyes remained closed, her face written all over with the desire not to speak. Dad booked a table for you guys. Just tell them the surname is Chu when you go in. You can skip other things, but you must try the foie gras tofu. Dad highly recommends it. Oh, is little Su next to you? Let him take the phone, I want to say a few words to him. Even though the speakerphone wasn't on, the two were so close that Su Qingyi heard everything clearly. Just as he was hesitating whether to respond, Chu Qingyan took the phone. Not allowed. All that rattling off Chu Yuanjiang just did probably sounded like gibberish. Let Su Qingyi take the phone to her ears. Fine, I won't say it. Can't I just stop talking? Chu Yuanjiang's tone was full of conciliation. He likely felt a bit guilty about the dinner situation from yesterday. Then you two enjoy your meal. After eating, take a stroll around the mall and buy whatever you want. Big Boss Chu, I suddenly remembered something I wanted to ask you. Having finally chased away the sleepiness, the now awake Chu Qingyan looked ready to settle some old scores. Daughter, Dad has a meeting starting right now. I'll hang up first, okay? Chu Yuanjiang reacted quickly, preparing to slip away. Wait. I ordered a set of Phoebe Jiannan furniture before, didn't I? Maybe. Hey, if you liked it, you ordered it. Chu Yuanjiang's tone was evasive and very unnatural. When it arrived, I found many flaws, so I threw it away, right? Then throw it away. Why keep that stuff? Chu Yuanjiang continued to play dumb. Then may I ask why they all showed up at the company? Dad, didn't you promise me you'd never go to Xingxing Entertainment again? Yet you even have time to recycle my trash to the company. Chu Qingyan questioned him furiously. What? Hello? Oh, this signal is terrible. Dad will call you back later, okay? Hello? Hello, Chu Yuanjiang's voice drifted further away, and finally, with a beep, the call disconnected. Chu Qingyan turned off the screen. Just as she was about to speak, she was so sleepy she let out a yawn. Are we here? Yes. Su Qingyi looked at the red marks on her face left by the folds in her clothes and felt like laughing for a moment. It looked a bit like the kind of paint people in primitive tribes would smear on their faces. The Japanese restaurant recommended by Chu Yuanjiang was on a high floor of the mall. Uncle Gao declined, saying he had already eaten, and didn't go up with them. The interior decoration was vintage style, with various intricate wooden handicrafts displayed in cabinets under warm yellow lighting. The waiters were extremely respectful, leading the two of them to the innermost private booth. The menu had also been preset by Chu Yuanjiang, consisting of dishes he likely found excellent. The appetizers in Japanese cuisine are called sakazuk, and generally use seasonal ingredients. The dish served today featured pufferfish roe and white truffles. Su Qingyi took a bite and felt it didn't have much taste. It seemed his fast food stomach was destined to be unable to appreciate high-end cuisine. From the next dish onward, there were heavy dishes like sea urchin and lobster, followed by tuna sashimi, all quite expensive ingredients. The plating in Japanese cuisine is also a major feature. When the sashimi was served, dry ice was used, creating a very impressive effect. The waiter responsible for serving was clearly confident in this. Usually, at this point, customers would pull out their phones to take photos. However, the two in front of him disappointed him. One was facing a table full of luxury but frowning at his phone, the other was expressionlessly stuffing a piece of crab meat sashimi into her mouth, looking as calm as if she were eating a KFC Colonel's nugget. The waiter choked for a moment and left awkwardly. Chu Qingyan sighed, placed her phone face down on the table, and apologized, "Sorry. I clearly asked you out to dinner, yet I've been looking at my phone the whole time." "It's fine." Su Qingyi chewed on the smoked beef, not minding at all. This dish was pretty good. Compared to seafood, he still preferred ordinary chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and pork. By the way, I haven't had a chance to tell you about the competition yet. Chu Qingyan picked up her chopsticks again, poked a piece of tuna sashimi, and took a bite. What was bound to come had arrived. Su Qingyi ordered himself to be on high alert. This episode was much better than the last one. A challenger singer came, and everyone was very nervous. Oh, right, the challenger singer was Chen Jinji. Did you know? Chu Qingyan looked up at him, her eyes devoid of suspicion, only showing some curiosity. Yeah, I saw people talking about it while scrolling through Weibo. Su Qingyi poked a piece of sliced beef and put it on her plate, answering calmly. Chu Qingyan said with a smile, "Speaking of which, this is the first time we've met since graduation. She performed exceptionally well. She got first place, and I voted for her too." She sounded genuinely happy for Chen Jinji. Although Su Qingyi found it a bit strange, he didn't show it. Is that so? After thinking about it, Su Qingyi just gave a faint response. Chu Qingyan continued, "Just because of this, I heard our company's artist went back so sad they're almost depressed, saying that no matter how many fans they get, it's meaningless without the boss's approval. Oh, and the song Chen Jinji sang is also very good. It should be officially released after the program airs. You can listen to it then. It's called Mercury Records, and I heard it was written by her exclusive producer." As if thinking of something, her voice grew softer and softer, and her expression became a bit unnatural. The conversation about the competition could actually end here. If he followed his previous plan, he should stay calm and silent now, then change the subject at an appropriate time. Su Qingyi looked up at Chu Qingyan. She was holding her chopsticks, her eyes carrying a fatigue she couldn't hide, her mind wandering. As someone who always maintained a passion for food, her being so distracted was clearly not right. After a while, Su Qingyi suddenly spoke up, "Why did you vote for her?" He kept his tone flat, as if they were just discussing the saltiness of the food in front of them. Chu Qingyan was startled, she didn't expect him to ask so directly. "I thought you might still be a bit bothered by what happened after the college entrance exam." Su Qingyi put down his chopsticks and said slowly. In this situation, staying silent and uninterested was absolutely out of the question. It would be too deliberate and make it look like he had something to hide. It was better to directly point out what was hidden in her heart and talk about it openly, which instead made him seem upright and honest. Chu Qingyan suddenly became nervous at his question, even though the one who should be nervous was someone else. I'm not bothered. That's all in the past now. She coughed a bit unnaturally. Besides, even if I were to mind, I'd mind you, okay? How could I take it out on her? Su Qingyi smiled. So that was it. But he should have guessed it long ago. This whole thing was originally just his problem. Neither Chu Qingyan nor Qin Jinji had done anything wrong. So even if things eventually came to light and a full-blown confrontation occurred, their final shred of reason would surely be spent on not blaming or resenting each other. Let alone just that one hazy incident on the rooftop. What are you laughing at? Chu Qingyan blushed for some reason and glared at him. When I sit in the audience, I'm just a viewer. Of course I have to vote for the person who performed best. I can't let personal feelings interfere with public duty. Then what if your company's artist has a problem with it? Then they have a problem. Chu Qingyan's expression was very indifferent, possessing the air a capitalist boss should have. But it made sense. With the financial power of Xingxing Entertainment, the thing they lacked least was artists. When the young miss signed people, she also did it according to her whims and mood. After all, who can refuse the power of money? Then if you were to participate in a competition, could I vote for other contestants? Su Qingyi asked with a smile. Of course you can. Chu Qingyan mimicked him, squinting her eyes and smiling. Why wouldn't it be okay? You could even just get a new girlfriend, I'm almost shipping you too. Might as well just get married right after the competition. I'll give you a big red envelope for the wedding gift, $99.99, may you be together for 100 years. It was just a hypothetical, but this girl's jealousy had already overturned. Total double standard. Su Qingyi laughed and placed a piece of sushi on her plate. Try this, it's pretty good. Humph, putting her focus back on the Japanese food, Chu Qingyan's mood was clearly much better, and her appetite recovered along with it. As expected, although she tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong, seeing Qin Jinji had still left her somewhat uneasy. This unease came from many aspects, not just because of that previous incident. But after chatting with Su Qingyi for a bit and seeing that his attitude was normal, the unease in her heart faded somewhat. Speaking of which, do you know how I discovered your diary? Su Qingyi propped up his elbow, smiling. Oh right. Didn't I throw it away? When he mentioned it, Chu Qingyan remembered. Don't tell me you went through the trash can. I almost did. Su Qingyi's tone was very serious. Actually, rummaging through the recycling station for so long back then wasn't much different from going through a trash can. Chu Qingyan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed again. Wasn't the rooftop of number 1 middle school under renovation then? You got white paint from the railing on your back, so I found out. Ah, so someone was eavesdropping. Su Qingyi spoke with quite a bit of teasing. Incident, and Qin Jinji didn't know about the rooftop incident. And precisely because of this smoke screen, Su Qingyi thought, he was able to survive until today. Otherwise, the ship would have capsized long ago. Another point was because they were both too outstanding and dazzling. This is a widely known yet scientifically unexplainable law, that a flower on a high peak will not become friends with another flower on a high peak. Although they appreciate and respect each other, they usually don't get too close. And because of this, as long as it's not an extreme situation, neither would choose to confront the other face to face. While this was due to their personalities, it also provided a convenience for a certain person with ulterior motives. The final dish was the foie gras tofu that Chu Yuanjiang had passionately recommended. Su Qingyi tasted it but made no comment. Chu Qingyan also tasted it, and her evaluation was that she would never believe Chu Yuanjiang's recommendations again. After the meal, both were in a very good mood. Chu Qingyan was happy because she had resolved the unease in her heart and had even openly chatted with Su Qingyi about the rooftop incident that they had been avoiding. Su Qingyi also breathed a sigh of relief. His heart, which had been anxious since hearing that Qin Jinji and Chu Qingyan would appear on the same program, had now settled down a bit more. Because while confirming Chu Qingyan's attitude, he also learned indirectly that even if there were further vague contacts like this in the future, at least in the short term, they would still maintain that distant relationship from their high school days. That was enough. The Maybach drove through the night. The capital at night was also prosperous and grand, with bright lights, but it was somewhat different from the Magic City. The car stopped at the gate of Peking University, but Chu Qingyan didn't get out, she still had to go back to the company to handle things tonight. Although the second episode of the program had finished, preparations for the recording of the third episode were starting intensely. She leaned on the car window and waved to Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi leaned down and pinched her face. Rest well. Don't stay up late at night, or you won't grow tall. Hey, do you think I'm an elementary school student? Class monitor Chu protested. Alright, bye. Su Qingyi took a step back and gave Uncle Gao in the driver's seat a look. To his surprise, Uncle Gao adjusted his sunglasses and remained unmoved. Su Qingyi instantly guessed that the young miss must have another trick up her sleeve. Sure enough, Chu Qingyan mysteriously took out a packaging box and handed it to him. Hee, it's a gift. Didn't expect that, did you just unwrap it when you get back? Ryup. As a result, before she could finish, Su Qingyi, who had absolutely no romantic cells, had already violently torn open the wrapping paper. Uncle Gao's face in the driver's seat stiffened, he felt a bit of heartache. He had spent half an hour wrapping it, his tough guy tenderness had been trampled upon. Hey! Chu Qingyan didn't have time to stop him. Watching her surprise event being declared a failure before her eyes, she immediately became furious and started flailing her arms. An electric shaver, looking like a very expensive model. She probably quietly asked Uncle Gao to run the errand and buy it while they were eating just now. It really was, a bit too easy to guess. Su Qingyi sighed, then couldn't help but start laughing. Thank you. So Chu Qingyan, who was in a state of anger just a moment ago, suddenly lost her momentum and answered softly. You're welcome. I won't scratch my face again next time. Su Qingyi rubbed her head, then looked up and gave the driver's seat a meaningful glance. Uncle Gao coughed and turned his face away as far as possible. Su Qingyi lowered his eyes and slightly lifted her chin. Chu Qingyan didn't realize what he wanted to do. While she was still in a daze, he had already leaned in and kissed her. Across the black door of the Maybach, this kiss was dense and long. It was like sharing a growing pain. 391, Chapter 384. A sweet burden. In handling death penalty cases, one must adhere to the principle of emphasizing evidence and not readily believing confessions. If there is only a confession from the defendant and no other evidence, the defendant cannot be found guilty. If there is no confession from the defendant but other evidence is reliable and sufficient, the defendant may be found guilty. Confessions from criminal suspects or defendants obtained through torture to extract confessions, and statements from victims or witness testimonies collected through illegal methods such as violence or threats, cannot be used as the basis for a verdict. During the weekly criminal law class, Su Qingyi rarely found himself distracted. His gaze was fixed on the PPT playing on the blackboard, while a black gel pen spun and flipped between his fingertips. Today's lesson was about the applicable subjects and approval procedures for the death penalty and the death penalty with a 2-year reprieve. In cases where a guilty verdict is rendered against the defendant, the facts must be strictly clear and the evidence must be reliable and sufficient. If the evidence is insufficient and the defendant cannot be found guilty, an acquittal must be rendered on the grounds of insufficient evidence and the failure of the charged crime to be established. Currently, 70% of the countries in the world have abolished the death penalty, but Su Qingyi always believed that the death penalty was necessary, the common saying being, it should be handled with caution, not abolished. At this point, I hope readers can remember our domain name. Reading Taiwan novel selections in your spare time is super cozy. The bell for the end of class rang. Criminal law is a serious course. As law students, the most important thing for you is to keep a clear head. The teacher pushed up his glasses and closed the textbook in his hand, giving a summary of the class as usual. Most people will be pushed along by public opinion and will change their minds based on the judgments of the media and the masses. I hope those of you sitting here won't do that. No matter when, you must view and think about problems from a legal perspective. Many students might feel confused or dissatisfied with what was covered in today's class. I hope you can hold on to those emotions until we meet again in the next class. He tucked the book under his elbow and gave a slight bow. The students in their seats all stood up and said in unison, "Goodbye, teacher." Su Qingyi hadn't realized there was such a ritual. He was pulled up by Li Tao next to him without any reaction. The others were saying goodbye to the teacher in perfect harmony, while he just made up the numbers, muttering gibberish. However, this didn't happen in other classes. It was only because the criminal law teacher was approachable and his lectures were vivid and interesting that he received such unanimous affection from the students. So many people sharpened their heads to squeeze into such a top-tier institution, and it wasn't entirely to gain a golden stepping stone for future job hunting, but to have a student-teacher environment with a good academic atmosphere during their free academic careers. Su Qingyi believed that although the vast Peking University campus was a mixed bag, and he had encountered people who made him wonder, how on earth did he get in here, most students were still excellent and humble. Even someone like Matthew, who was entirely focused on the political socialite scene of the student union, had a GPA that could be described as excellent. Not to mention an overachiever like Li Tao, his ranking last semester was, unsurprisingly, first in the major. Meanwhile, a certain 737 academic god, who hadn't left the first place spot since birth, had already faded into the crowd. Though he himself didn't care at all. He hadn't even checked his scores after the final exams were over. This was something the overachiever Li Tao hadn't expected. After learning that his roommate was the legendary 737, he had actually been quite nervous for a while. Compared to Su Qingyi, Li Tao was more like the child of someone else that parents often spoke of. He studied hard and seriously, was humble and friendly, and even his appearance was the most typical of a top student in traditional perception. Black-rimmed glasses, slightly dark skin, a buzz cut, and a square face. He looked exactly like the kind of person who would score a 290 on the comprehensive science exam. After the college entrance exam ended, Li Tao modestly stated in various interviews, "I don't think I'm the very talented type, I've always used the most basic methods to study." But in reality, he was still a little proud in his heart. After all, he had never lost. That pride gradually began to waver after he met Su Qingyi. The first time it wavered was upon hearing that staggering, almost unbelievable number of 737. This had nothing to do with the different question types and exam papers across the country. Because the second-place student in their province had a normal, albeit high, top scorer grade. No one expected such a monster to suddenly emerge. The second time it wavered was after the two of them had spent some time together. Li Tao initially thought that someone who could achieve such a score must be a bookworm who worked hundreds of times harder and more desperately than he did. However, as for this roommate of his, he was drowsy during 8 a.m. classes, never went to lectures, and you could forget about seeing him even once in the library before finals week. You could call him a shut-in, yet he almost never stayed in the dorm during his break time. You could say he wasn't a shut-in, yet he never went to any of the school's social mixers. A mysterious and lazy genius, that was the only way Li Tao could describe him. "Brother Li." The genius beside him suddenly spoke up. Li Tao quickly cleared his thoughts and responded. "What's up? Can you help me take my textbook back? I need to head out this afternoon." Su Qingyi was slumped on the desk, his voice heavy with drowsiness, sounding like he might fall asleep at any moment. "Sure. You're not going to the lecture this afternoon?" "Not going." "Okay, I'll see if I can help you sign in when the time comes." Li Tao felt like laughing after saying that, not understanding why this guy was so listless every day. The life of a guy like him should be the most colorful in the world. If nothing else, with that face, having 7 or 8 girlfriends wouldn't be much of a problem, right? Li Tao thought so, and he actually asked it out loud. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyi didn't even turn his head as he answered slowly, "Brother Li, you've never been in a relationship, have you?" Li Tao froze for a moment and scratched his head. "Is it that obvious?" "Yeah." Su Qingyi sat up straight and yawned while leaning against the back of the chair. "Because of my looks?" Li Tao asked with a bitter face. Damn it, it's not like he purposely chose to have such an honest-looking overachiever face. In the future, when he's on the matchmaking market, matchmakers would probably evaluate him as the type who looks very honest and is down-to-earth and hardworking. Not really. Su Qingyi's tone was serious. Because of what you just said. What I just said? Which part? Li Tao asked with a confused look. After you've been in a relationship, you won't say things like having 7 or 8 of them anymore. Su Qingyi sighed faintly and stood up. Because, just 2 is already more than enough. Hearing him say this, Li Tao couldn't help but laugh and tapped him lightly with the textbook in his hand. You say that like you've already dated 2 people. Su Qingyi didn't respond. He just glanced at his phone screen and waved goodbye to him. Remaining in the classroom, Li Tao smiled as he recalled the conversation while packing his bag. Exactly, he said it like it was real. There's no way it's true, right? Surely not. However, the reason Su Qingyi skipped the lecture today wasn't to busy himself with dating matters. The message he had just received was from someone he hadn't expected. Su Yang's mother. Hello, Qingyi. Sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask if you've been in contact with Su Yang lately. The beginning of her sentence was quite startling. Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat, thinking it was some kind of criminal case. But since returning to school, he really hadn't been in contact with Su Yang. Because normally, this guy would harass him by sending anywhere from 10 to 20 messages a day. Yet there hadn't been any for the past few days. Come to think of it, it was indeed a bit abnormal. No, Auntie. Before school started, he said he was going to take some relatives who had returned to the country for a tour around Beijing. He hasn't contacted me these past few days, so I thought he was busy with that. As Su Qingyi edited his reply, he forwarded the chat history to Han Bing. Su Yang's mother replied very quickly, dispelling his speculations about kidnappings or mysterious disappearances. I see. That brat promised so faithfully, but now that the whole family has arrived in Beijing, he's playing missing person again. Damn it, I'm buying a plane ticket to Beijing right now to beat him to death. Auntie, please calm down first. Oh, right. Chingy, is there anything from home you want to eat? I'll bring it along for you. By the way, is studying tiring these days? Take care of your health and don't work too hard. He wondered if Su Yang would be filled with grief and indignation upon seeing his mother's blatant double standards. But he really was quite bold. It looked like Mother Su was truly going to storm Beijing to arrest him this time. Su Chingy went down the stairs 2 steps at a time, crossed the corridor, and stepped into the warm midday campus sunlight. Han Bing also replied to the message quickly. Ha, I know where he is. As expected, he had asked the right person. Su Chingy curled his lips in a slightly teasing manner. Han Bing soon sent a location over. Su Chingy tapped it to take a look. Good grief, an internet cafe. Hurry up and forward it to Auntie Su to expose Su Yang's hideous face. Han Bing had a tone of someone who just wanted to watch the world burn, not protecting her own at all. Su Chingy thought that if it were Chu Qingyan or Qin Jinji, they would definitely choose to shield him without hesitation at a time like this. The little class monitor would feel very guilty because of it and would lecture him not to do it again. Su Chingy, you can't lie. Though if there were a next time, she would still choose to shield him. As for Qin Jinji, not only would she shield him, but she would also weave a more seamless and airtight lie for him. It's a rare occasion, so just have fun. Although the big star Qin Jinji was a perfectionist to the extreme regarding herself, she was always gentle and tolerant toward him. After spending so much time together, Su Chingy felt he could almost imagine their expressions and tones. It was definitely spot on. Meanwhile, Han Bing on the other side of the screen was still rambling and complaining. People like Su Yang think their wings are strong enough to fly as soon as they get to university. He's skipped class for several days in a row. If this keeps up, he'll just have to wait to fail and retake the courses. Holy crap, I'm so pissed. If I didn't have class this afternoon, I'd go over there right now and pummel him to death. Su Chingy, did you forward it? Don't you dare spoil him, he's not like you, he can't pass exams without studying. You're not really going to collude with him, are you? Damn it. Su Chingy paused in his tracks and replied helplessly, is there a possibility that you're just typing too fast? Han Bing, oh. So did you forward it? Su Chingy, no. Han Bing. Damn it. Seeing that he was about to receive another wave of attacks, Su Chingy quickly replied, I'm planning to go and arrest him personally. Han Bing, on the other side of the screen, silently deleted the words she had already typed. Oh, then never mind. Big brother, why do you have to pause like that while chatting on WeChat? I almost hit a friendly with friendly fire. You don't have class this afternoon. Su Chingy casually hailed a taxi and gave the location of the internet cafe Han Bing had just sent. No class. I actually had something I wanted to talk to him about anyway. Good. Remember to strike his soul fiercely, torture his body, and crush his brain cells. Han Bing's tone was grim. For a moment, Su Chingy felt that it wasn't just dating 2 girlfriends that was more than enough. Dating even one was actually quite terrifying. In your free time, you can no longer play games and team up with your brothers as you please. You have to pay attention to whether the phone in your pocket is ringing at all times. If you accidentally miss a call or a message, a storm will ensue. Various holidays are no longer just an excuse for a break. Besides that, you have to remember every anniversary. She'll ask with a smile if you remember what day today is, and you'll break into a cold sweat before finally squeezing out an answer, our 100-day anniversary. Her expression will change instantly as she throws back at you, no. It's the 79th day since we first had milk tea together. You have to learn to distinguish lipstick shades, otherwise you won't be able to answer what's different about her makeup today when you meet. Time for watching anime will be squeezed because you have to accompany her to watch many boring and melodramatic idol dramas. But the message notifications on your phone will no longer be just daily news and WeChat sports steps, but her ramblings after a whole day of wild thoughts, or shared photos of a beautiful sky, strange clouds, or cute kittens. Every day worth or not worth commemorating after being with you will be written into her diary, a thick stack of a young girl's secrets. Before going out with you, she always dresses herself up beautifully, even though she has to learn many makeup techniques step by step from scratch by watching internet bloggers' videos. Because of your existence, even the most melodramatic and brainless partings and reunions in idol dramas can easily trick her into tears. You hand her a tissue, and she curls up in your arms, asking you to promise that you will never break up with her. In the end, being single does provide freedom, while love is essentially a sweet burden. In a sense, the desire to share is the greatest romance, and dating is 2 people wasting boring time together. And love itself is the surrender of free will. At this moment, the sunlight spilled onto him through the car window. Su Qingyi looked down at his phone. As if to echo what he had just thought, the unread messages on his phone were from those two respectively. He hadn't been the type to constantly check phone messages before. Su Qingyi, look. Have you seen this tabby cat before? I feel like it doesn't look like a local from our school. But it's very friendly. As soon as I walked over, it rolled over to show its belly. Are you busy this afternoon? I want to come find you. Attached was a photo she took while squatting on the ground. Beside the edge of her JK skirt, a round, chubby tabby cat was stretching its claws and basking in the sun. Teacher Su. Chen Jinji wouldn't send everything she wanted to say in one go like Chu Qingyan, she would wait for Su Qingyi to reply before continuing. So Su Qingyi first responded in the message, asking what was up. She then sent a photo. Looking like the sky taken from inside her company. The weather in Magic City today wasn't as good as in Beijing, it was a murky gray, as if layers of dark clouds were closing in. Chen Jinji, the weather is bad. Yes. Su Qingyi was a bit puzzled. So I need to do something happy. Like thinking of you. Like asking you, do you have time to talk to your girlfriend on the phone? 392, Chapter 385. Until I heard someone say they love me, do you have time for a phone call with your girlfriend? Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Su Qingyi couldn't help but smile. Who could say they didn't have time for that? The taxi's navigation showed the route and estimated time. It was about a 20-minute drive from Jingda to the internet cafe near the Sports Institute. Su Qingyi forwarded the chat records from Su Yang's mother and Han Bing to Chu Qingyan, then returned to the chat interface with Chen Jinji and pressed the voice call button. The ringtone only sounded once before it was picked up, as if the person on the other end had been waiting for this call. How do you have time today? For Su Qingyi, who wouldn't take the initiative to call once in 100 years, these were his first words. Others might find it a bit of a buzzkill, but fortunately, those around him were already used to it. This person had a very prominent trait, bringing up the one thing that shouldn't be mentioned. He could always accurately capture the one phrase in the exquisite Chinese language that would most ruin the atmosphere, then say it calmly in the most punchable tone. Chen Jinji leaned against the window as the sultry breeze before the rain brushed past, making her bangs flutter gently. She suddenly thought of the time in high school when she and Su Qingyi took shelter from the rain in the teaching building. That day, bad memories of the rain surged up along with her emotions, mingling with the feeling of her first heartbeat in life. At that time, she couldn't help but think how contradictory it was that humans could have moments where confusion and determination coexisted. In short, she followed her heart and kissed him with desperate courage and resolve. However, in such an ambiguous atmosphere where doing anything wouldn't be excessive, a certain someone still maintained his eternal poker face and blurted out, "How did you do on your exam today?" It had a similar vibe to the first thing he said upon picking up the phone now. Thinking of this, Chen Jinji wanted to laugh again. But then again, maybe she just liked this dummy after all. "I have time every day," she replied. She answered. Her tone was light, and Su Qingyi obviously didn't believe her. Last night, the second episode of I Am the Masked Singer was officially released. Thanks to the mess of troubles during the early recording stages of the show, the popularity of this episode was more than 3 times that of the first. The first episode was already the ceiling for music variety shows, and now the second episode was unprecedented. Just 1 minute after the main feature went online, the bullet comments filled the screen. Without blocking them, one could hardly see the faces. The simultaneously updated Weibo also reached tens of thousands of reposts in just 2 minutes, with hot comments in the comment section constantly being replaced. In the chaotic and complex situation, there was only one unchanging central theme: the challenger singer, Chen Jinji, took first place this episode. This was a result that only Su Qingyi in the whole world would not be surprised by. Even Chen Jinji herself was probably quite surprised. Not to mention the audience, the gossip seekers, the behind-the-scenes companies, the competitors, and so on. The main episode is finally online. Can someone who's finished watching give me a nudge and tell me, is Chen Jinji really first? I just dragged the progress bar to the end. Not only did Chen Jinji succeed in her challenge, but she also took first this episode. Holy crap. That's amazing. These comments came from passers-by who weren't interested in the show at all, just curious about the results due to public opinion, but they were the best informed, and these people were the strongest force behind the show's massive trend. Just a passerby, listening seriously. This first place is well deserved. After listening to the previous ones and then hearing Mercury Records, I feel like my soul has been purified. Agreed, she should have been first. To those complex characters fighting in the comments, is it possible that not everyone cares about your fans' circle drama? Most people are just here for the music. If you've heard it live or watched the show seriously and still question this first place, then I can only say you should go to the hospital and see an ENT specialist. Disclaimer, the song choice was indeed clever and gave her an advantage. These comments were from people who actually watched the show and listened to the music, so their evaluations were relatively fair and consistent with the views of most live audience members. As fans who have supported Iris since her debut, our attitude is the same as the fan club's statement. We've endured countless rumors and insults during this time, but fortunately, we finally waited for the show to air. Jinji never argues, because the stage will give everyone the answer. This was the rational, organized, and disciplined fan group. Finally, the day has come. You damn haters, speak up. Our Jinji is the rightful first place. This was the more impulsive fan group that had been holding their breath for many days and could no longer stand it. Although from a god's eye view, they might seem like elementary schoolers who can't control their emotions and easily cause trouble. But in many cases, a group also needs these aggressive, battle fans. After all, the comments section wasn't entirely harmonious. Last to perform, and even had full-screen special effects. I can only say those who know. The person above nailed it. Why can a sad love song win over the ones before it? Even if the production team wants to promote someone, they shouldn't do it like this. Ridiculous. You dare to pick on Queen Jean? You've got some nerve. There were many such salty remarks, but the fans would also respond with sarcasm. With first place in hand, I laugh at the mad dogs. Right, the entire production team follows Chen Jinji's orders. Our little idol is just all-powerful in the entertainment industry. Oh my god, she's actually that kind of person. This woman is definitely not a good sort. I'm turning from a fan, into a bigger fan. At the same time, many funny trending search terms popped up. #Iris participating in Masked Singer causes global financial crisis. #Iris singing Mercury Records is actually to send signals to contact Mercurians to attack Earth. Excuse me, Chen Jinji, are you trying to ruin the entertainment industry? At least it looked quite satisfying, Su Qingyi thought with a smile. Besides the reversal of public opinion and the slapping of faces, the groups that didn't have time to post on the internet were the ones truly broken. For example, a certain arrogant musical genius, the fact that his own boss voted for someone else had ground his self-esteem into the dirt. It was said that after returning to the company, his behavior could be described as throwing a tantrum, making a scene, and threatening suicide. First, he lost his temper with the staff, then locked himself away saying he was depressed, and after finding that no one cared, he even leaked rumors of wanting to terminate his contract. Unexpectedly, young President Chu's reaction was to calmly have someone draft the termination contract. Justin's antics backfired on him. Terminating the contract was, of course, impossible. Terminating with the company at this critical juncture would mean he wouldn't want to work in the industry ever again. So after all that fuss, he could only dejectedly apologize to his superior and vow to redeem himself in the next episode. Of course, this superior wasn't young President Chu, she was very busy. And those who were also broken and secretly decided to use their big moves in the next episode included the veteran singers. Being defeated by Justin in the first episode was one thing, but in the second episode, they were actually stepped